Chapter 1, Failure in the High School Exam. Heavenly Collapse Opening? Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. The school entrance. Today was the last day of the college entrance exam, and many parents were waiting here. Finally the exam is over. Enjoy your summer vacation. Son, what present do you want? Dad will buy it for you. Buy me an E300 to drive. You're my dad. At this time, a handsome-looking boy in ordinary clothes walked out. It was our pig-foot, Li Fei. Looking at the classmates around him who all had parents, Li Fei sighed softly. He has the classic missing parents story, and has been staying at his aunt's house since he was in elementary school. His aunt's family wasn't rich, and his aunt's husband and cousin didn't treat him well, though he had long since gotten over it in his heart. He thought he would move out of his aunt's house when he became an adult. However, he saw his classmates around him being picked up by their parents, surrounded by their laughter. Li Fei still couldn't help but feel lost. He was about to leave at a quick pace when a teasing voice came from behind him. Li Fei, how did you do on the exam? Li Fei didn't even turn around to know who this chainsaw version of his voice belonged to, his classmate Chen Ping. It was obvious that Chen Ping had started to pick a fight again. Although Li Fei and her are at the same table, they are not dealing with each other, and Chen Ping often taunts him to be poor. Being called poor by this Long Jiang rice is the biggest stain in Li Fei's life. Chen Ping was spoiled by her family since she was a child, and her character was very rude, so she naturally looked down on Li Fei. Li Fei did not pay attention to the material of this Long Jiang rice, directly accelerated his pace and left the place. The red warm Chen Ping saw that Li Fei actually treated himself as heir, and immediately began to yell, "Dead beggar, how dare you ignore this fairy?" Ah! Chen Ping's parents hurriedly wrapped their arms around her and coaxed her for fear of triggering an earthquake. Next to the students, parents see this scene, are back 10 meters, do not know, thought it was the zombie king infested. Li Fei, who left the school, walked slowly on the way home, thinking about the way out in the future. Unconsciously already arrived at the door of his home, although it is not really his home, but the good thing is that his aunt is sincere in taking care of him. Knock knock, who is it? A slightly fat square-faced balding man opened the door. Seeing that it was Li Fei, the man's face instantly pulled back down. The door opened only a crack and turned around to go back inside. Li Fei was already used to this. In his aunt's family, his father felt that he was a burden and bad luck, and he had not infrequently given himself a face and lost his temper. And the cousin often savagely told himself to get out of her house. Only when aunt was at home from work would their father and daughter be a little more restrained. Li Fei locked the door after walking into his small room with only one bed. He plopped down on the bed tiredly, pondering whether he should go for delivery or go into the factory to hit the screws. Ding, 100-fold divine hero system binding successful. The host will receive $100 back for every dollar spent on eligible female targets. The effect expires when the target's liking for the host rises to 100 points. Note, the functions of this system can only be effective on women with a rating of 8 or more. Li Fei, who was well versed in internet godly hero novels, was instantly energized. The wind and water are turning. Is it finally my turn, Li Fei? However, aren't you asking me to become a licking dog? Although I have no money, Li Fei is also considered a handsome young man. A little change of clothes can charm thousands of girls. Those network novels in the so-called hero bridge. Think about it. In fact, our licking dog. Since I, Li Fei, have bound the divine hero system, naturally, thousands of beautiful women will come to fall for me. Thinking of this, Li Fei touched the $15 saved in his pocket, and had a plan in mind. He made a carp, got up violently, and went out of the door. The target is directly to the convenience store in front of the neighborhood. Soon Li Fei arrived at the store, but he suddenly thought of the rules of the system cashback. Inside is very speechless, no target brush. Li Fei was mentally calculating the beautiful women in his relationships. As a result, as soon as he turned around, he saw a beautiful girl wearing a pink and white lolita come in. Li Fei instantly brightened his gaze. Wasn't this the school flower Jiang Xin? It came just in time. Li Fei immediately called out the system. Hey, Tuzi, what do you think of her rating? Name, Jiang Xin. Age, 18. Face value rating, 9. Likability, 10. Note, liking degree division of 10 points is passerby. 30 points is common friend. 50 points is good friend. 70 points is ambiguous relationship. 80 points is lover. 100 points is keep each other for life. Li Fei and Jiang Xin were in the same class, and for 3 years in high school, they were in the same class. In the class, Li Fei belongs to a small transparent general existence. Interpersonal relationships are also less outrageous. Throughout their high school careers, the two have never spoken. It was also inevitable that in Jiang Xin's eyes, she was just a passerby. However, now at least they could swipe money on Jiang Xin, and that was enough. What a coincidence. You're here too, Jiang Xin. Li Fei greeted her familiarly. It was then that Jiang Xin noticed the boy who was dressed very plainly. However, She was puzzled that the boy in front of her had a familiar yet unfamiliar face. She asked in a tentative tone, "Have we met somewhere before, Li Fei?" Originally, Li Fei's mindset was quite good, and this sentence sounded like a little bit of a defense breaker. After adjusting his mind, Li Fei introduced himself with a strong smile. "My name is Li Fei, also in the first class. We are classmates." Jiang Xin smiled somewhat apologetically. At this moment, she was seriously looking at her familiar yet strange classmate, wearing a very ordinary white short sleeve. His looks were actually quite handsome, but he just hadn't tidied up and taken care of himself. In fact, Li Fei is now wearing a gray short-sleeved, worn for 3 years, washed white. Jiang Xin, as the high school flower, there has always been no shortage of men around to offer their attentions. However, her tutelage is very strict, so the entire high school career she did not with who rumors. Right now, in order to return to the cash, Li Fei's expression was natural, and he lied in a fervent manner. "Didn't I borrow a notepad from you before? Just in time to return it to you," said Li Fei quickly in the shelves, picked a price-suitable notepad, then handed to the cashier. A sweep, price 15. Li Fei was about to pull out his pocket, the only 15 pieces of ocean. Seeing this, Jiang Xin quickly waved her hand and spoke. No, I don't have any impression." Li Fei thought to himself, "The hell if you have an impression. Take it. In the future, maybe if you see this notebook, you will remember me?" Li Fei said gently, and casually paid the cashier $15 directly. As a veteran internet hero novel lover, playing emotional cards was his specialty. Li Fei naturally will not give Jiang Xin the opportunity to refuse, otherwise it would not be a loss of capital. Chapter 2 Low-Profile Rich Second Generation. Hearing Li Fei's words, Jiang Xin sighed in her heart. In her class, Li Fei was the kind of person who was honest and easy to socialize with, and she was happy to make friends with Li Fei. However, now everyone has graduated from high school. The sea of people is vast. Since the college entrance examination has passed, how many chances will the two have to reunite? In the end, Jiang Xin still nodded and accepted the notebook as a thought. At this time, Li Fei heard in his mind. A system's mechanical broadcast sound rang out. Ding! Post-consumption 15 yuan, cashback 1,500 yuan has arrived. Li Fei a pocket. Nothing Tonesy, you dare to fool me? Ding! The system has been automatically stored for the host. The host can be accessed at any time when needed. This is very humane. Li Fei was prepared for today, to utilize Jiang Xin to the extreme first. After all, in his own connections, there was no tool person as good as Jiang Xin. That's right Jiang Xin. I know of a newly opened restaurant nearby. Let me treat you to a meal later. Hearing this, Jiang Xin was a bit stunned, because the two of them were only considered first acquaintances today. Moreover, she looked at Li Fei's clothes, and felt that Li Fei was not as rich as the people who had courted him before. Why would you suddenly invite me to dinner? She hesitated and was ready to decline. But, hey, I just won the lottery and have quite a bit of money, and that restaurant is very nice. Seeing that Jiang Xin still wanted to refuse, Li Fei directly pulled up her hand and walked out of the convenience store. Being abrasive delayed him from swiping money. Once out of the store, Jiang Xin hurriedly pulled her hand out and looked at Li Fei with a shy face. If it were any other person pursuing her, she would have used the classic quote, "Boiling goat, you're so rude." However, facing Li Fei she wanted to say, "Wes Lai, you're so mighty." She didn't know why, but she always let Li Fei dominate, and she was even willing to do so herself. It was as if Li Fei's body had a kind of fascinating magic that she couldn't help but want to explore. Only what she didn't know was that what she was exploring was an abyss. Once stepping into it, one would sink for eternity. Then, the two of them set off towards the store that Li Fei had mentioned. In fact, Li Fei didn't even know what newly opened store first coaxed her over there. After walking for 10 minutes, Li Fei saw a suitable target. It was a newly opened Japanese restaurant with exquisite decorations. After entering the store, Li Fei looked at the menu and realized that there weren't many dishes. However, none of the prices on it were cheap. He calculated the prices and ordered a few signature dishes. Jiang Xin wanted to roll her eyes at him at this time, calling people out for a date, not even knowing to give them a glance at the menu. After the food was served, Li Fei feasted and ate a large portion of it. The two of them didn't speak a few words. Jiang Xin originally thought that she would talk to Li Fei about her aspirations in life. In the end, after she said a few words, Li Fei just focused on eating and didn't pay any attention to herself. In the middle of the day, Li Fei went to the restroom. In fact, he was just in case Jiang Xin wanted to AA system. He would lose a lot of money. So, he lied about going to the restroom. But in fact, he went to pay the bill. Li Fei took out the cash from the system, and after paying the bill, he once again heard the system's cashback announcement. Ding, consumption of 100 yuan, cashback of 110. 000 yuan. 110,000 was harvested in one go. The ambition in Li Fei's heart began to swell. After the two of them had almost eaten, Jiang Xin realized that Li Fei had already gone to pay the bill. Jiang Xin's heart apologized a bit. Her upbringing told her that this was not good. Since this was the case, she happened to have nothing to do today, so she would spend more time with him. So she opened her mouth and asked, "What are we going to do next?" Upon hearing this, Li Fei opened his mouth without thinking. Go! Ha! Jiang Xin didn't understand what it meant. Ahem. I mean go. Where would be a better place to go? Li Fei realized his slip of the tongue and quickly changed his words. He was calculating in his mind that now that he had 110,400 yuan, the first thing he wanted to do was to buy a cell phone. Growing up, Li Fei has not had a cell phone of his own. Oh yes, also need to do a bank card. In the future, it will be more convenient to swipe money. It just so happened that he had finished the college entrance exam today and still had his ID card in his pocket. I'm going to get a bank card and pick out a new cell phone, so you and I can go take a look together. Okay. Jiang Xin's parents just so happened to be ready to buy her a new cell phone after her college entrance exams were over. Right now, she hadn't decided exactly which one she wanted to buy, so it just so happened that she was going to take a look at it now. Naturally, Li Fei was not clear about what Jiang Xin had in mind. He was ready to take Jiang Xin to swipe another wave of cashback. Along the way Li Fei still didn't talk much. He was wondering what else he needed to buy besides a cell phone. After finishing the card, Li Fei let the system put money into the card. Afterwards, the two came to the cell phone city near the city center. Thinking that he had a balance of more than 110,000 in his bank card, Li Fei went straight to the most expensive and famous pineapple mobile phone authorized store. Entering the store, Li Fei was immediately dazzled by the various electronic products of the pineapple series. At this time, the store manager happened to come in from outside. "This gentleman, may I ask what you need?" Li Fei turned around and looked at this slightly bookish, middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and around his early 30s. Li Fei asked Jiang Xin next to him, saying, "Which one do you think is the best?" Hearing Li Fei say this, Jiang Xin thought seriously. A moment later, her gaze suddenly brightened and she said, "I think the white one is better." "Okay, I'll fetch it for you. Take a look." The store manager was very good at what she did. Jiang Xin had just finished speaking and directly asked the clerk to fetch it. Afterwards, the store manager directly asked that clerk to demonstrate the functional characteristics for Li Fei's duo. Li Fei waved his hand, handed the card to the store manager and said, "No need to demonstrate. Here, swipe your card." The store manager was surprised by the boldness of the young man in front of him. This pineapple cell phone was 10,000 out of 10,000. Slightly hesitant, the store manager summoned a clerk and asked him to bring the POS machine. After pressing the amount of 13,999, take the card and swipe. Drop. Thank you for your patronage. The store manager was a little disbelieving, but ghostly still swiped. The result is successful. Inside is also quite surprised. Did not expect this dressed in ordinary high school look young people, actually so rich. The other employees also realized that this plainly dressed young man was a low-key rich second generation. Li Fei turned his head sideways and said to Jiang Xin, "Hold this for me." "Ha, oh." Li Fei then said to the store manager, "Another black model." "Yes sir." The store manager sighed in his heart about his vision. From the time he just entered, he guessed that the duo might be a couple. Jiang Xin on the side was a bit confused. "Wasn't there already one?" Li Fei said indifferently. "Keep swiping that card." The store manager sniffed and hurriedly instructed his staff again to go and prepare the gift box for Li Fei. After swiping the POS machine, it was still the same sentence. "Thank you for your patronage." Chapter 3 slightly out of the way. Millionaire, ding, spending 13,999 yuan, cashback of 13,999, 900 yuan. Li Fei heard the system's broadcast and realized that he was already obsessed with this feeling. Afterward, he said to Jiang Xin in a warm voice, "A gift for you. Don't reject me." Li Fei said this with all sincerity. Otherwise, if Jiang Xin rejected it, it would be boring if the system cashback was withdrawn. And in Jiang Xin's eyes, Li Fei's figure suddenly grew taller. At this moment, there was an atmosphere of angrily throwing thousands of dollars for a redhead, but she didn't feel it was appropriate, whether it was the relationship or the price. So Jiang Xin opened her mouth and politely refused. "But this is too expensive." There's nothing but, just take it as a birthday gift for you this year." Li Fei completely do not listen to these 7s and 8s rhetoric. "Nonsense. You rejected the little master. The little master's 1 million will be lost." After a lot of excuses and persuasion, Jiang Xin finally accepted this expensive gift. The price is to wait for Li Fei's next birthday. She came to congratulate, although the heart is very apprehensive, but more is pleased. although the family conditions are more favorable, but parents from childhood on their own education is not spoiled, but know how to be reasonable. In some daily necessities, the grade is also medium to high can, worried that they will let themselves produce their own climbing heart and love of vanity mentality. At this time, the 2 cell phones have been packed into 2 gift boxes. Li Fei took it from the store manager's hand and handed Jiang Xin a gift box. Jiang Xin looked at the cell phone gift box in her hand, delighted and terrified. She thought in her heart, Li Fei gave himself this cell phone. What does it mean? Likes me? Want to chase me? Unbeknownst to her, Li Fei had no thoughts about her for the time being, and his feelings would only affect the speed at which he swiped his money. After swiping his card, the store manager handed Li Fei with both hands and gave him a business card. This gentleman, this is my business card. Please contact me if you have any after-sales problems with your phone. Li Fei also accepted the business card. From this moment onwards, there was already more than just swiping money in his scheme. He also needed trustworthy and capable people to do things for him. In the future, depending on the situation, he would be able to take this store manager under his command. From the way he did things, Li Fei felt his calmness and sophistication. After Li Fei and Jiang Xin left the Pineapple cell phone store, they did their cell phone cards by the way and left each other's contact information. It was getting late. Li Fei asked Jiang Xin where she lived, and it turned out that she lived in an upscale neighborhood near Li Fei. So, Li Fei took a taxi, and the two went all the way back. Along the way, Li Fei was studying the use of the Pineapple cell phone. Jiang Xin, on the other hand, had her head down looking at the gift box and glanced at Li Fei with her afterglow from time to time. The car arrived at Jiang Xin's neighborhood first. Jiang Xin got out of the car and said a brief goodbye to Li Fei under the orange street light before turning back. The driver continued to send Li Fei. At this time, the system started broadcasting. Ding, spend 10 yuan, cashback 1,000 yuan. Li Fei was speechless. Did the system calculate so accurately? As soon as Jiang Xin got off the bus, it was immediately settled. Convinced. Speaking of cashback, Li Fei was about to see how much balance he had. Opened the bank app. The balance column lying a string of cold numbers, 149-7301-00. This cold number. Look at people's hearts warm. By the way, look at the school flower Jiang Xin's likability. Tonzi, open Jiang Xin's information panel. Ding. Name, Jiang Xin. Age, 18. Rating, 9. Likeness, 40-inch. Oh, so soon 40 likability. A normal friend is 30. A good friend is 50. It seems that there is no such thing as a high cool schoolgirl in the world. It's all about whether the money is in place or not. Regardless of this, Li Fei is ready to create a business empire with this $1 million. This system is good, but you have to find a woman to brush. Li Fei hoped that one day, he didn't need to find a woman, but also could lie down and collect money. Of course, women threw themselves at him of their own accord. In his own conception, the car had arrived at his destination. After getting out of the car, standing downstairs, looking at the old neighborhood in front of him, he could not help but think of his aunt who took care of him. Aunt is an accountant and has been working hard from morning till night. Now that my aunt is unemployed and at home, the burden on my aunt's shoulders is even heavier. After making some decisions in her mind, she started to climb the stairs. Knock knock knock. A gentle and tired voice came from the kitchen. Xiao Wen, it should be your brother coming back. Go open the door. Lu Wen reluctantly got up from the sofa and opened the door for Li Fei with a drooping face. Looking at his cousin who hated himself in front of him and didn't have a bit of good face for himself, Li Fei had no waves inside. As soon as he entered the door, Li Fei went into the kitchen. Auntie, I'll give you a hand. Good. Little Fei, how did you do on your exams? Li Fei froze for a moment and spoke. I reckon I can enroll in Zhengda University. Li Fei didn't want to disappoint his aunt, and used his skill, good lies. The words were not too loud and not too small, and just happened to be heard by the father and daughter who were watching TV in the living room. That's good, little Fei, so that you can attend school at Zhengda. Auntie can still take care of you. Before his aunt's son Wan finished speaking, Lu Wen began to mock. You really know how to talk big. Zhengda doesn't say it's the top school. It's still a very good university. You say you can go to Zhengda? Wouldn't that be something a 3-year-old could go to? Lu Wen said these words, just thinking that the outsider who usually looked at his face. How could he get into such a good school? Jealousy flared up inside. Didn't your brother say? It's just an estimation. It's not a crime to brag a little these days. Li Fei's aunt was full of disdain. He didn't feel that this unproductive nephew could test so well. When his aunt heard this, she chided at the living room. You two are acting like you've seen your enemies. Little Fei is my relative. If you two keep talking like this, don't eat this meal tonight. Then comforted Li Fei, Xiao Fei. Don't pay attention to the two of them. Your aunt is unemployed and suffocating at home. He is mentally abnormal. The two people in the living room immediately did not dare to speak. A bit of gas also held back. Li Fei smiled and said, "It's okay, Aunt. I didn't worry about it." "Right, Aunt. Tomorrow is Saturday. Are you free?" "Nothing. What's the matter, Xiao Fei?" Li Fei said with a smile. "Keep it a secret for now." "Still keeping it a secret, you kid?" Seeing that his aunt didn't pursue the question, Li Fei was slightly relieved. After the meal, Li Fei returned to his room and took out his cell phone. He found that Jiang Xin, the schoolgirl, had sent herself a large string of messages, and in the middle of it, she said that she was going to attend Jiangcheng University. Li Fei didn't reply to her, instead choosing to dial a phone number, the very same phone number of the cell phone store manager during the day. "Hello? Hello, I am Fong Lei, the store manager of the Pineapple cell phone store in Jiangcheng Cell Phone City. Who are you?" "I'm Li Fei, who bought the cell phone during the day." Oh, Mr. Li, may I ask what's up? There's a deal that I think you should be interested in." Chapter 4: A Gift for Auntie. Once Fong Lei heard that the other party was going to have a deal to talk to him, he immediately found a quiet room. Although the other party was a high school student lookalike, he was very generous, obviously a rich second generation. 1 million. "You transfer the ownership of the cell phone store to me," Li Fei said indifferently, and in Fong Lei's ears, this was undoubtedly a thunderbolt. His store full count is only 600,000 out. This directly earned 400,000 for nothing. Earn hemp. Mr. Li, when do we prepare the contract? Fong Lei asked carefully. "Sign it tomorrow afternoon. Before that you prepare it." Li Fei hung up the phone after saying that. This is below the Lei, more a little uncertain. After all, the opposite side so young. Never mind. With the mentality of "I'd rather believe it than not believe it," Fong Lei still prepared the relevant documents and contracts overnight. After hanging up the phone, Li Fei lying in bed, looking at WeChat address book, only one person, Jiang Xin. So opening the chat box, "Jiang Xin, do you have the contact information of a reliable lawyer you know at home? I have something tomorrow." After Li Fei sent it out, he just put the phone down and heard the message tone beep ringing. It was actually a second reply. It seemed that Jiang Xin was in love with her new cell phone. "I happen to have an uncle who is a lawyer. I'll send you my contact information later." Early the next morning, Li Fei went out, aiming straight for Sky Street Plaza. On the one hand, he has to improve his hanging temperament. Even if he is rich, he looks like a thug, which is not good. On the other hand, to show their own strength, or in the future it is inevitable to meet the dog-eyed low things, disturbing their mood. Walking into the mall, Li Fei immediately felt that his outfit was out of place here. His eyes locked on a light luxury men's clothing brand, and then set up a line of clothes. Looking at himself in the mirror, this is not a proper rich boy. Li Fei suddenly felt a pain in his left wrist. Straight to Patek Philippe. The store assistant saw someone coming, immediately went forward and asked enthusiastically, "Hello sir, what do you need?" Li Fei swept a glance and saw a vintage model with a brown strap that was more than $300,000, pointed and said, "Wrap this one for me." The shopper was slightly shocked in her heart, looking at the appearance of high school students. A mouth, really talk. She did not dare to be slow, and quickly called out the store manager to greet the young customer. The store manager heard the description of the situation, but also in the heart of the 7 up and down. This customer is fake, okay? If this is really casually by a 300,000 watch, or high school model, it is estimated that only the young master of the top families in Jiangcheng have this courage. Within a few seconds the store manager came to greet Li Fei with a smile on his face. "Sir, we will pack it up for you right away. This watch is originated from..." Li Fei was too lazy to listen to her nagging, directly took out his card and signaled her to swipe it. After receiving it with both hands and seeing Li Fei's bashful face, the store manager was almost certain in her heart that it was probably the young master of some family who came to the mall, thinking to herself that she must be properly entertained. So, he gave a wink to the shopping guide next to him, who understood. "Sir, you first come over here to take a rest. I'll make a cup of tea for you. The table will be ready for you right away. What kind of tea do you like to drink?" Looking at the smiling shopper, Li Fei coldly said, "A cup of iced cola." Okay, please wait for a moment." The shopper was caught off guard, but quickly reacted based on the very high quality of the shopper. So, rushed to the convenience store near the mall and bought 4 bottles of Coke. The 4 bottles contained both sugared and sugar-free, 2 brands of cola, which could not be described as unprofessional. The watch was quickly fetched, and Li Fei felt heavy and weighty when he put it on. At this time, the store manager also began to swipe the card, dropping, "Thank you for patronizing." Li Fei retrieved his card and left directly. He happened to meet the shop assistant who went to buy a Coke at the door, said "You drink it," and brushed past. Although the shop assistant was hot and sweaty, she was quite relaxed. Serving this kind of rich master, this is quite easy. After leaving from the mall, Li Fei took a cab and his destination was a cafe. He had a brief chat with Jiang Xin's uncle last night, and today he met to touch base and talk about specific matters. 20 minutes later, Li Fei arrived at the cafe, and the two of them also managed to meet. Jiang Xin's uncle's name was Zhang Wei. With a thin look, he looked like a big straight man who didn't smile. He was also said to be quite famous in Jiang City's lawyer community. Zhang Wei looked at Li Fei in front of him, who was handsome and dressed in a fluttering gentleman's style, as well as the name watch that was inadvertently revealed on his left wrist, and began to seriously take charge of the legal matters of this deal. The two chatted pretty much, and then took Zhang Wei's car to the cell phone store. At the same time, Li Fei's aunt is going to Jiangqing cell phone city on the road. She still do not know their nephew. Gord sold in the end what is the drugget. Li Fei and Zhang Wei arrived first, got out of the car and went straight to the fruit cell phone store. To the store, Li Fei swept a glance, really did not let him disappointed. Fang Lei has been yesterday's clerk dismissed, only left one or two to maintain the operation of the store. It was also true that it was only one night ago, and new clerks were not recruited that quickly. And after Zhang Wei carefully read the contract provided by Fang Lei, word for word from beginning to end, he nodded to Li Fei and said, "Mr. Li, the contract is fine. Okay, I'm going to pick up my aunt now, and later on, store manager Fang, you'll do what we agreed on last night." "Okay, Mr. Li." In the eyes of Fang Lei and Zhang Wei, Li Fei could not be considered as a high school student for a long time. "Auntie, I'm here." Li Fei waved his hand towards his aunt and shouted. Upon seeing this, the aunt walked in Li Fei's direction. "Fei, what exactly are you doing calling your aunt here?" You'll know right away." Li Fei pulled his aunt's arm and walked towards the fruit cell phone store. Looking at the direction Li Fei took, Auntie thought to herself, "Little Fei wants me to buy him a cell phone? It's also right, going to college soon. Little Fei still doesn't have a cell phone. But, it doesn't look like Xiao Fei looks like this." When the two arrived at the store, Fang Lei handed the contract to his aunt and said, "Ms. Son, this is your contract, please take a look." Sun Wan froze and quickly asked Li Fei what was going on. Fang Lei knew that the time had come for him to show off, so he made up a well-intentioned lie and coaxed his aunt into a daze. Anyway, Sun Wan was aware that once she signed the papers, the store belonged to her name. Sun Wan looked at Li Fei again, who nodded and said, "Don't worry, Auntie, I've already had a lawyer look at it. The contract is fine." Looking at Li Fei's firm eyes, Sun Wan's heart dropped like a stone to the ground. She would not think that Li Fei would harm herself or anything. Li Fei is her childhood cared for character she knows best. It was just that the good thing in front of her was the same as winning $1 million in the lottery. So, Sun Wan signed her name on the contract. "Congratulations, Auntie." Li Fei suddenly let off a handheld salute and everyone in the store applauded. Sun Wan was instantly a bit embarrassed and waved her hand towards Li Fei. Li Fei smiled happily. This was the first time he had actually prepared a gift for his aunt. Chapter 5 Obscurity. After giving the ownership of that cell phone store to his aunt, Fang Lei was still the store manager, responsible for the operation. Auntie was a hands-off shopkeeper, responsible for counting the money. Only after signing the papers, the aunt would ask herself from time to time what was going on. Li Fei was vague and perfunctory every time, and his aunt could not get over it. Aunt and cousin also chased after the question. Li Fei blanketed his air. "The first time I saw this, it was a very good time for me to go back to the office." Li Fei already has a new idea in mind. In the past 2 days, he found a few beautiful netroots on short videos. It was not the traditional snake face, either it was a lovely look or a royal lady, all of which were in line with his aesthetic. So, he counted the balance after spending these days, and there was still 100,000, and directly recharged all of them into the platform. Tonight, it was the time for Li Fei to show off his skills. "Thank me AI Pienzi for the sports car. Thank you for the hot air balloon sent by me Asher Milk." Just after clicking into the live broadcast room, Li Fei heard the target female anchor Maru Xiao Cherry thanking the audience for their gifts. Li Fei grunted, and with a little bit of his hand, he sent 10 piercing cloud no ones in a row, directly topping the gift list. Ding, consumed 100,000 yuan, 10 million yuan cashback. Li Fei inwardly cool to the extreme. Small hand a little, to the account of 1,000. The female anchor was even more excited to rush to take a screenshot, while thanking Li Fei's ID obscurity, while calling on fans to give the first big brother a little attention. Li Fei took a look at the pop-up screen, all in the asterisk ceaselessly, silent big brother. "No, Godfather, I want to give you old age. 666 I didn't expect little Cherry to have a godfather. After all, I'm not worthy, heartbreak, This hoity-toity old brother with such a low-key name. My model. Ah, one shot is 100,000. Ah, This short video platform was the head platform of the Dragon Kingdom, and its users and traffic naturally didn't need to be mentioned. Piercing Cloud 1 was the most expensive and powerful gift of them all, and the price conversion amount for one Piercing Cloud 1 was $10,000. Its power lies in the fact that whenever a Piercing Cloud 1 appears, it will be broadcast across the entire platform, and users can directly click on the banner to jump to the live room where they are. Because of Li Fei's 10 cloud piercing no. 1s, the ranking of Pill's Little Cherry in the live broadcast list climbed from 100 to the second place. A large number of users flooded into the live room. Which god just swiped 10 Piercing Cloud 1 in a row? It's the first time in my life that I've seen a godly magnate. I didn't see it clearly just now. I wonder if I can have a second look. Was the godly man just now the gold master behind the anchor? Maruko Little Cherry was apprehensive when she saw some of the words discussing her being adopted. He didn't know Big Brother List 1, and he wasn't sure why he had just acted the way he did. However, if he was adopted by his words. Thinking of this, one could not help but blush. This time the pop-up screen got even more excited. Anchor, why are you suddenly blushing? Little Cherry, you're really still under the control of God Ho. What do you mean? The anchor has been adopted? Li Fei was speechless when he looked at the pop-ups. He could only say that the brainstorming imagination of this generation of netizens was very strong. And at this time, Li Fei realized that his private message kept ringing. Hello, I'm also in Jiangchang. Can I treat you to a meal? Handsome brother, do you like imperial ladies? Brother, people can be in any position. Oh, Li Fei was dazzled, but found one of them. It was sent by Maruko Little Cherry. Ingtao 7. WeChat are sent directly. Also line. Anyway, their own WeChat is now 2 people, a school flower, and just added in the ant. Li Fei added WeChat, the other side of the second through, followed by a sweet tone of the opening sentence. Hello, little brother, my name is Zhou Tao Tao. Very happy to know you attached a cute cat emoticon package. Li Fei didn't immediately reply to her, but summoned the system to check Zhou Tao Tao's information. Name, Zhou Tao Tao. Age, 22. Rating, 9 points. Likeability, 50 points. Then returned. Li. Okay Li, I'm the singing talent anchor. Do you have any songs you want to hear? I'll sing a few for you. All can. Li Fei looked at the live broadcast room, face slightly red and shy to send a message of Zhou Tao Tao. Cannot help but come to the interest. Getting Li Fei's instruction. Zhou Tao Tao chose a masterful song, Only Have Feelings for You. Smile then beautiful then sweet, not yours or not special. Tears are bitter and salty, and it's a sunny day when I have you to comfort me. No matter how close you are, no matter how close you are, no matter how far you are without a hug, the whole world only to you have feelings. Oh, the fans of Zhou Tao Tao were even more beating their chests with a mixture of envy, jealousy and hate emotions. I hate, my little cherry, are you leaving me tonight? This cold young man's dream is shattered. Sure enough, loving someone too much can hurt you. It had to be said that Zhou Tao Tao's fans had a lot of drama and were quite good at making a whole job of it. Li Fei took advantage of this moment and rushed another 100,000 into it, once again reproducing the 10 consecutive Piercing Cloud 1. Ding, consume 100,000 yuan, cashback 10 million yuan. At the same time, Zhou Tao Tao's live room directly rushed to number 1 on the live room rankings. This time, the entire live room completely boiled over. The fans who were originally envious and jealous directly transformed into Li Fei escorts and wailed and bragged. Some even began to persuade Zhou Tao Tao to accompany the good list of Big Brother. Outside the live room, there are more people pouring into Zhou Tao Tao's live room. Large and small anchors fans have been snatched part of her. We all want to see this angry brush 200,000 hero in the end. What is the head? Zhou Tao Tao is excited beyond words. WeChat finished thank you, private message and said again. Subsequently, she also sang several beautiful songs with love. At this time, Li Fei received a special private message. Hello Big Brother, I hope I'm not disturbing your mood to have fun. I'm the operation director of UU Entertainment. The current top 2 is the company's newcomer debut, and I'd like to ask if you'd like to condescend for a moment. I'd like to ask if you're willing to honor me with a paycheck of 20,000. The compensation was not bad. It was equal to Li Fei earning fame without spending a penny. This operation was quite good at doing things. If it was anyone else, he might have agreed. But tonight, Li Fei is a brush cashback. Just kidding. Brush 100,000 yuan back 10 million yuan. However, this has made Li Fei have another thought. Li Fei clicked into the second place of the live broadcast room. That is, the live broadcast room of the anchor under the banner of UU Entertainment, and found that it was a heavily made-up young fresh meat type of male. Not to say pretentious, but can only say disgusting to the extreme. Live room is also mostly brainless powder plus water army. Live room ranking is undoubtedly the company to get up. At this time, Zhou Tao Tao's live broadcast room but exploded. How did Shinhao go? In order to see the god Ho, do have to come. The result you told me that the god Ho gone? I am also home in remote mountainous areas. In order to network to see the divine hero's blooming beauty ID. From 1 o'clock in the morning to start rushing to the city to network. Zhou Taotao looked at the number of people in the live room that was losing a little bit and the pop-ups that were spitting. Her heart was also a little flustered and lost. Chapter 6 He's coming. He came with piercing cloud number 1. The next moment, Li Fei returned. The entire atmosphere of the live broadcast room once again boiled over. The wind direction of the pop-up screen was once again one-sided. No matter if it was a man, woman or child, a human or a beast, they all expressed their love and adoration to Li Fei. Looking at the fast overflowing screen touting and sexual burn disturbances, Li Fei is also crying and laughing. Zhou Taotao originally slightly chi willow eyebrows suddenly stretch open, smile up sweet and moving. Li Fei has a plan in his heart at this time, replying to the director of operations of UU Entertainment. I'm sorry for tonight. The feeling came and couldn't be stopped. Li Fei paused, then added, we can make an appointment to meet. There is a deal I think you will be interested in. Originally, when he saw the first sentence, Operations Director Ma Hui had 10,000 grass mud horses galloping in his heart, but seeing Li Fei's latter sentence, he understood that this big brother was throwing an olive branch, so he immediately replied, Big brother, which city are you in? Tell me a place, I'll go find you. Li Fei told him he was in Jiangcheng, and the time was about the day after tomorrow. Here in Zhou Taotao's live room, the number of people online remained at 10W plus 4 more than half an hour. Since Li Fei's second 10 consecutive wearing cloud no. 1 was sent out, he has been steadily in the first place in the live broadcast room. Li Fei looked at Zhou Taotao's panel and found that it was actually a personal number with no operating company behind it. No wonder no relevant person had approached him for a chat until now. But it was better this way. Zhou Taotao sought his other cell phone ringing for a moment, and opened it up to find that it was indeed divine hero brother Li sending a message. Fly to Jiangcheng tomorrow and come find me. A short sentence, but it made Zhou Taotao's face suddenly red like a ripe peach. Zhou Taotao's heart was very torn, typing a line and deleting it, her brows sometimes tightly wrinkled, sometimes even more tightly wrinkled. The water friends in the live broadcast room also realized that Zhou Taotao was not right and asked about the situation. A few people guessed that it was related to the obscure divine master. Li Fei was a bit puzzled, but he didn't ask you to give your life to him, so he was being a little bit grumpy. Li Fei is intended to make a friend. Behind the brush money more convenient. Look at the atmosphere of the live broadcast slowly drop some. Li Fei backhand again 10 even where cloud 1. As if he felt that 10 consecutive was too fast and not enjoyable enough. Li Fei swiped another 70 consecutive piercing cloud 1. Ding, consumption of 700,000 yuan. Cashback of 70 million yuan. At this time, Li Fei's balance had reached 99,800,000 yuan. The crowd in the live broadcast room was directly numb and petrified. This, $1 million was just given away? The pop-ups were instantly much less, as the audience was shocked and speechless. Who the hell has seen this scene? From the establishment of the platform to now, in addition to those companies that brush each other's operations, have not seen any God's hero shot is $1 million. As for Zhou Taotao, originally still entangled how to return to WeChat, now has concentrated on the interaction in the live broadcast room. If someone takes a look at her WeChat, they will find that it is clearly written with 8 big words. Brother likes maid costumes? Li Fei's move naturally attracted the platform's attention. In fact, from the very beginning of the 10 piercing cloud 1, the platform had paid attention. Only now it was the level of attention, no matter what, to ensure the smooth operation of the platform. If it was found to be a wash, it would not hesitate to report it to the relevant departments. However, Li Fei is carrying a system. The funds come from an unknown source in this case. Jokingly, the system will be arranged properly. Seeing that it is not early, Li Fei also sent a bye in the live broadcast and retired. Originally also wanted to, and Li Fei even microphoned Zhou Taotao, had to dispel the idea. However, the thought of having WeChat contact, not to mention that tomorrow will be able to run now with the God Ho brother, he was still in a budding state. And thinking of this, Zhou Taotao's face once again became shy and red. Li Fei, who had exited the live broadcast room, called Fong Lei after sending a Weibo signal to the director of operations of UU Entertainment. Hey, Young Li, what are your orders? Fong Lei had long thought of how to address Li Fei. Young Li was the most appropriate. Come to my place. Li Fei sent his location to Fong Lei. Fong Lei drove a large slave car and arrived soon after. Seeing Li Fei coming downstairs, Fong Lei took the initiative to open the door. Young Li, where are we going? Just find a Penske store. Fong Lei's heart immediately had a number. This big young man wants to pick up a car to go. In the car, Li Fei swiped through the various models and found that they were all quite businesslike. Store manager Feng, if the cooperation goes well the day after tomorrow, I'm going to hire you as the CEO of the company. Fang Lei almost didn't hold the steering wheel steady. Li Xiao appreciated himself so much, but along with the elation came apprehension. He was currently just a cell phone store manager. If you're worried because you're not competent enough, there's no harm. You will be given a period of time to learn. With these words, if he wasn't driving, Fang Lei really wanted to kowtow to Li Fei. This was feeding rice to his mouth. Thank you for your appreciation. Young Li, Fang Lei, will definitely live up to your expectations. Even though he was a bit older than Li Fei, the respect for Li Fei in his heart was overflowing. Fang Lei knew that following Li Fei would definitely soar. At this time, Li Fei in the back row was very calm. Fang Lei is quite like him. Moreover, the cooperation he was going to talk about the day after tomorrow was actually to acquire UU Entertainment. Since the system was in hand, then let go and play. As for whether there is enough money, tomorrow will come a little sheet that will be at his mercy. 20 minutes later, the two of them arrived at the River City Penske store. As soon as they entered, a young male salesman greeted them with a smile. Which model are the two VIPs here to see? Although he was asking the male salesman was speaking to Li Fei. From the point of view of the half-body position of Li Fei after Fang Lei fell, this high school student looking 80% is a rich second generation. Maybach S680 high definition, Li Fei said lightly, then handed the card to the male salesman. This is the turn of Fang Lei in sales. Two people will not. The card doesn't even look at the card. Or Maybach S680. This is 700 did not slip You are more casual than buying vegetables in the market. Young male sales even if prepared mentally. At this moment is also broken defense to ulcer. It's true that the watershed between man and man is determined at birth. Taking 3 deep breaths up, the sales took the card and went to get the POS machine. By the way, instructed another salesgirl, went to pour tea for Li Fei. 2 people. When you hear the POS machine issued a pleasant thank you for your patronage. The male sales mood at this moment is like winning $1 million. The commission from this car is worth more than a dozen E-classes he has been selling. This is the young master of which family? So rich, not to say good flatter, at least have to put the people's service to the place. So, the male sales hurriedly reported to the manager. The manager upstairs heard, directly 3 steps and 2 steps, rubbing to Li Fei front pleasantries. This is a big god of wealth. Li Fei lack of interest in these. A slightly fat fawning middle-aged man, a male sales in his 20s, a girl who looks like she just graduated from college. The girl looks okay, but only okay. Li Fei signed and took back the card, waved his hand, signaling for Fang Lei to handle the back. Fang Lei had already realized at this time how horrible this Li Xiao's energy was. 700 dBU slippery to take out with the same breath, as if the money spent is not their own. Depending on the money as air, Li Xiao really did it. Chapter 7, Hands in Pockets. Don't know what it means to be a rival. Holding down his inner waves, Fang Lei quickly handed over the follow-up matters with the manager. Li Fei saw that it was almost time, so he let Fang Lei go to open the current car. The manager, who originally wanted to entertain for a while, had to give up. Fang Lei's car. Let the young male salesman drive back to Fang Lei's place. Fang Lei looked at the car in front of him, which he could not buy in his whole life, and felt like a dream. In the Maybach car, Li Fei in the backseat looked at the luxurious interior and couldn't help but feel a sense of honor rising in his heart. Is this the charm of a luxury car? By the way, are there any luxury villas in Zhongcheng? Li Fei asked this, naturally moving out. He himself was not what he used to be. It was time to start a new life. Coincidentally, young Li, I have heard about this. Last month, a college roommate of mine was working as a salesman at a villa property in Zhongcheng. He said that property was specifically in response to the arrangement from above. Li Fei came to be interested. Are all the people inside eating official food? That's not true, because Zhongcheng is preparing to compete to become a national city of literature and art, and has called on some businessmen and artists. There seems to be a few superstars. The price of villas there is now the second highest in Zhongcheng. Li Fei interrupted and said, what's the name of the property? Fang Lei was confused again, then relieved. This should be the high school is too depressing. After the college entrance examination is over, began to indulge. But the indulgence is indulgence. Who indulgence one time to spend so much? Look at Li Xiao this meaning. The next is to buy a villa. In his heart, Fang Lei silently raised Li Fei's grade to another level. It's called Hentaying Heavenly Palace, and the first villa complex in Zhongcheng is called Wulong Villa, which was built 5 years ago. Fang Lei mentioned Wulong Villa as well, because he couldn't figure out just how rich this rich lord was. Maybe the person wanted to buy one of both villa clusters. Li Fei gave a and then said, go to Wulong Villa first. Send me the contact information of your college roommate later. What Li Fei wanted was to first buy one in Wulong Villa to live by himself. Hentaying Heavenly Palace was put on tomorrow to return to the cash. Since Fang Lei mentioned a mouthful of college roommates, it was a casual thing to do a smooth talk, and Fang Lei cannot help but feel grateful and happy for his own thinking inside. Li Xiao just said something. It is obvious that he is looking at his own face. Take care of his college roommate. Now, his college roommate, Wang Li, was definitely in for a treat. Following Li Fei and mixing with him was really the best decision he had ever made in his life. Wulong Villa sales office. After Li Fei got out of the Maybach, he swept a glance at the surroundings. The air was fresh, the greenery was eye-catching, and there were a few koi carp swimming in the pond. Afterwards, he walked in with his hands in his pockets. Just as he entered, a young saleswoman in her early 20s greeted him. Good afternoon, sir. Li Fei just nodded, but the saleswoman's smile remained the same and there was no dissatisfaction. Li Fei was ready to look at the model first. Fang Lei was at Li Fei's side, looking at the model of Wulong Villa's villa, and couldn't help but sigh. It's good to be rich. The saleswoman saw the two staring at the model and took the initiative to start introducing it for the two. Wulong Villa is constructed by Haichen Group, and each villa in it is individually designed by international-level designers. The villas cover an area from 800 square meters to 2,000 square meters, and the price fluctuates from 20 million to 50 million. Okay, has triggered Li Fei's keyword. Li Fei waved his hand and interrupted the saleswoman. Is the $50 million one still available? The saleswoman froze, then spoke. Yes sir. Swipe the card. I'll take it. Saleswoman? Fang Lei? No, dude. So direct? Fang Lei was okay with the Maybach's padding. If the saleswoman didn't have a very high level of education, she now suspected that Li Fei was teasing her. Because of the high price of Wulong Villa, the sales office often has little customer visits. Usually these female sales are idle chatting day. At this moment, the few female sales around them who had pricked up their ears to eavesdrop were also shocked beyond words. Some of them were even convinced that Li Fei and his team were purely looking for fun. The female salesperson who entertained Li Fei also received the card with both hands. Looking at Li Fei's calm demeanor, she wanted to take a gamble. If these two people are really looking for fun, I have to give them some color. The saleswoman brought the POS machine, only to hear in the sales office hall echoed four words, "Thank you for your patronage." The group of saleswomen watching the show were dumbfounded. What's the difference between this and winning $1 million lottery? The heart cannot help but a burst of remorse. I should have known that I went to entertain. Now it's good. The fragrant duck is right in front of you, but it was eaten by someone else. The saleswoman who entertained Li Fei directly brought the contract documents at speed. That processing speed, as if afraid that Li Fei ran away. Some of the saleswomen who were watching from the sidelines went to ask the manager. Some of the heart is ruthless, began to Li Fei winks, and even directly want Li Fei's contact information. Li Fei in their eyes, is a piece of delicious food, who all want to eat a bite. Seeing this, Li Fei was also speechless. Although pulling a big car is exciting to think about, but who am I, Li Fei? There is a system in place. There is a face value rating. It's not that I don't give a chance. It's that you guys really haven't reached the standard. Maybe a few days ago, you can say I beggar. But now, you see brother has a few points like before. Li Fei has no interest in these. Signed a word, swiped a card, and left the rest to Fang Lei to do. Now he has a place to live and a means of transportation. However, the Maybach is still too heavy in business flavor. Pick a young car to play with yourself first. Li Fei looked at his watch. It was also dinner time. Calling out to Fang Lei, the two of them were going to find a restaurant first. On the way, Li Fei was also telling Fang Lei that since the villa had been arranged, he would go to see Trident after dinner. Fang Lei first called with the Trident store, and the caller originally wanted to say that it was already off duty. As a result, before he opened his mouth, Fang Lei directly showed his hand. Around 8 o'clock, we will arrive and drive away today. The manager on the other end of the phone froze for a moment, and responded with a mutum. Li Fei chose a kangaroo software. The first positive reviews of the Western restaurant. The sales volume of this restaurant is not very high, because the price is very high. Now that he had his hard power, his soft power had to keep up. While on the road, Li Fei had been searching for tutorials on eating Western food. Let's cultivate an aristocratic temperament from Western food today. After getting off the bus, Fang Lei also praised Li Fei from the bottom of his heart for choosing well. The decorative style of this Western restaurant gives a kind of introverted nobility. The overall color tone was dominated by black and gold, highlighted by glass light pendants. People passing by from around the store also saw this Maybach. Some thought about how to sit in the passenger seat. Some thought about how they could drive this car. Looking at Li Fei's duo who came down from the Maybach, their eyes were showing envy and jealousy. For this kind of gaze around him, Li Fei was enjoying himself. Li Fei inserted his hands into his pockets, but then unintentionally leaked out dozens of dabbling watches on his wrists, and blandly walked in. Chapter 8 Running to the Present. After Li Fei and the two of them were seated, they ordered a few signature dishes. After the two ate for a while, Li Fei spoke. The day after tomorrow, I'm going to acquire UU Entertainment. Fang Lei didn't watch many live broadcasts, so he wasn't sure what UU Entertainment was about, but since Li Xiao made a move to do it as a matter of fact, it proved that this company was on the level. What I said, making you the CEO of the company, is this the day after tomorrow? Any manpower you have that you trust, I can arrange them in, as long as they are helpful for you to manage. Fang Lei realized the heavy burden he was carrying and nodded heavily. However, with the pressure came the same opportunities, the flying colors. When Li Fei and the two of them finished eating and were about to leave, a voice full of surprise came from behind them. Li Fei, you're here too. Upon hearing the voice, Li Fei turned around and realized that it was the school flower Jiang Xin. Beside Jiang Xin was a middle-aged couple, presumably her parents. Jiang Xin's father wore black-rimmed glasses and looked like an intellectual. However, when he saw his daughter greeting Li Fei so enthusiastically, his face looked bad. This was normal. After all fathers wanted their sons to abduct other people's daughters, and none wanted their daughters to be abducted by other people's sons. Not to mention that Jiang Xin had just finished the college entrance exam and had a great future. Li Fei also greeted with a smile. Coincidence indeed. Then he greeted Jiang Xin's parents. Jiang Xin's father gave a cold Jiang Xin's mother heard something wrong and secretly poked him. Li Fei didn't care much about this, politely said goodbye to them and left. Jiang Xin pouted at her father. Dad, what are you doing? Li Fei is my classmate, and he was the one who gave me the cell phone. Originally, Jiang Xin's parents were surprised to know that a classmate had given her such a good cell phone. Although they pressed for a long time, Jiang Xin refused to say anything. Jiang's father bristled and said, "You child, a cell phone bought you off?" Jiang's mother spoke. All right, time to go home. Jiang Xin's family had come to try this one Western restaurant on the word-of-mouth list tonight, just in time to celebrate the end of Jiang Xin's college entrance exams. The family of three had just left the house when they saw Li Fei sitting in the Maybach. Along with the start of the car, Li Fei in the Maybach was getting smaller and smaller in the eyes of the three. At this time, John's father realized that Li Fei was a rich second generation. What he originally thought was, what kind of cat or dog would dare to contact his daughter? Now it seemed that Li Fei and his daughter were simply a match made in heaven. I just don't know which university Li Fei will go to. If the two of them were to be at the same university, they would have to be set up properly. Li Fei and his duo quickly arrived at the Trident store. The manager was waiting at the door as early as possible, and as soon as he saw the two of them coming down from the Maybach, the stone in his heart immediately fell to the ground. This is going to be cool. Before waiting for the manager to speak, Li Fei first asked the manager, "Is there any MC20? This is one that he found on the way here, which is more in line with his mind." Manager such as listening to the voice of heaven. MC20. This model just arrived last week. There are cars. I didn't realize it was going to be sold tonight. There. Come in first and I'll take the two VIPs to have a look and test drive it. The manager warmed up like a good friend who hadn't seen him for a long time. Li Fei entered the store and saw it. The silver MC20 in the center of the hall, surrounded by lights. Okay, swipe your card. Are the formalities ready? Li Fei faintly opened his mouth. The manager was shocked in his heart. Not just entered the store? Just take a look at the line? Now the young master are so bold? Come on, I'm convinced. Ready. I'll go get it for you. The manager quickly brought the formalities materials. When Li Fei was signing, he also kept talking about how all aspects of the car were fine. Li Fei looked like he was turning a deaf ear, making him a bit confused. Soon the car was bought, but Li Fei suddenly realized that he did not have a driver's license. Can only let the manager transport to the villa first. Said to Fang Lei, let him not go to the cell phone store first in these 2 days. Concentrate on being a driver for himself. 10 o'clock in the evening. Back to Wulong Villa. Said back. In fact, Li Fei is also the first time to come. Although it was already late, the sales manager still took Li Fei and gave him a careful introduction. After 20 minutes, the manager finally finished introducing the villa. After the manager left, Li Fei lay on the large bed of several dozen square meters and suddenly had a sense of unreality. In just a few days, he had already transformed himself into a multi-millionaire, but this was just the beginning. After a hard day's work, it was time to take a good rest. After sending a message to Fan Lei, asking him to come pick himself up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, Li Fei went into dreamland. Although Zhou Taotao had already sent him dozens of messages, the following morning, at Jiangcheng Airport, a delicate figure with sunglasses appeared, and it was none other than Zhou Taotao. Although she was wearing a sun hat and a gray mask, the aura she emitted and her long, slender legs still made people feel that this was a special person. Zhou Taotao looked at the time, 7:30, so she sent a message to Li Fei. Brother, I've arrived at the airport, where do I go to find you? Although Zhou Taotao had already sent a message to Li Fei last night, asking him where to meet tomorrow, but Li Fei didn't read it at all. However, Zhou Taotao did not feel frustrated. and even felt that from today onwards, she would follow Li Fei as the gold master father to take off. Li Fei just woke up at this time, is washing up, seeing the text message from Zhou Tao Tao. He sent the location of Wulong Villa. Zhou Tao Tao originally thought that Li Fei had not yet woken up, but who knows, just sent the message. It was returned in seconds. Zhou Tao Tao was very happy inside. It seems that he is still a little weight in the eyes of the gold master. Seeing Li Fei sent the positioning, Jiangxian Longhu District Wulong Villa Villa 1. Zhou Tao Tao inwardly even more delighted. Not only do you live in a villa, but it is also the no. One of the villa area. Li Fei's financial strength can be imagined. It seems that this is not just a gold master. This is a big XIN master. Zhou Tao Tao's slender jade hand quickly tapped the cell phone screen. Okay brother, I'll leave right away. Then sent a cute emoticon. After sending the message, Zhou Tao Tao called a special car. While on the road, she kept holding the makeup mirror to replenish her makeup. She was still very satisfied with today's makeup. Today deliberately tied a double ponytail, and took a curling iron to slightly concave the shape. The top is a pink fitted short-sleeved, with white bubble skirt, with knee-length white silk, proper decapitation of men. Their own live broadcast has always been a sweet style. It is estimated that their own Daxin Lord Li Fei is also attracted by their own this style. At this time, Fang Lei is also on the way to Wulong Villa, driving the very same Maybach that Li Fei bought yesterday, because today's Fang Lei was a full-time driver arranged by Li Fei. Chapter 9, Xin Yu. Soon, Fang Lei drove the Maybach to the east gate of the Wulong Villa. Yesterday, the sales manager had secretly written down Li Fei's license plate number and finished registering it for Li Fei, so Fang Lei went directly to Wulong No. 1 from the east gate, all the way unimpeded. After arriving at the gate of the courtyard, Fang Lei sent a message to Li Fei and waited in the car. After Li Fei washed up, he picked a random set of clothes in the closet. This is the manager yesterday arranged Fan C. Rut's clothes. All kinds of big brands stuffed a whole big closet. Looking at himself in the mirror, he realized what a good horse with a good saddle temperament is. Li Fei feels that the time is almost up, looked at the cell phone, and found that Fang Lei sent a message that he has arrived. So he let Fang Lei come in first to rest for a while. After another 20 minutes, Zhou Tao Tao also arrived. Only she was at the entrance of the villa and couldn't get in. A security guard watched her from the side and told her to wait at the door for a while. The other one jogged all the way to Wulong No. 1 to inform a report. Confirmation is really related to the owner, before being allowed to enter. Wulong Villa are living in non-rich or noble. Security measures are also very detailed. In the villa area from time to time to see 7 or 8 security guards for a small team, patrolling around. When Li Fei found out, he directly asked Fang Lei to drive and set off. When the car is almost to the east gate, sitting in the back row, Li Fei saw Zhou Tao Tao dressed in a cool and light suite. The railing at the entrance slowly lifted, and the black Maybach drove to Zhou Tao Tao's side and stopped. Zhou Tao Tao sized up Fang Lei in the driver's seat, a middle-aged man with a decent look, sort of within their own expectations. At this time, Li Fei, who was sitting in the back row, lowered the window and faintly said to her, "Get in the car." Zhou Tao Tao froze, couldn't help but wonder, is this his brother or his son? If it's a son, then how can we get along in the future? Zhou Tao Tao placed a small suitcase in the trunk before sitting in the back seat. Li Fei spoke to her. "Hello, my name is Li Fei, also known as Silent." Zhou Tao Tao was truly bewildered this time. "You're the one who's my big gold master." Looking at the young-looking Li Fei, Zhou Tao Tao's eyes were filled with disbelief. When she thought of her own guest just now, she could not help but sigh, this world is crazy. Zhou Tao Tao also made a self-introduction. "Hello, my name is Zhou Tao Tao. I'm 22 years old this year. Could it be that you have to take the initiative yourself?" But he himself has no experience. Thinking of this, Zhou Tao Tao could not help but blush for a while. Looking at the honey-blushing Zhou Tao Tao, Li Fei also felt strange. "Why is your face so red?" "Well, it's too hot outside." "Wow, so hot so hot." Saying that, Zhou Tao Tao even made a fanning motion with her hand. Originally, Zhou Tao Tao was very capitalized. Plus she was wearing a very cool dress, rather like a flowery branch. Being stared at a bit unnaturally by Li Fei's suspicious eyes, Zhou Tao Tao hurriedly changed the topic. "Where are we going?" "To eat breakfast." Following Li Fei's instructions, Fang Lei drove the car to the entrance of a high school. According to Li Fei, the scholar's bun shop in front of the school was opened by a former scholar of Jiangcheng. The Baozi store had been open for many years and had always been delicious in his memory. The three of them quickly settled their breakfast. Aside from Li Fei, Fang Lei and Zhou Tao Tao were both completely unaware of today's plan. The two were also in a daze. After Li Fei got on the car, he opened his mouth and said, "Tao Tao, seeing as you only brought so little luggage, let's go to Wanxian City for a stroll at the next stop." Originally, when Zhou Tao Tao heard this high school gold master call himself Tao Tao, her heart was a bit strange. But as soon as she heard that she wanted to go to Wanxiang City, she immediately became energized. Wanxiang City is a nationally renowned high-class shopping mall with many big brands. Inside the casually buy some, come out to see the consumption. It will be 5 figures. In fact, Li Fei just wanted to brush up his money. After all, he has something tomorrow. Not long after, the three of them also came to Wanxiang City. In fact, at this kind of time, only Li Fei and Zhou Taotao duo are most comfortable. However, Li Fei doesn't have a driver's license yet, and it just so happens that Fan Lei can still act as a toolman, which is not bad. At this time Zhou Taotao has unloaded most of the armed, only with a mask. Li Fei swept a glance at the wide array of jewelry and bag stores, and casually pointed out a nice hanger. Go look at that one first. Li Fei didn't understand these big brands, and he didn't need to look at the prices anyway. Zhou Taotao was very excited, almost shouting yes, because a few days ago, she just happened to be shopping with her girlfriends at the mall, and she saw a good-looking bag in Nishanger, but a look at the price, a dozen did not slip, and finally was forced to resist the desire to buy. Fan Lei is also the first time to come to this kind of luxury store. Walking behind Li Fei 2 people. As soon as he entered the store, a slightly chubby shopper with a smile came forward. Hello sir, what do you need? In her eyes, the female was dressed so young and pretty, and the Li Fei beside her was definitely the big money she was evening. Just take a look. Li Fei looked around the store's bags and only felt that he couldn't read them. The only thing he could read was the price. That shopper sniffed and probably had a plan in her heart. Originally, he wanted to charge a performance, but the result found a fake big money. Still just look? Finally choose the cheapest, and then waved his hand. I'll take this one. Cut. I've seen this kind of behavior too many times. I don't want to serve you anymore. I'll let the new guy take over. Immediately afterward, this shopper came up to a young female shopper and whispered, Xiao Yu, I'm a little sick to my stomach and I'm going out, so help me take care of those people. The girl called Xiao Yu responded, ah, then okay. In fact, even if she didn't know any better, she could hear the whispering of the other shoppers beside her. It was nothing more than thinking that Li Fei was a fake rich man trying to pick up girls. If it went well, it would be fine, at most buying the cheapest one. If it doesn't go well, it will be as bad as it can be. In the past few days since she came to work as a shopper guide, she had sort of experienced it. Therefore, the colleague pushed this customer, who might have a lot of problems, to himself. This is the young conspiracy. Alas, originally, it was thought that after the end of the freshman year, he came out to have a part-time job and experience life. Now indeed experience the sour, bitter, spicy and salty life. Looking at not far away is looking at the bag of men and women. Say heart without waves that is false. Can't wait to think more. Xin Yu beat the spirit, changed into a semi-professional fake smile, walked towards Li Fei. Hello sir, let me continue to introduce you to the products of this store. Xin Yu's voice was soft and gentle, sounding like a spring breeze. Li Fei also turned around curiously as he listened to the pleasant voice. The first time he saw Xin Yu, if he could only use one word to describe it, it must be gentle. Chapter 10 Leaving Zhou Taotao behind. If Zhou Taotao was the vivaciousness of the jade rabbit, then Xin Yu was the gentleness of China. Xin Yu had a slightly thin figure and delicate features, rather like a Jiangnan beauty. This one, that one, this row, help me load all of these. Li Fei casually pointed to more than 20 bags, among which there was Zhou Taotao's favorite one. At this moment, Zhou Taotao sort of understood what was called the feeling of a thumping heart. Xin Yu was also feeling right now that the young man in front of her was playing a trick on her. But who let the customer be God? He himself could only do as he was told. The other shoppers sensed that things were not too good, and some of them had already quietly gone to call the store manager. At this moment, Li Fei finished and also handed out his card. Xin Yu only felt that this person was playing a full set of tricks on himself. Counting it up, there were a total of 400 dBUBUE. Xin Yu already expected. Later POS machine broadcast insufficient balance. Xin Yu took his card and casually swiped it on the POS machine. Thank you for your patronage. Xin Yu was confused. The other shop assistants who heard the POS swipe success voice were also in disbelief. It wasn't $4, nor was it $400. Rather, it was 400 daba slips. Now you're just telling me that this person who was suspected to be a fake rich second generation just now is actually a super rich second generation? In Li Fei's mind was also the mechanical sound of the system that had resounded for a long time. Ding, consumption of $4 million, cashback of $400 million. One word, cool. And at this time, including Xin Yu, all the shopkeepers present were sweating in their hearts. 400 debui spent out without batting an eyelid. Which big family's master is this? I'm afraid that even the young masters and ladies of the 3 major families in Jiangxing can't spend money so freely, right? Who buys Chanel bags in rows and rows? At this time, the store manager also came out. a woman around 30 years old. After meeting, to Li Fei is a meal of attentiveness. All kinds of discount membership card, all kinds of promotional activities to Li Fei, a brain said. Li Fei waved his hand, signaling that he does not need joke, and then a discount. Their hands to the money will not be pushed to the system? The store manager was also the first time he saw this kind of master who consumed for the sake of consumption. At this time, the shopper who received Li Fei earlier, counting the time was almost up, also returned to the store. Before she even entered the store, she saw the store manager and a group of sales clerks gathered together. Humph, it seems that her guess was right. This is a fussy customer. It's good that she slipped away, or else her good mood for the whole day would be gone. However, when she entered the store, she realized that the atmosphere was not quite right. How come everyone greeted this customer with a smile on their face, all talking and laughing? On the contrary, the customer showed a lack of interest. She hurriedly went next to a clerk and asked about the situation. When that clerk told her everything, she first wanted to retort loudly, "How can that be?" But still, she held back. But even if she didn't believe it, looking at the shopkeeper's behavior, she had a clear picture in her heart. This was really the sky falling. Such a big fat bill. But she herself gave it away. She really bowels are repenting. Don't say this month to rush the sales champion. The fact is, whoever takes this order is the sales champion. When the clerk loaded all the bags, Fong Lei took the initiative to hold them, trying to play the role of a good toolman. Zhou Taotao on the other hand was looking at Li Fei with a starry-eyed expression. This man was just too charming when he spent money without blinking, although his age was just like a high school graduate. But this kind of overbearing temperament between his hands and feet made people fall deep into it, unable to extricate themselves. Li Fei saw that it was almost time, and added to the store manager, "By the way, the commission counts for this girl." Li Fei pointed at Qinyu, the one who had just received himself since he didn't capitalize on it and gave the opportunity to someone else. Let someone else enjoy it instead of her. After hearing this, the store manager hurriedly nodded his head in agreement, and Qinyu, who was also standing on the sidelines, was somewhat flattered, although he himself would not be so reasonable. But this boss is able to give himself a kind of fluttering mood. This is love? Li Fei left in style, only leaving behind a memorable back. Subsequently, in just 1 hour, Li Fei once again consumed 550 BUBUE, cashback 550 million. This 1 hour, everything from bags to clothes to cosmetics. Seeing that Fong Lei, who was following behind, took dozens of gift boxes, Li Fei said, "Go back to the car first to put the luggage and go to the next stop." Li Fei sent the positioning of the Porsche to Fong Lei and started to take a slight squinting nap after getting into the car. Smelling the light fragrance emanating from Zhou Taotao's body, Li Fei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This stars what is called life. Fong Lei car skills are very good. Coupled with this, all the way to the car on this Maybach are avoided. It did not take long for the three of them to arrive at the destination. Zhou Taotao realized at this time that the original place where Li Fei wanted to bring himself was the flagship store of Paul Shijie. This brand of premium car is the dream car of countless girls, because the design of the car is very good looking, but also the endorsement of nobility and luxury. I just got a driver's license this year, ready to choose a chopped pepper fish head to drive at the end of this year. As a result, the younger brother in front of him, oh no, good brother, in the twinkling of an eye to bring himself to Paul Tenjet to see the car. Zhou Taotao at the moment as if in a dream, their former dreams, in today's one by one realized. Li Fei was ready to keep Zhou Taotao by his side. After all, currently only Zhou Taotao swiped money the fastest and most convenient. Go in and take a look. Zhou Taotao was a little excited, and still a little girl in her heart, bouncing and jumping. She went in. As soon as they entered the store, there was a beautiful clerk who came to entertain the three of them. Li Fei opened his mouth and asked, "Ask for a pommy," casually handing the card out. The clerk instantly froze. This hadn't even poured tea for the three of them and it was time to swipe the card? Fong Lei and Zhou Taotao had just experienced a sweep of luxury goods in the mall, so they were not surprised by this. Chapter 11 Speed and Passion. Looking at the shocked clerk, Li Fei raised his eyebrows and asked, "What? Not doing business?" The clerk nodded, realized it wasn't quite right, and hurriedly shook his head again. "Wait a moment, sir. I will prepare the car purchase contract for you right away." The clerk also ran all the way to get the contract documents, although just now she did suspect that these few people were frauds, but this calm and relaxed appearance made her a bit uncertain. Solely hard a hard, is a mule is a horse, pull out to slip. In less than a minute, the beautiful clerk returned with the contract. "Mr. Xian, your contract, please take a look." The beautiful clerk lightly covered her chest and panted. Li Fei swept a glance and signaled Zhou Taotao to sign. Zhou Taotao took the contract and excitedly signed her name on it. Ding, consumption of 2.6 million, cashback of $260 million. Looking at Zhou Taotao's jade hand as she signed, Li Fei felt more and more that his aesthetics were good. Jade hands and lotus root arms. Skin as tender and smooth as snow. TSK. Soon, the car purchase process was finished. Li Fei said to Zhou Taotao, "Do you have a driver's license? Go up and try if you have one." Zhou Taotao nodded expectantly and then sat in the car. She was 170 tall and sat in just enough to not be unable to reach the steering wheel. As Pamei roared to life, Zhou Taotao lowered the window and poked her head out to ask Li Fei, "Do you want to come sit in my passenger seat?" Li Fei smiled and asked back, "Why? Because you're dressed sexy and hot?" When Zhou Taotao heard this, her small face slightly reddened. Although his mouth said so, Li Fei's body still sat in. Zhou Taotao asked, "Where are we going next? Where does Taotao want to go?" Zhou Taotao immediately felt that the atmosphere in the car gradually became ambiguous. Since Li Fei came in, it felt like the entire space in the car became crowded. It was as if the two were now nose to nose and could feel each other's breath. Cough cough. Then let's go for a ride. Then find a place to eat. And then go to the attractions in Jiangxin in the afternoon. What do you think? Zhou Taotao probed her body forward, resting her chin and looking at Li Fei with a pair of big bling eyes. Then let's go, Li Fei said with a pretense of calmness. This little goblin is really goblin. Zhou Taotao pointed forward with her small hand and shouted, "Let's go." It is quite the temperament of a Yuanqi girl. Fong Lei, on the other hand, drove the Maybach and followed the two. Just after driving from the store to the road, Zhou Taotao gave the gas hard. The cute side just now could be said to be a different person compared to now. Li Fei had a death grip on the seatbelt. He had already foreseen the hellish challenge that was to follow. Looking at the gradually blurring street scene outside the car window, Li Fei weakly asked, "Can I still get out of the car alive?" Zhou Taotao sniffed and was embarrassed as she slowed down the car. After a few minutes, Li Fei slowed down and asked, "Taotao, tell me the truth. When did you get this driver's license?" "This year." Hearing these three words, Li Fei's heart tightened and asked tentatively, "Do you often drive?" "No, since the license. This is the first time This time Li Fei almost fainted. "You take my life as not life, is it? You're driving on the street as if you were on the highway. Fear that I can go down alive?" Slowly took several deep breaths. Li Fei is also completely slowed down. It is found that the legs a little bit not very obedient. Fortunately is in the car. Otherwise it would be a shame. Looking at Zhou Taotao is concentrating on driving. The speed is not as fast as before. Li Fei is also dared to relax a little. Just opened the cell phone. Then found a bunch of missed calls from Fong Lei. I do not know when to mute the phone. Through the rearview mirror, Li Fei found that Fong Lei was following behind the car well. Confused, Li Fei called Fong Lei back. "What's wrong? Li Xiao, are you alright? Young Li, did she do anything to you?" No. Li Fei had probably guessed at this point the reason why Fong Lei made so many calls. That's good. Just went out the door. I saw just. I haven't gotten on the car, I can't see the car's taillights. Frightened I hurriedly drove to chase you guys. But it turned out that your speed is the same as the Fast and the Furious. Do you guys have passion besides speed? Bah. Don't mind Li Xiao. I was just scared silly and now I'm a bit bewildered. Li Xiao, if you've been kidnapped just say something. I'll call the police right away. Li Fei. Looking at the time, it was also time for dinner. Li Fei opened the map app and looked at the nearby food. Zhou Taotao, who was driving, also slowed down and asked softly, "What's the matter?" When Li Fei had just made the call, she gradually slowed down her speed and pricked up her ears to listen. But Li Fei didn't turn on the speakerphone, so she didn't hear it clearly. She was worried that Li Fei would have something to do next and leave her alone to have fun. That would be very uninteresting. Li Fei originally wanted to joke and say, "Fong Lei wants to compete with you to see who drives faster." But the heart suddenly thumped, and the picture of not wanting to die just now was vivid in his mind. So he lightly coughed and said, "It's okay, let's continue to play. Do you have something you want to eat?" Zhou Taotao felt warm in his heart. Since Li Fei was willing to put off other things to accompany himself, it meant that he was important in his heart. "I'm fine with all of them." Li Fei picked a highly rated Western restaurant. He checked the navigation route while chatting with Zhou Taotao. This restaurant is famous for its Wellington steak. "Let's go take a look," Li Fei said. Zhou Taotao excitedly chimed in. "Yeah, I love eating steak the most." The car steadily stopped at the entrance of the restaurant, and the surrounding passing crowds all stopped to look at and admire this Pamei. Noticing the envious gazes of the people around him, Li Fei smiled faintly. The fragrant car and beautiful women were all at hand. Zhou Taotao at his side, seemingly inquiring tone said, "I wonder if I can change the color of this car." "Your car? You can change it any way you want." After saying this, Li Fei walked into the restaurant with Zhou Taotao on his arm. This sudden move gave Zhou Taotao a fright, although the surface was not shocked. In fact, her heart was like a frightened bunny. This scene can give the surrounding passers-by look anxious eyes, hate itchy teeth. This little white boy also pulled on the hand. After Fong Lei parked his car, he also followed the two people in, and continued to play the role of a light bulb. Tao Tao, we'll go to Jiangxing's Taibai Lake in the afternoon to take a look at it, and take you to see the house afterward, Li Fei said indifferently. Just now he roughly calculated his balance. 237. 4 million. It was quite refreshing to brush up in the morning, and then buy a villa in Hentaying Sky Palace for Zhou Tao Tao in the afternoon, which was enough for his first shot. Chapter 12 The Taibai Lake. This sounded different to the other two. Zhou Tao Tao is to understand the meaning of Li Fei to leave her here, which are buying a house, then the excitement of the morning to buy a car, now more shy. Buy a house is not to come to the home. Zhou Tao Tao nodded her head in a bird-like manner and gave a aha sound. In Fong Lei's eyes, it is understandable that Li Fei wants to send Zhou Tao Tao house, but the selection of the Hentaying Sky Palace is very intriguing, not to mention who this villa belongs to. Just punch Li Fei want to buy it, is in order to promote Fong Lei's friends. This face, if it wasn't for the lack of beer, Fong Lei would have wanted to give Li Fei a spin on the spot. Noticing the two people's strange emotions, especially Fong Lei, looking at himself as if he was looking at a fruity beauty, Li Fei cannot help but feel a little hairy in his heart. This guy will not have a dragon yang. Ahem that. Fong Lei, later on, Tao Tao and I will go to Taibai Lake to turn around. You go to find a reliable lawyer. Money is not a problem, Li Fei said in a serious manner. Before Fong Lei could open his mouth, he added another sentence. It's for tomorrow's arrangement. You know what I mean, right? Fong Lei also realized the importance of this matter, and immediately nodded his head heavily and responded, don't worry about it, Li Xiao. I'll take care of it. Unconsciously, Fong Lei had already stopped treating Li Fei as a high school student. Even when Li Fei called him by his name just now, he didn't feel it was wrong. When Fong Lei had eaten almost enough, he proposed to go and do some errands first, and Li Fei beckoned him to go. At this moment, only Li Fei and Zhou Tao Tao were left in this area. The two were sitting opposite each other, in a window seat, with a bustling street scene outside the window. The lights in the restaurant were softly sprinkled on their bodies, and soft music lingered in their ears. Zhou Tao Tao's gaze met with Li Fei from time to time, and there was a hint of a different kind of affection flickering in her eyes. At this moment, it was as if they had forgotten everything around them, immersed in a world where there was only each other. Not long after, Li Fei opened his mouth and asked, Tao Tao, do you know about UU Entertainment? Of course I know UU Entertainment is a big company in the top 3 of the live broadcast industry, Zhou Tao Tao said with a bit of pride, as if UU Entertainment was owned by her. Li Fei did understand the level of UU Entertainment, but why was this girl so exuberant? Zhou Tao Tao suddenly mysteriously approached Li Fei and lowered her voice. And, I'll tell you a secret. Hearing Zhou Tao Tao being so secretive, Li Fei was a bit curious. What secret? Seeing Li Fei's interest, Zhou Tao Tao was satisfied with his performance. She looked around as if she was checking if there was anyone eavesdropping. Li Fei really wanted to laugh the more he watched, but luckily he held back and was able to continue watching her performance. Zhou Tao Tao said close to Li Fei's ear, actually, they even invited me to join their company before, only that I refused, because signing up would be constrained. I still like the feeling of being free. Li Fei smiled. If Zhou Tao Tao knew tomorrow that he had bought UU Entertainment out, what would be her expression? When he was almost done eating, Li Fei finished the check and asked Zhou Tao Tao to go and drive. Next stop, Taibai Lake. Taibai Lake was the most famous attraction in Jiangcheng, with some mountains lining the lake's perimeter. The shores were shaded by willow trees and the breeze was gentle. In addition to this, Lake Taibai has many pavilions in which many Moncler outlet store will play games and sip tea. There are a lot of tourists who come here, but they won't disturb the Moncler's fun. At most they will watch the game for a while, because these Moncler jackets have hidden rich, flatter on the okay, cannot be offended. There are a lot of hotels and restaurants next to the Taibai Lake. All of them are mainly ancient style. The grade is relatively high, one of the highest grade, but also the first hotel in Jiangcheng, named Bamboo Forest Villa. The decoration style in the Bamboo Forest Villa was based on martial arts in Jianghu, and the meals and utensils were all of the highest quality. Most of the people who come to the Bamboo Villa are government officials and businessmen who invite them to dinner, while a few people come to ask the 7 sages of the Bamboo Villa for help. Bamboo Villa is said to have been created by 7 people. The identity of these 7 people has always been a mystery. However, the means of each of them is not heavenly, but they are all very high. So there would also be some people with extremely high bids who would come to entrust them with their work. Li Fei and Zhou Tao Tao also felt very cozy after the two of them arrived at Taibai Lake. After eating and blowing the lake breeze, they took a walk. The two passed a small pavilion by the lake. There is an old man with black round sunglasses, wearing a Kong Yi robe. The shape is very much like the duo in Kung Fu, but he is telling tourists about the 7 sages of the Bamboo Grove anecdotes. Li Fei listened for a short while, secretly memorized the Bamboo Forest Villa. The first hotel in Jiangcheng. Li Fei stopped to listen to the old man to tell the 7 sages of the bamboo grove. Zhou Tao Tao is the shore click 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 selfie. See Li Fei came over, quickly pulled Li Fei to take a group photo. Li Fei said with a smile, the two of us photo to stay in your cell phone is good. I do not want to be your fans hate. Zhou Tao Tao made a face and said, good all according to brother. After saying that, Zhou Tao Tao scissor hands, beeping, and holding the face in a variety of poses. On the contrary, Li Fei, hands in pockets, a slight smile at the camera, obviously only graduated from high school, but exudes such a calm and introverted temperament. Li Fei Zhou Tao Tao, 2 people in the lake took a few pictures together, looking for a cafe to rest for a while. Zhou Tao Tao was holding her cell phone there, and Li Fei was looking at the candidates for legal counsel that Fang Lei had sent him. One of the female lawyers with outstanding looks and excellent temperament attracted Li Fei's attention. Name, Suing, gender, female, age, 26. Biography, daughter of famous lawyer Su Chendong, gold medal lawyer of Su's law firm, and lecturer at Zhang University Law School. Su Ying's looks on the photo were not sultry or sweet, but rather an elite temperament. Her face was delicate, her skin was fair, her long, silky hair fell over her shoulders, and her makeup was light but not without charm. Her eyes were bright and sharp, her high nose and slightly upturned corners of her mouth showed a confident demeanor, as if she was a representative of a beautiful urban white-collar woman. Li Fei called the system in his mind. Hey, Tongzi, wake up. Showing you a picture of this woman, can you rate her in real life? Ding. Name, Suing. Age, 26. Rating, 9. Likeness, 0. PS, base S do not 6. Can system, look at the photo to recognize the information. Her degree of liking for me is 0. It is reasonable to say that the passerby is 10. She should not be so low. Could it be because the contact has not yet been made to trigger the plot? Li Fei no longer hesitated at that moment and replied to Fan Lei. Suing, you communicate with her. Ask her if she is willing to be our company's service advisor, and during this period of time, we will set up a legal department, so that she can serve as the head of the legal department. Copy that. Young Li. Chapter 13. A small storm in the coffee shop. After Li Fei arranged the legal counselor, he found that Zhou Tao Tao had already PD'd the pictures and was staring at himself with his pretty face resting on it. Finished pictures for me to enjoy as well. Li Fei joked. That won't do. Want to steal my face-changing technique, isn't it? Zhou Tao Tao crossed her small hands over her thin waist and said in a quirky manner. Before Li Fei could say anything, a youth with dyed yellow hair came over with his arm around a girl with a high-tech face. Beauty. Add a WeChat. As soon as the yellow-haired youth entered the cafe, those colorful eyes were like lasers, scanning the entire cafe for beauties. Eventually realizing that Zhou Tao Tao was the best looking, he wrapped his arms around the high-tech face in his arms and walked over. The girl who was embraced by yellow hair as if she was used to it and did not have any emotional reaction. As for Li Fei next to Zhou Tao Tao, he was automatically ignored by yellow hair. In his opinion, it was just a pretty girl who brought her brother to Tai Bai Lake to play, and was tired of sitting in the cafe for a while. Li Fei is very unhappy. This yellow hair is a minefield bouncing, sticking face open big in front of their own face, bubble their own girl. This who can tolerate? Before waiting for Li Fei to do it, Zhou Tao Tao directly coldly opened his mouth. Bah! Get out of the way. Shrimp head immature. Yellow hair heard immediately unhappy. Backhand to Zhou Tao Tao to come. Li Fei directly grabbed his wrist, followed by a tackle, pressed yellow hair on the ground. Yellow hair is too much indulgence. Footsteps frivolous, so caught off guard by Li Fei suddenly pressed on the ground. Being pressed to the ground, yellow hair shouted, "Where's the security? Security, quickly come Someone is trying to kill someone." Li Fei heard. This yellow hair is still quite strong screaming, so when the yellow hair's back again secretly force, "*********, I'm going to die. Stinking security guard, come and save me." This time the yellow hair was really in pain. Several uniformed security personnel also rushed in small steps and pulled the two apart. A human wall stood between the two, and as soon as yellow hair was liberated, he immediately began to let out harsh words. "Do you know who my father is? Dare to mess with little master. Have to get you killed." Li Fei ignored his shouting, shook his fist and glanced at yellow hair. Yellow hair was so angry that he was about to explode in place, and there were already quite a few people around looking this way. The others were also afraid of drawing fire. They didn't gather around to watch or pick up their cell phones to take pictures, but they were basically secretly peering at this place with their after images. Looking at Li Fei again, with a disdainful demeanor, yellow hair really wanted to spit out. This kid is even more pretentious than himself. At this time, the quiet cafe resounded with the sound of high heels, but there is also a scolding sound. "Hosey, you are really bold now. Dare to come to my store to spread wild." Yellow hair heard the first two words, immediately heart startled. "I Lua and grandmother. Intelligence is wrong. If it is not well inquired, Chen Ruyu is not in the store today. Borrow their own hundreds of gall, but also do not dare to come to her here wantonly. Li Fei will turn his eyes to the visitor. Dressed in a deep V shiny black dress, black hair coiled up, inserted black gold crystal hairpin of the beauty of the face to come. The look was a typical imperial beauty with an excellent temperament, as if one could feel a powerful imperial aura just by its side, and it was very capitalized. Looking at Chang Hao pretending that he recognized the wrong person, Chen Ruyu was even less patient with him and said coldly, "Still not apologizing to my customer." Chang Hao realized that this plan was different, so he changed his smile and said to Chen Ruyu, "Sister you, scram, don't come with this, hurry up." Chen Ruyu looked at Chang Hao's lewd smirk and was instantly chilled. Li Fei was curious about the relationship between the two, so he summoned the system and checked Chen Ruyu's information. Ding. Name, Chen Ruyu. Age, 20. Rating, 9. Likeability, 11, 10 passerby base score plus 1 guild score. P.S. Based on the host's experience, the opening of the system's new function, View More Information, has now been triggered. The host can now view more information about the girls he has contacted and scored up to the standard. The amount of information increases with the liking degree. The host can now view information about characters who are connected to girls recorded in the system, partial information about some of them. Li Fei smiled slightly inwardly. It was really a pillow that came with a dose. View more information on Chen Ruyu. Ding. Chen Ruyu, age 20, a Jiang University student, is the owner of the Tai by Lake Cafe, and her father is the head of the 7 sages of the bamboo forest. Ding. Triggered new character information that has been brought out automatically for the host. Chang Hao, age 18. His father is one of the 7 sages of the bamboo grove, fearless from childhood, only afraid of Chen Ruyu. Interesting. Li Fei revealed a playful smile. No wonder this Chang Hao looked as if he had lost his life. At this moment, Chang Hao, after a fierce internal struggle, finally apologized to Li Fei, although there was not a bit of sincerity is all. Then, Chen Ruyu also apologized to Li Fei, and asked the waiter to give Li Fei a free bill, then took a card and said, "This is the VIP guest card of this store, enjoying holiday privileges, 30% discount on consumption and other benefits." Li Fei smiled faintly and spoke, "No need. However, I do have a deal I want to talk to you about." Chang Hao was instantly happy upon hearing this, thinking inwardly, "You kid, you don't walk down the road, but you barge in without a door to hell. Still trading? Ha ha ha, not just want to pick up Chen Ruyu? You are not the first, nor will you be the last. The only thing I can say is that you have never seen a black hand." Chen Ruyu willow eyebrow slightly chi, how the whole world's men are the same. Sayings are with no change. However, looking at Li Fei's clear gaze, as if it is not like those men before, Li Fei slightly rolled up his cuffs, looked at the time, and then said, "If interested, look for me at Wulong Villa the day after tomorrow. My name is Li Fei." After saying that, Li Fei walked out of the cafe without looking back, with Zhou Taotao following closely behind. Chen Ruyu was also a bit stunned. It seems that this man is not simple. Then she said loudly to a waiter on her right-hand side, "Xiao Wang, go see off the honored guest." Chang Hao on the side also put away his cynical attitude, his expression slightly grave. After all, playfulness was playfulness. As an upper-class person in Jiangchang, one couldn't stay in the city without a little bit of brains and a deep city. In Chang Hao's eyes, when he heard Li Fei's closing remark about Wulong Villa, he began to review the situation. Li Fei's performance from the beginning to the end, he had to re-evaluate it all over again. Where did not pay attention to see, like Fan Si Rut, wear a watch as Patek Philippe, live in the Wulong Villa. Chen Ruyu is not like Chang Hao so nervous. From the beginning of Li Fei that kind of calm attitude, as well as light luxury style of dress, she has guessed. At this time, the waiter who just went out to send Li Fei also came back. Reporting back to Chen Ruyu, she said, "Sister you." Before he could finish his speech, he was interrupted by Chang Hao scolding, "What class are you? Shouting the same name as me." Chapter 14, Sister, why don't you just submit to it? Chen Ruyu directly gave Chang Hao a hard twist in the waist, which hurt Chang Hao wailing. Chen Ruyu signaled the waiter to continue. "Sister you, just now those 2 people drove a Pamei, not yet licensed. The woman drove it." "Okay, I know, you go and get busy." This time Chang Hao didn't grimace and cry out in pain next to him, and took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Lao Gu, now help me to check Wulong Villa. There is an owner called Li Fei. What is the origin?" Chang Hao mouthed Gu is 7 sages of the bamboo forest, one of the real estate big brother's son. The 7 sages knew each other, and their children basically grew up playing with each other. Seeing this scene, Chen Ruyu snorted and joked, "You know how to be serious now?" Although she said this, she wouldn't doubt the ability of Chang Hao in a serious state. She didn't need to worry about the rest and waved her hand for the security guards to disperse as well. She found a seat and sat down, because the side of the long skirt was slightly open like a cheongsam. A pair of long and slender jade legs could be placed crosswise. At this time, Chang Hao's cell phone rang, and when he saw it was Lao Gu, he directly opened the speakerphone and sat down opposite Chen Ruyu. How's it going, Lao Gu? I did find out that Li Fei does live in Wulong Villa. The words Chang Hao didn't want to hear still reached his ears. Chang Hao and Chen Ruyue glanced at each other, and also saw a hint of seriousness emanating from the eyes of Chen Ruyue, who was slightly chiaroscuro with her willow eyebrows. The fact that Li Fei lived in Wulong Villa proved that the strength was not ordinary, but it was only enough to make them look squarely at it, not enough to make them act as if they were on the verge of an enemy. However, words came back from the other end of the phone, one sentence more than another leaving them speechless. The information I checked says that this Li Fei was just bought in full yesterday. Bought in full payment. Liquidity must be at least 1,000, did not slip. Hearing this, Chen Ruyue's willow eyebrows have been tightly wrinkled at this moment. Chen Ruyu glared at Chang Hao. Chang Hao snapped and smiled, letting his horse go back first. Gu Tianji on the other end of the phone was considered a good friend with Chang Hao and knew what kind of virtue Chang Hao had. At this time, Gu Tianji was already convinced that Chang Hao had messed with this Li Fei. Thus, another sentence came quietly over the phone. He bought Wulong No. $50 million, one-time settlement. Chang Hao, Chen Ruyue. After hanging up the phone, the two men were also aware of Li Fei's strong financial power. A glimpse of a spot is enough to know the whole picture. However, both of them were sure of one thing. It was obvious that Li Fei was not a local of Jiangcheng. The two men were almost familiar with the local upper-class and high-level people in Jiangcheng, in Huazhou Suzhou, in several cities close to Jiangcheng City. The two of them also had their own connections. Even if they were to sift through the several families surnamed Li, they had never heard of this person Li Fei. Then there was only one possibility. Li Fei had come to Jiang City from somewhere else. But the problem was, they didn't know the purpose of Li Fei coming to Jiangcheng. It would be fine if he came for a vacation, but if he came to this small city to play, why would he buy a Wulong No. But if it's not a vacation, then what is he doing in Jiangcheng? Open a company? Develop business? But two people in their hearts like a mirror. Jiangcheng's various industries are distributed in the hands of these people. To say that the saturation is not too much, even if it is to talk about cooperation. Recently I have not heard of cooperation in other states. The two exchanged ideas and were always puzzled. Li Fei's appearance was just too mysterious, and the two racked their brains but could not project a single trace of his intentions. Suddenly, Chang Hao slapped his head as if he had come to a sudden realization and was enlightened. Chen Ruyu looked at him with strange eyes and asked, "What's wrong? Cramp or itchy head?" Chang Hao said with a look of contempt and emotion, I know what to do next." Looking at Chang Hao's fussed look, Chen Ruyu asked suspiciously, "How? The two of us were just thinking hard here, but the answer was already given to us." Chang Hao's reminder made Chen Ruyu remember what Li Fei had said. "I have a deal I want to talk to you about. The day after tomorrow, Crouching Dragon Villa. My name is Li Fei." Thinking of this, Chen Ruyu clenched her jade hand into a fist and pretended to hit Chang Hao. "I really want to give you a punch. The good things you've done make me clean up your mess." Seeing that he was going to be beaten after being dismantled, Chang Hao hurriedly begged for forgiveness, but his mouth was not idle. "To be honest, this Li Fei's strength isn't bad. Sister why don't you just take it from?" Before the words were finished, Chen Ruyu's iron fist had already rained down on Chang Hao. This rabbit brat had been selling his teammates all day long, and now he even dared to hit his own idea. However, in fact, she already had the idea of going in her heart now, with two main purposes. One is, Li Fei this new to Jiangcheng foreign capital, she has to go to explore the reality. If you can cooperate, draw close to the relationship is the best. Secondly, Chang Hao caused a mess really have to clean up. In addition to the 7 wise men between the interests of the majority of the reasons bound together, there is another is that now understand the situation in addition to Chang Hao as their own. So it's better to do it yourself. This kind of thing Chen Ruyue trusts herself more than others. However, this time to take advantage of the opportunity to extort Chang Hao a good as paying protection money. On the other hand, Li Fei, who was resting in the car with his eyes closed, was completely unaware of the fact that he had let Chen Ruyue and Chang Hao react in such a way by casually saying something pretentious. When he got on the car, he had already sent the location of the Hentang Heavenly Palace to Zhou Tao Tao. Looking at the time, he was about to arrive at his destination, called Fong Lei and asked him where he was. Fong Lei said that he had already arrived at the sales office a long time ago. Soon, Li Fei and Zhou Tao Tao converged with Fong Lei. Fong Lei led the way in front of the two, just into the sales office hall. A slightly thin glasses man came forward with a smile. He asked Li Fei all kinds of personalized needs and asked him once. Fong Lei, who was familiar with Li Fei's purchasing process and personality, gave the man with glasses a look. The man with glasses also stopped talking, waiting for Li Fei to give orders. "Just pick a good location for me." Li Fei handed the card over and said indifferently. Glasses man was stunned, although his good buddy on the phone said that this customer is brash. But what the hell is this? Nima directly swiped the card. Hey good Lu. Glasses man also took the card, then quickly selected a set of villas for Li Fei, asking for Li Fei's opinion. Li Fei swept a glance. Glasses man on the side for him to explain the advantages of this villa and other villas as well as the offer. Li Fei gave a hum and waved his hand to signal Fong Lei's friend to swipe his card. Fong Lei's friend, the man with glasses, was shocked and excited. Who's the owner of the house who spends so much money? Who is the master of the house who spends so much money? He can buy a $30 million villa without even blinking. Hearing the POS machine came from the pleasant thank you patronize. Glasses man mood at the moment like a dream general experience. Looked at the happy glasses man strong hold down the inner excitement of the look. Li Fei is also a slight smile, because the system is about to start cashback. He and the man with glasses are in a similar mood, only not as exaggerated as the man with glasses. Chapter 15, You're still a minor. Li Fei gently patted Zhou Taotao, who was still in a state of dumbfoundedness, with his hand. Zhou Taotao also came back to her senses from her state of dumbfoundedness at this time, slightly lowering her head. Her small face flushed. Li Fei slightly tilted his head sideways and reminded her in her ear, hurry up and sign. Zhou Taotao felt Li Fei's voice in her ear, and there was a special feeling in her body. She wanted to ask, this is Mr. Bully? Although the entire process of choosing a villa did not refer to her own opinion. In fact, Li Fei did not provide an opinion either. However, he had expected a 100 square meter neighborhood house, but it turned out that he had directly brought himself to buy such a luxurious and large villa. There was no need to ask for one's opinion. One could just pick anything without stepping on any minds, right? Zhou Taotao slightly shook her head, discarding the random thoughts in her mind. The white jade-like right hand picked up the pen and signed her name on the contract with a slight tremor. After signing, listening to the congratulations of the employees around her, Zhou Taotao felt the world become noisy and buzzing. She was completely caught up in herself. Could this be happiness? Zhou Taotao looked back at Li Fei. The sentiment and love in her eyes were continuous as silk. In Li Fei's eyes, Zhou Taotao was looking at herself with love in her eyes. Li Fei helplessly shook his head and smiled. Ding, spending $30 million. $3 billion cashback. What a wonderful sound. It was as if Li Fei heard the rattle of gold coins being deposited. Aside from Fong Lei, the other three fell into a state of self-indulgence. Looking at this weird atmosphere, Fong Lei was actually a little twisted in his heart, but he couldn't say it. Afterwards, the glasses man also proposed to invite Li Fei to have a meal. Because Li Fei is single, the commission is equivalent to the usual several months of his salary. Looking at the glasses man is relatively honest. Li Fei did not refuse to eat together, so the glasses man chose a class can be quite good restaurant. 4 people will get on the car and set off. In front of Zhou Taotao drove Pamei. Li Fei sat in the passenger seat. Fong Lei in the back driving Maybach with glasses man. On the way, the man with glasses was praising Li Fei, saying that Fong Lei must do a good job. He is not prepared to open up and Li Fei seek a job. After all, people even him this single villa, are in their own good buddy sake. He didn't want to make a gap between Fong Lei and Li Fei or produce other ideas due to his own selfish desires. Fong Lei naturally knew that his good brother was thinking about himself, and he was also struggling with how to introduce Li Fei. This good brother of his, in terms of dealing with people, is very good, very righteous. This is also the reason why he mentioned a word on the matter of Li Fei buying a villa. After arriving at the restaurant, around 7 o'clock, it was the peak dinner time. There were more people. Under the guidance of the waiter, the 4 of them came to a reserved medium box. At the same time, the man with glasses whispered for the waiter to bring a bottle of white wine and 3 servings of juice. Li Fei saw this move of his and probably had some ideas in his heart. Soon the dishes came up, and it had to be said that this restaurant's serving efficiency was very good. Compared to the kind of guests, not so much. Serving food still have to wait for half an hour. An hour. The experience of this store can still be. At this time, the man with glasses also started to stand up, first pouring a cup of juice for Li Fei, and then filled his own wine glass with white wine. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Wang Li. I'm 30 this year, a native of Nanhai State, and Fong Lei is a college roommate. Today, thanks to Young Li for lifting me up and helping me reach the pinnacle, I'll toast you first with this first glass of wine. As soon as the words fell, Wang Li directly muffled a mouthful. Seeing this, Li Fei slightly raised his eyebrows. This Wang Li spoke and did everything perfectly. After Wang Li dried a cup, he filled it up again for himself. This second cup is to thank you, Young Li, for rewarding me with your light, so that I can have the opportunity to gather with you all at this table. Wang Li once again directly bored. After drinking the second cup, Wang Li still did not stop. The third cup was once again full. This third cup, I take the liberty to take the lead. I would like to raise my glass and drink one with all of you. You guys take water instead of wine. I'll dry you guys as you please. This time, Li Fei also revealed a smile. Not to say how this Wan Li's drinking capacity is. Just this saying makes people feel comfortable and makes people appreciate his temperament. The three of them also stood up and raised their glasses to share a drink. After that, they started chatting, but they didn't pry into Li Fei's information, but rather chatted about some irrelevant gossip news. Near the end, Li Fei was ready to pay the bill, but was told by the waiter that the bill had already been settled. At this time, Wang Li has been drinking almost broken. He drank a lot this time, because Fong Lei has to drive, so it is all Wang Li drink white. The other people to juice instead of alcohol. This meal Wang Li throughout the whole did not want to when Li Fei hooked up with the words and actions. Li Fei's heart has been clear, so he arranged for Fong Lei to send Wang Li, while he himself asked Zhou Tao Tao to drive back to Yunding Heavenly Palace. On the way back, Li Fei started to open his cell phone and looked at the information of Yu Entertainment that he let Fong Lei organize. Yu Entertainment, headquarter location in Zijin City, currently has 3 branches, market capitalization of more than 2 billion. The last 2 years' revenue situation is a loss. When I arrived at the entrance of the Hentang Heavenly Palace, there was already a commissioner arranged by the sales office waiting. Zhou Tao Tao Drive Pamiai has not yet registered, can not enter. The commissioner saw the Pamiai car quickly step forward to ask, after learning that it is Li Fei and Zhou Tao Tao, explained to the security guard, and then took the two to the villa, going in only to find that the Hentang Heavenly Palace covers a large area. The road in the villa area is as wide as the street, and all around are green plants, ponds and fountains and other facilities. Half an hour later, the commissioner left after the introduction, and only Li Fei and Zhou Tao Tao were left in the huge villa. Zhou Tao Tao, who was originally immersed in joy and excitement, now appeared to be a little shy. So late, the lonely man and woman share a villa. Although the villa is very large, there are many rooms, but what if he just wants to? What about it? Oops, Zhou Tao Tao, you're really not reserved. I'm going to take a bath first. Zhou Tao Tao's small face was flushed as if it was going to drip water. Her head was slightly lowered and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Li Fei, who was reclining on the 10-meter large sofa and looking at his cell phone, looked up and discovered Zhou Tao Tao's abnormality not far away. Of course, he didn't realize that Zhou Tao Tao's mind was wandering. Ahem, go. Don't worry, I won't peek. Hearing Li Fei's words, Zhou Tao Tao was like an amnesty, grabbing the clothes she was going to change and hurriedly burrowing into the bathroom like a little rabbit. Soon, the sound of clattering water came out from the bathroom. Looking at a drop of water sliding down on her snow-white skin, Zhou Tao Tao's heart also had a trace of undetectable loss. Chapter 16 Acquiring Yu Entertainment. After about 20 minutes, Zhou Tao Tao blew her hair and changed her pajamas and came out. Zhou Tao Tao, who had yet to fully organize her mood, walked up to Li Fei and opened her mouth. Your turn. After Li Fei took a deep breath, he was ready to get up and go to the bathroom. At this time, Zhou Tao Tao remembered that her underwear was still in the bathroom. Her heart panicked, thinking to hurry back to get it, but collided with Li Fei. Unsteady center of gravity lying on Li Fei. Li Fei just stood up half, collided with Zhou Tao Tao, looked at her to fall and quickly hold. As a result, the two lay on the sofa at once. This is the most intimate contact between the two so far. Zhou Tao Tao originally looked sweet imperial dual cultivation. This time with Li Fei intimate contact, blushing heartbeat accelerated. At a certain moment, Zhou Tao Tao felt blushing. Li Fei, however, heard Zhou Tao Tao whisper, "Can put me down." Before waiting for her to finish, Zhou Tao Tao's hair was slightly scattered, sitting on the sofa, recalling the hot kiss just now, like stealing the forbidden fruit, ashamed and missing that feeling. The next morning, at 7 o'clock, Li Fei was woken up by the aroma of breakfast made by Zhou Tao Tao. After simply washing up, Li Fei had a feast on the breakfast, praising Zhou Tao Tao's craftsmanship while eating. Zhou Tao Tao looked at Li Fei's devouring appearance, covered her mouth and snickered. Her heart was sweet. Li Fei finally felt the joy of being rich. Not long after, Fong Lei had already driven the Maybach to the entrance of the villa, and then sent a message to Li Fei. Looking at the time about the same, Li Fei took Zhou Tao Tao out. His appointment with the operation director of Yu Entertainment was at 8 o'clock this morning. Lang Hotel. Lang Hotel was an international branded chain hotel with a high level of consumption geared towards high spenders. Li Fei and the others arrived first and went to take their seats in the arranged luxury conference room of the Lang Hotel. A few minutes later, the operations director of Yu Entertainment also came, but he was followed by a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. This man was the chairman of Yu Entertainment, because that night Li Fei had also revealed his intention to acquire it. Originally, Li Fei wanted to use this to test Yu Entertainment's reaction, and Yu Entertainment's side also knew Li Fei's intention, but there was nothing they could do. Because of the financial aspect of the problem, the company is now forced to make a clear card. so the chairman of the board directly on the battlefield. When they arrived at the conference room, both sides were first introduced. The current chairman of UU Entertainment is named Wan Guodong, a native of Zijin City, who has been in the shopping mall for more than 20 years. After some introductions, both Wan Guodong and the operations director were surprised at Li Fei's age. Before they came, they thought it was a 40 to 50-year-old looking boss, and when they saw Fang Lei when they entered the door, they thought it was Fang Lei. The two men were also comforting themselves at that time, a young and promising old boss. But after some introductions, when they learned that it was Li Fei, who was only 18 years old, who wanted to acquire them, their first thought was a slip of the tongue. Although Wang Guodong was surprised at Li Fei's age, but after all, he has been in the shopping mall for many years, and in his heart, he guessed that Li Fei is a young master from a big family who came to practice. At that moment, he also opened the door and said, "Young Mr. Li, I won't beat around the bush. You should also understand the current situation of the company. Due to a mistake in strategic decision-making, we currently need a large sum of money to finance the company at the cost of equity dilution." Li Fei nodded lightly and also said dryly, "Mr. Wan, I also understand your deeds and appreciate you more. However, the current market value of the company's shares also belongs to the trough period. I offer 3 billion to acquire, and in the future, Mr. Wan can still serve in the company to assist this Mr. Fang beside me." At this time, Mr. Wan also noticed that Fang Lei, who was beside Li Fei, did seem to be president material. Hearing Li Fei say that he wanted $3 billion for the acquisition, the operation director was naturally overjoyed. Wan Guodong was equally happy in his heart, but he was thinking more than the operations director. He knew that the extra 800 million Li Fei gave was a show of muscle to make them obediently cooperate and hand over the work, although he himself would have liked to fly to Madrid or Australia for a vacation. Originally, Li Fei's attitude is a little arrogant. Harry Child said, "Appreciate yourself as a galloping shopping mall, more than 20 years of Big Brother. How is this a thing? Acquisition on acquisition, but also let this chairman of the board of directors to assist the next term? Thanks to you to give enough, otherwise would have given you a damn face, but should be reserved or have to be reserved, or not in line with their status." Wan Guodong, who had experienced some celestial warfare, also opened his mouth. "Young Li, should we sign the contract now?" Li Fei was speechless for a while in his heart. "You are at least a mature man in your 40s or 50s. Why are you still so adventurous?" But after thinking about it, the scene can't fall. Yes, after all, the night is long and dreamy. Wan always have nightmares lately? Right. Ah no. After some awkward conversation, Li Fei and Wan also signed the contract. In the middle, Wan held a remote board meeting and all the directors unanimously agreed to sell all the shares. This was indeed unprecedented and unheard of, but for Li Fei it was quite comfortable. This way, Li Fei would manage the company better and have an absolute say in the company. In terms of the direction of the company's development, himself, an old driver who had been in contact with the live broadcast platform for many years, still had some unique and feasible ideas and strategies. Li Fei and Wan Guodong and other directors also agreed that within a year, Li Fei will gradually arrange the manpower and hand over the business. Wan Guodong and the other directors needed to support and help him unconditionally, and after a year, there was no need. Chapter 17 Rectify the company's culture. After that, Wan also directly booked a flight ticket and took Li Fei to visit the company. At the same time, before departing, he arranged for Zijin's side to prepare for the welcome party. During this one-year period, Wan Guodong and other directors were equivalent to an advisor-like role, providing assistance to Li Fei and Fang Lei. They were also happy to do so. After all, it was also a company that they had once founded and developed themselves, only that they now had the intention of washing their hands in the pot of gold. After a phone call, the company's executives and employees began to organize the welcome party. In the business class of the airplane, Li Fei said to Wan, "The money will wait for the plane to land. I'll call later, but there's a matter that needs to be done by you at the moment." Wan Guodong nodded repeatedly and said, "Hey good, young Li, you command." Wan Guodong felt that he was now pressing the right treasure. Li Fei's energy was above his expectations, so he was also thinking of performing well in this year. Getting on this big boat of Li Fei and keeping it as a favor for backup, Li Fei will be prepared to build a branch in Jiangxing idea, told Wan Guodong. Let him start to prepare, inquire and plan first, and when the time comes to report on the funds, he will remit them to him. Wan Guodong nodded solemnly. Good. This was the first task that Li Fei had arranged for himself. It must be arranged properly. After getting off the airport, 2 Mercedes-Benz S-classes came to pick up the crowd at the airport. Zhou Taotao sat in the passenger side of the first one, and behind it was Li Fei and Wan Guodong talking about things, including the driver and Zhou Taotao. Li Fei didn't avoid suspicion for the two of them, but the driver is already sweating. Is this something I can listen to? Soon the car arrived at the company building. After getting off the car, Li Fei looked up at about 30 floors of the company building. The heart is also some small excitement. Before their own funds are lying on the account, now it is intuitive to feel the concept of their own funds. There were 2 rows of security guards standing at the main entrance of the company, with a dozen executives in the center to greet them at the door. Li Fei slightly frowned, waved his hand at the group of executives and said, "Don't engage in formalism. Busy with your respective work." The executives also nodded their heads in agreement with a smile, and under the leadership of one of the executives and Wan Guodong, Li Fei entered the company. I didn't expect it to be even more outrageous inside. A group of receptionists, customer service, anchors as long as they are good looking, all standing in a row. Seeing Li Fei come, they immediately bowed and said in unison, "Welcome Mr. Li's presence, Nima." This battle without knowing also thought that the Emperor of the Earth on the morning court. Li Fei immediately realized what the biggest problem was within the company. As soon as you enter the company door, a group of birds and swallows give you a bow to welcome. Formalism is too heavy. Li Fei's face was not very good on the spot, directly interrupted the crowd and scolded sternly, "In the future, the company will not allow this kind of formalism. From today onwards, whoever violates it just gets out directly." The executives present immediately arranged for their employees to go to work, not daring to be half-hearted, because they know that the company has changed hands. At this time Li Fei is the absolute sayer of the company. After the pretty female employees dispersed back to their workstations, some of them were a bit sullen, because they were the beneficiaries of the current model. They were able to show their faces in front of the boss, and maybe one day they would be seen by the boss, and they would soar to the sky. But most of them went back to their workstations and started gossiping about the new boss with the other employees. Previously they had suffered from this formalism for a long time, and many had already left their jobs because of this trend. But now everyone had all sorts of reasons for not being able to leave this current job, so they had been putting up with it. Now the arrival of the new boss Li Fei, the first thing is to expressly prohibit this trend. This is a good sign. The gossip topic of the whole company in the morning was Li Fei's words about reshaping the company's culture. In fact, Li Fei also knew in his heart that the fostering and raging of this kind of culture was probably the connivance on the part of the board of directors and executives. Before, how the company was, he wouldn't bother. Now since he had taken over, the entire company was his own asset. He would not go and let the company be survived and destroyed by some assholes in the company again at this moment. One, who was leading from the side, was also realizing the biggest problem that the company had previously had under his leadership. In the past, he was less in the company and occasionally had this form. However, as an old-timer in the mall, he was used to people treating him respectfully, so he ignored them, but it was precisely what he ignored that made the entire company go up in smoke. The board of directors were all in their 40s and 50s, and they all enjoyed this feeling of being the emperor of the land. And the executives can also enjoy it, by the way. Everyone is enjoying it. No one is willing to go to break this good. At the bottom of the staff is not a matter of concern. Just take their paychecks. The so-called thousands of miles of dike collapse in an ant hole. Wan Guodong in front of the young people in the heart of more than one admiration. After looking at the reports of the various departments of the company together with Fang Lei, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Fei asked Fang Lei to send a message to the pin group at the company headquarters. There will be a celebration party at the Shangri-La Hotel in the evening. Voluntary participation. No matter who came or didn't come, it didn't matter to Li Fei, nor could he see anything. This move is just to let Fang Lei set up an image in the hearts of his employees. After all, he is also the CEO of the company now. Even if he is a hands-off, he has to give him a little arrangement. As for the rectification of the company's culture, he will arrange for Fang Lei and others to carry out the subsequent. Afterwards, Li Fei called his secretary in. The secretary is named Feng Xiao. Short hair, wearing glasses, 26 or 27 years old, a white administrative wear, looking very lean. Feng Xiao was the CEO, which was Fang Lei's secretary. Li Fei called her in and told her that Fang Lei was the CEO. Li Fei wanted her and want to communicate with Fang Lei more in the business in the early stage, so that Fang Lei can take over and adapt to the operation of the company as soon as possible. Feng Xiao at this time is also probably aware of the situation, although I have heard the gossip from colleagues, and have done a good job of psychological construction, but now that she knows the real situation, she is still very surprised. It turns out that the company director has now been fully taken over by this brother. Now the CEO is he brought over, but the business is not too skillful. Their own this period of time have a busy. At this time, Li Fei seemed to have thought of something, took out his cell phone and sent a message in the company group. Colleagues, the board of directors is now lacking a secretary, preferably a single girl. If there is any outstanding talent, welcome to recommend to me. Recommenders are rewarded. After sending it out, Fang Lei also saw the message, so he reminded Li Fei and said, "Young Li, I think you'd better explain the reason for single girls. Upon hearing this, Li Fei also had a sudden realization look and smiled and said, asterisk 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 asterisk, careless, no flash. So he sent another message to add, because the secretary of the board of directors to go to Jiangcheng on a business trip, the time period is tentatively set for 4 years, food, accommodation and transportation all inclusive, an annual salary of 1 million, the recommender of a one-time award of 100,000, but obviously not in line with my excellent standards of who recommended who is responsible for. Chapter 18, Lin Shuer. The first message originally sent by Li Fei made the company's employees talk, directly turning into a melon-eating assembly. The new boss wanted a single female secretary as soon as he came up, and in the morning, he was still a man downstairs in the company. But when Li Fei sent the second message, the wind direction of the melon-eating meeting was directly reversed. The employees who saw the message whispered at their workstations, hey, did you guys see the company group message? No, what's wrong? You'll know if you look at it first. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Is such a comfortable job real? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of godly boss is this? $1 million a year with food and shelter. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I didn't want to stay in Jiang City a long time ago. The new boss is practically tailor-made for me. When Li Fei sent out this message, originally only a small number of people saw this message. Then 1 by 1, 10 by 10, the whole company was discussing this matter. Everyone wants this position. Food, housing and transportation are all wrapped up for you, but also the annual salary of $1 million. Proper dream material but most people can only mouth a little high. Know in their hearts that they cannot be qualified for this job. Some of them have already begun to contact their own friends and relatives, said to them to push what words. After all, just recommend 100,000 reward, is also very good. However, they certainly want to check. There cannot be the case of fish in troubled waters. Otherwise, when the time comes, the money cannot get, but also be the chairman of the board of directors on the grudge. The work will not be cool? At this time, Feng Xiao in the president's office spoke to Li Fei. Chairman, I have a personal recommendation. When she came to the office, after listening to Li Fei talk about the general situation, her name for Li Fei has changed to chairman. She had also read the information that Li Fei had just sent. It just so happened that she had a good sister to recommend, who was originally the secretary general of another listed company. A week ago, Feng Xiao's good sister told her that her boss wanted to subvert her, so she resigned. Who knows that the boss even in the industry publicly wanted her put on a trumped-up hat, resulting in their own find the next home is very difficult. That's why she wanted to ask Feng Xiao if there was any suitable position for her in the company. But at that time, the company was dead. After all, has been losing money, poor efficiency, and layoffs. The number of meetings and the number of times employees were scolded also showed positive growth. So she didn't want her good sister to get into this mess. But she didn't reject her good sister outright. Said to look for the opportunity to see if she can be arranged in, because she just promoted the president's secretary. Speaking weight is also a bit bigger, but still need to settle down. And she was very confident in her good sister's ability. So, when she saw the message sent by Li Fei, she knew that the opportunity belonging to her good sister had come. Li Fei slightly raised his eyebrows and asked, then ask her now if it's convenient for her to come to the company? If it was convenient now, Li Fei would first learn about her business ability. It just so happened that there was a celebration in the evening, so he would also let her arrange it then to see how capable she was. Okay, chairman, I will call her now. You wait a moment. After saying that, Feng Xiao also dialed her good sister Lin Shuer's phone. A few seconds later, the call was connected. Hello, Shuer, I'll send you a location. Can you come to my company for an interview? Lin Shuer on the other end of the phone froze slightly, then said with delight, Can, I'll leave right away. Lin Shuer was originally on the recruitment platform, looking at positions in other cities now. It turns out that the company's disgusting boss cannot get to destroy. Their own secretarial circle in Jiang City has been struggling. She didn't expect her best friend, Feng Xiao, to suddenly give her this good news. She was overjoyed at the moment. For her, as long as there was a position, it was fine, as she was confident in her abilities. Regarding the secretary's interview, in her opinion, it is not too much to say that it is the degree of war will be won. After hanging up the phone, Feng Xiao reported to Li Fei and the others, and then began to make tea for them. In the president's office, Li Fei and Zhou Taotao sat on the large sofa in the center, while Feng Lei and Wan Guodong sat on the single sofa on both sides. Several people chatted while Feng Xiao made tea for the 4 people one by one. Li Fei asked Zhou Taotao about her thoughts and what she wanted to do in the company. Zhou Taotao thought for half a day, but still did not come up with anything. Li Fei simply let her sign under the company's banner, but it was not binding. No different from a free agent. The advantage of this is that the company will reimburse her for her activities. hearing nothing to do, but also a lot of benefits. Zhou Taotao gladly agreed. Li Fei then also remitted the funds to Wan Guodong, giving him a one-time settlement. Li Fei is not worried about him making any small moves. With his understanding, Wan Guodong also does not care to make small moves. Although there was a lot of money now, Wan would be more afraid of his own energy. In about 20 minutes or so, Lin Shuer arrived downstairs at the company. Li Fei asked Feng Xiao to lead her over, while he himself went to the chairman's office first to get ready. On the way to the chairman's office, Feng Xiao also roughly talked about the situation. This made Lin Shuer a bit surprised, but Feng Xiao did not tell her about the age of the new boss. After slightly adjusting her mood, when she arrived at the door of the chairman's office, Lin Shuer gently knocked on the door. "Chairman, I'm Lin Shuer. Enter." Lin Shuer hadn't heard Li Fei's age through her voice at the moment. It was only after pushing the door in that Lin Shuer saw Li Fei sitting in the chairman's seat. Lin Shuer was stunned for a second, slowly typing a big question mark in her heart. What is this situation? Even if her heart was in shock, Lin Shuer's facial expression management was still on point. After Lin Shuer closed the door to her office, she turned around and went to Li Fei with a smile on her face to greet him. All of her actions and thoughts were expected by Li Fei, even if they were well disguised. Li Fei patted his hands behind his head, leaned his body back, and stretched out his 2-meter-long legs on the desk. Raising his head slightly at Lin Shuer, his arrogant demeanor showed clearly. "Let's do a self-introduction first." Lin Shuer was expressionless at this, as if Li Fei didn't have these unreasonable behaviors. After placing her resume on the desk in front of Li Fei, she began to introduce herself. "Hello, Chairman. My name is Lin Shuer. I'm 23 this year, and I have 2 years of experience as a Secretary General of a listed company." After Lin Shuer had done her self-introduction for a few minutes, Li Fei didn't look at the resume on the desk and stared at Lin Shuer's eyes and spoke. "Lin Shuer, I only have 2 questions. Go ahead. The first one, why is your experience 3 years? Chapter 19 Shin Bing. Li Fei didn't suspect that she was faking her experience, but wanted to probe the bottom to see how good this woman was. Lin Shuer knew that Li Fei was suspicious of the mismatch between her years of graduation and experience. She then calmly responded, "I went to college at the UK's Dagger Bridge University, and during my senior year, my teacher recommended a secretarial job for me. After graduation I went back to my home country to develop my career, and worked for a listed company for 2 years. Li Fei nodded and asked, "Second question, why did you leave your job?" Lin Shuer took a deep breath and thought, did she really ask this question after all? She had many reasons to choose from, but none of them were true. After a slight mental struggle, she confessed, because the leader of the last company wanted the relationship to cross the line. Before waiting for Li Fei to speak, Lin Shuer added, it was his unilateral idea. Li Fei was also roughly understanding this time. As for the authenticity, he would know once he asked his secretary. However, looking at Lin Shuer's eyes, Li Fei believed what she said. Alright, that's it then. After saying that, Li Fei also put away his arrogant and debauched demeanor and got up from his chair. Lin Shuer's heart was like an ice cellar after hearing Li Fei's words. She had thought that she could take the interview at will, but she didn't expect it to be such a result. Originally, she was full of confidence, thinking that with her excellent ability, she could make the chairman shine. Who knows that he only asked 2 questions, and gave himself a conclusion. Just when Lin Shuer was in a low mood, Li Fei came around the desk to her and reached out his hand to her, saying, "You're hired." At these words, Lin Shuer was very shocked, having just been immersed in the sadness of not passing the interview. Now she was told that she had qualified and been hired. Her mood was literally like a roller coaster, a feeling that went from underground to heaven. Lin Shuer immediately gleefully held Li Fei's hand and said gratefully, "Thank you, Chairman. I will definitely live up to your expectations." Holding Lin Shuer's soft and boneless jade hand, Li Fei noticed Lin Shuer's face value. Although the name Lin Shuer was cute, it was true that her looks were imperial. Willow eyebrows paired with danfang eyes, coupled with a head of black hair like a waterfall, a typical black long straight imperial sister, black wrapped skirt uniform with silver-rimmed glasses, proper secretary saint body. Lin Shuer as the Secretary General was a good match. Never mind the ability to do things, just by looking at the face value alone, it was already a complete win. What's more, Lin Shuer's ability was also very excellent. Li Fei then took her to the CEO's office, where all the people were. Arrangements were made for Feng Xiao to go and give Lin Shuer an induction first, and follow up on his own arrangements. The crowd in the office cleaned up a little and went to head to the hotel that Li Fei had booked. At the time of departure, several people brought 2 secretaries along with them, divided into 3 Pentium S-Class. Li Fei now realized a problem. More people cannot sit in the car. It seems that it will have to be the whole little golden man to drive. Thinking of this, Li Fei was also thinking of the existence of the system. It was a rare time when he didn't think of the system directly because of money. although it was also indirectly because of money that he thought of it. Hey, Unity, what is this Lin Shuer's likability? Back to the host. Lin Shuer's likability to the host is 30. 30? This level was that of a common friend. Giving her a job was not too much nor too little. Li Fei didn't know at this time, because Lin Shuer's secretarial circle in Zijin City was almost blocked. No company to provide her with relevant positions. So when Li Fei invited her to enter the company to work, Lin Shuer inwardly for Li Fei's good feelings is up a big wave, because her own personality makes it so. She would often put on a look that was unapproachable, which also affected her ability to turn into an imperial-style beauty. Thinking that she had reached the point of changing her life in a different city, Li Fei suddenly broke into her planning and gave herself a beam of light, with the feeling of falling just now. Now one's heart is actually grateful to Li Fei. When they arrived at the hotel, the few people went directly to the third-floor lobby, as the entire floor was directly chartered by Li Fei. Li Fei and Zhou Taotao were resting in one place with Fan Lei sitting opposite, while Wan Guodong and two secretaries went to arrange matters. In front of the Shangri-La Hotel, a rose-red Cayenne was parked here, and from the car came down a beautiful woman dressed in a white executive uniform. The waiter at the entrance hurriedly went forward and asked, "Hello ma'am, do you have a reservation? Give me a box on the third floor," Xin Bing said in a light tone. Shangri-La Hotel had 3 floors. The grade of the third floor was much better than the first and second floors, and the price was also the most expensive. The waiter returned with a difficult look on his face. "Sorry, the third floor is wrapped up tonight. You can choose the box on the second floor. The decoration inside is also very good." Xin Bing's willow eyebrows were slightly chiaroscuro. Today she was going to invite a big client to talk about business. I didn't expect that someone actually wrapped up the third floor's hall at once, not a small handful. However, it also delayed her own business. Xin Bing had to choose a luxury box on the second floor. When entering the hotel, Xin Bing saw a poster at the door, which reads, "Friends attending the UU Entertainment celebration, please go to the third floor." She was naturally clear about UU Entertainment, and the volume was quite a bit less than her company. What she understands about UU Entertainment is that it is having difficulties in capital turnover, and its business development is now in trouble. How is it still so vociferous to open what celebration? Could it be that they have gotten new financing? At this juncture there are still wrongdoers to finance, turn around and have to let the secretary investigate. And at this time, there were 7 or 8 employees of UU Entertainment arriving at the door. Holy, is Shangri-La Hotel so luxurious? This is the first time I've come to such an upscale hotel. Older brother, keep your voice down, so that people don't think we haven't seen the world. Looks like the new boss is very strong. I was thinking of running away to find my next family before, but now it's better to wait and see again. The others also concurred. Since some time ago, I don't know where the rumor has leaked out. From the top executives down to the employees, they all know that the company is not doing well. Everyone's first thought was not to work hard to get the company back on track, but to find a good home before it was too late, so as not to be a basket case when the time came. At this time, the clerk also came to guide this group of people on the third floor VIP hall. Xin Bing hadn't gone far and quietly listened to some of the things they said. It seemed that UU Entertainment really had a financing coming in, just don't know if it can be revitalized. However, she was somewhat curious about the means of this new boss of UU Entertainment. If their company had some ups and downs, Xin Bing wanted to go and talk about a business before it was too late. Chapter 20, a simple game lights up the room. After about half an hour, there were already several hundred people in the entire VIP hall. Seeing that the people had pretty much come, Li Fei walked to the stage and prepared to say a few words. "Good evening, colleagues and friends." Li Fei just opened his mouth to say hello. A burst of applause rang out from the stage. Li Fei raised his hand slightly signaling to stop. Then he continued to speak. "I'm the chairman of UU Entertainment. I know that everyone is also a little apprehensive about the company's development, but I will use strong-arm tactics to take the company to the next level. Regarding the company's corporate culture, it needs to be overhauled and be realistic. Formalism and bureaucratic style are all prohibited. Starting tomorrow, all co-workers can report anonymously to the board's secretarial team, regardless of position. Once found, they will be directly dismissed. Of course, if the report is true, the whistleblower will be rewarded with a 50,000 yuan payout. I invited everyone here tonight because I want to build the company better and better with everyone. Next, let the president, Mr. Fong Lei, open tonight's activities for everyone." After Li Fei finished his speech, the employees under the floor all applauded and applauded from the bottom of their hearts. They had suffered from the company's pandemonium for a long time, but for the time being, they couldn't leave the job. Now the new boss to their hearts and minds to speak out to rectify the company's morale words, to them is greatly beneficial. Looking at the crowd under the stage with high emotions, Li Fei's heart was also quite solid. At the very least, everyone's heart can still be twisted into a rope. And those who still stay in the company now are those who want the company to develop better. Fan Lei was also welcomed to the stage in a burst of applause. Compared to Li Fei's tough aura, Fan Lei was in charge of the role of giving candy to the employees. Hello colleagues, my name is Fan Lei. I'm the CEO of the company. For the next week, the company will take out $10 million and 10% of the shares to honor employees with outstanding contributions. The quota is unlimited. The rewards will be added subsequently. The president's secretarial team will review the awards, and there will be no favoritism. If there are cases of indiscriminate and fake, there will be corresponding penalties, and serious cases will be pursued for legal responsibility. This system will continue to exist. Subsequent to reaching 10% equity, it will be converted to a corresponding amount for incentives. Of course, this system is not only for the company's headquarters, but also for all employees including branches. I hope that all of you will treat yourself as a part of the company, and the company will not treat each and every one of our brothers and sisters poorly. The more Fan Lei spoke, the more impassioned he became, quite like a genius orator. At this moment, the employees on the stage fell silent, and after a pause of 2 or 3 seconds the applause thundered. If what Li Fei said in front of the rectification of the atmosphere is the staff and the spiritual level of benefit, then Fan Lei announced the incentive system is the real money. Not to say that there are monetary rewards for contributing to the company. Just those employees who get equity rewards will work hard for the company. The better the company develops, the greater the value of the equity in their hands. Subsequently, Li Fei and the others also raised their glasses together with the crowd, as if taking a blood oath as the atmosphere. Li Fei believed that after experiencing this celebration, the company's employees were bound to see the changes in the company and would be willing to work with a serious and progressive attitude. Then, in its joyful atmosphere, the lucky draw that lit up a group of employees began. Before starting, Li Fei also let Lin Shuer temporarily act as the host to control the scene. At this time, the employees on the stage were flirting with the employees who had already left the company. I told you that Xiaoli shouldn't have left so early. Now if she knows that the company isn't what it used to be, she'll probably regret it all. Yesterday old Wang just left. You guys say if you tell him the company's situation, will he die of anger? Starting tonight, the thoughts in the hearts of these employees have begun to change from wanting to escape the company to staying in the company is really good. After all, the company was really willing to spend money on them now, which likewise proved that the company wasn't lacking in money right now. After that, Lin Shuer also went on stage to host. The company's employees were strangers to Lin Shuer, as she had just been interviewed for the job in the afternoon. Only a few interested parties noticed that Lin Shuer had been beside the chairman since the beginning, and they guessed that Lin Shuer was the secretary of the board of directors. But it should be said or not, these employees who noticed Lin Shuer were showing envy. This was because Lin Shuer's temperament was truly outstanding, and her looks and body were perfect. As expected, after Lin Shuer went on stage, she first made some self-introductions, and some people under the stage showed a look of I already knew that. Afterwards, Lin Shuer followed Li Fei's instructions and started the game activities. Before the employees on the stage had time to immerse themselves in the beauty of Lin Shuer, the beautiful secretary, the atmosphere was once again triggered by the game activity. Simply because the rewards of this game were very generous. The rules and rewards of the game were displayed on the big screen. Rules: scan the code to enter the small program within 30 seconds, ranked by the number of times you shake your phone. Reward: first place rewards $10,000, the second to 10th place reward $3,000, 11th to 20th place reward $1,000, the 21st through the 50th place are awarded $500. Anyone participating after the 50th place is rewarded $50. The intention of the game is very clear. The more active employees get, the higher the reward. This is very much in line with the company's current corporate culture. Of course, there were also participation prizes, only they were not as generous. This kind of game made all the employees in the room enthusiastic, and the way to participate was very simple. Scan a code, shake the phone on the line, hand fast enough unicorn arm can get $10,000. The thing that you can make money by moving your hands is now in front of you. No one in the normal staff is not moved, one by one, waiting for the countdown to the start of the game. Everyone was building up their momentum, and as Lin Shuer counted down, everyone was desperately shaking their cell phones. Seeing this scene, Li Fei smiled faintly. It seemed that his purpose was immediately accomplished. These employees didn't realize that there would be an even more powerful reward behind them. As time passed, 30 seconds passed like the blink of an eye. There was a delay of a few seconds for each person's ranking on the big screen, and everyone was staring at the big screen tightly. That kind of look, if one were to describe it, was as if a horny wolf was looking at a fruity beauty. Finally, everyone's ranking was fixed on the big screen. After seeing their rankings, some people shouted happily, while others were remorseful for their lagging behind. But on the basis that everyone had gained something, Everyone became unsatisfied with the status quo, which was what Li Fei wanted. Alright, dear colleagues, we don't need to repent for our past failures because the next rewards are even more generous. With Lin Shuer's words, everyone shouted like chicken blood, and there were even whistlers. Li Fei didn't feel tired of this. Instead, he was very pleased that there was a group of rogue army that was often more capable of winning battles. Chapter 21 Raffle Draw. Li Fei looked towards Lin Shuer who was hosting on the stage, and the more he looked, the more he felt that he had a good eye. Not only did she look good to the eyes, but she was also very capable. With such a beautiful person at her side, she was also blessed. Seeing that the atmosphere in the room was once again high, Lin Shuer on the stage also smiled happily and said, seeing that everyone is so enthusiastic, I'm not going to sell the game. Please look at the big screen. As the screen switched, the new rules of the game were revealed on it. 1. If you are an employee who has just graduated and worked in the company for more than 2 years, you can participate in the lottery. 2. If the person who is not in Rule 1 and has worked in the company for more than 3 years, she can participate in the lucky draw. P.S. The relevant list has been entered. The employees on the stage, no matter how long they have been with the company, have no objection to this rule, no matter how generous the rewards were. The employees who were not on the list also felt that this was what the old employees deserved. Moreover, judging from this rule, the company's humanistic care for old employees was still relatively good. Li Fei's move was naturally to let them understand that the company would remember everyone for selling their lives for the company. Since everyone is clear about the rules, then we'll start the lucky draw. First of all, to show everyone the raffle pool. As the picture on the big screen switched, a string of unfamiliar text that made people's eyes glaze over appeared. First prize, a sedan worth 550,000. Second prize, a gold bar worth 330,000 by 3. Third prize, a shopping mall voucher worth 100,000 by 5. Fourth prize, a cell phone worth 10,000 by 10. Participation prize, $2,000 worth of fuel card, unlimited number. P.S. All the above prizes can be discounted. How is this a celebration? This is clearly a hall of dreams. The lowest are $10,000. They still want people to live. The person who just said he was not jealous of the old staff. If he gave himself a chance, he would definitely withdraw that sentence. The first prize is a ceiling-level sedan for the average person. And who wouldn't be jealous of that? The second prize of 33 to BUE. The second prize of 33 to BUEE. Not to mention the second prize vouchers. The fourth prize cell phone. Even the per capita participation prize are 2,000. The new employees looked at the old employees, who were participating in the game with a glowing face, and the envy and jealousy in their eyes were already overflowing. The old employees who participated in the lucky draw were all smiling. Although they didn't win the first prize, they were satisfied. When the prize was awarded, the first prize was a middle-aged man in his 40s. When he received the first prize coupon, Lin Shuer realized that his hands were trembling, which was visible to the naked eye. In the subsequent acceptance speech, he was also somewhat incoherent, saying thank you, chairman, and thank you, company. It was obvious how excited and ecstatic he was. If we have to compare, I'm afraid it's only second to Fan Jin winning the lottery. Looking at this scene in front of her, Lin Shuer was admiring Li Fei from the bottom of her heart. It seems that Chairman Li Fei's financial strength and means are very human. This position that his own good sister had introduced to him seemed to be a golden spoon. In this position, not to say soar, now it seems, at least it is also considered the Dragon Gate. I'll have to thank her someday. After giving the awards to the many old employees in turn, Lin Shuer on the stage spoke with a smiling face. Next, it's the exclusive lucky draw for all our employees. With these words, the atmosphere under the stage once again reached its peak. The employees who didn't belong to the veteran employees originally thought that the game had ended here. They didn't realize that there was a raffle for all the employees at the venue after the old staff's powerful raffle. It was the best decision of my life to come to this celebration tonight. Now thinking about those co-workers who didn't come tonight, their hearts couldn't be any happier. After all, every activity tonight was to the extent of making people's thighs shoot off. Lin Shuer looked at the employees underneath who were discussing enthusiastically, and watched as the fire was almost ready. So, she raised the microphone and said, please be at ease. The password will be displayed on the big screen next, and everyone will be able to open the Spell Luck Red packet by entering the password. What about the rewards? They are based on the size of the amount of the Hand Luck Red packet, and only the King of Luck has a reward. So, this is a game that depends on luck. Upon hearing this, everyone began to jump at the chance, even if they had just competed for seniority, but now they were competing for luck. No one would feel that they were unlucky. All of them held the mentality of I will take it, and their morale was very high. Seeing that everyone is in a fist-pumping state, after showing everyone the rewards, the game will begin immediately. Please look at the big screen. As the big screen switched again, lines of heart-stirring text came into view. King of Luck in the first round, a refrigerator worth 5,000 yuan. The second round of the King of Luck, a LCD TV worth 4,000 yuan. The third round of the King of Luck, an air conditioner worth 3,000 yuan. The fourth round of the King of Luck, a vacuum cleaner valued at 2,000 RMB. King of Luck in the fifth round, a washing machine worth 1,000 RMB. The crowd looked at the rewards on the screen and realized that there were only 5 rounds of games in total. They couldn't help but feel a hint of loss, as there was the contrast of the exaggerated rewards in front of them, but the rewards now were also very generous. Accompanied by Lin Shuer's start, the game of luck officially began. Although in this game, grabbing fast doesn't mean that you are the king of luck, but in everyone's heart, there is an inexplicable sense of urgency, as if grabbing slower will definitely not be the king of luck. When those who are not so fast are still typing in the commands, they hear the sound of asterisk 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 one after another. They were puzzled, but it was too late to wonder. When they finished entering the password and opened the red packet, they also followed the crowd and let out an asterisk 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 that represented shock and exclamation. For no other reason, this password red packet is really too much. At the scene of about a few hundred people, Li Fei sent each round of red envelopes totaling 50,000 yuan. That is to say, on average, each person can take a 3-digit red packet per round. The 5 rounds of red envelopes added up to a total that would normally be almost close to the 5th round's King of Luck. How could this not shock people? The mood of the entire VIP hall was once again like a dynamite packet. And once again, it was ignited again. At this moment, the mood of the employees under the stage, especially those not belonging to the veteran employees, their hearts were even better than winning the lottery. Li Fei believes that this set of combinations of punches can not only twist the hearts of the company's employees into a rope, but also greatly improve morale. In this way, some of their own strategies can be better realized. On the one hand, Fan Lei admired Li Fei's tactics, and on the other hand, he realized that the power of money is powerful. Chapter 22, Returning to Jiangcheng. A few more entertaining mini-games followed, and the celebration came to an end. Near the end, Li Fei and the others left first. At the entrance of the hotel, Li Fei asked a driver to send Fan Lei and the others back first. He and Zhou Tao Tao went back together. As to where, Zhou Tao Tao had a look of being at the mercy of the people. But Li Fei was not in a state of confusion. He is thinking about the matter of the driver's license. After thinking about it for a second, forget it, leave it to Fan Lei. Anyway, he is in charge of spending time and drinking, while Fan Lei is in charge of cooking and laundry. Bah! What's this all about? When passing through a traffic light, Li Fei, through the window of the S-Class Grand Prix, found that the pedestrians on the roadside were looking at the car, casting envious glances. Li Fei smiled gently. Once upon a time, he was one of them, longing to soar to the top and indulge in glory and wealth. Now that he is in the middle of it, he feels that it is just like that. It seems that their sentiments need to be cultivated. Boredom do not know what to do. This cannot be. Speaking of what? Indeed not yet. Wait for their own birthday over and then say it. Zhou Taodao on the side looked at Li Fei line of sight looking out the window. Very obediently did not disturb his thoughts. 2 people just like this in the back row sitting quietly. At a certain moment, Zhou Taodao looked at Li Fei as if she had made some kind of determination. When are you going to create a branch? Li Fei's thoughts were pulled back by her soft voice, reacted for a moment, and asked with some small surprise, have you thought about what to do in the company? Originally thought that this niece would be reluctant to stay in the company. After all, let her sit in the office every day. Surely she must be crazy. No, I am thinking of opening a small store next to your company. Although I haven't thought about what store to open. Looking at Zhou Taodao's lowered head and clasping her small wriggling hands, Li Fei couldn't help it. The so-called flowers and butterflies come from themselves. That's exactly what happened. Li Fei pondered a little and said to her, actually, I do have an idea. I don't know if you're willing to try it. Hearing Li Fei's words, Zhou Taodao raised her head, curiously blinking her big eyes, and said, I'm willing, but what is it for? She wasn't sure what kind of store to open at the moment anyway, so she listened to Li Fei's ideas first. Since it's near my company, let's start with the life of a commuter. My idea is to open a coffee shop, but it's to make it bigger and stronger. I don't know if you have this confidence. The front sounded okay. It wasn't like Zhou Taodao hadn't thought about opening a coffee shop, because this was a kind of consumption that best matched the office workers. Only the cost of opening a store is relatively high, so they have not been able to finalize the idea. But what Li Fei said, the second half and the first half can be seen as not the same thing. This was the difference between opening one coffee shop and opening 10,000 coffee shops. Thinking about this, Zhou Taodao stammered, the cost of a coffee shop is too high. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Li Fei. Let it go. money is not a problem. Alright, I'll be honest. Zhou Taotao took a deep breath, then solemnly said to Li Fei, I don't know how to manage. I don't know how to operate. I don't know how to do anything. I'm okay with opening a store. I'm afraid I can't do it big and strong. The more she said, the deeper her head was buried, as if she was a child who had done something wrong. Li Fei cupped her chin with his hand, gently lifted her head up, looked into her eyes and smiled. It's just an idea. It's not asking you to do anything. You can open a few stores if you want to. Don't be so stressed. You don't have to worry about the funds. This project, Li Fei invested. Being looked at by Li Fei so much, coupled with such secure words, Zhou Taotao's eyes were like full of spring water. Li Fei noticed the affection in Zhou Taotao's eyes, all about to pull into silk, immediately cut off, no longer looking at her eyes. She now how to discharge cannot, not hold, the time has not yet come. About half an hour later, the car arrived at the airport. Li Fei then let the driver go back. Finally back in Jiangcheng, at the entrance of Wulong Villa, Li Fei held Zhou Taotao's small hand and prepared to walk back. The interior of Wulong Villa was very large, and the scenery and decorations inside were luxurious and atmospheric. Zhou Taotao let Li Fei hold her jade hand along the way, while she herself curiously surveyed the surrounding decorations. She felt that it was her actions that were too presumptuous, making Li Fei think that she was plotting something against him. Perhaps in Li Fei's view, his own relationship with him was not good enough to that point. Ruminating, Zhou Taotao stayed in the shower. As soon as he walked into the bedroom, he got into the quilt, covered his head with a pillow, and began to guess Li Fei's attitude and thoughts about himself in his heart. Li Fei lying on the big bed naturally did not know her thoughts. At this time Li Fei was sending a message to Fang Lei. Li Fei, tomorrow you go to find a good driving school. These 2 months I am ready to take the license. Fang Lei, Roger. Let Fang Lei be in Jiangcheng for a few days, and then let him go to Zijin after arranging chores for himself. Fortunately, Fang Lei is still single now, otherwise it's a bit troublesome. Li Fei put down his cell phone, lay down on the bed and relaxed a bit, letting out a sigh of relief. Next, it was up to Chen Ruyu. The fact that he had returned to Wulong Villa so late today was not just to arrange for the driver's license. Li Fei was trying to see if Chen Ruyu could be of use to him. If it could, that would be the best result. Chen Ruyu, this woman. From the first time the two of them met, Li Fei had sensed that she was not simple. It was as if her appearance came with an aura of domain, and from her words and behavior, it seemed that she was not an ordinary person either. After all, she was the daughter of the head of the 7 sages of the bamboo forest, and her vision, pattern as well as her means were beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, in Li Fei's eyes, this was a somewhat special woman. When Fang Lei went to Zijin City, he himself didn't have any competent men in Jiangcheng during this period of time. Everything seems to be destined that Chen Ruyue will work for Li Fei. Chapter 23, Choosing Amount. The next morning, Li Fei woke up very early in a rare way. Looking at the time, it was only 6 o'clock. After slowing down in bed, he got up and simply washed up. At this time, Li Fei was also realizing that there had to be a nanny in the house, or else he would wake up without food. Thus, Li Fei walked into the bedroom where Zhou Taotao was, allowing Zhou Taotao to wake up from her beautiful dream. Clueless consciousness and blurred vision. Slightly messy hair made Zhou Taotao look dull and dopey. Zhou Taotao rubbed her drowsy beautiful eyes and murmured, "What time is it?" Li Fei sat on the edge of the bed, pulling back his sleeves and looking at the time worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. His body probed forward, leaned down lightly, and sat on the side of Zhou Taotao's face. 6 o'clock. But I'm hungry. You have to get up and make breakfast for me. The clear and magnetic voice rang in Zhou Taotao's ears, and Zhou Taotao was slightly awake. Li Fei snorted a smile and said faintly, "Quickly get up and go make breakfast. My stomach is starving." Zhou Taotao couldn't believe what she heard. "It's this time of the day. You say you woke me up to make you breakfast? Is this young lady so unattractive?" After Li Fei finished speaking, he went to the living room to play with his cell phone, leaving Zhou Taotao alone in the bedroom bed. Zhou Taotao tapped the quilt with some exasperation, then sighed and got up to prepare breakfast for Li Fei. Soon, Zhou Taotao made breakfast and brought it to the table. While eating, Li Fei's cell phone vibrated and opened it to see that it was a text message. Looking at the unfamiliar number, Li Fei's heart suddenly became clear. His own number was basically known to a few acquaintances, and no unfamiliar numbers had contacted him. So, it seemed to be Chen Ruyu contacting himself. The content after clicking the text message made Li Fei a little surprised, because he felt that this Chen Ruyu's attitude was strange. There was a feeling of respect for him. "Mr. Li, please don't mind if Ruyu takes the liberty of contacting you. If Mr. Li really wants to talk about cooperation, I have booked the Crystal Palace Hotel at 7 o'clock in the evening, so we can have a careful chat." It seemed that Chen Ruyu was being a bit soft in the name of cooperation. As the Jiangcheng's local snake, they must have investigated their situation. but with such a generous offer from themselves, the situation at hand was that they were a bit scared. Otherwise, with the character of a woman like Chen Ruyu, how could they agree to the request of talking to themselves about cooperation? It was just that the location was changed from Wulong Villa to Crystal Palace Hotel. As a matter of fact, Li Fei didn't think of talking at Wulong Villa. The occasion was not suitable. Taking advantage of his free time during the day, he took Zhou Taotao to sneak around. Of course, the main thing was to buy a car. Right now there are still cold 10 digits lying in his account balance. After breakfast, the two of them prepared themselves and then looked at Li Fei's new Triton that he bought 2 days ago and set off. There were 2 destinations, the Sky Street Mall and the Rolls-Royce store. The main reason for going to Sky Street was to bring Zhou Taotao to buy. A girl can never have too many clothes. Li Fei was prepared to buy a new model of Cullinan. The business flavor of the little golden phantom or whatever was too heavy for the current self. Cullinan, on the other hand, felt just right. After arriving at the Sky Street, Li Fei let Zhou Taotao let loose to buy. See which one to buy. Do not need to save money for themselves, because he mainly wanted to brush up his money. It was also the first time for Zhou Taotao to hear such a strange request, but just hearing it was cool. Good. This young lady will buy a meal. The first store is Donkey Brand. Selected a few bags. Li Fei payment without blinking. Even if the cashback account a few thousand did not slip, Li Fei is now also calm. Looking at take is not very convenient. Li Fei will let the store manager to arrange a clerk to follow them. Help take, only 2 or 3 hours. The store manager also chose a cleverer female clerk to go. The store manager was so attentive. Not only did Li Fei improve their performance, but they might also be able to get on with Li Fei. The great young man. At the beginning, Zhou Taotao's shopping status is aggressive. We do not wait for the clerk to introduce. Directly to the counter randomly point, this, that, and that, all packaged up. This bandit-like behavior also made these luxury sales clerks refresh their new knowledge of trenchlessness. As a result, it didn't take long, only an hour's time. Zhou Taotao lost the battle. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Li Fei oddly. Spending money like drinking water. She has seen, but spend so much money also like drinking water she is the first time to see. Oh no, it is not the first time to see. As early as in the Bao Shijie store, she was deeply attracted by his domineering temperament. No matter what, Li Fei bought himself so many bags this time. He was always happy. In fact, Li Fei didn't care at all what she thought. Taking a look at Zhou Taotao's state, she should be tired of shopping. So let's end it first. Afterwards, Li Fei said to the toolman clerk who had been following behind, "Give me the card number. I'll give you some spending." Hearing these words, the clerk was immediately energized, as if the dozens of gift boxes in his hand were as light as a feather at this moment. After the clerk reported the card number, Li Fei transferred 5,000 to her, but did not tell her how much. It wasn't until after Li Fei brought Zhou Taotao back to the car that the clerk freed her hand to look at the tip. Staring at the transfer record displayed on her cell phone, income 5,000. Her heart was instantly filled with joy and gratitude. After arriving at the Rolls-Royce store, a young and pretty shopper came forward to receive them. She noticed from the time Li Fei and his duo got off the car. Looking at Li Fei's car is a trident. Naturally, it is also some strength. However, if you want to buy the big toys in the store, I'm afraid it's not enough. Looking at the appearance of a relatively young, it may also be a big young man who came to pick a bar mitzvah. Sensei, when Li Fei came down from the trident, he was destined to be an existence that he had to look up to. In just a few tens of seconds, she thought of many possibilities, so the reception was very attentive. Chapter 24 Possessiveness? Looking at the clerk's attentive behavior, Li Fei's heart had no ripples. Although the clerk had quite a few good looks and a dimpled figure, she could not yet enter Li Fei's eyes. Li Fei asked bluntly, "Take me to see Cullinan." Once this was said, the beautiful clerk looked like she had struck gold and looked at Li Fei with more ambiguous eyes. Zhou Taotao on the side sensed these and directly held Li Fei's arm in her own bosom to declare her sovereignty. Feeling this scene, Li Fei smiled helplessly in his heart. In fact, Zhou Taotao did not need to declare sovereignty. Her face value rating was as high as 9 points. This clerk's rating was 7 at best. The two of them then arrived in front of the Cullinan under the lead of the beautiful sales clerk. Looking at the lines of the body and the powerful aura, Li Fei rarely encountered such a favorite thing. Raising his hand is a small card stretch. A word. Brush. This wave of operation directly charmed the beautiful store clerk into starry eyes. Not to mention that Li Fei was originally handsome, mainly out of such a generous. It is difficult not to be moved. Li Fei didn't know that when the beautiful clerk took the car purchase contract, she had already thought of the child's name. Afterwards, Li Fei greeted a male sales clerk and asked, "Can you drive?" The male sales clerk had just been watching around and knew that Li Fei was trenchant. He was a young man who didn't even put the $8 million Cullinan in his eyes. Being named by Li Fei at this moment, the male shopkeeper came over with a fawning face. Yes, What are your orders? Li Fei gave him the Triton's car key and asked him to drive the car back to Wulong Villa No. 1 Villa. That male clerk finally knew Li Fei's strength, not only living in Wulong Villa, but also being number one. To say that at the beginning he was thinking of courting and climbing the relationship, now he only felt sweaty. It is best to be able to successfully drive the car back to Li Fei's villa to go, but where a little bit of moths out of their own have to play finished. His state of mind, at this time to say is like facing the abyss, like walking on thin ice is not too much, not a few minutes. The beautiful clerk will take the car purchase contract back. However, when receiving the contract, Li Fei smelled her body as if there was more flavor. It seems that she just took the opportunity to spray a bit of perfume. Makeup or not makeup cannot be seen. Li Fei also did not think too much. Looked at the contract, no problem. Signed. His card was also retrieved, and he was about to let Zhou Taotao go up to the car when the beautiful sales clerk started to make a move. Mr. Li, why don't I drive for you? My driving skills are very good. Oh. Zhou Taotao immediately started to protect her food and held Li Fei's hand tighter. Zhou Taotao said coldly, no need. There's me. My car skills aren't bad. Then pulled Li Fei to get into the car. That beautiful clerk unhurriedly took out a business card and handed it to Li Fei. This is my business card. If there is any problem, you can call me Yo. She was certain that Li Fei and his duo were at best boyfriend and girlfriend. Li Fei was surprised. After all, is also the first time to see this scene. Although in the two women's shura, but this clerk dared to face open big, is also courageous and resourceful. Zhou Taotao for Li Fei received the business card. Into their bags, the two will drive away. On the road, Li Fei wanted to tease her, but turned his head and saw Zhou Taotao's murderous eyes. It's better to forget about it. After all, they are driving. That is really shameless. Also do not take a bubble of urine to look at themselves. Fortunately, Li Fei was not drinking water. Otherwise he had to be choked to death. He looked at the crazy output of Zhou Taotao and rubbed his chin. Snickering, TSK, I didn't expect little Tower to have an anger mode. I always thought that one as good looking as you wouldn't say a single swear word. Li Fei was not being shady. It was just that he had seen too few women and had even less contact. When Zhou Taotao heard this, her little face turned red with shame, pouting her little mouth and said, so what? But Li Fei's words reminded himself that he can't be too capricious. Like today, possessiveness came up, and started to be hostile to that shopgirl. In fact, it wasn't possessiveness. It was just that she didn't think that woman was worthy of Li Fei. Zhou Taotao also understands, like Li Fei such a man, suave a little bit is nothing. Li Fei at this time is completely unaware that Zhou Taotao has already completed a complete set of PUA process in her heart. If you have to praise her, there is only one name, the head of understanding. While in the car, Fong Lei called, what's going on? Young Li, all aspects of the process and approvals have been arranged, so now if you have some free time, I'll send you a locator to come over here and take a look at the company. Good. Hanging up the phone, Li Fei couldn't help but marvel at Fong Lei's efficiency. It's good to have such a right-hand man. He had just arranged for him to see the address of the Jiangcheng branch, and he had arranged it for him. Unfortunately, in a few days, he will have to take over the head office side of the matter. Now let Zhou Taotao drive to turn to Fong Lei's side later to the place. Let Fong Lei to choose a license plate for his car to go. Busy for more than 2 hours, and finally settled these things. Although Li Fei looked at the company's location throughout the whole process, it didn't stop him from being tired. Keeping a heart that wants to lie flat at all times is the secret to staying young forever. The company's location was near the Taibai Lake, and the environment was very beautiful. It was just completed at the beginning of last year. Originally signed a contract with an enterprise, but as a result of a change of heart during the period, that enterprise was not well run and closed down. So the government funded to complete the end of the construction. Now although completed, but still no owner. Although Jiangcheng also has a large volume of companies, but they do not have the need for this, and will not do business at a loss. The 60-story building was then put on hold since its completion early last year. Originally, the government and this famous enterprise were going to join hands to build a technology park near Jiangcheng University and Taibai Lake, but that enterprise had a sudden change of heart and went bankrupt, until Li Fei out. Now Fong Lei also in that side to talk good. The total price of 1.5 billion. The main reason for choosing this building is that when Li Fei stands on the top floor of the 60-story building on the 200-square-meter chairman's office, overlooking the scenery, it's much more enjoyable. And Jiangcheng University is also in the neighborhood, close to the water. First, Chapter 25 Layout. Next, Li Fei arranged for Feng Xiao and Lin Shuer to link up with the personnel department to make some of the personnel changes. In terms of secretarial work, Feng Xiao arranged for an employee with 3 years of seniority to temporarily act on his own behalf first. Afterwards, Feng Xiao and Lin Shuer would bring most of the personnel team to Jiangcheng on a business trip starting tomorrow to make personnel arrangements for the Jiangcheng branch. At the same time, Li Fei was also asking Fang Lei to identify people in the next few days, so that they could be brought to the headquarters at the same time. Those people can follow Fang Lei to learn for a period of time, and after that, they will become a big help to assist Fang Lei's management. As for the Jiang Cheng side, at present, by himself with 2 secretaries and personnel team to coordinate. These are all according to the original plan discussed at the headquarters. However, at this time, Li Fei suddenly thought of a better idea, preparing to set up a group of his own in Jiangcheng, under which there was currently only a UU Entertainment. There was also an idea that was about to be realized, which was a chain of coffee shops. Thinking of this, Li Fei decided to simply implement the matter of the coffee shop first. With this in mind, Li Fei directly dialed the number that he had texted himself, which was Chen Ruyu's private number. After ringing for 2 seconds, Chen Ruyu's voice was heard. "Young Li, what's wrong?" Upon seeing the caller ID on her phone, Chen Ruyu's heart was also tightened. She naturally recognized that it was Li Fei's phone number, and she had almost memorized the number in the past 2 days. It was still not yet the time the two had agreed upon, and to call so suddenly, the probability was that it was going to change. Originally, Chen Ruyu was thinking about how she should play tonight in order for both sides to turn their differences into peace. Because since Chang Hao had a conflict with Li Fei a few days ago, Chang Hao had been collecting information about Li Fei these days. The more Chang Hao investigated, the more he realized that Li Fei's strength was beyond his imagination. Originally, from the information provided by the airport side, he presumed that Li Fei was from Zijin City, but he also has contacts in Zijin City, and the ones who have the strength do not say that they have friendship, but at least they know each other. But Li Fei, a new face, he had never seen before. Could it be that it is the white glove of a certain big shot? In fact, at that time Chang Hao, his own heart is not sure, just based on the existing clues to deduce, come to this conclusion, but there is no basis, until Li Fei began to make a move, directly in excess of the valuation of UU Entertainment price acquisition. The discerning can see that no matter what the reason is, but the status quo is that UU Entertainment's revenue is going downhill, not to say beyond the valuation, just according to the existing valuation to acquire. There is a great risk. However, after some means of inquiring, Li Fei spent 800 million beyond the valuation to acquire UU Entertainment. Chang Hao was immediately convinced that Li Fei was the white glove of a certain big shot. At the same time, he also told Chen Ruyu about this conclusion. The two of them also did some calculations and felt that even if Li Fei was a fox and a tiger, they had to have some respect. To put it bluntly, the two of them were also afraid of the unknown big shot behind Li Fei. People were often most fearful of the unknown. After that, Chang Hao didn't investigate any further. On the one hand, he didn't think it was necessary anymore. On the other hand, he was also worried about being detected by Li Fei. To be exact, he was worried that if that big shot knew about it, it would displease him. At this time, Chen Ruyu was also thinking of striking a good relationship with Li Fei. After all, there were some previous beefs. Even if she and Chang Hao couldn't go through Li Fei and hook up with the big shot behind him, at the very least, they can't be at odds with Li Fei at the moment. Li Fei was not as complicated as the two of them thought, and after informing Chen Ruyu to come to his place now, he hung up the phone. He was previously thinking that if he consumed a little, they should be able to check his level as well. In that case, they would also be interested in the deal he had mentioned before. However, he did not expect that his image in the eyes of the two of them would deviate a bit from what he had thought. After about 20 minutes or so, Chen Ruyu arrived. However, Chang Hao came with her. At this time, although the building was decorated, but there was no one else yet. It looked empty. The two of them entered the elevator and arrived at the top floor a few minutes later. When they entered the chairman's office, they saw Li Fei sitting on a large leather sofa. Chen Ruyu realized that the woman next to Li Fei was the one who was with Li Fei in the cafe that day. When Li Fei saw that Chang Hao had also come, he didn't have any emotional ripples. Raising his hand, he signaled Chen Ruyu and the two of them to take their seats and let Zhou Tao Tao pour the tea. It was obvious that Li Fei was well trained. Although Li Fei looked young, he had a steady and sophisticated style of doing things. Li Fei picked up the tea, blew on it, took a slight sip, smashed his mouth and said, "Ms. Chen, in fact, I'm not hiding from you. I want to open a coffee chain. The deal is very simple. You pay for the people and the coffee and I pay for it." Hearing this, Chen Ruyu fell into a thoughtful mood. The deal Li Fei said was beneficial to her. Originally, her purpose of opening a cafe was to make the coffee flavor she developed popular. Now that Li Fei gave her this opportunity, not only did she have the financial support to promote her coffee, she might even be able to get on the line of the big shot behind Li Fei. However, when negotiating, emotions could not be revealed. Only to see Chen Ruyu faintly said, "Li Xiao's idea is good, but coffee shops, as you know, the opening costs are all relatively high. I don't know Li Xiao," Li Fei bluntly returned. "If Ms. Chen is willing, First give you 500 million to lay out Jiangcheng, not waiting for Chen Ruyu to have a reaction. Next to Chang Hao fell a handshaking. The hands of the teacup did not end steadily, spilled out some tea. Chen Ruyu also opened her mouth and said, Young Li shouldn't be joking, right? In her and Chang Hao's opinion, why would a small coffee shop cost $500 million? Originally, she didn't take what Li Fei said about the chain seriously, but when she heard that Li Fei wanted to spend $500 million, she was a little surprised. Li Fei smiled lightly and said, What I said naturally counts. I've also bought your current cafe, so I'll use the varieties sold in your cafe as the main focus to carry out operational activities with a capital of $500 million. However, you personally need to work for me as the chairman's assistant for a period of time, half a year or a year. The amount of information Li Fei said was too much, and the two of them, Chen Ruyue and Chang Hao, were also in the process of digesting it. What Li Fei said earlier was all favorable and harmless to her. As for the last sentence, she directly interpreted it as working under the mysterious big brother, which would not insult her. No matter how one looked at it, it was a good deal. After slightly considering it, Chen Ruyu answered in a loud voice, Good, but during this period, I hope that Young Li will not restrict some of my free rights. That's natural. Frankly speaking, the reason why I chose you is because of your ability on one hand, and on the other hand because of the geographical advantage. Chen Ruyu naturally knew that the geographical advantage Li Fei was referring to was that she and Chang Hao, as the local snakes in Jiangcheng, would be more convenient in all aspects. She was a smart woman and naturally understood Li Fei's intentions. Chapter 26 Taking Chen Ruyu under his wing. During their conversation, Li Fei then asked Zhou Taotao to call Fong Lei over and prepare the contract. After everything was negotiated, Fong Lei also arrived and immediately afterward, the contract regarding the employment of Chen Ruyu was signed. Chang Hao also saw the right time to ask Li Fei with an apology. Young Li, I was the one who offended more before. I'll make amends to you. Li Fei waved his hand and said, Small matter. As it happens, there is also an arrangement that requires you to come out next. I wonder if Cheng Xiao is interested. With Li Fei's pattern, he had long since stopped caring about the previous conflict, but he could use this as a bargaining chip. Let Cheng Hao do things for him. Cheng Hao would naturally do it. Cheng Hao understood that although Li Fei said on his lips that he didn't care, who knew what he really thought in his heart? Right now, there was such a good opportunity to turn a conflict into peace. He naturally would not let it go. What does Young Li have to say? Cheng Hao said with a fawning face like a little brother next to him. I know that most of your family's industries are entertainment industries, so I want you to be the one to consolidate them. I'm going to monopolize the entertainment industry in Jiangcheng. Bars, KTVs, billiard halls, etc. are all targets to be taken care of. When the time comes, they will all come under the group's umbrella. Li Fei had asked Fong Lei to investigate in secret. Most of the industries Cheng Hao's family was involved in were entertainment related. In terms of resources and connections, he had a unique advantage. So in this aspect of the entertainment industry, it was just right for him to do it. Chang Hao's expression was also slightly grave. It seemed that the big shot behind Li Fei had a big appetite. Just his own family industry. How could he be at the mercy of others? This is not like Chen Ruyue as a small business. Open a cafe to play. Cheng family's family industry is these Jiangcheng entertainment industry. Originally, these are the economic lifelines of their own extended family. How can they let others get a piece of the pie? What's more, looking at Li Fei's meaning, the appetite of the big shot behind him was not small. Chang Hao's hesitation was expected by Li Fei. If he had simply agreed, he would have to wonder if there was any fraud. Today is also just a simple chat. However, I can only say that for you and your family. This is favorable without any harm. Li Fei patted Cheng Hao's shoulder and said in a serious tone, Don't have too much pressure. Li Fei, or rather the big man behind him, for Chen Ruyu and Chang Hao only. Not only was his identity mysterious and unpredictable, his outbursts were also scary. Chen Ruyu was fine. Chang Hao squeezed out a smile on his face, only it was ugly, like a bitter smile. His heart is also doubly pressurized. Now the people behind Li Fei now is ready to reach out to their own family. What should be done? Chatting almost, Li Fei opened his arms and waved his hands. This building is the upcoming group. This time, Miss Chen first condescend to do something for me. Will not treat you poorly in the future. At this time, Chen Ruyue and Chang Hao only realized that this 60-story building under their feet was actually taken by Li Fei. They naturally knew that the origin of this mansion, and this time the duo was considered to further understand the strength behind Li Fei. Ms. Chen, you can come to work here starting tomorrow. Now you can go and prepare the contract. It's that cafe you opened in the neighborhood. Chen Ruyu did not expect Li Fei's pace to be so fast, but she did as she was told. Li Fei actually wanted to swipe a wave of cashback. That cafe of Chen Ruyu's was about 200 square meters in size, and the decoration was not bad, valued at 5 million. If it was acquired for 5 million, that would be too inadequate. Li Fei will definitely acquire it for 15 million, and the extra will be Chen Ruyu's salary. When the time comes to write the name of the coffee shop on the last Tao Tao's, directly 1.5 billion to the account. Gorgeous. As for Chang Hao, Li Fei also let him go back to his family to discuss. He only told Chang Hao that he would give their family a reward so generous that they couldn't refuse it, and that the industry would come under Li Fei's group. Of course, Li Fei didn't go so far as to unload the money. They still continued to operate these industries, only the mode of operation, from working for themselves to working for Li Fei. Subsequently, Li Fei asked Fong Lei to book some hotels near the company, to be used to arrange for the employees coming from the Zijin city side. After Fong Lei left, he and Zhou Tao Tao were left in the large office. He told Zhou Tao Tao that he was going to let her use Chen Ruyu's cafe as a starting point to form a certain scale in Jiangcheng first. Zhou Tao Tao was a little apprehensive in her heart, worried that she would not do well. Li Fei reached out and touched her head and said with a smile, "It's okay, we'll arrange for someone to take you to learn." Seemingly determined, Zhou Tao Tao nodded heavily. She also wanted to help Li Fei share some. It was at this time that Chen Ruyu came in and saw the Li Fei duo who were sticking very close together, making intimate gestures, accidentally breaking through the atmosphere. Chen Ruyu was embarrassed and regretful. She should have known to knock on the door. Li Fei sensed that Chen Ruyu had arrived and lightly coughed twice, came quite fast. Zhou Tao Tao was also like a frightened bunny, immediately keeping a distance from Li Fei. Chen Ruyu did not have any intention of resenting this scene. After all, this was Li Fei's private life. She felt it had nothing to do with her. "Here, young Li, take a look." Chen Ruyu handed him a few documents. They were all about her cafe's revenue and signing contracts. Well, Li Fei took it and didn't look at it in detail, directly letting Zhou Tao Tao sign it. Chen Ruyu was also shocked by such a pattern of his temperament, especially buying her own cafe for $15 million. At that time, on her own way back, Li Fei had sent her a message saying that the acquisition amount was $15 million. Her first thought was that Li Fei had drunk too much. After asking again and again, she confirmed that what Li Fei said was indeed 15 million. At that time, her heart was very complicated. Shock, confusion, joy and doubt filled her entire brain, until Li Fei added a sentence, "The rest is your salary." But even so, it is also very puzzling. An annual salary of $10 million? The previous period was half a year or a year, so it could be half a year. So why did he give himself so much? Could it be that what he wanted was his own? Impossible. How could oneself be worth only this much? Blah blah blah. How could oneself be measured in terms of money? On the way back, Chen Ruyuai had been ruminating, and finally came to a conclusion. Li Fei's outburst was really inscrutable. When she saw Zhou Tao Tao signing, Chen Ruyu was even more puzzled. Spending $15 million on a cafe and then giving it to a woman? Isn't this a big injustice, Seed? Having money can't be built like this, right? Wait, does he even not put $15 million in his eyes? How is this possible? It's also possible. Chapter 27, The Group's Beginnings. After Zhou Tao Tao signed, Li Fei also remitted money to Chen Ruyu on the spot. While transferring the money, Chen Ruyu stared at Li Fei, wanting to see some clues. As a result, she only discovered that when transferring $15 million, Li Fei's demeanor was so calm that he didn't even blink. At this moment, Chen Ruyu felt as if Li Fei's strength was as deep as an abyss. It seemed that the matter of probing his strength could only be put on hold for the time being. While transferring the remittance, Li Fei also heard the pleasant system broadcast. Ding, consumption of $15 million, cashback of $1.5 billion. Having a system was just awesome, but looking at Chen Ruyu's posture, she was also a national beauty. Li Fei had another plan to keep her around. He could have one more object to swipe money with in the future. 2Z, open Chen Ruyu's panel. Ding, name, Chen Ruyu, age, 20, rating, 9, likeness, 30-inch. How did the like rating go up so much? Ding, back to the host. Chen Ruyu has fallen into curiosity about the host due to her powerful strength and mysterious origins. So that's how it was. Mysterious men are attractive. He still understood this point. Since he had signed an employment contract with Chen Ruyu, he would now tell her about some of his arrangements. Li Fei also told Chen Ruyu about some of the company's situation, including the personnel team that would be arriving tomorrow and the previous arrangement for suing to set up the company's legal department. Currently, she was allowed to serve as her assistant, and when the group was formally established, she would coordinate the group as its acting president. Zhou Tao Tao is responsible for the operation of the coffee line. Fong Lei is responsible for the operation of Yu Entertainment, and he is responsible for the operation of Lei Flat Life. Of course, there is also the matter of the driver's license. When the company initially into the right track, Li Fei should also go. After that, Li Fei also let Fong Lei drive the Cullinan, take the people to a famous Chinese restaurant for dinner. When they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, Once the car stopped, the young men and women around raised their cell phones to take pictures of the car. Fan Lei got out of the car first and prepared to open the door for Li Fei. Some of the surrounding girls who thought they were not bad, took small steps forward to add Fan Lei's green bubbles. Fan Lei passed between them without expression and opened the door for Li Fei. Li Fei got down from the car, straightened out the non-existent folds of his clothes, and looked at dozens of daubs worth of time. It was only then that the crowd realized that the man who had just been there was just the driver, and this was the real dabbler. The girls who had just lost were ready to regroup and make a break for it when Zhou Taotao and Shan Ruyu also got off the bus. The two were about the same age and both were extremely beautiful women, each with their own style and flavor. Those girls immediately exuded a look of frustration. So it was the name of the grass has a master, or two masters. If the beauty of the two of them were a little less, perhaps the others would still have the courage to compete. Next to the male can't wait to beat his chest, looked to Li Fei's eyes full of envy and jealousy. Hate, you kid handsome and so rich, even so good looking woman you have too. Still want others to live. The two women naturally do not know these. Zhou Taotao went forward to hold Li Fei. Chen Ruyu followed, and then a few people went in. The surrounding crowd looked at Li Fei, but also hate itchy teeth. Li Fei flying salute, until he went in. The store's decoration favored the noble and luxurious style, the environment was relatively peaceful, and the customers chatted softly. The spending in this house was not low, and everyone prided themselves on being cultured upper-class people, so there was no noisy clamor. After Li Fei's few people were seated, he let the two women order the menu and started chatting. Li Fei also stated some of his plans about the group, and when the time came, he would need the three of them to do their respective things. At the same time, Li Fei also asked Fan Lei to arrange for the company's car tomorrow. The models will be the S-Class and Alpha, 3 each, and maybe even pick up the employees on the way tomorrow. The next day at noon, Jiangcheng Airport, Lin Shuer and Feng Xiao arrived, plus the personnel team, 15 people. Li Fei asked Fan Lei to arrange for the pickup and send all the people to the hotel to recuperate. He had already told the two secretaries and the personnel team that the matter of recruiting manpower would officially open in the afternoon. Time is tight. Why is it tight? The main reason was because Li Fei was going to take the driver's license test. There were still 3 days to start learning driving license. Before that, Li Fei hoped that everything in the group was on track. Not to say that just 3 days to put all the department personnel are arranged. At least have to plan the overall structure. In the afternoon, Li Fei asked Zhou Taotao to drive himself to the group. At the same time, he also called up Chen Ruyue and Suing. And there are two main considerations for bringing Suing. On the one hand, Suing assisted the personnel to set up the legal team. And on the other hand, it was time to sign the delivery contract and payment for the building. Although he had already let Fan Lei negotiate a deal, but being careful is always a good idea. On the other hand, the group has already started the recruitment campaign, and the online and offline arrangements have begun to be synchronized. In the past, when an interview was scheduled, the HR team would negotiate the time with the interviewer. Now it's either an offline interview on the same day or a remote interview on the same day. Anyway, the time is very urgent, and remote interviews are mainly oriented to professional and technical positions. The interviews are linked directly to the head office, allowing the interviewer to communicate with the head office interviewer remotely. Overall, the HR team at HQ is quite effective. In just one afternoon, more than 100 people were interviewed, and the screening was extremely meticulous and strict, and only 8 people passed, because Li Fei had told them the standard. He wanted to build a strong business empire, and naturally he would rather have a lack of talent than an abundance of it. Li Fei's side of the contract is also successfully completed. 1.5 billion casually spent. The only drawback is that there is no cashback. It seems that we have to brush up Chen Ruyu earlier. In this way, not only can she brush up the cashback, but she can also make her more dedicated to working for herself. Convincing people with money can be said to be 2 birds with 1 stone. Today, let's arrange it like this for the time being. Tomorrow, when the new employees have been inducted, the group will begin to operate gradually. After a week or so, let the secretary assist Zhou Taotao to open the coffee business empire. Chen Ruyu was in charge of the group's side of the business, coordinating its 2 subsidiaries. Li Fei had arranged everyone's tasks in place, and he was finally able to make money lying down. Although there was a system to brush money, but always brush will be tired. Not as much fun as getting a business empire by himself. A few days later, Li Fei sent a message to Wang Li, Fan Lei's best friend, asking him to come and work for him. Wang Li immediately quit his current job, and one more second of hesitation was disrespectful to Li Fei. He was arranged as a full-time driver by Li Fei, and his main job was to follow Li Fei's arrangements, either driving or running errands. As for the salary, Li Fei offered him an annual salary of 50 daubs. Wang Li was so grateful that he almost regarded Li Fei as his new parent. Jiangqing's consumption level was lower than Zijin City's, but it was also higher. Often it was the management of large companies that had this kind of treatment, and Wang Li was naturally aware of this. He could get such a high salary just by driving a car himself, and he kept Li Fei's rejuvenation in mind. Chapter 28 Step into the right track. Li Fei let Wang Li also did the entry. The group's related welfare treatment. He was the same. Now that the entire group has gradually begun to operate, the building is still a bit empty above. The name of the group has to be written on it. Before Li Fei, in arranging Fang Lei to deal with the matters of group founding, has already set the name of the group, Tengfei Group. Now it was almost time to start making arrangements to get the group name onto the building. On the 60-story building, the name of the group was lit up, and from a distance, it looked like the sea pin of Taibai Lake. After that, Li Fei went to the driving school. This driving school is quite special. According to Fang Lei, it is specially set up for some high-income people. Its characteristics are also relatively obvious. That is, high fees and good service. In other ordinary driving schools, if you make a mistake in the process of practicing, the instructor may reprimand you, and sometimes you have to queue up to practice, and you may only be able to practice once in the whole morning when there are many people. But this driving school is different. Not only do they have private practice methods and one-on-one teaching, but they also have plenty of time. This is because there is one person for one vehicle and one venue for one person. Upper-class people are most concerned about time, so in order to save their clients' time, the driving school has customized instruction for each student. In this driving school, it may take less than a month for you to learn the entire content of Section 1 to Section 4. After all, you can practice as long as you want in the venue assigned to you. The instructors are all professionally trained and will provide you with patient guidance. And there is no shortage of beautiful coaches. Li Fei chose a better-looking female coach from the list of coaches provided by the driving school. The time schedule is relatively tight, and strive to get the driver's license as soon as possible. A week later, Li Fei had already practiced Section 2 and the group had recruited close to 200 new employees. The new personnel team had also taken shape, and there were now 5 new personnel. The efficiency of the recruitment work had also greatly improved as a result. However, Li Fei didn't go to the company much and concentrated on practicing every day. But today, he had to suspend practicing for a day and go to the company, because today is his 18th birthday. He is going to organize a birthday party. Before that, he didn't have any close friends, and he went to and from school all by himself. Now that the whole group is his, let the employees put their work aside for a while to celebrate their own birthdays. What's more, his right-hand man, Fang Lei, was about to leave for Zijin City. Li Fei also told Chen Ruyue about this matter, and also said that the location has been chosen. In the Bamboo Forest Villa. The main reason for telling her about this is that Li Fei wants to organize the venue. After all, the opening of the Bamboo Villa are the head of the snake. The energy is big for sure. The customers of the Bamboo Forest Villa are all the upper-class people who have a name, and only accept reservations. A temporary booking like Li Fei's would not necessarily be successful, because they didn't understand Li Fei's strength. Whether they would sell Li Fei this face was another story. Now that there was Chen Ruyu, the middleman, as the lubricant, it was undoubtedly a very suitable choice. With Chen Ruyu's arrangement, there was no problem on the side of Bamboo Forest Villa. However, when Li Fei informed Zhou Taotao, Lin Shuer and the others that he was going to celebrate his birthday, all the women were surprised. Through their time with Li Fei, even though he looked younger, his temperament and mannerisms didn't match at all, so they subconsciously kept thinking that Li Fei was about the same age as them. Who would have thought that Li Fei would be so young? Among them, only Zhou Taotao's small face was slightly red. Thinking about her previous intimate actions with Li Fei, it seemed like she even took advantage. Li Fei asked Lin Shuer to go and issue a notice informing the employees that it was not advisable to go to work today and it was appropriate to celebrate the boss's birthday. The employees of the company received the notice that Lin Shuer sent out to the group, and they were all beaming with joy. Some of them had even just joined the company this morning, and at their workstations, their asses were not even warmed up before they had to go to celebrate their boss's birthday. Although the employees were surprised, they were more happy. To the boss to celebrate a birthday, so much publicity. That today is pure relaxation. And we all know that the company is newly created. We are all the same starting line. There is no difference between old and new employees. In this case, this birthday for the boss is a good opportunity to open the gap with others. Some people had already begun to have their thoughts come alive, trying to find ways to get a chance to mix it up in front of the boss. It was only 9:30 in the morning, and besides the dinner at the Bamboo Forest Villa in the evening, Li Fei wanted to play something else. Since he had asked his employees to celebrate his birthday, he was bound to let them have a good time as well. After a little thought, Li Fei decided to ask Chen Ruyue and Fan Lei to think of a few locations. Chen Ruyue and Fan Lei, as Zhangcheng locals, had a better understanding of various places of entertainment. They provided more than a dozen entertainment programs, and finally Li Fei decided on a few. Golf course. script killing, playground, billiard hall, mahjong hall, KTV. Employees in these venues, transportation costs, venue fees are reimbursed by the company. When this news was announced, if the joy of celebrating Li Fei's birthday was 10%, then the joy of the employees was now 10%. The nature is similar to the group building, but this one is completely the employee's own choice. The degree of freedom pulls full. Li Fei naturally took into consideration that everyone had just entered the group and did not have a high sense of belonging, and not so familiar with each other. For work efficiency is certainly an impact. This initiative of his can be said to kill two birds with one stone, not only so that employees can feel the humanistic care and strength of the company, so that it has a sense of belonging. It also promotes the relationship between employees and lays the foundation for collaborative work. As for these people around Li Fei, naturally, they were having fun with Li Fei, and the time for Li Fei to really appear in front of all the employees would have to be at the birthday celebration in the evening. Li Fei thought in his mind that the people surrounding him now were Fang Lei, Zhou Tao Tao, Lin Shui'er, Chen Ruyu, Feng Xiao, Wang Li, and Su Ying. Among them, Fang Lei would be sent by himself to Zijin City to take over the Yu Entertainment Company, and Feng Xiao would also go back. Zhou Taotao and Lin Shui'er were left by themselves in Jiangchang, while Chen Ruyue and Wang Li had been in Jiangcheng. Su Ying's situation is not very clear, and her contact is relatively small, although she was chosen by herself by name in the first place. But there is no hurry. First let her in the company slowly run up the legal department. Li Fei is also these people with their own relationship, are called into the chairman's office. After coming all together, Li Fei asked the crowd for their thoughts. How about Peachy, you guys go to the mall? The ladies looked at each other in disbelief, thinking that this idea was a bit of a bad idea. What? Spending are reimbursed by the company and you're still not happy? This was a good idea, and the few girls nodded in satisfaction. Then under Li Fei's leadership, the group got into the Alpha and S-class and prepared to show off a bit. Li Fei, on the other hand, took Fang Lei and Wang Li to the bathhouse in Jiangqing to take a bath. Chapter 29 Consumption is your mission. After Li Fei and others set off, nearly 200 employees in the company also began to pack up and set off one after another. In the car, Li Fei solemnly instructed Fang Lei, I chose you to go over to Zijin because I believe in your ability. In addition to taking over the company, you have one more task, to gradually transfer the company's center of gravity to Jiangcheng. Fang Lei was also aware of the enormity of this task and nodded his head heavily. Wang Li was also listening on the side. In Li Fei's eyes, he also belonged to his own people. When the Jiangcheng side is completely on track, I will also arrange a position for you to study and practice, and you will need to pick up the slack at that time. Li Fei's words were naturally addressed to Wang Li. In his eyes, Wang Li was as credible as Fang Lei. Although he was only a salesman before, he could tell from the way he handled himself that if he was provided with a good platform, his future achievements would be immeasurable. As the saying goes, golden scales are not the stuff of the pool. Once the wind and clouds turn into a dragon. Wang Li understands Li Fei's regard for himself, and also understands how deep Li Fei's kindness to himself is. He had always been a benevolent and righteous person, and at this moment, he had already sworn secretly in his heart that he would sell his life for Li Fei. Looking at the two's grave expressions, Li Fei smiled and said, relax, there's no need to be so stressed, do whatever you can. The next arrangement is mainly for the two of you to familiarize and exercise. There will be plenty of opportunities to show off your skills in the future. Celebrate my birthday today, so don't think about work. Hearing these words from Li Fei, the mood of the two of them relaxed slightly. After all, they were now going to celebrate Li Fei's birthday. How could they always think about work? Li Fei understood in his heart that although these two were not the best talents, they were worthy of his trust. Soon, the three of them arrived at their destination and dashed around a bit first. After 2 hours or so, the trio finished, because Li Fei was going to get a Mirage to drive today as his royal business car. The five beauties on the other side also arrived at a milk tea store for a short break. Each of them carried 7 or 8 gift boxes, which led them to stroll through a floor of the mall. Although the process of picking out and trying on clothes was a bit tiring, each of them was energetic as hell. After all, it was all reimbursed by the company, which was equal to freebies, so don't want it for nothing. Except for Zhou Tao Tao and Shan Ruyu, who understood Li Fei's generosity. The other three had less contact with Li Fei. The company reimbursement that Li Fei said to them was only a capped 4-digit amount in their eyes. However, several of them were elites who had already entered society, and the standard of selection was relatively high. In terms of clothes, with a budget of a few thousand, they would only be able to buy 1 or 2 pieces that they liked. So the three of them actually did not hold too high expectations, thinking that a few people get together for a meal to get to know each other, by some small objects can be. But as soon as they entered the mall, they saw Zhou Tao Tao and Shen Ruyu, with the same aura as bandits entering the city. Surprise and doubt filled their hearts. How did the two of them go straight into the Donkey Brand store? As soon as Zhou Taotao and Chen Ruyu entered the store, their expressions were serious and their eyes immediately turned on scanning mode. They had already clarified the shopping criteria in their hearts when Li Fei finished speaking the sentence about company reimbursement. Don't look at bags that cost less than $50,000. Clothes priced below $5,000 don't look. A watch priced below $100,000 won't be considered. Li Fei's attitude, they are very clear. Let them let go to the meaning of consumption. That is, do not need to save money for Li Fei. What they don't know is that the more they spend the happier they are. And Li Fei is happier than they are. Because Li Fei had already looked at their information panel through the system. The lowest Feng Xiao had 8 points. Spending money on any of them could directly trigger a 100-fold cashback. The three of them watched the two of them, Zhou Taotao and Chen Ruyu, choosing feverishly in the donkey license store. At that moment, they were also not willing to show weakness and rushed in to do a big sweep together. As for the funds, Li Fei had already prepared a card in advance and handed it over to Chen Ruyu to manage. Chen Ruyu clearly remembered that when Li Fei handed over the card to her, Li Fei solemnly said to himself, "There are $5 million in the card. Your task is to lead them and spend it all today." To be honest, she had never seen such an unreasonable and endearing request since she was a child. Li Fei was looking at the cars in the store at this time, and the two of them, Fang Lei and Wang Li, looked around the cars in the store with a sense of unreality. Once on the road to see all have to take pictures of the car, Li Fei said to buy it. The two are thinking, I do not know when I can have their own. I guess that time dream can wake up laughing. After Li Fei selected, it was very dry to finish the formalities. Then he said to Wang Li, in the future, this car will be yours to drive. Wang Li was also excited with nervousness. The price of the car he drove had dawdled, and now it had reached the 10 million level. Li Fei patted Fang Lei and said, you two do a good job, and when sometime later also give you two a whole one each. When these words came out, they exploded like thunder in the minds of the two men. Naturally, they would not doubt the authenticity of what Li Fei said. From some of the things they had spent time with Li Fei before, it was enough to convince them. Li Fei's strength and character were admirable, but such an expensive reward for the two of them had never occurred to them in their hearts, and they were rather ashamed to receive it. Looking at Li Fei's firm eyes, the two of them only felt moved beyond words. Li Fei looked at the two of them for a long time without saying anything, feigned anger and said, this kind of small scene also give you two sedated? How can you do great things with me in the future? The two of them were immediately amused by Li Fei's words, and their hearts were much lighter. Yes, Li Fei's strength was more than clear to them, and it seemed that they still needed to raise their pattern and vision a little more. In Li Fei's opinion, the two of them were doing their best for themselves, so they would naturally be treated generously by themselves. On the other hand, he also wanted them to grow up as soon as possible, so that he wouldn't have to worry too much. The conversation between the three of them fell into the ears of the surrounding shopkeepers. Looking at this scene, the shopkeepers scoffed a little. Now the boss draws the pie are so exaggerated? Although they were shocked that Li Fei's age was too young, they did not know how to explain this unusual phenomenon. Such a young Mirage owner. This surpassed their cognition. He said that he would buy a Mirage for his subordinates as well, or one for each of them. The matter of buying a car for a subordinate was an extremely unfamiliar text, not to mention that it was such an expensive car. It is not surprising that they think so. In society, who will be good to you for no reason? Everyone is thinking how to go to seek some benefits for themselves. Like Li Fei, this operation is too unreal to only appear in the novel. Chapter 30 Opening. Compared to Wu Mei's sweeping at the shopping mall, Li Fei's side felt very pragmatic. At 6 o'clock in the evening, everyone began to go to Bamboo Forest Villa one after another. Although the five beauties did not stop for a day, but still in high spirits, the five of them, by after feeling is very consistent, are not yet finished. Li Fei's side is relatively calm. Take a bath, buy a car, drive around, drink tea. According to Li Fei's own words, this is actually in advance to feel the retirement life. If Fang Lei and Wang Li knew what he was thinking, they would be speechless. We are now like chicken blood, full of energy, bound to break through a day with you. As a result, you said you want to retire, and now has begun to warm up. Buddy, don't be too outrageous. Subsequently, Li Fei, three people driving a new mansion has not been licensed. Phantom set off. The destination, Bamboo Forest Villa Hotel. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new car, and you'll be able to get it to work. The car arrived at the entrance of the hotel. Li Fei found five beauties waiting here. The five beauties with very different styles were here, forming a beautiful landscape. They are all waiting for Li Fei here from the bottom of their hearts, because they are really buying cool today. Li Fei looked at the balance and also got high. Now there was $186 billion, a rise of 500 million. Li Fei came down from the Phantom. The five beauties were a little bit surprised, because they were just wondering, who could be in this car? Could it be Li Fei's friends and family? After all, they all knew that when they set off, Li Fei was in the same car as them. but with Li Fei's identity, it wasn't surprising that he knew the person who drove the Mirage. As a result, when the car door opened, it was Li Fei himself who came down from above the car. The five beauties first felt unexpected, and then thought that it was reasonable. Li Fei's strength, from their shopping and consumption today, can be seen in the leopard. However, Chen Ruyu noticed that the car did not have a license plate when it arrived. At that time, she had a guess that the one in the car couldn't be Li Fei, right? If it was, then the origin of the car was already obvious. It was Li Fei who just mentioned it today, but this idea was too exaggerated and she didn't think much about it. However, both reality and Li Fei played a joke on her. As it turned out, the strength that Li Fei had revealed nowadays was most likely just the tip of the iceberg. Fortunately, not only did she not form a bond with him now, she was also getting along well. Next, let's just hope that Cheng Hao's family would be able to recognize a pearl with a discerning eye. He himself had to warn about it, or else if it got too stiff at that time, it might affect his relationship with Li Fei. Li Fei, who was surrounded by the five beauties, looked up and saw that the Bamboo Forest Villa had made this birthday banquet of theirs very grand. The Bamboo Forest Villa, which was already decorated in a martial arts style, now had a battlefield like welcoming a martial arts ally. Li Fei nodded in satisfaction. There must be Chen Ruyu quietly contributing in this. It seemed that his vision was really good. The employees arrived one after another and then entered the venue. Around Li Fei's few people, there were employees passing by from time to time. First, they admired the phantom, then wondered about the identity of Li Fei, who was surrounded by five beautiful women. Despite the diverse opinions, no one had guessed that he was the boss, because it was too unbelievable. So young, definitely not the boss. But if it wasn't the boss, who else could be surrounded by five beautiful women at the same time? They were puzzled, but they didn't care. After all, today's main task was to celebrate the boss's birthday. They were equivalent to taking a vacation today, and it was still free, and their goodwill towards the boss was rubbing off on them. Li Fei entered the venue surrounded by five beauties. As soon as he entered, there were 2 rows of beauties bowing and shouting, "Welcome, honored guest." There were 10 people in each of the 2 rows, and each one of them was of great beauty and dignified, so it was no wonder that this place was highly favored by the dignitaries. Li Fei only felt that he was being treated like a local emperor. Then the manager came to entertain Li Fei. He was a slightly fat and short man, looking about 40 years old. "Boss Li, you are here. I'll take you to your seat." Li Fei looked at the manager, who was as attentive as a lackey. Although it was the first time he had seen himself, there was no surprise in his eyes. Either he had seen his picture in advance, or his mental quality was extremely high, since in the first hotel in Jiangcheng, by the 7 sages selected as a manager, is also a person elite. Under the leadership of the manager, Li Fei and others entered the Emperor Box No. 888. In Bamboo Forest Villa, there are 3 kinds of boxes: the Prince's Box, the Queen's Box, and the Emperor's Box. The Emperor Box had the least number, the highest price, and the best service. The rest of the employees were in the hotel lobby, while some executives were placed in the Empress Box and the Marquis Box. The Emperor Box was located on the 3rd floor of the hotel, like a ring, and Li Fei, this Emperor Box 888, was located in the center of the 3rd floor, and after leaving the box, he could directly overlook the entire 1st floor lobby. Standing here, it was as if he was the center of the world, looking at the pressurized crowd below. A feeling of a superior person controlling the whole situation arose. In the box, Li Fei was located in the main seat, and the crowd was more familiar, chatting with each other. The whole birthday celebration banquet was arranged by Chen Ruyu, under Li Fei's authorization. After seeing Li Fei's box was seated, the manager began to arrange for the food to be served. In less than 10 minutes, every table was filled with red wine and delicacies. There was also a 10-layer cake that was pushed up in front of the 3rd floor 888 Imperial Box. The manager was on the side, holding a microphone, and said, "Good evening everyone. Bamboo Forest Villa welcomes the arrival of all honored guests. I'm the manager of Bamboo Forest Villa. Today is Boss Li's birthday. Bamboo Forest Villa is honored to cater for Boss Li." After some courtesy, the manager directed the topic to Li Fei and knocked on the door of the box. "Boss Li, would you like to see if you want to say a few words?" Li Fei was also amused by the ass-kissing he did just now. Anyway, it was his birthday, so let's say a few words. As soon as the door of the box was opened, the eyes of the employees in the entire 1st floor hall instantly locked over. But the next scene made none of them have their pupils shrink slightly. What situation? The boss was actually so young. What is the situation? The one who was just surrounded by 5 beautiful women at the door was the boss. Why didn't you say so earlier? I missed a chance to get acquainted with the boss. I didn't expect the boss to be so young and golden. The employees at the scene, including the executives, were all shocked to see Li Fei for the first time, but none of them voiced these thoughts. Li Fei took the microphone and said with a smile, I'm glad that all of my colleagues have come to my birthday party, and this is also the first time that I've formally met with all of you. I am very happy tonight, not only because of this banquet, but also because we are gathered here for the same ideal and goal. Li Fei's pattern was instantly larger with these words and temperament. Chapter 31 Remember Me Junior. Tungfei Group is the first enterprise I founded, so naturally I want to be outstanding. The employees in the hall on the first floor applauded and applauded. Other than that, this paragraph alone made their blood boil. Li Fei raised his hand to signal, and the applause stopped. I won't treat each and every one of them, the brothers who charge into battle with me. Therefore, I have also formulated some incentive mechanisms in the past few days, covering quarterly bonuses, housing, etc., and the details will be announced by Assistant General Manager Chen. Right now, Li Fei was the chairman and president of the group, and Chen Ruyue was the assistant president. However, later on, it would be Chen Ruyue who would take over the position of the president and run the group for himself as the acting president. The employees below were excited because the company had a reward mechanism. It wasn't involved with one's basic salary. It wasn't a so-called performance appraisal, but a real incentive system. What's more, there are also housing incentives. Just don't know the specifics, but even if it is a housing subsidy, with this one alone, it is better than other companies' welfare. The happiest also belongs to the second floor of the company executives, with their ability and position. In the company belongs to the core personnel, equivalent to the rain first drenched the tall man, only this time under the rain is not rain. Speechless, Guan Yu, laser rain, thunderstorm, 3 words, and rolled the rain of the western mountains, Wutong more in fine rain, the night and lying down to listen to the wind blowing the rain. But the money rain. At this time, the manager brought several waiters and pushed the 10-layer cake in front of Li Fei. The lights in the room flashed. The next step was to divide the cake, which was organized by the manager with a few waiters. Li Fei signaled Chen Ruyue to host, leaving the rest of the rhythm and control of the scene to her. Chen Ruyue has been a rich and pampered child since childhood, and has seen many big scenes. Her eyes are very wide open. At the moment, this birthday party was relatively ordinary in her eyes. After all, this bamboo forest villa hotel, is her father organized a few bigwigs founded, their own very familiar with this place. Controlling the scene at this venue was no problem for her. Of course, the main scene tonight was not her, but Li Fei, and she knew that she could not overpower the host. After leading the staff to congratulate Li Fei, the heavyweight part of the night was opened under Li Fei's authorization. Today, Mr. Li is very happy, since everyone has chosen Tungfei Group. Mr. Li has also prepared a meet and greet gift for everyone. Please feel free to form teams, 5 people to a group. There will be several interesting mini-games next. Each game will be rewarded according to the group's score. The employees at the bottom have teamed up with the people around them. Never mind whether they have spoken or not. Team up first. Because from the fact that today's daytime consumption was completely free, it was clear that the boss was very generous. The welfare activities arranged for this night were definitely rewarding, and everyone was scrambling to form teams. Chen Ruyu looked at all of them almost there and said, "Colleagues, please quickly form a team. I will first explain the gameplay and rewards. Next, the questions will be displayed on the large screen in the center of the first floor. The attendants will provide answer cards for each group, and for each question, everyone will write their answers on them, and the attendants will come and collect them." The crowd was also noticing at this time that there were 20 attendants standing in the center of the hall on standby at all times. Since everyone has formed a team, then please look at the first question. Immediately afterward, the picture on the big screen switched. First question. Question: what is the antonym of sun? Reward, 200 for the team with the correct answer. P.S. There is no limit to the number of groups that can answer correctly, and this answer is not unique, but only for the second question. The following crowd of employees first looked at this question and thought, is this different from 1 plus 1? It was only after seeing the rewards and instructions below that it dawned on them. Isn't this kind of simple question that can be answered in minutes? It didn't even take 5 people to discuss it. It was just unanimously approved. Each group will get $200, and each group is made up of 5 people, which is equivalent to $40 each. It turns out that the boss is considerate of the staff. This is specifically for everyone to send road money, so the first round went very quickly. The employees took this question as purely the boss to reimburse the traveling expenses. Li Fei did not feel so, because these questions were specially found by him from the internet. Just like this question, it is a ring of a ring. The first question was actually a padding for the second question. After tallying the results, everyone answered correctly. The 3 answers of female, mother and father were all correct, but after tallying, the group that chose female was the majority. Each group was then given a red packet containing $200 bills. Next is the second question. Please look at the big screen dash. Second question. Question: what is the opposite of big white girl? Reward, 2. 5 times the reward for the first question. This question wasn't easy. Just in terms of reward, many people didn't know its illusion. Naturally, they didn't know how much sweat and youth it contained. Employees immediately froze, face expression a bit bitter. First out of a 3, then out of the 4 too. Where is this play? Many people were frowning, holding their heads and thinking hard about something. A young man with a center parting. When he saw this question, an inexplicable sense of familiarity arose in the bottom of his heart. Feeling the answer in his mind that was within reach yet far away from the sky, beads of sweat gradually emerged on his forehead. The words that were right next to his mouth could not be said, as if they had touched an unknown taboo. Could it be that there is a destiny in the underworld? This contains a great terror? Suddenly, only to see that young man slowly raised his hand, eyes resolute in the above, began to write. Small, black. Even after writing just 2 words, he felt as if he was burdened with the weight of 1,000 pounds, and the third word he was slow to put down his pen. It was not that he refused, not that he didn't want to, but he couldn't. He grew up believing in science. Do not believe in feudal superstition, that's set. But now, he does not know how to explain. In his heart dimly flashed 3 words, as if someone told him in his ear, that is the answer. But he could not say it himself, nor could he write it completely. The other employees around him were all at a loss, not knowing what the answer to this question was. The members of the same group as the young man looked at the first 2 words he had written, and only found them outrageous and grotesque. However, they could not come up with a single answer, so they could only beat a dead horse. Chapter 32 Cheng Hao Calls. When the answers were tallied, only the paper given by the center-scored youth had the answers written on it. The rest of the groups were blank. After examining the answers and realizing that the center-scored youth's group only got 2/3 of the answers right, Chen Ruyu simply awarded the reward to the center-scored youth's group. Their group was confused, including the center-scored youth himself, but as long as they had money to take, they were too lazy to think about it. After a few rounds of mini-games continued, quite a few groups received 3-digit awards. Next it was time for Li Fei's crowned Grand Carousel event. Seeing that everyone's enthusiasm for the game is gradually rising, Mr. Li has arranged a special session. Chen Ruyue explained the rules briefly, which was that each person would go on stage and draw a numbered paper from a box. Each slip of paper had 2 sets of numbers on it. The first set was a number from 1 to 10, and the second set was a number from 1 to 18. For example, 1 to 1, 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 18, 2 to 1, 2 to 2, 2 to 3, totaling 180. Instead, winners draw their numbers from several large carousels. One large carousel was divided into 4 areas, one large carousel was divided into 10 areas, and one large carousel was divided into 18 areas. The raffle was divided into 5 rounds. The first round draws 4 areas of the Grand Carousel and the prize is a hot pot voucher worth $500 for 150 winners, no duplicates. The second round to draw 4 areas of the Grand Carousel. The reward is a fuel card worth 3,000 yuan, 50 winners. The third round draws the carousel of 18 regions. The reward is a shopping card valued at 10 renminbi, 000, 10 winners. The fourth round pairs the 10 area and 18 area carousels to be drawn, with a reward of 30,000 yuan worth of travel credits and 3 winners. The following employees carefully read the rules, feel a little roundabout, simply do not want to think about it, draw and finished. Anyway, there are rewards across the board, unless really bad luck, such a high probability are not hit. Next is a burst of feverish activities of the Grand Carousel. The rewards of this carousel activity, compared to the one in Zijin City, Li Fei did not set such a high reward. What he wanted was to give a candy to eat first, and then he could raise it later. Giving too much at the beginning would rather not be conducive to them working diligently. This was because these rewards tonight were all to throw in the towel for the system he had set up. Li Fei's few people returned to the box and started chatting while eating. After a while, Chen Ruyu was also done with all the tasks that Li Fei had arranged for her. After entering the box and realizing that everyone had pretty much eaten, she said to Li Fei with a slightly angry face, "Are you doing this on purpose? What kind of words is this from Chief Assistant Chen? It wasn't because your brother was in a hurry and called me to talk about it." In just now Cheng Hao made a call to Li Fei, asking if it was convenient tonight, wanting to make an appointment. Chen Ruyu naturally wouldn't really think that Li Fei was screwing with her. She knew that there must be a change next. The original plan was for a few people to go to the bar to have a good time when they were pretty much carried out on this side. In fact, he intended to go to see the business mode of the bar. After all, Cheng Hao that crop smoothly agreed to okay, not agreed to be a little bit of trouble. After all, their family has been mixed in Jiangxing for a long time. The tree is deep-rooted reason he knows. Therefore, can let Cheng Hao their family for their own use. This matter is not simple. However, Chen Ruyu was more curious about the content of the next arrangement. She and Li Fei were both clear that now Cheng Hao's side took the initiative to find Li Fei about meeting, just to see Li Fei's chips. Chen Ruyu was also curious about Li Fei's depths. Li Fei was generous, but where were his limits? Li Fei let Lin Shuer and others to arrange the subsequent closing. He himself chose a S-class, and took Chen Ruyu to do the errand. Chen Ruyu drove the car and asked Li Fei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, "What chips have you prepared?" Li Fei was resting his eyes and mumbled, "Won't we know later?" Floating. A sentence to Chen Ruyu, whole speech blocked. This stinky brother also sold up the secret. Chen Ruyu also did not continue to pursue the question. 10 minutes later, the two came to a luxury bar, which is precisely one of the Cheng Hao family's properties. Li Fei also did not expect that his first time into the bar was to talk business. The dazzling lights, loud music and the enchanting dance moves on the dance floor made Li Fei a little interested in this place. The duo just entered the venue, and someone took them upstairs to the box where Cheng Hao and the others were. After entering, Li Fei found that there were only two people, one Cheng Hao and a strange beauty. However, this beauty does not look like Cheng Hao's chick, more like his sister. A voice rang out, you're here too, Shan. So Uncle Cheng has started to give you a free hand, Chen Ruyu said full of surprise, fixing her eyes. She was a white beauty with a goose-egg face, exquisite makeup, long blue hair slightly curled, a pair of pearl earrings were very bright, wearing a long white dress and a rich figure. Li Fei probably sorted out what was going on. It seemed that this beauty was really Cheng Hao's sister. Obviously, Chen Ruyue and Cheng Hao, her sister, were familiar with each other, and the level of the two people's face value could be said to be equal. Owning one of them could be a life of no regrets. Toozy. Let's see what this woman who is related to Chen Ruyu is about. Ding. Name, Cheng Shanshan. Age, 20 years old. Relationship, Chen Ruyu's best friend, Cheng Hao's sister. Since this was the case, he already had a calculation in his heart. At this time, Cheng Shanshan got up and extended her hand to Li Fei with a smile. Hello, Mr. Li, my name is Cheng Shanshan, and I have absolute say in today's cooperation. Li Fei stretched out his hand, shook her soft and boneless jade hand, and smiled. From what you're saying, you're almost completely in charge? Cheng Shanshan nodded. This time, appointing her to negotiate was the idea of the current head of the Cheng family, that is, his father. It can be understood that way. Chen Ruyue heard this from the side and understood that her good girlfriend was starting to pick up the Cheng family's main beam. It was also true that if the Cheng family's industry was handed over to Cheng Hao, this bastard boy might have squandered it all within a few years. The business talent of the two of them was not on the same level at all. Cheng Shanshan let Cheng Hao take out a bunch of documents from his bag and said indifferently, "This is this bar's revenue for this year, almost 15 million, and there are 5 other bars like this in my Cheng family." Cheng Shanshan paused for a moment, picked up the wine in front of her and took a sip. Blinking her good-looking eyes, she looked at Li Fei and continued, "So Mr. Li, do you still plan to eat the Cheng family?" Chapter 33, Brother-in-Law. Li Fei looked at her and realized that this woman in front of him seems to be quite good at seducing men. Between the hands and feet, there is a kind of soul-is-hooked feeling. Is this as always mixed in the bar type of scum? But in front of Li Fei, everything is floating clouds. Li Fei revealed a faint smile and said in an old-fashioned manner, "Miss Cheng misunderstood. I, Li Fei, don't love the fighting and killing in the mall. I like to make friends." These words made Cheng Shanshan a little puzzled. Didn't he say he wanted to buy the Chen family's property? Which play is this? Recently, I just created the Tingfei Group, but I'm going to make a subsidiary in the entertainment industry. There are only 2 ways. Cheng Shanshan's willow eyebrow slightly chi. She knew what Li Fei meant. Either both sides compete, or the Cheng family belongs to his Li Fei's group. Only, why is this Li Fei so crazy? He had already told him about the level of the Cheng family, and this bar was just the tip of the iceberg, and he was actually still so blasé. Looking at Li Fei's emboldened appearance, Cheng Shanshan couldn't help but wonder, could it be that he is really very powerful? Cheng Shanshan smiled appropriately and said tentatively, "Since Mr. Li wants to take over my Cheng family, he might as well talk about the benefits first." Finally speaking, Li Fei had been waiting for these words for a long time. Get out of the way. The moment of pretending wave 1 had arrived. Only Li Fei leaned back and said slowly, $2 billion for 70% of the shares of your family estate. Cheng Shanshan and Cheng Hao didn't know that Li Fei had already bought the building in Taibai Lake. Their understanding of Li Fei was still on the surface. When they heard what Li Fei said, their siblings instantly, the two of them looked grave. It was the unknown that was the most frightening, and they knew so little about Li Fei that they were unable to judge the authenticity of what Li Fei had just said. If Li Fei really had the strength of $2 billion and was going to buy into their industry, it was reasonably in their favor, because all of their current properties, combined, would only amount to a little over $1.5 billion at most. However, the two of them knew that in this world, there was no such thing as pie in the sky. At this time, Li Fei added, "Of course, I also have conditions." Sure enough, the hearts of the sister and brother duo sank. Often the price of small gains and profits were heavy. I'm only afraid that Li Fei is going to ask for a lion's share. If they don't cooperate with him, the pressure on the Chang family will greatly increase again. Thinking about her father's high hopes and wishes for herself, Chang Shanshan couldn't help but have a fine sweat appearing on her forehead. The current situation of the Chang family was not optimistic to begin with. The internal and external problems had made the Chang family head, Chang Shanshan's dad, fall ill, which was why she was sent to negotiate with Li Fei. While the two were considering, Li Fei continued, "Regarding the operation of these industries, Yu Cheng family will continue. I will just collect a dividend. However, my condition is that you siblings are employed by me and at my disposal." Chang Shanshan? Chang Hao? Even Chang Hao could see that Li Fei wasn't purely giving away benefits. The conditions he said were a bit too low, right? Could it be that he wanted to? Chang Hao's line of sight shifted to Chang Shanshan. Older sister is still a bit poised. If it's Li Fei, it's considered a good husband for her. Feeling Chang Hao's odd line of sight, Chang Shanshan was a bit shy and quietly stepped on him hard with her foot. But listening to this meaning of Li Fei, this amount of money wants to pick up herself? This is too low. No. How can this young lady be measured in terms of money? Li Fei naturally was not clear about what their siblings were thinking. How could a good cooperation think of this aspect? I don't know what Mr. Li meant when he asked my siblings to be employed by you? Chang Shanshan pondered. If she only used this amount of money to buy her body, this was never going to work. But people didn't say it meant that either, so it was better to make sure. Of course it's for you two to manage the entertainment industry. At that time, I will set up an entertainment company specifically to manage these industries. You guys will take up key positions in it and work for me. Now is that clear? Chang Shanshan understood Li Fei's meaning, and thought that he had some plans for himself. After all, the people chasing after him were lined up from here to the Olympics in Paris, France. But this is good. Is purely a relationship of interest? Li Fei's move can completely make their Chang family to the next level. But she was so good looking, how could any man possibly be able to hold back? Chang Shanshan suddenly thought, Chen Ruyuai's with Li Fei came in together. Could they? Chang Shanshan thought a lot in an instant. So that a woman's heart, the bottom of the sea needle. It is best not to guess. Guess cannot guess. Chang Hao, on the other hand, was inwardly ecstatic. This world is really a matter of pie in the sky. At this time, Li Fei once again asked, I wonder what is the opinion of the Chang family? A trace of struggle flashed in Chang Shanshan's eyes. Then he smiled and said faintly, Mr. Li gave such an attractive treatment. Chang family has no reason to refuse. Shanshan took the liberty to ask, when will the contract be signed? Choose a day. Sign it tonight. After saying that, Li Fei called for Lin Shuer and Su Ying to prepare the relevant documents and send them over in 20 minutes. Chang Shanshan also started to call and asked the Chang family's housekeeper to arrange the contract matters, and reported to her dad as well. After the arrangements were made, Chang Shanshan invited Li Fei out for a drink. Li Fei got up and said with a smile, slaughter me first before you sign the contract now, right? However, despite saying so, Li Fei is still relatively happy, because in front of the beauty show muscle, brush money crazy devil is not a name for nothing. 4 people went down, came to Chang Shanshan left a luxury card seat. Li Fei sat in the center, Chen Ruyue on the left, Chang Shanshan on the right. Chang Hao is next to Chang Shanshan. Li Fei raised his hand to greet the bartender and asked him what was the most expensive drink here. In this bar, the most expensive package cost 888, known as the Great Dragon Package. Alright, 10 sets first. Li Fei waved his hand and handed his card to the bartender before lying down on the card seat to enjoy himself. The bartender didn't immediately go to open the set menu, but looked at Chang Shanshan. Chang Shanshan didn't know what Li Fei was thinking. Originally she was the one who invited him. How come he was the one paying the bill now instead? Moreover, it is clear that the contract will be signed later, and it will be more cost-effective to spend at that time, but he is. Now, this man was really confusing. She nodded and signaled the bartender to open the set menu. Since Li Fei wanted to open it, then so be it. Chang Shanshan turned her head and saw that Li Fei was lying down and watching the enchanting beauties on the dance floor with an expression of enjoyment. Ghostly, she said, What, Mr. Li, with you and I beside you, are you still not satisfied? Li Fei froze at the words, and before he could react, Chang Hao next to him couldn't sit still. My brother-in-law is someone who does great things. Isn't it normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Chapter 34, The Understanding Chang Hao. The moment Chang Hao's words left his mouth, the other 3 froze. Li Fei inwardly? No dude, when did I become your brother-in-law? Your sister didn't inform me either. Chen Ruyu was also dumbfounded. Could it be that before he and Li Fei met, the Cheng family had fixed a baby marriage with Li Fei? That's not right. Since I was a child, I've never heard my best friend say anything about it. Is she so tight-lipped? Cheng Shanshan was the first to react and punched Cheng Hao in annoyance. Get lost. Cheng Hao was also confused, thinking, this Li Fei is not just greedy for your body? Didn't you agree to it just now? Did I misunderstand you? With my years of experience in picking up girls, it's impossible for me to make a mistake. Just at this moment, the bar's music sound suddenly shifted, and the whole venue's lights were focused on Li Fei's side of the card seat, only to hear the DJ on the stage, holding the mic and shouting excitedly, "Ladies and gentlemen, let's cheers for Mr. Li, who ordered 10 sets of Great Divine Dragon." Various exclamations and cheers came from all around, and everyone raised their cell phones and started recording videos, accompanied by the music. The dazzling lights flashed back on, one after another sexily dressed bunny girls, holding up eye-catching bright-lighted signs and exorbitant drinks came towards Li Fei's side of the card table. Cheng Shanshan and the others realized that Li Fei had ordered not one set of Great Dragon, but 10 sets. In one sentence, he had spent more than $1,800,000. Chen Ruyue had already built up her mind, but it was the first time Cheng Shanshan and Cheng Hao had seen Li Fei's handiwork. Both siblings had a new understanding of Li Fei, and in their opinion, Li Fei's boldness in making a move was already comparable to that of a big shot in Shanghai. As the center of attention of the whole room, Li Fei was enjoying this feeling. No wonder they all loved to come to the bar to play. At this time, the dance floor has already begun to have a girl's mind lively up. Squeeze through the crowd. Want to add Li Fei's contact information. Seeing this, Cheng Hao was the first to be unhappy, and quickly asked the bartender to send them away. Joke. What kind of wildflowers and weeds dare to come to my brother-in-law? He still understands the reasoning of near the water tower first get the moon. If his sister and Li Fei got together, he can also embrace Li Fei's thigh. Now, naturally, will not let these people distract Li Fei's attention. Li Fei himself is not interested in these wildflowers and weeds. With his own strength, this level of goods, a random shot can take down a bunch. It was too unchallenging. He longed for challenging women. Women who could satisfy his own sense of conquest. Those few girls who had summoned up the courage left the crowd grayly. Extroversion once exchanged for a lifetime of introversion. At this time, Li Fei also received a reminder of the arrival of the system cashback. Ding, consumption of 18,888, 880 yuan. Cashback 18,888, 000 yuan. Once he counted the balance, it was almost 2,047 million. However, he was just about to buy into the Cheng family's industry, which would cost 2 billion, and after signing the contract, he only had 47 million. It seemed like he was still too slack. It's not even enough for daily expenses now. Cheng family butler arrived at the bar, waiting on the sidelines, looking at the 10 sets of Great Dragon. The table cannot be put. Cheng Hao told him that this is Li Fei bought. The heart is a little surprised. It seems that this time the Cheng family encountered a nobleman. Before the Cheng family, these entertainment industry profits shrinking year by year, now is about to sign a contract with such a powerful boss. The lady can also show off her skills and make a big splash. After a while, Lin Shuer and Su Ying also arrived. Cheng Shanshan didn't know Lin Shuer and Su Ying's positions, nor was she clear if they had a special relationship with Li Fei. She only noticed that Lin Shuer and Su Ying were not on par with herself, and that this Li Fei was surrounded by so many beautiful women. A feeling of jealousy arose. Cheng Hao on the side was on the verge of drooling when he saw Lin Shuer and Su Ying, but fortunately restrained himself and silently recited in his heart, "This is brother-in-law's woman. This is brother-in-law's woman. This is my brother-in-law's woman." Cheng Hao silently thumbs up for Li Fei. Worthy of being a brother-in-law. This quality and their own. Simply not a level. After Li Fei ordered 10 Great Dragon, there were people on their side who were trying to get closer to this side intentionally or unintentionally. It looked like there were a lot of people around. Most of them were girls who thought they had good looks. At this time, seeing Lin Shuer and Su Ying's joining, they finally died. Originally there were 2 beauties at Li Fei's side. Now there are 2 more who are equal to him. How can ordinary players play? The men who were wandering around the card table were envious of Li Fei when they saw that there were 2 more beauties looking for him. Sure enough, having a son is like Sun Zhongmo, and having oneself is like Mr. Li. A few people didn't know what the people around them were thinking, and they didn't care. Li Fei looked at the people had all arrived. Let's drink and play with himself piece by piece first. At his suggestion, Lin Shuer and Su Ying also sat in the card seat, together to play some intimate small games. At first, the 2 were a bit uncomfortable, because it was also the first time to come to the bar, and before that, they had heard how bad the bar was. As a result, they just drank a little bit of wine, and played a high, gradually became the dominant player in the game. In this, the butler said he was old and went upstairs to wait in the box. Cheng Hao is also bored. This scene is obviously 4 women accompanied by Li Fei, 1 person to play. Simply find an excuse to say something temporary. First, drive back. The crowd is unspoken. No one to stay him. Walking out of the noisy bar, feeling the darkness and silence of the night outside, he suddenly wanted to cry. What is this thing called? I Chang, how so many friends and horses. There is still a day will feel so lonely? Sitting in the car and lighting a cigarette, he stepped on the gas hard and muttered in his heart, brother-in-law, this is what you owe me, 555,555. On the other hand, in the beauty nest Li Fei smiled slightly. This Cheng Hao was quite an eye. The drinking capacity of the women was only a little better than Jiang Xin, although Li Fei's drinking capacity wasn't great either. Looking at a few people slightly drunk, Li Fei got up and took them to the upstairs box, began to do business. This scene was not so simple in the eyes of the others. The surrounding group of men were no longer just envious of Li Fei. Their eyes were filled with jealousy that was already overflowing. 4 beautiful women, just like that. Drunk? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Appalling. As you can see, you have to show your sincerity to a girl you want to take away. With sincerity in place, even if the sister drank Wanzai, she'd be dizzy for a few days. They hate that they do not have Li Fei's sincerity, but also hate that they do not have Li Fei's strength. The girls who originally came forward to ask for Li Fei's contact information are also repentant. If they had insisted, would they have been taken away? And those girls who were so foolish that they didn't have the courage in the end were even more remorseful. Chapter 35. Checking into the presidential suite. Li Fei brought the 4 beauties who were slightly drunk to the private room. Looking at the slightly red cheeks of several people, he was glad that the butler was present. After arranging for Su Ying to view the contract, Li Fei simply signed it. Asking Cheng Shanshan for an account, $2 billion was directly punched in without a hint of ambiguity. This operation gave the housekeeper next to him a shocked look. His throat rolled a bit, and he hurriedly put the contract away. It seems that later you have to call the head of the family to report. This Li Gongzi is not simple. $2 billion turned over, without blinking an eye. The 4 women looked at Li Fei. This bold, appeared a kind of mu-strong mentality. More and more feel Li Fei reliable, worth trusting. This next spend out 20 small goal. Li Fei did not feel the slightest. Even if the balance is now only 47 million, Li Fei looked at his watch and said, it's getting late. Shan, we'll go back first. Cheng Shanshan was a little happy to hear Li Fei call her name so affectionately. However, when he said, we'll go back first, what did he mean by we? Cheng Shanshan stared at the other 3 beauties. Her heart had a bad premonition and vigilance. If it was her own good girlfriends, it would still be acceptable. But 3 women is too much. The other 2 women weren't familiar with themselves and couldn't let them take advantage of this. She forced out a smile and said, Brother Fei, it's so late. It's not safe outside. My house is very close to here. You and a few sisters go back to my home to stay for a while. Li Fei felt a little bit not right, but couldn't say where it was wrong. No need. Let's just find a random hotel to stay for the night. After saying that, Li Fei opened his cell phone and started booking a hotel, choosing the closest one, for presidential suites, a price of 10,888, a direct rebate of more than 3 million. 3 million for the current Li Fei. It was just like a pocket money. Cheng Shanshan was not happy at once and complained, then I want to live together too. At this time, she didn't know that Li Fei had settled for 4, and she was very jealous of Li Fei's behavior. Why did you bring them along but not me? My condition is not bad either. Looking at Cheng Shanshan's grudging little eyes and puffing her little cheeks, Li Fei was confused. Why are you staying in a hotel when you don't have a home to go back to? It's true that you can't guess what a girl is thinking. Li Fei added a presidential suite. Just 5 are next to each other. However, the process is not clear to Shanshan. Li Fei ordered a presidential suite for each person. In her imagination, it was several people in the same suite. Therefore, when she saw Li Fei change the booking information, she was a little happy and haughty in her heart. When the other 3 women saw this, they seemed to understand something. As soon as this thought appeared, Lin Shuer and Su Ying immediately wanted to reject Li Fei. Li Fei just happened to finish revising the information, took his cell phone and placed it in front of Cheng Shanshan, smilingly saying, it's booked. It just so happens that the room numbers of the 5 of us are connected, so without delay, let's go now. After saying that, Li Fei stretched and yawned. Cheng Shanshan froze, and so did the other 3 women. A few of them looked at each other and realized that they all thought wrong, and they all blushed in shame. What were they thinking? Other people, Li Fei is not that kind of person at all, but they think so. It was really too unreserved. Of the 4, especially Cheng Shanshan, when she thought of the jealous behavior just now, which was jealousy, it was clearly a reverse. The more Cheng Shanshan thought about it, the more ashamed she became, and the entire box fell into a brief and eerie silence. Seemingly sensing Li Fei's puzzled eyes, Cheng Shanshan slightly lowered her head and softly responded, oh, The matter having come to a head, the group followed Li Fei to the luxury hotel next door, and the butler left the scene breathlessly. The front desk of the hotel. The two little sisters saw Li Fei come in and thought that it was just an ordinary big bedroom. Who knows that behind Li Fei followed four beauties, each with their own beauty. Looking at the direction they were walking over, the two little sisters shifted their eyes towards Li Fei. Suddenly being stared at so much, Li Fei felt a little unnatural, took out his cell phone and showed the order to the two. The two front desk little sisters looked at the order on Li Fei's cell phone and looked at it over and over again several times before they were sure. They only felt absurd. You're a big boss with four beautiful women, doing nothing, and you end up sharing 5 presidential suites? It was simply unheard of. Could it be that he can't work in that area? The two little sisters were methodically checking in for a few people, but in their minds, they have been wondering, why is Li Fei so tolerant? The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are not as tolerant as him. Being a receptionist for so long, it was the first time I saw such a strange phenomenon. A few women behind Li Fei. Their expressions are a little embarrassed. Only Li Fei himself is calm, because he does not know what other people think. After checking in, Li Fei quickly washed up and lay down on the bed to play with his cell phone. After a busy day, it was only now that he could be considered truly relaxed. But it was also just now that he was a bit busier, because what he was doing now was a one-off thing, and he basically didn't have to worry about it in the future. As for Jiang Xin, several women, they also washed up after checking in, and it was nice to enjoy the presidential suite. Only, compared to the other three, Jiang Xin was more lost and hopeful. She was thinking, will Li Fei quietly come to find himself tonight? With this thought in mind, soon, she went into sleep. The next day, after simply washing up, Li Fei called Fong Lei and Wang Li to drive and come to pick up a few of them back to the company. Half an hour later, 2S class to the hotel downstairs. Several people in turn got on the car. Lin Shuai and Su Ying sat in the one driven by Wang Li. Li Fei brought Chen Ruyue and Jiang Xin to sit in the one driven by Fong Lei. While on the road, Jiang Xin was curious about what Li Fei's company was like. Before, she had information about Li Fei. The investigation showed that Li Fei didn't have a company. How did he suddenly have a company? She wouldn't doubt the investigation. In Jiangcheng, it was easy for her to investigate a piece of information. In the passenger seat, Li Fei, who had been looking down at his cell phone, suddenly turned his head to Jiang Xin and said, "In the next 2 days I will let Fong Lei to arrange the new company location. When the time comes for the employees, you arrange. I will send someone to be in charge of the inspector, as long as it's not an inferior person." Originally Jiang Xin was whispering with Chen Ruyue at the back. When she heard this, she froze. Huh? What new company? It's the new company created for you. You can name it, when the time comes, as a subsidiary, under the group. Also, you give me Chang Hao's contact information. Li Fei's words gave Jiang Xin CPU a dry burn. What new company? What subsidiary? What group? How come this lady is drinking fake wine now? How come what Li Fei said? The more I listen, the more I don't understand it? Chapter 36 can't be so decadent anymore. Li Fei didn't explain too much and continued to look down and play with his cell phone. Seeing this, Jiang Xin asked Chen Ruyue in a whisper, "What is this situation?" Although the two were whispering just now, it was all gossip between girlfriends, and she knew nothing about Chen Ruyu's current situation. Chen Ruyu also narrated to her, from her encounter with Li Fei and the current situation. After listening to her best friend's introduction, Jiang Xin realized the strength of Li Fei's strength and also understood the meaning of Li Fei's words just now. Chen Ruyu's coffee shop was acquired by him to be a coffee drink company. Now his own family's entertainment industry was also taken in by Li Fei. Just now, he also said that he was going to set up a new company, so it seemed that he was providing a platform specifically for himself. The more she thought about it, the more Jiang Xin felt that Li Fei was unfathomable, and the man in front of her seemed to have added a layer of mysterious fog. No wonder his own good sister was Li Fei submissive. Chen Ruyue's character she understands very well. The two grew up together since childhood. The character is similar. General rich second generation. Not to mention about her out to eat a meal. Simply can not into the eyes. Since childhood, she was pampered by her family. How could she look at ordinary people? A few people quickly arrived at the company. To the downstairs, Jiang Xin looked up at the towering building. For big words are very obvious. Tengfei Group. After returning to the company, Li Fei let Su Ying return to the legal department and let Lin Shuai take Jiang Xin to do the induction. In the large chairman's office, only he and Chen Ruyue remained. Li Fei was lying on the sofa, while Chen Ruyue on the side poured tea for him. Receiving the tea, he took a sip and said seriously to Chen Ruyue, "Starting tomorrow, I'll focus on practicing my car, and you try to take over this side of the group. In this next period of time, you and Fong Lei divide up the work and operate both the cafe and the entertainment industry. Chen Ruyu knew that Li Fei was trusting her to give her such a heavy responsibility. At that moment, she also responded, "Good." In Li Fei's plan, the UU Entertainment site in Zijin City was gradually transformed into a media company. As for the Jiangchang side, it was coordinated by the group, and 2 subsidiaries were first established under it, focusing on coffee drinks and the entertainment industry respectively. The general plan has been finalized. The rest will be left to them to implement. Fan Lei and Chen Ruyue are equivalent to his right-hand man. Li Fei naturally let them go ahead. The issue at hand was that it was time to brush up on money. There was only 47 million left. It was too shabby. It couldn't continue to be so decadent. With this in mind, Li Fei drank the tea in his cup and opened the brush. Chen Ruyue saw the ferocity in Li Fei's eyes, froze for a moment, and was puzzled. What's wrong all of a sudden? Li Fei asked her to go and call Zhou Tao Tao, Lin Shui'er, Chang Shanshan into the office. He has important things to arrange. 5 minutes later, Li Fei looked at the 4 women in front of him and asked, "Is your residence far from the company here?" Zhou Tao Tao was now living in the Hentang Heavenly Palace that Li Fei had bought for her, which was some distance away from Tengfei Group. As for Lin Shui'er and a group of ministry teams, they had been staying in the hotel arranged by Li Fei since they arrived in Zhangcheng. Chen Ruyue and Chang Shanshan, on the other hand, were living in their own homes, which were also some distance away from this side. In fact, Li Fei was mainly making a spread. No matter if their residence was close to the company or not, it had no effect on his arrangement, because brushing money was imperative. After the 4 women told him the situation, Li Fei rubbed his hand on his chin, pretended to look like he was thinking and said, "Then the company will come to give you a unified arrangement of accommodation. There's no time to lose. Let's go now." As soon as the words fell, Li Fei walked out of the office, leaving only the 4 women cluttering the office. Cheng Shanshan was puzzled. Was the Tengfei Group's welfare so good? Or is Li Fei trying to adopt me? Nope, it is to adopt us. Suddenly thought of there are 3 other women. Cheng Shanshan's small jealousy came up again. To the downstairs, Li Fei is ready to take the phantom, but found that there are a little too many people. It seems that usually cannot bring so many women, not very convenient. So, Li Fei let Chen Ruyue drive his own Cullinan. With Cheng Shanshan, Zhou Tao Tao drove the Rolls-Royce with herself and Lin Shui'er, and set off towards a nearby villa sales office. This villa area was also sold at a very high price, because it was close to the Taibai Lake scenic area. The environment was beautiful, and the price was naturally high. When they arrived at the place, Li Fei told them to choose at will, not to care about the price, but only to look at the house type, location and how the scenery was. The sales commissioner who entertained Li Fei and his entourage was also seeing this scene for the first time. You say, the rich man wants to buy a villa, the golden house to hide the bridge. They have seen a lot. This man with 4 beautiful women to choose a villa. What kind of drama is this? Novels don't even dare to write this. However, several sales specialists will not say it. At this time they are patiently for Li Fei's delicate girls to introduce the room type. Zhou Taodao first selected, because she already has a set of Hentang Heavenly Palace. This side of the villa for her, the attraction of natural reduced a lot. However, this side of the villa area, after all, close to Taibai Lake, there are also remarkable points. Li Fei let her go to sign the contract first, and at the same time handed the card to the sales commissioner responsible for introducing to Zhou Taotao. The sales commissioner took the card, still doubtful. How this man swiped the card so calmly? When did the villa become a cabbage? According to her past experience of signing orders, it was the big-bellied bald-top and the snake-faced woman who pulled for a long time. Only then will the bald-top reluctantly take out the card, a reluctant face to hand himself, and in the meantime rebuked a couple of sentences, so that they properly protect his card, because his card is what VIP. It was too late for her to think much. After all, the customer was waiting here, and this man brought 4 beautiful women at once. It should have the bottom line. She will be convinced to take the card as swipe, only to hear a pleasant "thank you for your patronage." She realized, this is a big customer, at least a big family of young masters. At this time, Li Fei also received a system cashback alert. Ding, spending $10 million, $1 billion cashback. Sure enough, it's still faster to buy villas to brush up on money. Hearing the sound of the system broadcast, Li Fei only felt at this moment that even the air he breathed became fresher. The remaining 3 women also chose one after another, except for Chen Ruyue, who was relatively calm. The other 2 women felt confused. From the beginning of the office to now, they are still not clear about what Li Fei wants to do. Is it really want to give the villa to themselves? Chen Ruyu was given $10 million when Li Fei bought her cafe. Now that it was equivalent to being given away again, she was less confused and surprised inside than Lin Shui'er and Chang Shanshan, but she was also alarmed. To say that he was treating himself so well because he liked himself. Right, what about the other 3 girls? He wanted to eat all 4 in one go? If you say you don't like yourself, but if you don't like it, you still send so many expensive things to yourself? To say that he wants to lick his own it, he also did not express the meaning of their own favorite Li Fei. This man is really puzzling. Chapter 37 Development. Li Fei's wave of operation came down to a direct cashback of $4.5 billion. Next to Lin Shuer and Chang Shanshan are still in a state of confusion. More than 10 million villa. Just give yourself? The two girls looked at Li Fei's eyes, adding a layer of unusual emotions. So domineering, so like. Next, Li Fei gave them a vacation today. You can go to the villa to see. You can also go to the mall sweep. Consumption by him to pay the bill. Li Fei gave the card to Lin Shuer. The four of them excitedly drove the Mirage to the mall. Before leaving, Li Fei specially instructed, consumption lower limit of 20 million. The upper limit? There was no upper limit. Receiving Li Fei's instructions, the four girls didn't want to stay for a moment at all. Wasting one more second would be disrespectful to Li Fei, the big gold master. Even Chang Shanshan, who had been pampered since childhood, now had an inexplicable excitement and hot blood burning in her heart. Li Fei enjoys this alternative way of letting other people work for him to make money, mainly because the workers enjoy it more than he does. Give Wang Li made a phone call. Let him come to pick up their own. Li Fei also gave Chang Hao made a phone call. At this time, Chang Hao was in a bar in Zijin City, accompanying a few Zijin City local big boys to drink. Suddenly receiving a call from Li Fei, he took out his cell phone and found that it was an unfamiliar number. Originally, he did not intend to answer the call, but after a little thought, he still connected it. Li Fei's voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm Li Fei, there's something for you to do. Upon hearing that it was Li Fei, Chang Hao was full of joy. What is it, brother-in-law? Li Fei's face was full of black lines. This guy has a mouthful of a brother-in-law. Can only say, outrageous and on the road. You recommend me a few sports cars. Hearing Li Fei this sentence, Chang Hao immediately spirited up. Sports car. This piece he did not less research, although not yet, only drove a Tiger. He began to talk to Li Fei at length. Brother-in-law, you're asking the right person. How much is the budget? I will first give you a rough idea of the different price points. There are 2 million to 5 million. Speaking of price, Li Fei cannot help but slightly frowned. How are so cheap? So he directly interrupted Chang Hao and said lightly, the price point is not less than 10 million. Chang Hao thought that he had misheard. Li Fei repeated it again, and only then did he realize that Li Fei's strength was one level up from what he expected. It should be on par with the few great young men he accompanied today. These were the young masters in the big families of Zijin City, and he himself was the lowest in terms of strength and status in there, about the same as a junior brother. Chang Hao took a deep breath, then seriously returned, brother-in-law, then I'll say a few for your reference, like the more common ox, horse, Luan, all have 10 million level models, all cool, and Aston Martin, Pagani, Koenigsegg, Bugatti. Under Chang Hao's introduction, Li Fei finally decided on the brands to buy: Pagani, Koenigsegg, Bugatti, Aston Martin, and Bull, Horse, Luan. Specific models have not been determined, but listening to Chang Hao said, Ferrari's Rafa and Lamborghini's Poison is good, as well as McLaren's P1. Li Fei thought a little in his heart, and then opened his mouth and said to Chang Hao, later, I will first give you $500 million. I will send you a list of brands, models and so on. You go to arrange for me. I only have one request. Don't be cheap. Don't have enough money and ask me again. These two short sentences, to Chang Hao dry eyes momentarily dull, brain buzzing. Not brother-in-law. Why are you talking like this? Did you just say 500 million? 500 million? Ah. This is not 5 million. This is not 500,000. It's not 50,000. It's not 5,000. It's not 500 either. It's even less than 50. It's $500 million. How come it comes out of your mouth like $5? Chang Hao muttered. So, my brother-in-law so powerful? Li Fei did not know that he used his pocket money to buy some toys, so Chang Hao in his heart set off shock waves. A few young men beside Chang Hao did not drink wine, did not say anything, just take a cell phone stupid standing. One of them frowned slightly and said sternly, what are you doing doghousey? Chang Hao heart a shock, only then back to God. To Li Fei replied to hang up, then smiled and apologized for the fine. The other side of Li Fei detected a trace of abnormality. It seems that Chang Hao in that circle is not very good but now he did not ask more questions. Since he called his brother-in-law, this matter he will have to manage sooner or later. Right now, he had to make himself strong before he could shelter the people around him. On the other side, the four women shopped for a day, several large shopping centers in a row, and even lunch was only half an hour before it ended hastily. The purpose was, save all the time in order to shop. After shopping to the back, they had already spent 22 million. And after receiving the news, the managers of several large shopping centers came out to please them. This was a character who had spent more than $20 million in one go, and although it was 4 people spending together, they all swiped the same card. It might be the several wives of whichever bigwig who came together today to spend their time. However, this kind of luxurious way of spending money, even a few managers with many years of experience in shopping mall management were a bit surprised, as if the money they spent was like joy beans, not even blinking, more like spending for the sake of spending. This kind of spending money in such a primitive and rough way, they had never seen before. However, one of them was more attentive than the other, fawning for tens of minutes and sending a bunch of cards and gifts just to exchange for a contact. A few beautiful women ended up spending 38 million yuan. Li Fei received 3.8 billion yuan in cashback. 1 month later, not counting the subsidiaries, the number of people in the group had reached 800, all of whom had entered through layers of screening. In this month, Fang Lei has been able to assume the position of CEO in Zijin City. The original name of the company was UU Entertainment, but now the full name should be Tingfei Culture and Media Company. In the coffee and beverage industry, Zhou Taotao is now in charge of all operations as CEO, and the company has been established. The name of the company is now named after Zhou Taotao and Chen Ruyu, called Peach Moon Coffee and Beverage Company. In addition to the original Chen Ruyu as the main store, also opened 3 branches in Jiangcheng, opened a branch in Zijin City. In order to manage the Cheng family's entertainment industry, the newly established company was called San San Entertainment Company, which was a homonym for Chang Shanshan. The CEO of the company was Chang Shanshan, and in the past month, she was able to take charge of the company on her own. The company already had 500 employees, half of whom were managers and store managers of the original Cheng family bars. In the new environment, they received more systematic management training. Chapter 38 Group Expansion. While the group was growing rapidly, Li Fei also obtained his driver's license. Today, it was a good day for Li Fei to just get his driver's license. When he went, it was Wang Li who drove the car, and when he came back, Wang Li experienced sitting in Culinan's passenger seat for the first time in his life. Holding the steering wheel in his hands, Li Fei had a feeling of being in control. Feeling the attention of the pedestrians on the road to Culinan, Li Fei was enjoying himself. 20 minutes later, the vehicle stopped under the company building. Li Fei got down from the Culinan and looked up at his group. The 60-story Tingfei building towered over the clouds. In the building next to the 230-story building is also his. Was bought this month as a subsidiary office space. At the entrance of the building, the security guards have not seen Li Fei, because Li Fei did not come to the company this month, stayed in the senior driving school to concentrate on practicing. However, a few security guards saw Wang Li behind Li Fei, so they did not go forward to ask. Wang Li they naturally recognized, the chairman's driver. For Wang Li, they all shouted one brother at a time on weekdays. Now Wang Li was one position behind, following behind the unfamiliar youth. They had previously heard gossip that the big boss behind the group was a young man, but none of them had seen it with their own eyes, and were of a skeptical mindset. Now this situation naturally went without saying. This youth, even if he wasn't the chairman of the board, was a character they couldn't afford to offend. As soon as Li Fei entered the hall, a few receptionist girls noticed and instantly recognized that this was the chairman. They had participated in the birthday party organized by Li Fei before, and that party had imprinted Li Fei deeply in their hearts. So as soon as they recognized Li Fei, several of them greeted in unison. "Good day, chairman." At the sound, Li Fei nodded and waved to them, then walked straight to the president's exclusive elevator. This scene was simply too handsome in the eyes of the several receptionist girls. Chairman is really young and handsome. Yes, 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 and so kind. If I were, the first thing you need to do is to get a good look at the company's website. Chatting for a couple of sentences and then started to fantasize. Li Fei looked back at Wang Li and asked him to follow him. So Wang Li jogged along. This elevator usually only Chan Ruyue and Lin Shui 2 people sit. Occasionally next door to the Zhou Taotao or Cheng Shanshan to String will also sit. In the elevator, Li Fei looked at the phone and asked Wang Li, "How is the atmosphere of the company?" This period of time, he did not come to the company. Let Wang Li pay attention to the situation in the company. Wang Li honestly said that under Qin Ruyue's management, the company's business was growing rapidly. Li Fei let out a hum. He was very optimistic about Chen Ruyu's ability. When he arrived at the top floor, Li Fei went directly to the CEO's office. As soon as he entered, he saw Chen Ruyue on the phone, as if she was talking about some kind of cooperation. Li Fei's sudden appearance caught Chen Ruyu a little off guard. Li Fei sat on the sofa and signaled that she didn't need to mind herself. So Chen Ruyu continued to talk about the cooperation, but it ended quickly. After taking a sip of the tea poured by Wang Li, Li Fei slowly said, "The matter of coffee store expansion can begin." This is the general direction that Li Fei planned for them before. The specific detailed matters for Chen Ruyu to coordinate the arrangements. On the one hand, spend $1 billion to quickly occupy the market share of coffee drinks in Suzhou, China. On the other hand, spend $1.5 billion to establish a complete coffee beverage supply chain system. In addition, Peach Moon Coffee and Beverage Company, Ltd., and Tingfei Culture and Media Company. At present, Tingfei Culture Media Company, Ltd., has a large number of netizen anchors mainly on short video platforms. Through the ability of these netizen anchors to bring in color, they can vigorously promote Peach Moon Coffee, which will be a big help in the rapid expansion of the number of stores. Among the several industries, only the coffee beverage industry is the easiest to increase the speed of development, so it is prioritized for expansion. During this period of time, he arranged an important task for Lin Shuer to collect small technology internet companies in Jiangxin City and Zijin City. Li Fei asked Wang Li to call Lin Shuer to report on the situation. Lin Shuer arrived and was a bit delighted to see Li Fei. After all, Li Fei had been immersed in practicing for the past month, including Chen Ruyue. See Li Fei today like a long time no see. One day no see like 3 autumns feeling filled the two women's heart. Lin Shuer smiled as she handed Li Fei the documents and began to narrate for him. There's a small potential stock internet company in Jiangxin City. The size is now a few dozen people, and it hasn't carried out financing yet. Zijin City has a startup tech company that makes chips, and a car company, except that both of them are relatively small in size. These 3 are all startups that have not carried out financing, and they are all 3 of the most promising in their industries. Li Fei listened to the secretary's explanation while flipping through the information of these 3 companies. A moment later, he nodded and said faintly, "All right, I probably understand. Is Ruyu free today?" "Yes, Dong Li." Chen Ruyu was very happy. This month without seeing Li Fei felt empty in her heart. She could only focus on her work. When Li Fei came back and saw that the company was running so well, he would definitely praise himself. Li Fei stood up, scratched Chen Ruyu's nose and said, "A mouthful of a Li Dong. This is too raw." This was the first time Chen Ruyu was made to act so intimately by the opposite sex, as if she was a frightened bunny, her ears slightly red. How could Li Fei suddenly be so ambiguous to himself? Chen Ruyu's heart was in turmoil at the moment, although she was somewhat admiring him, but now there were other people in it. Li Fei then said to Lin Shuer and Wang Li, "Pack up, get lawyer Su on board, and go on a field trip to inspect this internet company." When Lin Shuer saw Li Fei's behavior, there was a trace of loss in her heart, and with an oath she and Wang Li went out. Seeing this, Chen Ruyu joked, "Letting you flirt with me. Sister Shuer is jealous." The corner of Li Fei's mouth twitched. Careless. It seems that too many women is not necessarily a good thing. You have to rationalize your time. After that, the group went to that internet startup company for a site visit, and the assessment was not bad. So, Li Fei intends to contribute $10 million to acquire. The boss heard a very unhappy. He showed his cards, said he knows how much potential this company, the future. Li Fei did not listen to his nonsense. Opened $20 million to acquire the company. In Li Fei's eyes, the innovative points and technology of this technology company are very valuable, equivalent to the dinosaur eggs that are still incubating. With his own capital injection, this company will soon rise. The market value of more than 100 million are casual. The original boss thought he had picked up a great bargain, but the $20 million was enough for him to spend. Since then, there was one more subsidiary company under Tingfei Group, Tingfei Technology Company. Chapter 39 The Magic of Money. The next thing to do is to Fly Technology Limited Company to grow up. The capital first injected 50 million. So, Li Fei simply put Tingfei Group around a few buildings. Are bought, used as Tingfei Group and subsidiaries with office. In addition to a 60-story Tingfei building and 2 30-story office building, Li Fei bought 3 20-story and a 28-story building. The newly bought office buildings were all adjacent to the Tingfei building. These things were not hidden from the group's employees, so every employee of the Tingfei Group felt honored. In the center of the chairman's office, there is a table, which is placed on the model of several buildings of Tingfei Group. Looking at his own toys, Li Fei felt that after a while, this area can be called Tingfei Technology and Culture Park. Subsidiary Tingfei Technology all staff moved to the new office building. Treatment and office conditions than the original environment several times better. Li Fei let Lin Shuer arrangement of talent recruitment things. At the same time go to the local only a famous national reputation of the famous school, Jiangxin University. To this place is naturally with the University of Employment Office to talk about cooperation, recruitment of talents in the society first, to serve as the mainstay of the company, while the talents in the university, as a reserve to cultivate. He intended to establish a long-lasting cooperation with Jiangxin University. After all, Jiangxin University was among the top in the country. Especially the several specialties in Internet of Jiangxin University can be ranked in the top 10 in the country. Moreover, the college students of Jiangxin University were all attracted by the prosperity of Jiangxin City, and the chances of staying in Jiangxin City for development were high. As for the two companies on the Zijin City side, before Li Fei left, he also sent a copy of the information to Fan Lei. The Zijin City side of the matter will be handed over to Fan Lei to do, the two almost at the same time to go to talk about. On the way, Li Fei sent a message to Fan Lei to emphasize that there is no need to save money for him. This aspect of talent must be vigorously invested in training. Soon, Fan Lei's side also came the good news. Two companies were acquired. Li Fei is more satisfied. These two companies to change the name he has thought of, Tengfei Chip Limited and Tengfei Automobile Limited. In the following week, Li Fei enlarged the office and factory area of Tengfei Chip and Tengfei Automobile by several times. The three newly incorporated companies expanded rapidly like sponges sucking up water, both in terms of office area and personnel. Not only these three subsidiaries, but also the entire group is growing at a rapid pace. The summer vacation was almost over. There were still about 10 days left, and it was only at this time that Li Fei remembered that he hadn't looked at the scores of the college entrance exam. Well, the chairman of Tengfei Group, actually only high school education? No, this learning still need to be on, or else in the future other people beat around the bush to say their own. Cannot be heard. Thinking here, Li Fei dialed the vice president of Jiangcheng University, Lu Chengguo's phone. As soon as it was connected, Li Fei heard Lu Chengguo's greasy Mediterranean voice, Li Xiao, what are your orders? Hearing him speak, Li Fei got goosebumps. Even through the phone, he could imagine his expression of attentiveness. I'm going to set up an additional bursary fund at the school. Lu Chengguo on the other end of the phone couldn't wait to jump 10 meters high when he heard this. He knew Li Fei because Li Fei had set up a Tengfei bursary fund a few days ago, specifically for the outstanding college students of Jiangcheng University. Lu Chengguo also made a little bit of oil and water from it, and from then on Li Fei that is hate to look forward and back. Now Li Fei wants to set up additional funds. Last time it was he who was responsible for it and benefited the most. Now he is grateful to Li Fei. Li Fei added, I have a friend who is very fond of the academic style of your school. Before Li Fei finished his sentence, Lu Chengguo immediately vigorously patted his chest and said, a talent like young Li's friend who is a good learner. My Jiangcheng University naturally welcomes it with both hands. Li Fei smiled slightly. This was the magic of money. After things were done, Li Fei also had nothing to do and thought about the scale of the entire group. Now the group's business and scale had gone to a new level. The staff of the group's headquarters had expanded to 1,200 people, managed by Chen Ruyu. The employees of Tengfei Culture Media had now reached 3,000 people, managed by Fan Lei. Peach Moon Drinks has expanded to 600 employees and opened 100 branches. San San Entertainment staff expanded at a relatively slower pace, but it also reached 800 employees, and the staff sizes of Tengfei Technology, Tengfei Chip and Tengfei Automobile reached 500, 200 and 800 respectively. These staff numbers were all approximate and vague, though they did not differ from the real situation by more than 10 people. After reviewing it, Li Fei arranged for Lin Shuer to do something, to give him a report on the current total market value of the entire group. That afternoon, Li Fei received a report on the total market capitalization, which had reached $9 billion, although the growth rate was not very fast compared to the size. But a steady market capitalization was a good thing. In the next few days, just relax yourself. Li Fei dialed Cheng Hao's phone. Where is it? I just woke up. What's up, brother-in-law? Li Fei looked at the sunset outside the window, instantly speechless. Together with this guy is the American work and rest pinched his brow. Li Fei returned. Get up. Go skate the car. As soon as this was mentioned, Cheng Hao immediately bounced out of bed, his spirit instantly coming. Previously, Li Fei had given him 5 small goals, allowing him to buy a few supercars for Li Fei. The money left over from buying the car let Cheng Hao keep it to buy a car for himself to play with. Cheng Hao was moved to tears at the time because there was more than $10 million left over after buying a car for Li Fei. He also used this more than $10 million to buy 2 Ferrari sports cars. After receiving the phone call, Cheng Hao, 3 seconds to the garage, directly start, wearing a flowery shirt and big pants, with sunglasses, driving a Ferrari, quite a playboy. Li Fei chose for a long time, before making up his mind to choose to drive a black and blue Bugatti Veyron, the momentum of the whole field. Sometimes too many cars can affect one's judgment, and so can people. The two agreed to meet at Wulong Villa. Cheng Hao drove the Ferrari in front to open the way for Li Fei. The two of them chose a good place to sneak the car. In the busiest part of downtown Jiangcheng, there were office buildings and shopping malls, and at night, the neon lights were colorful, and the whole area seemed as bright as day. The streets were swarming with people. Many beautiful girls were shopping, and there were many luxury stores. Various fluorescent big screens on the high floors show advertisements of famous brands, while the surrounding area is filled with countless food stores and snack bars. Slipping a car here would allow them to enjoy the infinite envy of the crowd the most. Chapter 40. The speed of the car was fast. Huazhou Suzhou was one of the most economically prosperous states in the country. and as the second most economically ranked city in Huazhou Suzhou, Jiangchang was naturally prosperous without having to say much. There were 8 districts in Jiangchang, and the economic level of each district was even comparable to the total economy of a city in other states. This shows the prosperous economy of Jiangchang. In the city center of Jiangchang, it was even more prominently displayed. Ordinary people only felt that Jiangchang was prosperous, but it had nothing to do with the lives of ordinary people. The daily content of office workers is to go to work, and only when the economic level reaches a certain height do they understand the prosperity and intoxication of Jiangchang. In the center of the city, international shopping malls such as Longhu Plaza, Wanxiang and Sky Street are densely populated here. The prosperity of the streets gave people a feeling of being deep in the future epoch. In this area of the city center, the streets were mostly filled with pedestrians, followed by some luxury cars, like cars under 300,000 won't appear here at all. It would only appear in the periphery, and it was usually pedestrians who took the cars, regardless of whether people are rich or not, and how much money they have. In the busy area of this side of the city center, you will only see that one is richer than the other, and as for the real or fake, it is a secret. Chang Hao drove a red Ferrari with $8 million, and intentionally left the window open, revealing his handsome face with sunglasses. After a roar, he entered the busy part of the city center. The crowd on the street had to make way for him. The surrounding crowd all took out their cell phones and began to shoot the car. Some beautiful women wearing ultra-short skirts and tight jean shorts were slowly approaching the Ferrari. Chang Hao deliberately slowed down his speed. He came here originally as to catch girls. The first crab, long-legged beauty, found the opportunity to lie on the passenger window, revealing a pitiful look. "Hello handsome, I cannot find my father." "You can take people to find it?" The voice whine, sound let people bone numb. Paragraph is not loa. In this scene, only Chang Hao could sit back and not get upset, and he was very indifferent to the beauty's flirtation. Chang Hao looked at the beauty, pressed his sunglasses down, and gazed at her big eyes with his own sincere eyes. Then, the line of sight moved down 15 centimeters. "Not rich enough. Eliminated. Do you want me to call the police uncle for you?" Chang Hao shook the fruit cell phone in his hand and said with a teasing face, the beautiful woman lying on the car. How could she not hear Chang Hao's meaning? Pretending to be shy, still not dead, wanting to tease one last time. "You, asterisk, I hate you." However, Chang Hao didn't buy into this demeanor and tactics of hers in the slightest. The first beautiful girl who was lying on the passenger side window, seeing that she couldn't attract Chang Hao, had to leave in ashes. The beauty who was the second closest to the red Ferrari immediately went up with small steps to carry out some offense. At this time, in this Ferrari behind came bursts of roar. Not see its car first heard its sound. Quasi is a good car. The visitor is Li Fei's Bugatti. Originally, the two came together. Li Fei in the front, Chang Hao in the back. In the middle of Li Fei received a call from Lin Shuer. Let Chang Hao first departure. I did not expect Chang Hao this guy. Once in the beauty of the group surrounded. In 3 circles outside 3 circles. The street was a bit congested. When Li Fei arrived at the street, he found that there was a crowd in front of him, so he didn't need to think about it to know that Chang Hao was choosing a horse again. So, Li Fei directly opened the street bombing mode. Remind him to slip the car. Do not slip to the woman. As soon as Chang Hao heard Li Fei coming, he picked a woman at speed and directly turned on the motive pretending to be 13. The surrounding crowd was attracted to Li Fei's Bugatti. Most people have heard of Bugatti's name. Seeing this famous sports car, no matter men and women, young and old cannot walk. Li Fei's sighed to add contact information of the beauty. Then Chang Hao, so more and more crazy, almost directly pounced on the car. Suddenly Bugatti like a hungry tiger. Resounding bursts of roar. The crowd around the car was startled and spread back a circle. Li Fei smiled faintly and caught up with Chang Hao with a kick of the gas, and the 2 cars drove in unison. He looked sideways, and sure enough, there was an extra woman in Chang Hao's car. You this virtue, ha ha ha. Li Fei was originally a bit disgusted, but at the look of Chang Hao squeezing his eyebrows there, he was instantly amused. Feeling the expectant gazes of the young women around him, it was as if one of his own randomly obling gazes at them was favor for them. Exhaling softly, Li Fei looked at the steering wheel held in one hand, and his afterglow glanced at the crowd on the street again. Everyone was dressed in trendy clothes. The women wore exquisite makeup, and they were all dressed in sexy, seductive outfits. But so what? The eyes and gazes of longing and hopefulness that looked at them were all the same. A man who could drive a Bugatti with one hand was really a plus. At this time, Li Fei noticed what this guy Chang Hao was doing quietly. He noticed Chang Hao's sneaky behavior, fixed his eyes and shouted, nationalist. Chang Hao, this guy hand is really not honest. This is still in the street. The co-pilot's sister was already flushed with scarlet. Looking at the side of the delicate girl, Chang Hao inner evil fire is coming up. The girl Paris family stockings are almost torn into his fishing net. Li Fei suddenly honked the horn. To Chang Hao instantly get sober. Or rather, scared almost shriveled. Do what, brother-in-law? Scared me, Chang Hao exasperatedly said. Just now originally he was thinking about where to do things, with what position, knowledge, to do things. Li Fei, who was in the car next to him, pretended not to hear it and looked to the other side. However, Li Fei's heart at this time is snickering. You kid on the street is not convergence. You do not mind the shame, I still mind it. Looking out of the center of the city's busy area, Li Fei directly gave a foot gas pedal, leaving Chang Hao behind. Chang Hao saw this, immediately speechless, but the next second he also accelerated, directly chased up, the two unspoken, to the outskirts of the city to a more open road to drive. The next will be compared to the speed and passion, because when he went out, Li Fei looked at the day. It was written in 5 big words, today is suitable for racing. Chang Hao this side of an acceleration, causing the co-pilot girl exclaimed repeatedly. Small hand covered her mouth, with a crispy voice to Chang Hao said, brother don't be so fast people fast bear bird ah. Chang Hao heard this, originally suffocated panic. You give me the whole thing? Directly step on the gas pedal straight line acceleration. The whole car instantly transformed into red lightning. Can not see. Co-pilot of the girl was already feeling very exciting. This time directly let go of the voice and screamed loudly. Do not quickly stop. The more Chang Hao listened, the more he suffocated, and his speed became faster and faster. The girl panicked. This was too exciting for her. Hurriedly shouted. Stop again this way I'm not going to be able to take it. Chapter 41, Nodding Chang Hao. Li Fei, who was in the front, saw that in the rearview mirror, a Ferrari appeared behind him. Moreover, the distance between the two cars was gradually shrinking. A little bit of fun how. This is the duel between men. Li Fei finally felt a hint of speed and passion, and welded the throttle. Originally, Chang Hao was driving a Ferrari and had already seen the tail lights of Li Fei's Bugatti, but as a result, just after seeing it, the Bugatti's tail lights disappeared. Chang Hao thought he was looking at his eyes, and the girl next to him was shocked and rubbed her eyes and said, just now is not catching up? No, brother, you'd better slow down. A sentence directly to Chang Hao dry broken defense. It's weird to be able to catch up. Chang Hao had already guessed that Li Fei was thinking that he was racing with him, but in reality Chang Hao just wanted to vent. The next thing you know, Chang Hao is just trying to let off some steam. This time, Chang Hao directly stepped on the gas to the bottom. A strong sense of pushback instantly surged. The sports car like a red gale. The beautiful girl in the co-pilot hugged herself tightly, her voice gradually pinned up. It's too fast I can't do it anymore dash. Finally, Chang Hao caught up with Li Fei in a cafe. Only at this time, Li Fei had already parked his car on the side of the road, ordered 3 cups of coffee, and was sitting on a seat outside the store waiting for them. Chang Hao had just parked his car, and the girl next to him was sweating slightly. Her hair was a little messy, and her legs couldn't stop shaking a little. If not for the fact that Li Fei was waiting there, Chang Hao would have had to do something. See Chang Hao from the car down. Li Fei looked at the wristwatch, said, not bad, 30 seconds faster than the last time. Chang Hao picked up the coffee on the table and drank it as if it was plain water. This kind of behavior made Li Fei feel strange. How did it feel that this guy was so hungry and thirsty? Seeing the walking posture of the girl who came down after Chang Hao, Li Fei's face was a bit odd. He looked at Chang Hao contemptuously, and while the girl had not yet approached, he lowered his voice and asked, you still did errands in the middle? If Chang Hao still did errands in the middle of the journey, it was estimated to be 3 seconds faster than the current time. No more. Chang Hao's face was full of questions. No brother-in-law, am I Chang Hao this kind of person in your heart? You don't say. When this kid asked a rhetorical question, Li Fei almost doubted his judgment. This kid is definitely doing something. Li Fei revealed a look of I understand everything and patted Chang Hao's shoulder, telling him to sit down first. By the way, he gave him a hint that the girl had already arrived, so the encrypted call was temporarily interrupted. This cafe is a branch of Peach Moon Cafe. The decoration is light and extravagant, with a few tables and chairs in front of the store. Because it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, the cafe was less crowded, and there were only a few clerks to get some overtime pay. Inside, the shopkeepers all recognize Li Fei and Chang Hao, although they do not know the identity of the two, but their abstraction deep in the heart of every shopkeeper. It was so late that they drove a sports car to drink coffee, fearing that they could sleep at night. Li Fei picked up the coffee and took a sip. It had to be said that Chen Ruyua was a bit talented in coffee drink making. That girl also approached the two at this time, and first greeted Li Fei. Hello brother, my name is Xioi. Li Fei was looking at his cell phone. Hearing her introduce herself next to him, the corner of his mouth twitched. Sister-in-law? So playful huh? Can't lose the battle. Li Fei didn't raise his head, continued to look at his cell phone and sipped his coffee, casually said back, oh, just call me Fei. I don't care if you have a sister-in-law or an aunt. If you see me Li Fei, you have to call me brother Fei. Although Li Fei is just 18, this sister-in-law is already 20, but it does not affect the call him Brother Fei. The girl immediately clamped her voice and said coyly, "Good day, Brother Fei." Li Fei almost didn't spit out his coffee, looked at Chang Hao with a grudging face. His eyes seemed to say, "What kind of thing did you choose?" Chang Hao smiled sarcastically and changed the topic. "The moon is nice tonight, ah brother-in-law, ha ha ha." Three people coincidentally looked up. "A black night. Nothing. Really cannot see." Li Fei said to Xiui, "Okay, that. Sister, you also sit down." Li Fei at this time is the first time to seriously look at this Xiui. Looks also fit. Is to dress style gives a person a very strained feeling. On top of a piece of rag, the bottom of the pink hip skirt just covered the buttocks. He didn't care about this, but silently sent Chang Hao a message on his cell phone, "Pay attention to the safety of entry and exit. Don't get sick." A few people drank some coffee. Li Fei said to Chang Hao, "Don't play around tomorrow. Come with me to look at the site for the company's employees' housing. A few of the construction bureaus are scheduled for tomorrow morning." There was a large piece of empty land near the group. Li Fei had already bought it and was going to use part of it as a factory and part of it as a benefit for employee housing. Before meeting Li Fei, Chang Hao didn't have any position in the Chang family. Because he acted fun-loving, the family had tried to cultivate him, only for his performance to disappoint Chang's father. So he simply handed over to Chang Shanshan to manage the family's industry. And when Chang Hao's mind matured in a few years, he would then hand over the family's industry to him. Li Fei's words made Chang Hao understand that Li Fei was trying to cultivate himself, and he was indeed his good brother-in-law. Chang Hao agreed with a smile. This was also an opportunity to get in touch with some of the new people's connections. After all, several construction bureaus wanted to take this fat order, and Chang Hao was happy that the final decision was in his brother-in-law's hands. No matter what the outcome was, there were definitely people in the process who were going to give themselves favors and wanted to flatter themselves. Oh yes, in these 2 days, you go and assist Schwer, so that Tengfei Technology can use Peach Moon Coffee's supply chain as a benchmark to build a systematic set of products. And this product will be the main focus in the next 2 years. Li Fei had already started a precise and comprehensive layout for the supply chain management system for short video broadcasting. Not only this one aspect, but in the production process of automobiles and the logistics of coffee drinks, Li Fei also had a new plan. "My next plan is that for the logistics and transportation industry, we need to make a layout. When the time comes, you go manage it for me," Li Fei said to Chang Hao, his tone serious yet casual. He actually didn't want Chang Hao to have too much pressure, but wanted to exercise him. Chang Hao did not expect that Li Fei would arrange such a difficult and important task for himself, and said with a bit of difficulty, "Brother-in-law, I'm this." Looking at Chang Hao's appearance, Li Fei patted his shoulder and said boldly, "Just let go and do it. Think of it as an experience for you. I'm not bad at it. You'll have to be on your own sooner or later anyway." After listening to Li Fei's words, Chang Hao understood that this was his chance. He had long been tired of the muddled life all day long, but he has tried before. The results are not satisfactory, and even once suspected that he is not business material. Instead of drinking all day and picking up girls, he now wants to prove himself by doing some business, proving to his family that he is not a waste. Chang Hao's eyes rose up a blazing fire and ambition. Since brother-in-law wants to go on a journey, then I will play the first. Chapter 42, Eating Peaches. Feeling Chang Hao's rekindled fighting spirit, Li Fei would smile. The girl on the side was concentrating on her cell phone. She didn't dare to listen in at all. Li Fei's conversation between the two of them. "The more you know, the worse it is for you." This point of reason she still understands. What should be done? What should not be done? She heart clear. These top tycoons are not to be messed with. Similarly, Li Fei did not take her seriously. Chang Hao lit a cigarette, took a sharp drag, and slowly exhaled. Li Fei looked at his watch and said to Chang Hao, "It's getting late. Go back and take an early rest. Tomorrow start to collect yourself and make some achievements." He then drove the Bugatti and went directly to Hentaying Sky Palace. Unsurprisingly, tonight the duo sports car will cause a small wave of public opinion, such as, 2 multi-million-dollar luxury cars have appeared in the center of the city on Xingu Street. The two of them will cause a small wave of public opinion. Suspected Jiangqing top big young slipped car shopping street. Rare. Bugatti actually appeared in Xingu Street. However, Li Fei does not care about these, because he has not appeared in the public eye, including reporters, and these entertainment media do not know the identity of the owner. The owners of these sports cars, the media and reporters would not deliberately pry into their privacy for fear of upsetting the tycoons. On the other side, in the Hentaying Heavenly Palace, Zhou Taotao was preparing a candlelight dinner for Li Fei. Soon, Li Fei returned. Entering the door, he saw the yellowish candlelight, and the table was set with steak and red wine. In the ambiguous and charming atmosphere, the two of them drank slightly drunk and looked at each other with gazes that were no longer as pure as they were at the beginning. "Eat almost time." Li Fei suddenly picked up Zhou Taotao. Zhou Taotao was Li Fei's move scared, like a frightened bunny curled up in his arms. He came to the bedroom and placed her on the big soft bed. Li Fei gently placed her on the bed, but did not get up to leave. The two of them just stared at each other. Zhou Taotao's face was very red, and in a voice as thin as a mosquito, she said delicately, "Why don't you get up yet?" The only thing that responded to her was a deep kiss. 99,999 words omitted here. Zhou Taotao snuggled in Li Fei's arms. Daintily, she used her jade hand to draw small circles on Li Fei's chest. Looking at the petite beauty in his arms, Li Fei leaned down and kissed again. The next morning, the sunlight outside the window gently spread on the ground. Li Fei woke up to find his side empty, lifted the quilt to find a nice red rose. So, he got up and went to the living room to take a look. Just opened the door and heard the voice in the kitchen. Li Fei smiled. This moment of life is the materialization of happiness. He walked towards the kitchen and wrapped Zhou Taotao's thin waist from behind. The sudden move made Zhou Taotao eat. Aya, what for? Scaring people. After reacting to the fact that it was Li Fei, she feigned a small expression of annoyance and pouted. Rascal and want to come ah? The next moment, Zhou Taotao's voice shy weak request said, wait for people to finish cooking and then that okay? Zhou Taotao originally wore a super short skirt with a sexy halter on top. 99,999 words omitted here. The duo worked for another hour and after having breakfast, they started packing to leave for the group. Today there will be 20 construction companies with different strengths coming to Tingfei Group to talk business. When the time comes, Li Fei will look at the professionalism of these 20 enterprises. Naturally, the principle of survival of the fittest, the strength and more cost-effective enterprises win the bid. Li Fei today drove a grey Pagani. Passing through the streets echoed the Pagani beastly roar. Passers-by were originally all unhappy expression. These tuned cars loud and incomparable engine sound. They are very disgusted. Once they turned around and saw the Pagani's cool styling, those who didn't know it also thought it was a top-of-the-line sports car. Their expressions changed from displeasure and annoyance to envy and appreciation. And in their hearts, they thought, a sports car should blow up the street like this. Li Fei's car speed is very fast. Unhindered on the way, peer vehicles see the grey Pagani, are far away. Before and after the two cars are with Li Fei to maintain a distance of 50 meters away. The left and right sides of no vehicles. Just kidding, really want to get into trouble with this car. This life basically will not enjoy life. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at Tingfei Group. Chang Hao also just arrived, was about to send a message to Li Fei, saw Li Fei with Zhou Taotao came. The three of them went directly to the conference room, and as soon as they entered, the 20 people of different ages sitting around the conference room rose together and greeted Li Fei. Sitting closest to the door was a middle-aged pot-bellied man who was the first to go up and greet Li Fei, only to see him smile and bend down to lower his posture, stretching out his hands, wanting to shake hands with Li Fei. Hello Li Dong, I'm Wang Dun from City South Industrial Construction. Those who came to talk about cooperation were all human savants. While Wang Dun greeted him, others were not willing to lag behind. I can finally meet you, Li Dong. I am Zhao Feihu from Huacheng Construction Industry. Li Fei was indifferent to this. These courtesies and flattery did not sway his decision. He only saw him lightly waving his hand and said, everyone take your seats. Let's begin. Starting from Li Fei's left-hand side, one person had 5 minutes of presentation time. They needed to play the business plan on the screen in turn and speak for Li Fei about the company's strengths and plans on this project. This batch was about the construction of the project for the staff dormitory building, and one was selected from 20 companies. After this batch had finalized the outstanding one, Li Fei planned to give the factory construction project of Tingfei Automobile to this selected company as well. In the end, it was the first one to give him the go-ahead, Wang Dun, whose Changnan Industrial Construction had won Li Fei's approval. This was an old Jiangchen construction company that had close to 30 years of construction experience. The representatives of the other companies that didn't win the bid left one after another, and Chang Hao realized that there was no shortage of young and beautiful black silk girls in the crowd that left. In his heart, he sighed even more to Li Fei, worthy of being his brother-in-law. Such a sexy and beautiful beauty couldn't sway his decision. Over here, Wang Dun also stayed behind to talk to Li Fei about specific matters. Chapter 43, Class Reunion? This Wang Dun was a sales manager of the City South Industrial Construction, and was very smooth in dealing with people. Li Fei called Lin Shuer in as well, letting her and Chang Hao be in charge of the staff dormitory project and the factory construction project respectively. As for Li Fei and Zhou Taotao, they were mainly just listening in. For Zhou Taotao, these experiences were very useful. Li Fei, who was on the side, felt a bit bored, so he opened his cell phone to take a look. At this time, Li Fei received a message from his high school classmate Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin, Li Fei. The class group agreed that tonight at 6 o'clock in the Spring International Hotel, as a reunion before entering the university. Will you come? The class reunion? Li Fei thought about it. There is no good friend of his in the class, but there is a boy, and his relationship is not bad, cannot say very iron, at least is their only good relationship in the class. His name is Wu Chen, grades belong to the class in the front of the kind, tall, people are more introverted and honest. Both of them belong to the same category in the class. Both of them had a relatively low sense of existence and were easily bullied by others. However, both of them belong to the class shrimp. Free time between classes. Will also chat. The bully in the class at that time, Prince Han, often with a few little brother, in the classroom will bully them, these honest people. There is no way. Who let them? A lot of people. The family is rich. For Prince Han, Li Fei has no good feelings at all. This kind of rely on the family to be evil, and also bullied himself. It is best not to meet the current self. He and that can be called confidant Wu Chen, but it is a long time no contact. Before Li Fei did not even have a cell phone, so counting from the end of the college entrance exams, the two are equivalent to break contact. This reunion is to see their confidant, plus contact information. For Wu Chen, Li Fei's intention is to be able to help in the future to help. Although Li Fei believes that only rely on Wu Chen's own ability will also have a good development, but in society, sometimes connections were more useful than education. If Wu Chen needed it, Li Fei would be happy to provide him with an opportunity. Li Fei replied in the chat box, "Go." Zhou Taotao on the side noticed that Li Fei seemed to be sending a message to someone, and the avatar seemed to be a girl. She didn't bother to pursue it. In her heart, Li Fei liked her, and that was enough. On the other side, Jiang Xin, who received a positive reply, shouted yeah, and threw herself on the bed, burying her head under the quilt. Jiang Xin was imagining how to greet Li Fei when they met. Suddenly, her cell phone beeped, and when she opened it, she saw that Li Fei had sent a new message. "Li Fei, send me a location at 5 o'clock. I'll pick you up." If Li Fei just replied to her that he was going to a class reunion, Jiang Xin's heart was elated. Then at this moment, her mood was deer in the headlights and her heart was blossoming. Jiang Xin originally thought that in high school, Li Fei's presence was so low and he didn't have any good friends on weekdays. She was worried that Li Fei wouldn't come to participate. But now Li Fei not only came to participate, but also to pick up their own. Could it be that he came to participate in this reunion because of himself? The more Jiang Xin thought about it, the more her face blushed, burying her face into the pillow. The top of her head seemed to be smoking. Moreover, just now he said that he came to pick me up. He has already finished his driver's license? It's only been a month or so. How did he get his license so quickly? But other than this reason, there is no other possibility. I have to say, Li Fei is really good. Jiang Xin has been instilled with the idea of studying hard by her family since she was a child. Because her family is considered middle class and relatively well off. Usually very little contact with boys. In terms of feelings is even more white one. In her adolescence, her vague concept of love was learned from some TV dramas. In her eyes, Li Fei's behavior is the perfect boss is in love with me story. In the pink-colored room, Jiang Xin was lying on the soft bed, staring at the chat box on her cell phone with Li Fei. The two lines sent by Li Fei are like the key to open the gateway to the Hall of Mystery. And Jiang Xin's thoughts gradually drifted away. In the conference room of Tingfei Group, Li Fei turned off his cell phone and continued to listen to the negotiation between Lin Shuer and Wang Dun. In the consultation process, Lin Shuer pointed out a few more sensitive and pointed questions. Wang Dun did not answer very well. Li Fei had made a note of it in his mind. And when the meeting was almost near the end, he said to Wang Dun, "Manager Wang, the points just mentioned by Secretary General Lin, I hope to get an answer before 8 o'clock tonight. Can you understand what I mean?" Originally, being asked those questions by Lin Shuer, Wang Dun was already a bit stressed. However, halfway through, when he saw Li Fei playing with his cell phone, he thought it was just going through the motions, but he didn't expect that at the end, Li Fei would directly kill him back. At that moment, Wang Dun repeatedly nodded and smiled, but in fact, the cold sweat on his back. Sweating, Wang Dun had a new understanding of the chairman of Tingfei Group. Before talking about cooperation, all 20 of their companies knew that the chairman of Tingfei Group was a young man. Originally, they all held the mentality of not to be taken lightly. But it wasn't until Wang Dun's City South Industrial Construction won the bid that they left Wang Dun behind to negotiate the fine print. In the consultation process, Wang Dun noticed that the chairman of the Tingfei Group is a bit cynical. Some important content in the meeting, Li Fei did not listen to. Just play with the cell phone there. So Wang Dun think Li Fei is not capable. At the end of the consultation meeting, Wang Dun was already thinking about how to go back to celebrate. He didn't realize that the young chairman in front of him had a feeling that he was in charge of the power of life and death while talking and laughing. Originally he wanted to Lin Shuer raised a few questions, ambiguous mix passed, and now directly by Li Fei pick in the open. He wanted to get oil from the plan also fizzled. Chang Hao was responsible for the factory construction project, also by the details of the consultation between Lin Shuer and Wang Dun. However, Chang Hao listened attentively, and in just 1 hour, he learned a lot about negotiation skills and business model planning. Only Wang Dun laughed bitterly inwardly. These 2 projects were not delicious. Before doing a bunch of projects mixed with a bit of tofu dreg engineering, he earned a lot. This time it is estimated to earn a lot less. After all, the chairman of the board of directors have emphasized that they have encountered this situation. Wang Dun know in his heart, this kind of customer will often be on the safety and quality of strict control. Luckily, it was Changnan Industrial Construction. The standard and quality of the completed projects far exceeded that of its peers, and it was considered to be a relatively conscientious company. If it were any other company, it would not have been able to complete it under such conditions. Nowadays, it is popular in the construction industry to lower the quality and raise the price so as to make money. Chapter 44 Secretary is not enough. Wang Dun left Tingfei Group and immediately carried out the handling of the points mentioned by Li Fei, while reporting to the leadership about the content of the meeting on this tender. In the end, the leadership of City South Industrial Construction decided to take over these 2 projects. They made some comprehensive considerations, and although the profits were a bit lower than the previous ones, the potential value of these 2 projects was very high. The speed of Tingfei Group's establishment and rise was far beyond their imagination. At the same time, for them, Tengfei Group would be a big client of theirs in the future. They had investigated the information about Tengfei Group, from the 60-story building at Tai Bai Lake being bought, to the current market value of Tengfei Group being close to tens of billions. Every step made them feel shocked, and as Tengfei Group was moving forward extremely fast, they speculated that there was a huge funding organization behind Tengfei Group, and then deep information they dare not investigate. In the shopping mall, we are still wearing a mask. In order to be more convenient to cooperate, Wang Dun received the instructions of the leadership. The project was handed over to a project manager with their own familiar. The 2 talked about the points mentioned by Li Fei. To determine the profit share, a rough estimate of the 2 can have about 50,000 dividends. They intended to return the results to Tingfei Group tonight, and then have a few small drinks afterward to celebrate. Tai Bai Lake, Tengfei Group. Li Fei let Lin Shuer and Chang Hao go to carry out their respective projects, and Zhou Taodao also returned to the Peach Moon Cafe to continue to deal with business. The large chairman's office. Only Li Fei is left to play Plants vs. Zombies inside. Why play this game? Because suddenly a subordinate to report work. He can point pause. After playing for a while, feeling a bit bored, Li Fei picked up a document on the table and began to look through it. This was what Lin Shuer had given him in the morning, about Tengfei Group's construction proposal for the logistics company. After reading it roughly, it was well organized and detailed. Li Fei nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the Secretary General's choice of Lin Shuer was a very correct decision. Currently, the chairman's secretarial team only consisted of Lin Shuer. After thinking about it for a while, Li Fei decided to add some manpower to her. On the one hand, it would be more efficient to carry out orders, and on the other hand, Lin Shuer would have more time, and have more time for herself. For example, if he was tired of playing games and wanted to eat some grapes, he could just call Lin Shuer. This is what is called life. Thinking of this, Li Fei immediately arranged to inform the personnel team about the expansion of the secretary team. Although Li Fei emphasized that he wanted talents who could do practical things, and that ability was the only criterion for screening. But in the eyes of the personnel team, face value and body shape were also a standard, and the standard of the chairman of Tengfei Group naturally had to be very high. The personnel team is very professional, even if Li Fei did not say, but you cannot not understand. The sun had set. It was now 5 in the afternoon. Li Fei said to Zhou Taotao that he didn't need to wait for him in the evening, so he drove the Pagani and left from the group. This Pagani was too cool and conspicuous. Even when waiting for a stoplight, there were people taking pictures of the car. Li Fei didn't care about these sneak peeks or openly disliked face shots, wearing sunglasses and playing with his cell phone in the car. Even if Li Fei didn't notice that the light had turned green, the cars behind him didn't dare to beep him. Li Fei opened Jiang Xin's chat box and sent a message. I am almost there. You wait for me at the door. This bully speech is really a bully. Others are downstairs to wait for the goddess. To you here directly let the school flower wait for you, but also you all. However, Jiang Xin did not notice this after receiving this message. Compared to this, her current mood was a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. She was about to meet Li Fei. Once again, she looked at her makeup and outfit in the mirror, going back and forth from top to bottom several times. When John's father saw his daughter in this state, he had the feeling that his home had been stolen by yellow hair. With a stern face, he questioned, Xiao Xin, where are you going? With whom? How long? Will you be back at night? This series of questions was like a machine gun, interfering with Jiang Xin's good mood. Jiang Xin fiddled with her look in front of the mirror and perfunctorily replied, "I'm just attending a class reunion. Why do you ask so many questions?" Looking at his daughter's demeanor, Jiang's father was furious. The good cabbage that he had taken the trouble to cultivate. Could it be that today, I'm going out? Jiang Xin's eyes glanced up. Sensing the opportunity, she took the chance to slip out the door. You! Letting his daughter slip out without noticing, Jiang's father sat on his butt on the sofa in anger. It was as if he had a premonition that his daughter was about to fall into the devil's hands. Fortunately, the home was on the 3rd floor, so he could call out to her. Right. Jiang's father hurriedly went to the windowsill and opened the window, suddenly realizing that there was a familiar boy next to his daughter. Fixing his eyes, isn't this the one he met before? Xiao Xin's high school classmate? Oh my goodness, why didn't I think of that at the time? As soon as Xiao Xin saw him, her eyes were like GPS, her gaze was always on him. It pisses me off. If they can go out together today, I will. John's father was about to call out to the two of them, when Li Fei brought Jiang Xin to the front of the sports car. Jiang Xin originally thought that Li Fei came by taxi, but why did he bring himself to this sports car? However, this gray sports car was so cool. The flowing lines and shape of the car body could be said to be perfect. It felt like it would take a few $1 million to buy a sports car like this. In the next second, Li Fei opened the car door and sat in the main driver's seat. This time the next Jiang Xin directly looked dumbfounded. This sports car that looks expensive. How come Li Fei just sat in it? Seeing Jiang Xin not moving in place, Li Fei poked his head out and asked, "Aren't you going to get in the car?" Oh. Jiang Xin realized her outburst and sat in the car with some embarrassment. Upstairs, John's father saw the scene, and the stone hanging inside, which was about to shatter, now landed intact. That sports car, he could also see that it was worth a lot. It seems that Xiao Xin's classmates that he met earlier had a very good family background. Thinking of this, Jiang's father shook his head. Hey, a smile. No longer care about these things. Jiang Xin, who just sat in the car, had 10,000 reasons in her heart that she wanted to ask, but she didn't know where to start. The two did not say anything. Li Fei kicked the gas down. Only the Pagani's roar sounded. Feeling the strong sense of pushback and the extreme speed of the sports car, Jiang Xin felt as if something had been opened up inside her. This sense of excitement was exactly what she craved for, and she slowly looked at Li Fei's side face, only to feel that Li Fei seemed to have become even more attractive. Chapter 45, Friend Wu Chen. Li Fei didn't notice that Jiang Xin, who was sitting in the co-pilot, was different. He was thinking about the group's next step in planning. Soon, the car arrived at the entrance of the hotel. Jiang Xin felt frustrated. The time she spent with Li Fei, even the air in the car was so sweet, but unfortunately it was only for this short while. After reluctantly getting out of the car, Jiang Xin realized that there were several people around looking this way. Some of them had already started to take out their cell phones and secretly took pictures of this gray Pagani. Li Fei directly ignored these NPCs and looked up at the words Spring International Hotel, which was quite grand. It was his first time to learn about this hotel, and he hadn't even been to this busy area before he had the system. In front of him, this Chuanri International Hotel looks at the grade is not low. Asked Jiang Xin a bit. Originally the class president set a moderate place. Behind the Prince Han saved their little brothers. Persuade the class president to change to Spring International Hotel. It turned out to be the class bully Prince Han set. Li Fei could not help but smile. This is indeed Prince Han's style. As always, the 13th. In fact, this hotel, Prince Han is by chance to hear his father and customers call, has been praised that this hotel is good. Only on this hotel attention. However, Li Fei is looking forward to the clown performance of Wang Zhan tonight. Once Wang Zhan did not bully himself in Wu Chen, unaware that he is now not what it used to be. What pattern to open? What the sea to accept all rivers? All are fart. In the past, I was weak and was bullied by you. Now I Li Fei strong. You are a dragon for me to coil, is a tiger for me to lie down. I'll do whatever it takes to make me feel better. As soon as Li Fei and his team got off the bus, there was a waiter who came up enthusiastically to ask if there was a reservation. Subsequently, the two went in and went to the reserved box together. At this time, a relatively thin boy wearing glasses also wanted to go in, only to be stopped by the waiter at the door. Hello, do you have a reservation? Compared to the fawning attitude towards Li Fei just now, at this moment, the waiter's attitude was much colder. Let me take a look. The boy opened his cell phone and wanted to look at the promised box in the chat log. Seeing this, the waiter was a little impatient. Like this kind of fake he has seen a lot. If it wasn't for his sharp eyes just now, he would have let this kid drill in and mix his food and drink. Have you found it? The people in the back are still lined up. The waiter raised his voice a bit, deliberately embarrassing this boy and telling him to hurry up. However, He didn't know that this boy had really forgotten which compartment he was in. Li Fei's duo who had just entered also heard the waiter's voice at the door, but Li Fei didn't care about it. This little matter wasn't enough to attract his attention. However, Jiang Xin did look back and then poked Li Fei's arm and asked hesitantly, "Isn't that one also from our class? I see that he seems to have been stopped." Li Fei helplessly turned his head to look. "Wasn't that Wu Chen? I didn't expect to run into my confidant right at the door, but I'm really glad that I saw it. If it were any other student, he would have taunted Wu Chen again." Seeing Li Fei striding forward, Jiang Xin was caught off guard by his sudden move and wondered in her heart, "That person is even a classmate. Why does he care so much?" The waiter saw Li Fei arrive and was about to greet him, but was startled by Li Fei's words. "This is my buddy. What do you mean by that? Don't want to work anymore?" Li Fei had a stern face and scolded the waiter in a stern voice. The uninformed thought that it was the manager who was lecturing. However, this waiter obviously ate this set. The perfect interpretation of the dog's eyes looked down on people. He had seen Li Fei driving a sports car when he arrived, and now it was still parked next to him. This kind of young man was not something he could afford to offend, only to see this waiter with a terrified face to Wu Chen, bowing repeatedly to apologize. "I'm sorry, sir. I apologize to you for my rudeness just now. You and this gentleman go in." Wu Chen was stunned by this peeking opera face changing. Li Fei laughed. "Why are you still standing there? Go in." Oh. Before Wu Chen could react, he was pulled in by Li Fei. Jiang Xin also warmly greeted Wu Chen, and it was only then that she recognized that this person was the honest man in the class whose grades seemed to be pretty good. She vaguely remembered that the annoying Wang Zhan seemed to often find this honest man trouble. This is the first time that Wu Chen greeted Jiang Xin, and said with a bit of urgency, "Hello, my name is Wu Chen. All three of us are in the same class." Jiang Xin covered her small mouth to laugh, obviously as a classmate reunion. In Wu Chen's this self-introduction seems to be so funny and ironic. Wu Chen did not understand why he introduced himself. Jiang Xin laughed. Could it be that he has a talent for funny? Thus, he also revealed a happy smile. When Li Fei saw this, he immediately understood what Wu Chen was thinking. His mind was too good to understand. Calling him a lacewing felt that Li Fei scolded himself dirty. Wu Chen's height is not tall, and Jiang Xin is the same. Jiang Xin is 165 centimeters, while Li Fei is 182 centimeters with perfect height and muscle lines. Li Fei walked in the middle of the two and was also playful, with his left and right arms resting on the shoulders of the two. Of course, Wu Chen's strength on this side was greater, and it was Li Fei's intention to tease him. Wu Chen suffered some pain, grimaced, and cursed. "Why are you so heavy, dead fatso? Quickly get up." In relative comparison, Jiang Xin's shoulders felt like they were draped in a dress. Her heartbeat was accelerating. This was the first physical contact between herself and Li Fei, right? Even though it's through clothes, it just makes you feel shy. Afterglow glimpsed Jiang Xin's face flushed. Li Fei thought that on Jiang Xin's side, he was pressing a little heavy. He quickly took his arm down and asked, "Are you alright? Let me rub it for you?" Although Jiang Xin wasn't sure why Li Fei asked herself this, but in her heart she wanted Li Fei to rub it for her. Rub where? Li Fei didn't wait for her to respond. It was simple. Silence was acquiescence. When Li Fei's hands went to knead Jiang Xin's shoulders, Wu Chen was finally relieved and viciously said to Li Fei, "Next to you later. Not a single bite of food will be left for you." Li Fei laughed happily, happy for this remaining high school joy of his. 3 minutes later, several people arrived at the box. Li Fei pushed the door in and found that a large number of people had already arrived. The class president was sitting at the door, responsible for receiving the students and arranging the location. The class president saw that the school flower Jiang Xin was also there, so he thought of arranging a good location. Although inwardly, the students present were puzzled. How did these three people come in together? Even if they happened to meet at the entrance, they wouldn't have come in talking and laughing, right? After all, in the crowd's impression, the duo of Li Fei and Wu Chen were not in the same world at all as the school flower Jiang Xin. Chapter 46, Open and Secret Struggle. When the class president told Jiang Xin, the school girl, about the location, Jiang Xin didn't immediately go to sit, but waited for Li Fei to choose a location. Li Fei naturally didn't care about this, found a corner and took Wu Chen with him, not caring where Jiang Xin sat. He felt that Jiang Xin is not his own woman or maid. Want to do where it has nothing to do with himself. Only although the water has no intention, but the flowers have feelings. See Li Fei towards a corner. Jiang Xin smiled and politely refused the class president for their own arrangement of a good position. Then she also went to that corner and sat next to Li Fei. There were still a few minutes to 6 o'clock, but there were a few empty seats that hadn't come. Li Fei swept a glance. Heart probably have a number. Is Prince Han and his lapdogs did not come. This hotel was booked at their suggestion. It was impossible for them not to come, but up to now, none of them had shown up. obviously wanting everyone to wait for a few of them to make a last-minute appearance in the limelight. It had to be said that Prince Han was still so naive, and Li Fei was already not on the same level as them. Sure enough, at 5:59, the door of the box opened and several people walked in. The leader was none other than Prince Han, and several people were talking loudly about something. I have to say, that supercar at the entrance is really handsome. Aha! Only this kind of sports car can match our brother Han. Listening to the little brothers talking loudly and boasting, Prince Han was very flattered and said in a deep voice, "This car is indeed good. I mentioned it to my father some time ago, and my father was very favorable to my idea, as if he was going to buy one for me at my bar mitzvah." Ha 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 ha. At this time, Li Fei couldn't hold back any longer. As soon as these clowns entered the door, it was as if they were performing a comedy show, making himself laugh. Originally, after hearing Prince Han's bragging, no matter it was his little brothers or other students, they all thought that Prince Han was very powerful, and Prince Han's father was even more powerful, although he didn't know what kind of car they were talking about. From the tone and demeanor of a few people, it wasn't hard to tell that it was an expensive car, and his dad was actually going to buy him such an expensive car for his bar mitzvah. How could this not call for envy and admiration? To their ears, Li Fei's loud laughter on the other hand was piercing. Wu Chen, who was secretly playing with his cell phone and reading a novel on the side, was confused by Li Fei's laughter. Wu Chen, what's wrong, buddy? Usually we don't both secretly play with our cell phones and read novels? Are you electrocuted or jerking off? Didn't we agree to lower our presence together? Jiang Xin was the only one who understood Li Fei's laughter. She also didn't know if that car was Li Fei's or not, but Prince Han and the others were bragging too much. While the crowd was puzzled by Li Fei's laughter, Prince Han was the first to react. His face instantly turned red, not with shame, but with anger. On such an occasion, this little shrimp Li Fei actually dared to interrupt his own speech, and in the most insulting way possible, laughter. He was sure that none of the people present would be suspicious of his bragging words, and everyone would feel that he had the strength. At the moment, the more he looked at Li Fei, the more obtrusive he was. If it wasn't for the fact that today was a classmate reunion, coupled with the fact that so many people were eating together, he was high on showing Li Fei his muscles. Just as the atmosphere fell into awkwardness, a little brother next to Prince Han wondered, how come the schoolgirl is sitting at the neighboring table with that Li waist? Upon hearing this, Prince Han's heart tightened. He had just been glaring at Li Fei before realizing that the girl of his dreams was actually next to Li Fei. He was as angry as a volcano that was about to erupt at any time. Niso stood up, pointed at Li Fei and said, "You come over and sit in my seat. Let's switch seats." Originally, Prince Han was sitting in a seat that the class president had specially reserved for him under his lustful authority. Now he wants to sit in Li Fei's seat, just to be able to talk to Jiang Xin, the school's flower girl. At close range, Li Fei said back playfully, "I kind of dislike the seat you sat in." When these words came out, Wu Chen's direct person went numb. "Not a buddy? What's wrong with you today? Why don't we just read a novel for a while? Why do you always have a problem with this king of hell?" Other students are also a little surprised. Usually known as Goat Li Fei, today how to feel completely not false bully Prince Han. The class president at this time also smelled a hint of gunpowder flavor, hastily shouted towards the door waiter, asked, "What's going on? Do not serve food." The implication was to remind Prince Han and the others that it was a class reunion. Don't make everyone look bad. Prince Han, who was purely a tiger, grunted coldly and sat down at the class president's reminder. After thinking a little for a few seconds, he whispered to the little brother next to him. Next to the squad leader heard some, "Seems to be after tonight's party is over." To Li Fei discipline a little. The class president wanted to remind Li Fei a moment, when the party is over early to go back, but found that there is no Li Fei's contact information. In fact, all the students in the class basically do not have Li Fei's contact information. The class president could only sigh in his heart. Li Fei could only seek his own happiness. This gathering was very boring for Li Fei. He mainly came to see Wu Chen. Wu Chen was still the same. Like this kind of class activity, he was secretly doing his own thing, just as he was now, holding his cell phone under the table with one hand, secretly flipping through novels. Jiang Xin's heart, on the other hand, was always on Li Fei's body, and she realized that the current Li Fei had an inexplicable attraction. The more she wanted to find out for herself, the more deeply she was attracted to him. Throughout the gathering, no one approached Li Fei and Wu Chen to talk. A few girls and Jiang Xin did chat quite well. However, Jiang Xin was distracted. She wanted to see what Li Fei was doing all the time. Near the end of the gathering, Wang Zhan suddenly proposed loudly, "Let's go to the bar later to have some fun." Half of the classmates backed off when this came out. Bars were places where fish and dragons mixed in their eyes. They were worried about whether it would be unsafe to go there. The other half of the classmates, on the other hand, were thinking that since they had graduated and turned 18, They had to try something new like this. The main reason was that when they bragged to others in the future, they would have material to brag about. Li Fei was interested, mainly because he wanted to see where Wang Zhan would choose. Currently the vast majority of bars in Jiangcheng are under his own group. If he wanted to give himself money, Li Fei was happy to do so. Next, the class leader started counting the list of people who were going. Li Fei was the first to sign up. Next to him, Wu Chen and Jiang Xin were surprised by Li Fei's decision. Neither of them had ever been to such an indulgent occasion. Jiang Xin had a little bit of anticipation in her heart, but she was a girl, and she didn't dare to go. Wu Chen, on the other hand, was naturally purely indifferent to such occasions. Chapter 47. This must be what you rented. The two thought that Li Fei would also not go, but they didn't realize that he was the first one to sign up to go. Seeing Li Fei go, the two followed suit and signed up. This proposal was made by Prince Han's little brother. Prince Han hadn't wanted to say it because he was worried that Li Fei would go back after the gathering. In this way, he would not be able to educate him himself. Unexpectedly, Li Fei actually wanted to go, and was the first to sign up. This made Prince Han happy, and he already had 10,000 ways in his mind to make Li Fei suffer. After some counting by the class president, there were 26 people going, so the gathering over here came to an end. Everyone got up and left the box. Wang Zhan and his little brothers walked in the front. They bumped into Wang Dun and the project manager. Wang Dun and the project manager, after sending the proposal to Tingfei Group, they met here to celebrate. Prince Han took a look at his father and shouted in surprise, "Dad, you're here too." Wang Dun had been talking and laughing with the project manager when he suddenly heard his uneducated son's voice. Turning his head, he happened to see dozens of young men coming out of a box. At the head of the group was his own rebellious son, and the few kids next to him also had a hangdog appearance. He was idle all day long and just didn't know how to study. He spent money for him to enroll in so many tutorial classes, all let him take to spend. Now he brought his classmates to such a high-grade hotel. I do not know what to do, but certainly nothing good. Wang Dun forced himself not to have a fit and questioned, "What are you doing here?" The moment he heard his dad's tone, Wang Zhan felt bad, remembering that he was telling his dad that he went to his classmate's house to do his homework. He ended up meeting him here, originally wanting to show off his dad. It looks like it's going to turn into showing off his dad's severe beating. While Prince Han was thinking about how to defend himself, Li Fei's trio also came out of the box. After Wang Dun's afterglow saw it, he immediately pulled the project manager forward with quick steps. In front of the Prince Han saw his father suddenly moved, but also pulled a person. Thought to directly open the stick education, did not expect the two directly over their own. Li Fei sensed something wrong, and then saw Wang Dun pulling a person toward him. There are still a few meters away. Wang Dun said with a smile on his face and stretched out his hands. Director Li, I didn't expect to meet you here. It's really fate. I have already organized the several issues you mentioned and sent them to Tingfei Group. Li Fei. Several people went out a little late, and was not clear about the previous conversation between Prince Han and his father Wang Dun. At this moment, Prince Han seemed to be petrified. How could his old man be so attentive to Li Fei? The other students were also surprised that an adult actually nodded to Li Fei. A young man. Only a few people noticed Wang Dun mentioned the Tingfei Group. Could Li Fei have relations inside? It seems that Li Fei's family is the most favorable one in the class. Li Fei's image status in their eyes. Li Fei gave a faint and then left under the warm farewell of Wang Dun and the project manager. After bidding farewell to Li Fei, Wang Dun and the project manager were in a good mood and went straight for a drink, not caring that there was still a Wang Zihan outside. This sense of discrepancy made Prince Han almost did not stand still. Dizzy, tinnitus, he began to doubt that he was born, although he didn't hear what Dad and Li Fei said, but that passionate behavior, as if Li Fei is his biological. Just as Prince Han was in a trance, Li Fei's trio brushed past him. The more he looked at Li Fei, the more angry he was. Before he was his own defeated, but now he is against himself in every way. At this moment, Wang Zihan was like a wild beast that was about to go crazy. His scarlet eyes were eating people. Seeing Li Fei out of the hotel door, he couldn't hold back any longer, and chased after him with an arrow step. His side of the little brothers see him rushed out, also followed. Seeing this scene, the class president, in his heart silently prayed Li Fei walk faster. Some of the other students around him had already guessed what was about to happen, and they all quickly followed to eat melon. The class president also followed behind. If the situation was not right, he would call the police. However, what puzzled him was that once these students left the front door of the hotel, they were as if they were fixed, not moving at all. Dozens of people just stood outside stupidly, blocking the door of the hotel. Next to the waiter asked them to make a way for other guests to enter. They did not hear, staring blankly, to the waiter anxious. Seeing this, the squad leader quickly squeezed in, and seeing the scene in front of him, he realized why everyone was fixed like statues. A gray supercar parked here. This was not what surprised them. The point was that Li Fei skillfully opened the door and started the supercar. At the same time, Jiang Xin also naturally sat in the passenger seat. In addition to Li Fei and the two of them, all the students present in the heart of 10,000 grass mudhorse in the gallop, especially Prince Han and Wu Chen. One was the person who hated Li Fei the most, and the other was Li Fei's best friend in the class. At this moment, their inner thoughts were surprisingly consistent. Is this a fungus in the rice they just ate? Are you hallucinating? Li Fei, I know. I also know the supercar. How these two in a piece so people cannot understand it. Wang Zhan also cared about the school flower Jiang Xin. She's so naturally into Li Fei's passenger car. Is it possible that the two of them have long been a pair? How is this possible? What a joke. Prince Han's mind almost broke its defenses. It's not right. There must be something wrong somewhere. I know. Li Fei's car was actually rented specifically for the purpose of beating his face in. I told you he was so tough today. He dares to go against me at every turn. And Jiang Xin? She must have been tricked by this villain Li Fei. Wang Zihan's face showed a smug sardonic smile. Li Fei, Li Fei. I did not expect that you usually look quite honest, but now you do such a ridiculous thing. Just put on the sunglasses. Li Fei is also remembered. His supercar is only a two-seater, so that Wu Chen has no place to sit. Li Fei lowered the window, poked his head out and said to Wu Chen, son, I can't sit 3 people in this car. You wait a few minutes. I'll call you a car. Wu Chen swallowed his saliva, nodded dumbfounded. Not to mention, his own rebellious son. This seems to be out of luck. Looking at this gray Pagani, Wu Chen felt that his head was not enough. This is really incredible. Exaggerated to the extreme. The rebellious son who had been a sewer rat with himself all day was actually the owner of this expensive supercar. After contacting Wang Li to come here to pick up Wu Chen, Li Fei noticed that the other students were shocked by his sports car. Dozens of people were still blocking the door, and Li Fei saw Wang Zhan in the center of the crowd, the veins on his head bulging. This comical scene once again made Li Fei laugh. Chapter 48, Going to the Night Bar. Li Fei pressed his sunglasses down a bit, revealing his eyes as he looked at Prince Han and said teasingly, not going to a bar? Don't be a watchdog in front of someone's hotel. Other people's stone lions are not more imposing than yours. Who knew that Prince Han was furious and laughed out loud? Li Fei, Li Fei, I thought you were an honest man, but I didn't realize that you actually ran off to rent a car just to save face. TSK, it cost a lot of money, didn't it? It took a lot of effort to trick Jiang Xin into getting into the car. As soon as Wang Zihan's words came out, the little brothers around him immediately agreed. The crowd also felt that Wang Zihan's argument had some truth to it. After all, in their impression, Li Fei and Wu Chen were the same as each other. The two of them should have been riding shared bicycles to the bar. How could Li Fei have such an expensive sports car? I didn't realize that even Jiang Xin, the school flower, was blinded by him, and it wasn't her fault. Everyone had just been bluffed by Li Fei's play. Li Fei felt even more amused when he heard this stupid statement of his, and the atmosphere of the scene got wacky. Both Li Fei and Prince Han were laughing. Only Prince Han was grinning sardonically. He had been defeated enough times today. Now, his love of his life stayed in Li Fei's car for one more second. Wang Zhan's heart will be hard to bear. He wanted to let Jiang Xin out of Li Fei's clutches, so he said loudly, Jiang Xin, we all know that you are by Li Fei's rhetoric deceived. Before he could finish, Jiang Xin's cold words came out of the car. Nuts, right? Li Fei, let's go. Leave him alone. As soon as these words came out, Li Fei smiled faintly, except that this smile was very harsh in Prince Han's eyes. Bye-bye guys dash. Li Fei closed the window of the car and kicked the gas pedal, causing the gray beast to start hissing. The loud roar startled the crowd, and in the eyes of Prince Han and the others, it was a provocation. Prince Han clenched his fists, lowered his voice to the little brothers, commanded, to the bar to give me hard to pour him, and then teach him a hard lesson afterward. He secretly swore in his heart, if he didn't beat Li Fei to reveal his original form tonight, his surname wouldn't be Wang. Jiang Xin in the car once again felt this exciting feeling. Not only had she just spoken harshly to the bully Wang Zhan, but now she was even sitting in the sports car and feeling the extreme speed, the powerful pushback feeling and the fast receding street scene. Let her emotions reach to climax. She looked at Li Fei's side face with affection, and realized that the man in front of her was really too charming. Originally, Li Fei's looks belonged to the level of small handsome. With the Pagani's addition, the temperament of a proper rich boy. With the speed of the Pagani, Li Fei quickly arrived at the location of the bar that the class president had posted in the group. Li Fei looked up at the name of the bar, Night Bar, and gave Chang Hao a call. The phone connected in seconds. What's up brother-in-law? There's a bar called Night Color Bar. Is it owned by our group? Yeah, I'm just inside playing with a few of my little brothers. Are you there too, brother-in-law? Afterwards, Chang Hao came out and arranged an upscale card seat for Li Fei. Li Fei told him that he was a few high school classmates having fun, and told Chang Hao to just go play with his own. Chang Hao nodded repeatedly, and before he left, he secretly gave Li Fei a thumbs up. Worthy of being a brother-in-law, such an innocent girl can be brought to the bar to play together. Li Fei knew that he misunderstood again, but was too lazy to explain. Jiang Xin sat next to Li Fei. She did not know how to drink, but at the moment, listening to the noisy music and feeling the free atmosphere in the bar, she was very excited in her heart. It would be a good idea if it was to drink until slightly drunk with Li Fei. On the other side, Prince Han and his group also set off, leaving Wu Chen alone to wait in place. While on the road, Prince Han bragged to the crowd, "The owner of that bar is an acquaintance of my dad and will take care of us." Looking at Prince Han's godly appearance, the others once again believed it. About 3 minutes after they left, an S-Class pulled up beside Wu Chen, giving him a shock. From the car came down a man with glasses, none other than Wang Li. He looked around and confirmed that the boy in front of him was the only one that fit the image that his boss had said. Thus, Wang Li turned to Wu Chen and asked, "May I ask if you are Mr. Wu Chen?" He didn't know what kind of person Wu Chen was to the boss, but the boss had instructed himself to come specifically to pick him up, so he must be at least a friend. As long as one was related to the boss, one had to give respect. But Wu Chen did not think so in his heart. Such a big black car parked next to himself. Hell knows if it was Ga Wastes. Just he is very strange. Why this person knows his name? Wu Chen did not even think in the direction of this as Li Fei sent to pick up his car. Who would dare to think that? We are all young people who only graduated from high school. And you told me that you are now worth $10 billion? I don't believe it. Wang Li naturally saw the vigilance in Wu Chen's eyes and said with a smile, "I'm Chairman Li Fei arranged to pick you up. Please get on the car." Before the words fell, Wang Li had already opened the rear door for Wu Chen. Wu Chen faithfully sat in this S-Class luxury car. After getting on the car, looking at the car's luxurious and high-grade interior, Wu Chen's heart surging. Now he really believed. That gray supercar is Li Fei's. Only, Li Fei this asshole actually hid it from himself for so long. No, he hid it from everyone. Wu Chen suddenly thought of Jiang Xin. His heart suddenly had a killing opportunity. Good you Li Fei child. I'm not sure if this is the right way to go about it, but I'm sure it's the right way to go about it. Wang Zihan and others just arrived near the bar. They saw an atmospheric black commercial car drove past in front of the crowd, parked not far away. The next scene once again made the crowd doubt life, only to see a man get down from the main driver and respectfully open the rear door. This situation was all about coming down to a big boss, and as a result the scene that shocked the crowd appeared. The person who came down was actually the honest Wu Chen. Prince Han. They felt the sky had collapsed. How is it that the two people who are usually bullied by themselves, tonight one is more than one pretending to be 13? There are a few people who recognize the car label. One of them exclaimed, "I recognize this car. It must be at least $1 million. When this came out, 20 or so people were taken aback, and sure enough, this car was expensive just by looking at it. Wu Chen also saw his high school classmates. They seemed to be scared silly by their own momentum. So, he swaggered into the bar with his head held high. Wang Zhan's teeth gnashed. These two people stole all the limelight from himself tonight. Nope, there's still a chance. I can still turn the tide against the wind. Later on, it will be the darkest moment of your two minions' lives." Looking at Wu Chen's back as he went in, Wang Zihan laughed and led the crowd into the bar. Chapter 49 Peach Blossom Fairy Drunk. As soon as Wu Chen entered the bar, he was startled by the deafening DJ music. He plugged his ears with his hands and looked for any sign of Li Fei. The lights in the bar were too dazzling and eye-shattering, so he just plugged his ears and looked around. The people around him noticed this honest nerd and couldn't help but snicker. Wu Chen did not hear a bit of it, because this place was too noisy for him. The 20 or so people who came in afterward were also shocked to varying degrees. Was this a bar? Dim yet brilliant lights, loud yet rhythmic music, and sexy yet indulgent people venting on the dance floor. It was the first time for all of them to come to this kind of occasion, while people like Wang Zhan and the others were captivated by the atmosphere. One of them saw Wu Chen, who was covering his ears, and at this moment, Wu Chen had just found Li Fei's position. Following Wu Chen's direction, the crowd saw Li Fei and Jiang Xin talking and laughing in one of the card seats. Wang Zihan snorted coldly, and led a few minions to that booth. The class leader arranged for the rest of the people to split into two groups to have fun. However, he was even more worried in his heart. He felt that Li Fei would probably be beaten up by Wang Zhan. At that time, he would have to grab himself and shout for security and call the police. He subconsciously thought that Li Fei wouldn't really own a sports car. And regarding the luxury car that Wu Chen was riding in, although he couldn't think of a reasonable explanation, if he was to believe that it was all Li Fei's arrangement, he didn't believe it any more than Prince Han did. As the class president, he was familiar with everyone in his class, even their family situations. the underprivileged in the class like Li Fei and Wu Chen. He would usually focus on taking care of them, so he also understood Li Fei's family situation. This was also the reason why he didn't feel that Li Fei had the strength to do this. Seeing Wu Chen arrive, Li Fei let him sit beside him, but both Li Fei and Jiang Xin were amused by his appearance. Li Fei patted his back and joked, "Son, isn't it true that you feel uncomfortable as soon as you come to the bar? You can't wait to pull out your holy book and read aloud here." "Ha!" Hearing Li Fei's words, Wu Chen revealed an expression of worthy of being my confidant, then looked around and said to Li Fei with a serious face, "As soon as I entered this place, I felt the noise in my ears. It's too noisy here. The light here shines too much. An outstanding 3 good youth like me shouldn't be here." The only thing that responded to him was Li Fei's asterisk. Li Fei looked at him with disdain and said disdainfully, "Just you? The 3 good youths? The youth who eats, plays, and is horny, right? Ha 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 dash." Looking at Li Fei and Jiang Xin who were laughing at him, Wu Chen gave a cut sound, with the arrogance of "I am the only one who is drunk in the world." At this moment, the uninvited guest, Prince Han, came over with a few people. As soon as Prince Han arrived, he sat closer to Jiang Xin. In the next second, Jiang Xin moved towards Li Fei as if Prince Han was something dirty. Prince Han, who felt the difference in treatment, was now somewhat used to it because of his experience from the previous times. He thought he was very domineering and leaned back, saying to Li Fei, "Dare to drink with me?" Although Wang Zhan had not drunk much, but now he had this aura, as if he was an alcoholic for decades. Li Fei helplessly shook his head. It is true that children are still childish. However, it can be used as a monkey. So Li Fei said in mock surprise, "Yes, I can, but I'm not very good at drinking. I can only drink the expensive ones, and I can't even drink a mouthful of the cheap ones." This gas speech let Jiang Xin in the heart began to admire Li Fei's acting skills. No need to think. On time to think of some crooked ideas, used on Wang Zhan. Let him make a fool of himself. Li Fei's behavior and speech, in the eyes of Wang Zhan, is a brainless provocation. He in his heart to steal joy. This Li Fei is just stupid. You still want to pressure me with expensive wine. You have no idea the preparations I made. For this high school reunion, Prince Han thought he had prepared everything, even the fees for the swimming lessons, calligraphy classes, and other remedial classes that his dad signed him up for. He took out as a backup. It was almost 5,000, which could be called a huge amount of money for a young man who had just graduated from high school. He had made so many preparations just to be able to make a splash today. At that moment, Prince Han immediately asked his little brother to call the bartender over and order some drinks. The way he looked at Li Fei had a mesmerizing confidence. Li Fei simply acted a full set, slightly with a provocation asked, "Why do you want to buy a drink?" "I don't have the money to pay the bill." "Ha ha 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 ha, I did not expect to rely on you to pay the bill. I'll buy the bill for this table." Wang Zihan finally felt some pain. Li Fei, surely it's only at this time that you're willing to reveal some of your horse's legs? Humph, I'll let you. The vain villain. Show your true colors later. Li Fei saw that the fish had bitten the hook, and an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Stupid Prince Han, ah, you've been sold and you still want to count the money for others, ah. Soon, the bartender was led by one of Prince Han's juniors to the table's card seat. "Handsome men and women, what do you want to drink? We have strong ones here." Without waiting for the bartender's introduction, Li Fei directly opened his mouth and asked, "What's the name of the most expensive set menu you have here?" 3 sets. Li Fei's words immediately shocked the bartender. The bartender had approached to see that they were all young people, and presumably did not have a few dollars in their pockets. The wines that he sold to the people also belonged to the cheaper class. Who would have thought that this kid sitting in the center of the card seat actually opened the mouth to 3 sets of the most expensive peach blossom immortal drunk? However, people have opened their mouths. There is no reason not to slaughter. Oh no, there is no reason not to sell. Out of conscience, he was still prepared to introduce this package for the crowd, mainly to point out the price of this package. Save the time to pay. The result is to eat a king's dinner, inevitably a toss. He smiled and introduced for the crowd. Okay, what this handsome man is talking about is exactly this bar's limited supreme model package, Peach Blossom Immortal Drunk. This wine is good to drink without hurting your stomach. Drinking too much doesn't make you drunk. It's the heart that gets drunk. And of course, the price is also very. Seeing that it wasn't too good, Li Fei hurriedly interrupted the bartender and said with a feigned look of impatience, Okay, we often come. No need to introduce. You quickly go to prepare it." Seeing this, the bartender no longer hesitated, and directly went to get the wine. Really good words are hard to persuade the early deaf. At this time, next to the Prince Han's expression as if he had eaten Li Fei just said that he wanted the most expensive set meal. His heart thumped. However, he is not good to attack. Thinking just through the bartender, Inquire about the price. When the slope down the donkey. Who would have thought that Li Fei directly urged the bartender to serve the set menu? Wang Zihan was speechless inside. Not buddy? Just not squirming, do not want to drink it? You are now again strong ah? He looked around the decorative grade, calculating his own money enough to pay the bill. Getting Li Fei drunk tonight is one thing, fulfilling his own bragging about buying the bill is another. Obviously, Wang Zhan wanted to get both the fish and the bear's paw. Chapter 50 Teasing Prince Han. When Li Fei asked the bartender to serve 3 sets of the most expensive package, not only Prince Han heart panic, his little brother's heart also a little scared. They are all high school graduates. Why are you so crazy? A few of them originally intended to come to the bar and sparring. How this evolved into a wine tasting. This bar at a glance no consumption is not low. Also do not know the boss, Prince Han, cannot afford to pay. At this time, even Prince Han's little brother are beginning to, on his strength to have doubts, but no one explicitly said. Wu Chen next to Li Fei didn't feel much. After all, he couldn't drink himself, but he didn't need the 3 of them to pay the bill. Jiang Xin, on the other hand, had some small expectations. He hadn't drunk alcohol since he grew up. Since childhood, she has been praised as a good girl, but her heart has always longed for wild and free. She had been suppressed for so long, and tonight she wanted to release it properly. Anyway, with Li Fei by her side, she felt a kind of inexplicable peace of mind. At that moment, the music suddenly stopped and the spotlight shone on Li Fei's side of the booth. The DJ on stage shouted hard, "Ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate Mr. Li of Deluxe Card No. 88 for ordering 3 sets of Peach Blossom Immortal Drunkenness. May Mr. Li have a drink every day." With a beautiful woman by his side, the noisy music started up again, and the paper cannons went bang. There was also a row of head-scratching waitresses holding up lighted signs and wine, walking towards Li Fei's side. Jiang Xin heard the last sentence. A beautiful woman is at her side. Wasn't it about herself? It had to be said that this phrase was very fitting. It simply spoke to her heart. The way Jiang Xin looked at Li Fei, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was full of spring water and secret glances. Wu Chen was also seeing this scene for the first time. Looking at the women in revealing clothes, walking over in a line, he drooled all over the place, and said something like, "This place is so nice. The bar is my home," and so on indistinctly. The colorful lights came back on and the bar resumed its hustle and bustle. However, some girls began to plan in their hearts how to climb into Li Fei's bed tonight. As for Jiang Xin next to her, in front of these demonic she was just a simple child, casually holding on to her. The complete lack of a hint of seductive aura was simply not enough for them to put Jiang Xin in their eyes. The emotions in the room, whether it was elation or envy, had nothing to do with Prince Han. He didn't realize that ordering the most expensive wine had such a pretentious 13 treat. Now it was good. Before he even started to dunk Li Fei, he had first made a dowry for Li Fei to make a splash. Wang Zihan realized a hint of wrong. How tonight after meeting Li Fei? Not a good thing. Seeing that the wine came up, he directly picked up a bottle and opened it, and then poured his own wineglass and the wineglass in front of Li Fei. With a depressed and strong face, he said to Li Fei, "Come on, drink." Without waiting for Li Fei to open his mouth, Jiang Xin said next to him that she also wanted to drink. Li Fei surprised to look at her. Face odd color. "Not you. You look so pure. How can you also drink?" Could it be that these days, even pure school girls love to play with contrasts? Jiang Xin naturally knows what Li Fei thinks in his heart. Not only him, everyone thinks he should be a good girl. However, she does not want to live in this kind of cliched plot. She desires to break the shackles of freedom. Prince Han was also stunned. His goddess also want to drink? I didn't realize there was a surprise. When Li Fei gets drunk and Jiang Xin gets drunk, won't he be able to kiss her? Looking at Wang Zihan giggling, Jiang Xin said impatiently, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pour the wine." "Hey, good, I'll pour it for you." Wang Zhan thought to himself, "You're just bouncing around now, but I'll be gentle with you at night." As for Wu Chen, who was sitting next to Li Fei, he looked at the two of them and saw that both of them had wine, and his own heart was somewhat moved. So he just crossed his heart and extended his glass of wine to Wang Zhan's face. "Prince Han, Li Fei, pour the wine." Wu Chen had an attitude of "I'll grab it if you don't give me a drink," almost shocking Wang Zhan. "You goon is still drinking." Despite saying so on his lips, Prince Han still filled Wu Chen's wineglass. However, he wasn't frightened by Wu Chen's aura just now, but was thinking about Wu Chen's close relationship with Li Fei. If he got Li Fei and Jiang Xin drunk and Wu Chen was still sober, there would inevitably be some trouble. Wu Chen stared at the wine in the cup. He had never drunk wine either, but once he thought that this wine must not be cheap. "How can I say that I have to taste a mouthful of it?" Prince Han thought to himself. "Since the three of you have poured the wine, it's time to drink next, right?" Before he could say anything, Li Fei said to Jiang Xin and Wu Chen, "Come cheers, let's have a small drink." Jiang Xin was all smiles as she clinked glasses with Li Fei, thinking in her heart, how good would this be if it was a cross-cup drink? Seeing this, Wu Chen felt a sense of bravado erupting in his chest and also clinked glasses with Li Fei. The three of them drank a small mouthful. Wu Chen put down the wine glass, immediately stuffed a piece of watermelon into his mouth, not realizing that the wine was actually a bit spicy. Next to him, Prince Han's anger value had reached its peak, drinking the most expensive wine, enjoying the scenery of the row, soaking my goddess, and finally want me to pay for you, is it? He said he wanted to spar with me, but in reality he played me like a monkey. Thinking of this, Prince Han couldn't hold back any longer. He fiercely stood up and pointed at Li Fei and roared, Li Fei, don't you go too far. At the same time, the other juniors beside him also stood up with a miso and roared aggressively, what do you mean, Li Fei? You've been making my boss a bastard all night. You don't want to live? Wang Zihan listened to his own little brother said this. How to listen to the more wrong taste it. Although this was the truth, it always felt like something was wrong, but he didn't have the heart to think about this. He now only wants to give Li Fei a fierce beating, in order to solve the hatred in his heart. Who knows? Li Fei arrogantly leaned back, revealing a faint smile. This smile in the eyes of Wang Zhan very harsh. Li Fei held up his glass and made a clinking gesture to Wang Zhan. The next second, Wang Zhan's head was pressed on the table. His minions and he were the same. Their faces had a close contact with the table. What happened was so sudden that it took a few seconds for a few of them to react to the situation. At this time, Chang Hao came over to Li Fei's side, poured himself a glass of wine, and drank it all in one go. Brother, who is this little brat? Chang Hao asked with a big grin, but this time he didn't call Li Fei brother-in-law, because he noticed that there was a chick Li Fei was picking up next to him. How could he call his brother-in-law? Li Fei heard what he said, looked at Chang Hao. This brother-in-law is really the more you look at the eye. At this time, the Prince Han was held down. Glimpsed Chang Hao, immediately shouted, brother, it's me, I am. Without waiting for him to finish, Chang Hao backhanded him and gave him a big mouth, saying viciously, I'm talking to my brother. What the hell are you? How dare you interrupt? This directly to the Prince Han hit honest. His little brothers at the moment is also scared to say nothing. Chapter 51, How do you smell? Prince Han's little brothers were pressed on the table. Everyone dared not move. Hold them down. Everyone is hair colorful. Some body tattoos. At a glance is not a good person. The leader of this, people are even more vicious. Even their own boss to say a word, have to get a big than the pocket. Unconsciously, some of them have been trembling. Li Fei did not feel anything about this, leisurely savoring the wine in his cup in small sips. Jiang Xin next to him saw this kind of scene for the first time. According to the past she would think, why are these people so violent? Now probably through the strength of the wine. If not for Li Fei's presence, she also wanted to go up and hit twice. Wu Chen couldn't understand the situation more and more. This gang of punks suddenly appeared and suppressed a few of Prince Han. As a result, the leader of the gang called Li Fei brother? Wu Chen looked at Li Fei with an odd expression. Could it be that Li Fei was a gangster in the background? Thinking back to high school, Li Fei and himself together in the classes sewer ratman days. Could it be that Li Fei this guy is on their own beauty have plans? Only has been hiding identity in their side? Wu Chen touched his face like a kobold, nodded heavily. Must be so. Li Fei patted Chang Hao's shoulder and said playfully, just now, he said he knows you, but I don't know him. Chang Hao was a bit speechless. How did this little brat even climb into a relationship with himself? So, he asked his little brother to let go of Prince Han, giving him a chance to speak. Seeing the opportunity, Prince Han immediately hugged Chang Hao's thigh and said excitedly, have you forgotten, brother? Last month in the Grove, you just beat me up. When these words came out, both Li Fei and Chang Hao froze. Chang Hao looked at Prince Han's face, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he cursed. He meow. I've beaten up more people than you've ever seen. How would I know which one you are? Off. Then, Chang Hao kicked Prince Han away and explained to Li Fei, brother, I really don't know this person. Li Fei nodded and looked at Wang Zihan with contempt. Who would have thought that being beaten up would become the basis for him to climb up the social ladder? Jiang Xin, Wu Chen, including Wang Zhan's little brothers all felt that he was a disgrace. Li Fei felt bored and said to Chang Hao, it's no fun. Throw him out. Oh right, mister. Wang should settle the bill first. Then, Chang Hao called the bartender over to start calculating the cost of their table. Prince Han, who was lying on the ground, felt bad until the bartender said that the bill totaled 280,000, and Prince Han's hanging heart finally died. Chang Hao saw the situation, directly let the little brother to pull a few people together to work instead of money. After driving away a few annoying flies, Li Fei felt a little more comfortable. He asked Chang Hao to call his classmates from those tables to come over and play together. Chang Hao brought a few people to the card table where the class president was and gave them a fright. They had been secretly observing what had just happened at Li Fei's booth. They had been secretly observing what had just happened at Li Fei's booth, and they only saw that the Prince Han, who was one of the more bullish members of the class, had been beaten up and taken away. They thought that they were going to be intimidated and beaten up, but they didn't expect that the person in charge would just tell them to go and sit at Li Fei's side. The crowd was relieved. There were more girls at the class president's table, so they were just thinking about how to get out of it. But it turned out that what they imagined didn't happen. The class president took the lead and came to Li Fei's side to sit down, and there were a few Chang Hao people standing next to him. The few girls were also a bit wary and sat down right next to each other. Li Fei waved his hand and told Chang Hao to go play with himself. The crowd was surprised that this gangster-like person actually obeyed Li Fei's arrangement. Li Fei spoke to a few girls. No need to be restrained, just let go and play. These few girls were slightly less attractive than Jiang Xin, but they were all good-looking. All of them were class flower types. Only with Jiang Xin around, they looked a bit inadequate. Li Fei wasn't greedy for their beauty. There was no shortage of beautiful women around him. Called them over, because there are more people to play the game is more interesting. Looking at the table of wine because there are a few more people and appear to be not enough, Li Fei called the bartender over, and ordered 10 sets of Peach Blossom Immortal Drunk. At this time, Jiang Xin did not understand that Li Fei is at least a rich young man, whether it's the sports car or the wine. This consumption is obviously beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The class president and a group of girls are very surprised. How tonight's Li Fei seems to have changed like a person, as if a roadside beggar, transformed into a Jiangcheng big young man? These wines they knew the price was not expensive just by looking at the appearance. Two of the girls had a lively mind and guessed that Li Fei might be the hidden rich young man in the class. At that moment, they were also determined to take a gamble. The focus of the whole room was once again gathered on Li Fei's side of the deck, and the DJ once again congratulated Li Fei. This time, the passion was even stronger than the first time, because the customers ordered 10 sets of Peach Blossom Immortal Drunkenness package at a time. This was the first time since the store opened. Most of the people in the room were shocked. They were regular customers of this bar and had naturally seen some big shots ordering this top-of-the-line package. Originally, tonight, Mr. Li had ordered 3 sets of top sets, which was enough to make the crowd feel surprised. Now this Mr. Li ordered 10 sets in a row. This set meal costs more than $90,000 for one set. With this order, $1 million had been spent. The crowd's eyes followed the spotlight and landed on Li Fei. They realized that at this moment, there were some more girls in Li Fei's card seat. The girls who noticed this change were chagrined that they had started late. The female classmates who were in the same card seat with Li Fei gradually showed a different color in their gazes towards Li Fei. Li Fei's image in their hearts instantly taller. Perhaps this is their own strong mentality at work. The class president was also shocked by Li Fei's hand and was speechless. The current Li Fei and the image in his memory. It is really hard to believe that this is the same person, but it was just the way it was. He wanted to open his mouth and ask Li Fei what the situation was, but he didn't know where to start. Li Fei does not care about these. You shocked or flattered? I drink happy on the line. But to say the happiest is also Wu Chen. In the entire high school career has been coy. At this moment, as if drinking God of War in general, directly to the wine glass of wine a mouthful of board, then holding a bottle of Peach Blossom Immortal Drunk on the face. Do not know that he thought he was ravaging the bottle of wine. He closed his eyes and felt the pleasure of the moment, with a cheap and enjoyable expression on his face. Jiang Xin also did not drink the first formal. Began to take the initiative to clink glasses with Li Fei. Looking at Jiang Xin's slightly drunk, flushed face and sparkling eyes, Li Fei deliberately approached her. Smelling next to her face, he then quipped with a serious face, it smells so good. Under the dim light, Jiang Xin took advantage of her drunkenness and ghostly moved to the side of Li Fei's face and gently kissed her. Feeling her warm gasps in his ears, Li Fei gently caressed her pretty face with his hand. Looking at Jiang Xin's eyes full of spring water, he kissed deeply. Chapter 52, I can't give you a name. At this point, Li Fei was no longer in the mood to continue drinking. After a long time, the two of them parted their lips. Jiang Xin blinked her flickering eyes as she gazed at Li Fei, sticking out her small tongue and licking her lips as if she was reminiscing. I'm sleepy and want to rest. After saying that, Jiang Xin leaned her head on Li Fei's chest. Li Fei sighed and looked around, noticing that Wu Chen was having a good time on the central dance floor. So, he picked Jiang Xin up in one hand and put her into the Pagani parked at the entrance. With only 2 people in the car, Li Fei put on a soothing song and went to the side of the street to buy her a bottle of water. After Jiang Xin took a small sip, Li Fei asked, how do you feel? Jiang Xin leaned to one side, propped her head with her hand and mumbled, a little dizzy, then I'll arrange for a car to send you back. Don't! Jiang Xin suddenly fell on Li Fei's shoulder, panting deeply, her big watery eyes looking at Li Fei's face. Where did Li Fei still not understand what she meant? Just, alas! Li Fei inwardly sighed. turned his head to look at her eyes and said seriously, I can pretend that nothing happened tonight, because I can't give you a name. Can you understand? Jiang Xin stretched out her jade hand and placed it on Li Fei's mouth, smiled and shook her head. I'm already happy just staying with you. This answer caught Li Fei a little off guard. Sparing his bland state of mind from ripples, Li Fei did not say anything more and kissed deeply. The next morning, Jiang Xin slowly opened her eyes and saw Li Fei sleeping on her pillow. She breathed a sigh of relief and smiled reassuringly. Li Fei then woke up as well, realizing that Jiang Xin was already awake, and took her into his arms. Feeling the warmth of the beautiful person in his arms, Li Fei remembered what happened last night. He had booked a nearby 5-star hotel and brought Jiang Xin over. The car was left in front of the bar, and didn't drive away, but last night he had tossed Jiang Xin around. The two of them once again warm and cozy for a while, and then checked out, leaving only a red flower on the snow-white bedsheets. When he left the room, Li Fei realized that Jiang Xin's walking posture was a bit unnatural, and immediately thought of last night's storm. Looking at Jiang Xin's somewhat haggard eyes, Li Fei wrapped his arms around her small waist and asked with some heartache, why don't we send you home to rest? Who knows? Jiang Xin firmly said, do not. It's only the second day and you're not responsible. Li Fei smiled and rubbed her head, saying somewhat helplessly, I was seeing that you didn't rest well last night. Humph, carrot. After that, Li Fei took her in his pagani and went to a breakfast place with good craftsmanship for breakfast. When they arrived in the neighborhood, Li Fei parked the car and Jiang Xin went up and took his arm, the two of them acting like a couple in hot love. Walking into the store, he found a seat and randomly chose a few dishes. At this time, a boy wearing pure white short sleeves came in, and when he saw Jiang Xin, he said with a look of surprise, Jiang Xin, wow, Jean Dark eating mud duck. Upon hearing this, Li Fei frowned. What's wrong with this person? What's wrong with this person? The moment he opened his mouth, he had such a heavy black flavor. Jiang Xin looked up, and it turned out to be her father's co-worker's son, Kai Ziyu. Jiang Xin didn't pay any attention to him, but explained to Li Fei, this person is just the son of dad's colleague, the two just junior high school and a cram school, nothing to do with it. Li Fei gently hooked her nose and said with a smile, afraid I'll be jealous? Kai Ziyu on the side looked at the white moonlight in his heart, was flirting with a strange male, could not help but burn with jealousy. Taking the breakfast handed to him by the owner, he went in front of the two and began to sneer. Jiang Xin, how come your boyfriend is taking you to eat this kind of breakfast? The store owner? I would have thought you would have done it. Li Fei, why would your boyfriend take you to this kind of breakfast? Jiang Xin rolled her eyes. Come on, can you look at what you're eating first? You're so stupid. Kai Ziyu was heartbroken when she heard this from Jiang Xin. Why, Jiang Xin, how can you say such things to me? Aren't we good classmates who have tutored together? That's not true. I ate the same thing they ate. It's embarrassing. For a while, Kai Ziyu stood dumbfounded in place, speechless. Li Fei couldn't help but snicker. Was he writing a novel now? How come this kind of goods can also appear in front of him? It's really a cat and a dog all coming to touch the porcelain. Just in time, Li Fei's breakfast for the two of them was ready. Li Fei got up and pulled Jiang Xin's soft and boneless little hand and took the breakfast. Unexpectedly, Kai Ziyu actually stretched out her hand and blocked their way. Li Fei was puzzled. What did this pile of abstract poop want again? Only to see Kai Ziyu revealing a look of arrogance and said, see that sports car at the entrance? Do you know whose it is? Now Li Fei could not get it. Li Fei asked with an odd expression on his face, is it possible that it is yours? Li Fei asked this question. Let Kai Ziyu even more got up. Ha, count on you to have eyesight. This is mine. Li Fei. Jiang Xin, you don't even have a decent car. Why are you with Jiang Xin? Ha, say something. Inside Li Fei, not buddy? Do you have to look for the picture? Kai Ziyu's aggressive appearance also drew the eyes of some of the people in the store. Some of the melon eaters probably figured out the cause of the matter. This rich kid with a sports car is trying to steal someone else's girlfriend. This melon can be interesting to watch. Although the surrounding people were not watching the three of them, they all coincidentally used their afterglow or quietly focused on the three of them. At this moment, Li Fei was also too lazy to talk nonsense with this stupid pig. Directly pressed the car key, pulled Jiang Xin into the car and left with a kick of the gas. Kai Ziyu's thoughts instantly stopped. Only that beastly roar echoed in Kai Ziyu's mind for a long time. A long time, the surrounding people's discussion gradually noisy. Only then did he slowly realize that it seemed as if what Li Fei had just stepped on wasn't the gas pedal, but his face that was thrown on the ground. Kai Ziyu's appearance was just a small hiccup, and Li Fei did not take him to heart. He drove the car and asked Jiang Xin if she had any dreams. Jiang Xin wrinkled her eyebrows and thought seriously for a moment, blinking her eyes and said, I want to open a hip toy store. Oh, this answer made Li Fei feel a little surprised. You, a girl, actually like hipster games? In his impression, Users who liked Tide games were basically all male. The percentage of females could not be said to be none, but could only be said to be very few and far between. At the mention of Tide toys, Jiang Xin's eyes flickered as she said, "That's right, I've loved Tide toys since I was a kid, and my family has a lot of them, so my ultimate dream is to open a Tide toy store." Looking at Jiang Xin's hands and face full of excitement, Li Fei realized that she was really fond of trendy toys. In that case, he, the dream builder, would realize her dream for her. Chapter 53 Chairman's Secretarial Team. Next, Li Fei first took Jiang Xin to choose a store and drove the Pagani around Jiangqing a few times. In the end, he selected 2 hipster stores, one in the city center and one closer to Jiangqing University. These twos, from the decoration to the clientele, are very good, the price is higher. Jiang Xin vaguely guessed that Li Fei was going to buy these 2 trendy game stores for himself, only that this gift was too expensive. She told Li Fei that she can't accept this gift, although she likes it very much, but still feel inappropriate. Li Fei directly hegemonic president forced love at noon to buy the 2 stores. Pulling Jiang Xin completed the purchase procedures. Sitting in the Pagani, Jiang Xin looked at the contract in her hands. Thoughts seemed to be frozen. I didn't realize that the dream I once had was within reach at the moment. Looking at Li Fei, who was driving the Pagani single-handedly beside her, Jiang Xin felt very happy and stable in her heart. At this time, Li Fei also received a cashback prompt from the system. Ding, consumption of $8 million, cashback of $800 million, TSK. He also specifically picked the 2 stores with bigger stores, but as a result, he still didn't swipe enough. After a slight thought, Li Fei had a plan in mind, and the corners of his mouth slowly hooked into a smile. Start violently brushing money. Li Fei was prepared to at least brush his balance to $100 billion in the next few days before his heart was at ease. Immediately after, Li Fei drove the Pagani and went directly to the group. Jiang Xin naturally wasn't sure where Li Fei was going, but she didn't bother to ask, as she was still immersed in the joy of owning 2 hipster game stores. When they arrived at the entrance of the group, Li Fei led Jiang Xin directly inside. In Jiang Xin's opinion, Li Fei should be working in this Tingfei group, a company that she hadn't heard of before, but it looked like a big company. When the receptionist girls saw Li Fei, they were still smiling and greeted Li Fei, who nodded. This scene made Jiang Xin a little unbelievable, confusedly following Li Fei into the elevator before hesitantly asking Li Fei, "They just called you chairman?" "Aha." Li Fei nodded indifferently as if he was talking about a usual trivial matter. Only Jiang Xin nodded her head slightly and thought, although she herself felt that the sports car was Li Fei's before, but she didn't know the value of that sports car. At that time, she only thought that Li Fei was a rich second generation. That's all. But the current situation shocked her. Li Fei was actually the chairman of this big company. This was not an employee or an executive, but the real boss behind the scenes. Jiang Xin wasn't sure about the market value of Tingfei Group, but from this towering building alone, she could also sense that the company was worth a lot. It turned out that her favorite Li Fei was worth so much. Soon, the 2 came to the chairman's office, and Li Fei also called Lin Shuer in. "This is the intern secretary of the secretarial team. You take her to do the induction." "Okay." Lin Shuer smiled and said to Jiang Xin, "Follow me." "What is this?" Jiang Xin was a little turned around. How did she become an intern secretary? She turned her head to look at Li Fei, only to see Li Fei smiling and nodding at her. After this, Jiang Xin took a deep breath and followed Lin Shuer to the personnel department to handle the entry process. Li Fei leaned back with his hands, rested his head, stretched out his 2-meter-long legs, and placed his feet on the table. "For now, let Lin Shuer go and concentrate on the construction of the staff dormitory, and let Jiang Xin act as the secretary for the time being." Subsequently, Li Fei asked the personnel team to take the candidates who screened well and notify them to come for an interview in the afternoon. Jiang Xin's side is arranged by Lin Shuer. Lin Shuer's ability he is very assured. With Lin Shuer's training and guidance, Jiang Xin could definitely take over the job very quickly. Li Fei himself is sitting on the seat. Open the intense and exciting Plants vs. Zombies game. An hour later, the HR department reported to Li Fei that all 8 candidates had arrived at the conference room. Li Fei put the game suspended, went to the conference room. A door found. 8 are all colorful beauty, basically are wearing a secretary uniform. There are long hair, there are short hair, there are pure, there are seductive. Li Fei is a little helpless. Together with the personnel department think they are beauty pageant? I just hope that the next 8 people can at least have a real material. Don't be a vase on the line. Li Fei sat on the opposite side of the 8 beauties, looking through their resumes, leisurely said, starting from my left, in order to do a 1-minute self-introduction. What surprised him was that the information on these resumes showed that none of the 8 beautiful candidates in front of him were white, but the age on top of the resumes, none of the 8 women were more than 25 years old. They were either highly educated and experienced, or they were about to jump ship from some big company. Now, Li Fei's heart was more comfortable. I didn't expect there to be some material. The personnel department did a good job this time. In his heart, the personnel department is considered to have made a small merit. All that was left was to screen, and this part was simply not too simple. Since the experience and level of these beauties were outstanding, it would be purely based on whether their face value was to their liking or not. In the end, Li Fei finalized the 8 beauties on the same day to directly handle the official entry. Children only choose, adults are all want. These 8 beauties are very happy to agree to join, just because the Tingfei group is really too much. At this time, Li Fei received a text message from Lin Shuer. It turns out that Jiang Xian's employment has been completed, and gave her a clear explanation of the daily tasks of the chairman's secretary. It just so happened that there were 8 beautiful secretaries over here waiting to be inducted, so let's leave it to Jiang Xian. Thus, Li Fei replied to Lin Shuer and asked her to arrange for Jiang Xian to bring someone for the onboarding. Li Fei added to Lin Shuer. In the chairman's secretarial team, Lin Shuer was the secretary general and Jiang Xian was the team leader. So when she was busy with other things, let Jiang Xian be responsible for coordinating the secretarial team to make arrangements. After doing all this, Li Fei returned to the chairman's office and continued to play the game waiting for a few people. Soon, Lin Shuer came in with the crowd, counting herself. A total of 10 beauties stood here, the entire chairman's office, at this time like a beauty contest in general. Looking at some female secretaries dressed in black and white silk, Li Fei was unperturbed. His expression was serious as he gave instructions to the women. Secretary General Lin, within 3 days, you will arrange the staff dormitory project in place, and after 3 days, you have to start the construction. At the same time, you should also keep an eye on and supervise the progress of the factory on Changhao's side, and strive to keep his project progress in line with yours. Roger that. Lin Shuer, as the example of the crowd, nodded heavily and said, Secretary Team Leader Jiang, next you lead the 8 new secretaries to make a summary report of the outstanding companies within Huazhou State, such as gaming companies, short video companies, e-commerce companies, and so on, and hand it over to me the day after tomorrow. Roger that. The 9 women replied back in unison. After letting the 10 beautiful secretaries go about their business, Li Fei looked at the balance. 8 billion. He slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The next step was the big move. Chapter 54, Because You Can't Stand It Alone. Li Fei looked at his cell phone and calculated that there was still about a week to go. He was about to go and experience university life. Before that he had to make the basic arrangements. The rest of the matters, have their own right-hand man to grasp, they become an easy dump. Before returning to the villa at night, Li Fei drove the Pagani and sent Jiang Xian home first. On the way, Li Fei instructed her, saying, let the 2 store managers continue to operate the Tide Game Store. You'll be the behind-the-scenes boss for a while because I've been quite busy lately and I need your help. With such a big group, you must be busy all by yourself. I'm happy to be able to help you share the burden. Jiang Xian didn't blame Li Fei for keeping things from her before. On the contrary, she felt that she could share Li Fei's worries, which made her feel satisfied. Although Li Fei wasn't as busy as she thought he was, usually the busiest time was, when he played the game there was too much sunlight to order over. Li Fei rubbed his nose a little sheepishly. It only takes you about a week as a secretary team leader. After that you can keep the position or you can go take care of your hipster game store. Okay, I'll run both sides then, but by the time school starts, there might not be a lot of time yet. At the thought of school starting, Jiang Xian's first thought was, where would Li Fei go? Listening to what he meant by these arrangements, it seemed like it was all about being prepared for everything before school started. If he is going to other cities to go to college, he will not be able to see him for a long time. Thinking of this, Jiang Xian had a touch of loss in her eyes. When Li Fei heard her talking about starting school, he also asked her somewhat mysteriously, do you guess if we will become alumni? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian's eyes suddenly brightened as she blinked her big beautiful eyes and looked at Li Fei's side face in surprise. Really? You will also go to Jiangcheng University? Li Fei nodded and calmly said, of course, alumni Xiner. Yeah. Receiving an affirmative answer, Jiang Xian cheered with a happy smile on her face. She thought to herself, this way, she could continue to be with Li Fei. After sending Jiang Xian back, Li Fei drove to Hentang Heavenly Palace. He hadn't eaten peaches in the past 2 days and missed it. Before going, Li Fei sent a message to Zhou Taotao in advance, so that she could wash her hands of it. Zhou Taotao has recently been dealing with the operation of the Peach Moon Coffee, and is now a qualified CEO. As a CEO, when you are in a company, you definitely need to pay attention to the requirements in terms of temperament. Therefore, Zhou Taotao's style is now slightly inclined to the imperial sister style. However, in front of Li Fei, she is the variable little peach. As long as it is Li Fei-like, she can change for Li Fei. After some review, Zhou Tao Tao was sore and soft lying in Li Fei's arms. Li Fei's hand played with her, using a serious tone of voice to say the words of the scum. Do you mind sharing me with a good woman? When Zhou Tao Tao heard this, she fell into a short silence. She had long foreseen this current scene. Like Li Fei, such an excellent man, she knew that she could not bolt his heart. However, even after preparing herself mentally, she still asked with some reluctance, is it because I'm not good looking enough? Li Fei said indifferently, no, it's because my ability is too strong. You can't stand it alone. Hearing this, Zhou Tao Tao softly let out a Indeed, Li Fei's desire and ability in that area was too strong. Thinking back to the scene just now, Zhou Tao Tao knew that Li Fei had still restrained himself a lot. If she was alone, she really couldn't withstand Li Fei's storm. Looking at the somewhat small aggrieved Zhou Tao Tao, Li Fei decided to reward her again, only this time it was more gentle. After an hour, Li Fei hugged Zhou Tao Tao sitting in the big sofa in the living room. The two of them snuggled up and watched the giant screen TV. Li Fei kissed Zhou Tao Tao's forehead, then looked at her favorably and said, in the next few days, I will give you a few companies as compensation. Zhou Tao Tao met his gaze and looked at him favorably. You know what I want is not these. Hearing this, Li Fei sighed in his heart and smiled helplessly. Where Li Fei didn't know what Zhou Tao Tao wanted was for him to care more on Zhou Tao Tao. Without continuing this topic, Li Fei told her that there was still a week to go before he was ready to go to Jiangxin University. Zhou Tao Tao also realized that her words just now had somewhat made things difficult for Li Fei. So, she pretended to be positive and smiled back. Don't worry about leaving the company side to me. It will definitely surprise you. Looking at the understanding heartbreaking beauty in front of him, Li Fei gently caressed Zhou Tao Tao's pretty face and kissed it. 3 days later, Li Fei called Lin Shuer and Chang Hao to the chairman's office to listen to their report on the progress of the project. Lin Shuer handed him the project report, and now the project for the staff dormitory and the project for the construction of the factory had started. The next thing was the logistics, and Li Fei planned to let Chang Hao take full responsibility for this. At the same time, he gave Chang Hao 5 days to get things done within that time. It was not about establishing a complete transportation system, but rather all aspects of cooperation were arranged in place. Chang Hao, who understood that he was being reused, nodded his head heavily and secretly vowed in his heart that he must not let his brother-in-law down. Thus, Li Fei let Chang Hao go ahead and prepare these matters, leaving Lin Shuer to stay behind. After handing Li Fei the report organized by Jiang Xin and the 8 beautiful secretaries, Lin Shuer began to introduce him to the companies mentioned in the report. After some explanation from Lin Shuer and going through the contents of this report, Li Fei roughly understood the situation. There were more than 20 companies in total, the smallest of which had a few hundred people, and the largest had about 3,000 people. There were many industries involved, including maritime transportation, games, e-commerce, and medical care. Li Fei first selected 15 companies from above, which were all headquartered in Jiangqing City or Zijin City. After roughly planning it out, Li Fei called Chen Ruyue in as well. Li Fei handed her the document to look at and told her that her task for the next few days was to find the list of companies drawn above to talk about acquisitions. He ranked the companies on it from smallest to largest in terms of market capitalization, and Li Fei instructed Chen Ruyu to follow the order when negotiating. In Li Fei's plan, first from the closest and the cheapest company to start acquiring. This way is more secure. Because of these 20, some companies have reached a market capitalization of $10 billion. His balance is not enough. The smallest company on these lists has a market capitalization of $50 million, and with a balance of $8 billion now, he can naturally deal with it easily. Chapter 55, Crazy Money Swiping. After Chen Ruyu received Li Fei's instructions, she immediately moved to do so. At this time, Chen Ruyu was getting more and more curious about how big Li Fei's energy was. Originally, she heard her good girlfriend Cheng Shanshan say that Chang Hao was arranged by Li Fei to be a logistics company. This is a project that burns money up front, but it was once and for all, because she also realized the changes in the group. From the internet to coffee drinks, they were all under the group. She vaguely guessed Li Fei's layout, and she could sense from the supply chain aspect of the coffee that Li Fei was trying to create an ecosystem of a business empire. Even if she just speculated about this idea, Chen Ruyu felt shocked because this kind of business ecosystem could definitely not be done without a few $100 billion. It wasn't until Li Fei had just explained the task to her that she finally began to believe that Li Fei's strength was terrifying. Soon, Chen Ruyu had negotiated the first companies, and was just about to officially sign the contract. The negotiated price was $20 million higher than the current market value, and the reason given by the boss was that the company was in an upward spiral. At that time, Chen Ruyue was a little uncertain, so she called Li Fei to report the situation. Unexpectedly, Li Fei just faintly returned a sentence. You watch it. This kind of market value below 1 billion. The price is not doubled on the line. This statement can give Chen Ruyu shocked not light. Even though she came from a big family in Jiang City, her eyelids jumped after hearing Li Fei's words. Worthy of being Li Fei, he was as bold as ever. Subsequently, Li Fei brought Zhou Taotao with him to the site to sign the contract. Chen Ruyu was a little surprised. Originally thought it was to acquire the company to Li Fei's name. I did not expect to be given to Zhou Taotao. Chen Ruyu himself did not notice a trace of jealousy, quietly growing in the heart. Including Zhou Taotao was also a bit surprised. Originally thought that Li Fei said the promise would take a long time. Did not expect it to be realized now. However, she didn't have any ambition. In her heart she just took this as managing assets for Li Fei. Then Li Fei heard the system's broadcast. Ding, consumption of 80 million yuan. Cashback of 8 billion yuan. Li Fei was instantly in a good mood. It's still fast to acquire a company to get money, although buying villas and swiping money was also fast, but these companies were all very promising, and for Li Fei layout of the business empire plays an important role, can be said to be continued to generate money tree. Subsequently, he signed 3 more companies in Jiangxing City, Cashback 10 billion, Cashback 15 billion, Cashback 35 billion, simply not too good. The rest are all Zijin City companies. Li Fei is going to go back tomorrow. At the same time, he had 2 new ideas. One was about signing a contract when he realized that the steps involved were very cumbersome. It would be better to directly research a product for signing contracts online. So, he directly arranged for his internet company to research this as a key product. Li Fei's idea made the company's product managers clap their hands. After finalizing the program, Li Fei gave them a 1-month deadline. He gave the CEO enough authority this time to show his attitude. If there wasn't enough manpower, he would go directly to inform the HR department. Of course, other subsidiaries should do their best to help them develop their products if they had spare capacity. On the other side, Li Fei thought that it was also time to look at Cheng Shanshan's current situation, because he was preparing to acquire all the companies on the Zijin City side under Cheng Shanshan's name. There were 2 considerations for him to do so. First, eggs cannot be placed in a basket, but also have to let Cheng Shanshan taste some sweetness. After all, she and Cheng Hao siblings, with their own signed employment contract is 3 years. The second is to give Cheng Shanshan behind the Cheng family, to see his attitude and handwriting. Follow yourself is from the dragon's merit, not just a mouthful of soup, but a big meat to eat. As for Chen Ruyu, Li Fei learned that the Chen family behind her is not simple. Roughly estimated that the entire family's industries add up to a market value of tens of billions of dollars. She herself is currently with his cooperative relationship. The contract is also shorter than Cheng Shanshan's sister and brother. At the very least, Li Fei can see that Cheng Shanshan is devoted to himself. Chen Ruyu's mind. At present Li Fei is not clear. If she was like Cheng Shanshan, he would not treat her badly. In the afternoon, Li Fei sent a text message to Cheng Shanshan. When do you get off work? I will pick you up. Cheng Shanshan, who was busy with some affairs, felt a bit tired and just picked up her cell phone when she saw Li Fei send a text message to herself. After opening the chat box and seeing the content, she jumped up and spun around several times, and the tiredness she felt just now instantly disappeared. Then she hurriedly picked up her cell phone and replied to Li Fei, yes, my brother is the best at caring for people. Seeing Cheng Shanshan's message, Li Fei couldn't help but smile helplessly. This little goblin really knows how to Next, Li Fei drove to Cheng Shanshan's building. Since several companies were arranged by him in the nearby building, he arrived in 3 minutes. After sending the message, Cheng Shanshan immediately started to fix her makeup, repeatedly looking at her face to see if there were any blemishes. After some cleaning up, Cheng Shanshan entered the elevator with her slender jade legs, thinking in her head what Li Fei was looking for her for. Cheng Shanshan came downstairs and found Li Fei standing next to his car playing with his cell phone waiting for her. She walks up to Li Fei, her beautiful eyes blinking curiously as she asks, brother, how come you didn't say anything to people when you arrived? Li Fei sized up Cheng Shanshan. She was wearing a burgundy halter dress today. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and under the illumination of the streetlight, she outlined her concave and convex figure. Then Li Fei said in a warm voice, a beautiful prey is worth my patience. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shanshan covered her small mouth and smiled sweetly, suddenly leaning forward to get close to Li Fei's face. Her breath was like orchids as she said softly, so in brother's eyes, people are the prey, people would have wanted to eat you. Then, she slightly licked her red lips, her voice even more seductive. But, it seems to be more interesting if you are eaten by your brother. After her teasing, even Li Fei's calm sea of heart rippled. He picked Cheng Shanshan up at once, ready to put into the car. As a result, Cheng Shanshan just put into the car, but she hooked him with her snow-white lotus root arm. The two people just looked at each other, until Cheng Shanshan went up and kissed Li Fei on the mouth. At this moment, Li Fei was a little hot inside, but he still held back and only kissed Cheng Shanshan's forehead, warmly coaxed, good boy, now so many people, see the impact is not good. Jiang Xin smiled with almond eyes, her eyebrows curved, her tone soft. Then you have to reward people later. Oh. This little goblin really hooked ah. Since taking her under her wing, she had to seduce herself every other day. If it was someone else, Li Fei wouldn't have felt anything. However, Jiang Shan's temperament was as if her charming bones were made in heaven. Her hands and feet released a seductive temperament, and she was afraid that the monks who had attained Taoism would return to secularism if they were so provoked by her. Li Fei smiled and gently touched her head, then drove her back to Wulong Villa. Chapter 56. If you can't tolerate it, you don't have to tolerate it anymore. Along the way, this little goblin was like a child who had just gotten out of kindergarten. Tell Li Fei how hard he worked, how many tasks he accomplished and so on. On the side like a small sparrow chirping ceaselessly. Energetic. Li Fei's hard work made her happy as if she had been in a drought for a long time. After returning to Wulong Villa, Li Fei poured her a glass of water and the two of them sat on the sofa. Li Fei told her about his intention to acquire Zijin City tomorrow and to put it under her name. Jiang Shan's mind went blank. A dozen or so companies in Zijin City. She didn't need to think about it to know that the total value was at least a few $1 billion. Li Fei just gave them to himself? Jiang Shan looked into Li Fei's eyes and realized that his eyes were full of determination and calmness. Jiang Shan realized that Li Fei wasn't joking, but really wanted to give himself this big gift. As for the reason, it was clear to her after a little thought. Was it just to give the Cheng family a little sweetener? Other than that, then Li Fei's purpose is only his own body. Thinking about it, Jiang Shan's pretty face slightly red. She is a high-mouth king. She is still a single woman. Li Fei brought himself to his villa tonight. Could it be that he wanted to? Looking at Jiang Shan who was a little stunned, Li Fei stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her. I gave you a drink of plain water. Why are you as if you've been drugged? Having her thoughts interrupted by Li Fei's voice, Jiang Shan also reacted. If Li Fei wanted to exchange this for himself, naturally it was fine. She herself had originally fallen in love with Li Fei, this charming man, and she would feel a kind of inexplicable joy as soon as she got close to him, although she thought so in her heart. Jiang Shan's ear roots were still red. This was the first time she had been in such close contact with the opposite sex, or she had taken the initiative herself. She felt a little nervous and ashamed, but more than that, she was looking forward and excited. Feeling the soft and boneless body of the beautiful person on her body, Li Fei gently caressed her snow-white skin. 1,000,000 words omitted here. The next day, Li Fei first asked Cheng how to arrange to contact a private airplane. Preparing to charter a plane to Zijin City, Chen Ruyue brought a group of elites from the legal department, the leader of which was recently recruited. It was said that he was very capable in the legal industry and was little known. It seemed like his name was Zhang Wei. After everything was ready, Li Fei set off with Jiang Shan and Chen Ruyue. When the three of them met, although Jiang Shan tried her best to hide her walking posture, Chen Ruyue still detected a hint of unusual, because Li Fei and Jiang Shan came together, and then associated with Jiang Shan's current walking posture. Chen Ruyue had some guesses in her heart, but she wasn't sure. After all, looking at the two of them laughing in joking demeanor, as if nothing had happened. Soon, a group of people began that acquisition suite program, busy until noon. Li Fei led the crowd to a high-end hotel in Zijin City to eat. The whole day's schedule was relatively hasty, because Li Fei's order was to have results within a day. By the evening, except for the two large volume companies that had to hold a board meeting to deliver it, the rest of the companies were taken down. There was no other reason. What Li Fei gave was just too much, and for this trip, Li Fei continued the principle of going from the smallest to the largest, and the final balance after the cashback was more than $500 billion. Now Li Fei's heart could be considered comfortable. Similarly, Jiang Shan was now worth billions. This was because all of these Zijin City companies were acquired under her name and became her assets. It would definitely be a lie for Chen Ruyue on the side to say that she wasn't envious. She felt that even if Jiang Shan had given her body to Li Fei, she wouldn't be able to just give away billions to Jiang Shan. In the eyes of the rich, women were often the cheapest. Could it be that Li Fei really had his eyes on Jiang Shan? Thinking about this, Chen Ruyue's heart was also a little lost. That night, Li Fei arranged for his staff to celebrate together and stayed in a luxury hotel in Zijin City, preparing to return to Jiangcheng in the morning. In the hotel's large box, Li Fei pulled all the people into a small group and began to spell LUT to grab red envelopes, a total of 5 times. Each red packet was 100,000 yuan. Both male and female employees present, their faces are full of happy smiles, have to toast with Li Fei. Li Fei politely refused them, saying he was not good at drinking. Jokingly, dozens of people take turns toasting. No one can drink. At this time, Chen Ruyue's cell phone rang. She went out to answer the phone. The one who called her was her father, Chen Yinghao, the head of the Chen family. Chen Yinghao is the most prestigious figure in the upper class of Jiangcheng City. He is also the head of the 7 sages of the bamboo forest. His energy is very scary. However, in the phone call, Chen Yinghao conveyed the message is a little not good. 10 minutes later, Chen Ruyue returned to the box with a frown on her face. Li Fei noticed her difference, but he was waiting for Chen Ruyu to take the initiative to talk to him. After hesitating for a while, Chen Ruyu approached Li Fei's ear and told him that she had to go back to Jiangcheng tonight. Li Fei nodded and told her that if she needed any help, feel free to ask. Chen Ruyu gave a and set off. Chapter 57. Suddenly, Chen family changes. After leaving the hotel, Chen Ruyu took a car to the airport and started booking her ticket to fly to Jiangcheng tonight. On the way, her heart couldn't calm down for a long time. It was because her father, Chen Yinghao, had told her that her second uncle had stolen the reins in recent years. He had taken close to a third of Chen Group's industries and transferred them. Now he had realized those industries and fled abroad with the money. In the Chen family, Chen Yinghao only had one younger brother, Chen Yingwu, who was Chen Ruyue's second uncle. So for the family industry, Chen Yinghao was very relieved to put part of the family industry handed over to the second brother to manage. Unexpectedly, Chen Yingwu was actually ambitious and wanted to monopolize the Chen family industry. If it wasn't discovered in time now, I'm afraid that the Chen family will directly go bankrupt. But now the Chen family is still in trouble. The capital chain is broken. There were also some unfavorable rumors about the Chen family's industry outside. On the phone, Chen Yinghao had only told her this. Chen Ruyu guessed that the real situation was feared to be worse than she had imagined. On the other side, Chang Shanshan, who had noticed Chen Ruyu leaving the table in a hurry, sent her a message asking what was going on. Chen Ruyu replied after seeing it, "I'm not sure of the specifics, I only know that there's a situation at home, and it's rather serious." Chen Ruyu closed her cell phone and sighed softly. Her father was so anxious to call out for her to go back, and she already had a realization in her heart. When she was small, she had a baby marriage with the youngest member of the Bai family in South Shizhou. At that time, Chen Ruyu's grandfather was so spirited that he made an appointment with the Bai family's head to marry if the heir was a male and female pair. But when Chen Ruyue grew up, she didn't want to be a victim of an arranged marriage. She wanted to choose her own future happiness, and her father, Chen Yinghao, doted on her and unilaterally broke the promise with the Bai family. Now, for the sake of the family's rise and fall, Chen Ruyu's inner emotions are being cut apart. She didn't want to be the kind of hero who sacrificed herself for others. However, when she closed her eyes, her father's sad face appeared in her mind. Her heart seemed to be gripped by something. After the airplane landed, it was already late at night. The large airport was somewhat empty, and in the center was a middle-aged man in his 40s, precisely Chen San, the Chen family's butler. He was taken in by Chen Ruyue's grandfather due to fleeing the famine in his early years, giving him the name Chen San, and after that, he had always stayed in the Chen family as a butler. He was arranged by Chen Yinghao to come to the airport to pick up Chen Ruyu. Seeing Chen Ruyu come out, he took small steps forward to receive the bag in Chen Ruyu's hand. His tired face hardened and squeezed out a smile as he said to Chen Ruyu, "Miss, Master is still waiting for you at home." Chen Ruyu nodded calmly and walked straight to the car. "Third uncle, what's the situation at home?" Upon hearing this, Chen San looked around and then sat in the car before lowering his voice and telling her the true situation. Sure enough, has it gotten this serious? Not only had nearly half of the family's industries been transferred, the rest of the industries had also been drastically affected as a result. The Chen family was mainly in the timber business, and during Chen Ruyu's grandfather's generation, it was just in time to catch the wave of the times. After that, the development was smooth and soon occupied most of the market in Jiangcheng. Starting some time ago, without knowing where the rumor leaked out, the contracts signed by the company before were all defaulted on. This led to a huge pileup of timber, as if these people were as good as negotiated. Their caliber was very consistent, and it was hard not to notice these unusual circumstances that someone was deliberately targeting the Chen family. During this period of time, the timber had been piling up, and Chen Yinghao had traveled east and west, but had been unable to find a suitable buyer, coupled with the fact that Chen Ruyu's second uncle, Chen Yingwu, had rolled away a large number of industries to liquidate them. The company's internal capital turnover was also in trouble. Originally, the family's industry has some relative shares, and now when something happens, they are all panicked in their hearts. 7 aunts and 3 uncles and grandparents, dozens of trips a day to Chen Ruyue's home, the threshold is almost stepped on. Now the family's situation can be said to be as bad as it gets. Chen Ruyu frowned. She knew what her father meant when he asked her to come back. Father was not wanting to give up the huge family business, yet he was the only one who had a precious daughter. After her mother passed away earlier, her father had made up for all the guilt in his heart on his own, now shouting for herself to go back. I'm afraid she wants to make a decision. There were only 2 paths before her. One was to seek assistance from the Bai family. As the Bai family was also in the timber business, they could share some of their share with the Chen family. And when the Chen family slowed down this breath, they would naturally be able to return to the top. Secondly, Chen Ruyu will go far away, because if she does not marry the Bai family, the Chen family will definitely fall apart, and as the daughter of the Chen family's head, she will not have a good life. Chen Ruyu knew clearly in her heart that no matter what she chose, her father would not blame her. The only turnaround now lay with Li Fei. Chen Ruyu didn't feel that she was worthy enough to warrant Li Fei going out of his way to smooth things over for her. Therefore, she was prepared to borrow some funds from Li Fei first, so that the Chen family first lingering to survive. In fact, she also felt that the success rate of the matter of borrowing funds from Li Fei was very, very small. Because she wants to borrow is not 1 or 2 million, this kind of small amount. Businessmen value profit and like parting. How would a normal person do business at a loss? And now, what chips can they exchange? So, what she was thinking was, what if Li Fei was willing to exchange her body with money? Like Chang Shanshan, she felt that since Li Fei had intruded into her life, her world had a shining star as a result. Since she was now left with no choice, she might as well take this as a chance. Thinking of this, Chen Ruyu took a deep breath and picked up her cell phone to make a call to Li Fei. The call was quickly connected, and his warm voice came, "What's wrong?" Chen Ruyu heard some noise from Li Fei's side, like at a shopping mall. So, she hesitantly said, "Are you busy?" Looking at Chang Shanshan, who was frantically sweeping in the luxury store in the distance, Li Fei smiled comfortably. "Ruyu, stuttering is not like your style. Say it." Hearing this, Chen Ruyu's heart trembled, and she had some courage in her heart. Thus, she began to tell Li Fei about the Chen family's current terrible situation. Only, without saying 2 sentences, she was interrupted by Li Fei. "I'm asking you to tell a number, not listen to your story." The current Li Fei was big and bold. Of course, it was his wealth that was big and bold. Just kidding. A daily income of $500 billion. It was already very astringent not to float up to the sky now. Chen Ruyu hesitated and told Li Fei that she wanted to borrow $1 billion for turnover. Li Fei's Tingfei Group's rise began and ended. Chen Ruyu couldn't be clearer. She clearly knew that Tingfei Group manifested exactly what Li Fei's cash flow was. Together with these companies acquired today, I'm afraid Li Fei's cash flow is in the tens of billions. This is still just what he spends. And now what she feels is perhaps just the tip of Li Fei's iceberg. Chapter 58, Li Fei strikes. Li Fei's strength was very powerful. There's no doubt about it. But this amount that he borrowed is also very large. The whole 1 billion. Moreover, this is more like a game with very little chance of winning. The Chen family is already on the verge of bankruptcy. To take 1 billion to invest in this project, not as good as a stone smashed in the water ripples. So she wanted to tell Li Fei about the Chen family's situation first, and then let him make a decision afterward. However, Li Fei did not want to hear this at all. In response to what Chen Ruyu said, Li Fei was very unhappy and seemed to ask somewhat icily, "What do you mean?" Being suddenly so fierce by Li Fei, Chen Ruyu was somewhat aggrieved and sour inside. Surely it was still her own self-interest? Who knew that Li Fei said fiercely again, "Give me the card number. This is for you. As if you owe me a favor. Do not return the money to me again." Hearing such overbearing and warm words from Li Fei, Chen Ruyu's heart was a mix of joy, gratitude and admiration. The current her actually felt some peace of mind from Li Fei's body. Li Fei's handsome face that was unperturbed when things happened seemed to be right in front of her eyes, and Chen Ruyu's eyes brightened up a bit more. Chen Ruyu put her cell phone to her mouth and whispered from her heart, "Thank you." In response, Li Fei snickered, "Cut the crap. When you're done, come back early and work for me." After hanging up the phone, Li Fei no longer stayed put, but went to accompany Cheng Shanshan to look at the clothes. After noticing Li Fei approaching, Cheng Shanshan took a white dress and compared it on her body, asking with a smile, "Do people look good in this?" Li Fei sized it up and affirmed, "It looks good." Who knows, Cheng Shanshan's words changed. Was it just for Ruyu on the phone? Li Fei's heart panicked at this question. Though he did not do anything wrong, Li Fei met Cheng Shanshan's gaze. For some reason, he wanted to explain something clearly to Cheng Shanshan. Actually, just as he opened his mouth, Cheng Shanshan stretched out her jade hand and placed it on his lips. "There's no need to explain to people. Brother's heart is clear to me. In the future, don't easily explain to women again, or people won't like you anymore." Li Fei did not expect that Cheng Shanshan, who was most possessive of himself, would say these words. Perhaps at this point, he understood what confidant meant. Afterwards, Cheng Shanshan took the clothes to the checkout counter, turned around and saw Li Fei standing in the same place frozen. Couldn't help but smile and tease. Dull would brother quickly come to pay the bill. Turning his head, Li Fei saw her waving to herself with a smile on her face and smiled back. Li Fei felt warm in his heart, with an extra feeling of being cared for and concerned. On the other side, Chen Ruyu hung up the phone and sent Li Fei her own card number before letting out a soft sigh of relief. When she made the call, she didn't turn on the speakerphone, but Chen San still inferred something based on what she said. Although it was a bit inappropriate for Chen San to listen to her call, but the situation at hand could already ignore that. Chen San asked with some nervousness and anticipation, "Miss, that call just now, but is there a solution?" Aha! At this time, Chen Ruyu's cell phone rang again. A message from Li Fei. "The money has passed. Don't be afraid. I am there for everything." Looking at the text on her cell phone screen, Chen Ruyu felt warm and secure in her heart. Li Fei means, "Behind her there is me. You can rest assured boldly to do it." At this moment, Chen Ruyu has already swept away the previous frustration and confusion. Her eyes firm up. Those who make trouble or stab in the back, she wants to pull out and punish them all together. Soon, the car arrived at the Chen family villa. Just entering the courtyard, Chen Ruyu saw that the living room lights were still on. After entering the door, she saw her father on the phone. Chen Ruyu was a little sour inside. She walked forward and patted her father's back, saying, "Dad, take a break." At this point, Chen Yinghao realized that his precious daughter had returned. He stroked his daughter's head with his big rough hand and told her to wait a little longer. He was almost done with the phone call. Chen Ruyu nodded her head obediently and sat quietly next to her as she waited. 10 minutes later, Chen Yinghao hung up the phone. He was inwardly apologizing to his daughter and was thinking of how to speak when Chen Ruyu told him, "You just rest for a while. Daughter will take care of all this." This surprised him. Chen Yinghao knew his daughter's character very well. Therefore, this sentence from his daughter just now was by no means unintentional. Chen Yinghao naturally associated that his daughter was trying to ask for help from the Bai family, and his heart was even more unpleasant. Chen Ruyu had directly opened her cell phone bank and handed it to her father, then sold her words and said, "Guess how much is in there?" At this time, the balance was not displayed on the cell phone. Chen Ruyu also wanted to give her father a surprise. She knew that Li Fei had already wired the money into his card. Chen Yinghao was a bit puzzled. His daughter looked as if there was a lot of money inside, but hadn't she just returned? Even if she asked the Bai family for help, it couldn't be so fast, right? Chen Ruyu was a bit impatient. "Dad, you open it quickly and take a look." Thus, Chen Yinghao would doubtfully click on the balance, only to see a long string of numbers on it. Chen Yinghao seemed to have realized what was going on and started counting 0 with a gasp. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. When he reached the last digit, it was as if he had used up all his strength, and his hands became trembling. Finally, at last, he finally didn't have to endure those agonizing choices anymore. Chen Yinghao hugged his daughter. The pressure and heartache he had endured all these days turned into hot tears at this moment. How could Chen Ruyu not have imagined that her father, who had always been a towering figure in front of her, would be crying in such a sorry state at this moment? This also proved that what her father had endured silently was far beyond her imagination. Chen Ruyu was a little heartbroken for her father, but more than that, she was motivated to be positive. Now that she had Li Fei as her backing, she was fearless. She also raised her hand to hug her father, when she saw on her cell phone that the first number of the balance was 5. What Li Fei had transferred to himself was not 1 billion, but a whole 5 billion. This was already equivalent to half of the Chen family. It could be said that with this amount of money, not only could it solve the Chen family's current crisis, it could even bring the Chen family to the next level. Chen Ruyu clearly remembered that the reason why Li Fei was angry was because he said borrow money from him. At this time, Chen Ruyu, something deep inside loosened. Afterwards, Chen Yinghao said that he had traveled a lot, so he let his daughter have a good night's sleep first, and tomorrow the father-daughter duo would go to work together. After Chen Ruyu bathed, wearing a layer of white muslin pajamas, her rich figure was faintly visible. Only, she lies on the bed for a long time, difficult to sleep, through the window sprinkled in the moonlight, as if to hear her murmuring, 5 billion, you just give me? Is it worth it to you? Chapter 59 New Layout. The next day, Tangfei Mansion, Chairman's Office. The current Li Fei had $1 trillion, not $1 trillion in value, but a solid $1 trillion balance. Before entering the university to lie down, he still needed to do a few things. The supervision of the staff dormitories and factories was currently handled by 3 of the secretarial team. Lin Shuer and Chang Hao, on the other hand, were called back by Li Fei. Li Fei told the 2 of them about the Chen family's situation today. Besides giving the Chen family financial support, Li Fei was also interested in the timber industry. After reading Lin Shuer's report in the morning, Li Fei understood that in the early years, the Chen family had made their fortune by operating the timber business. Now that he was preparing to enter the timber industry, he could also support the Chen family in passing. Currently, most of the timber sources in Jiangchang were owned by the Chen family. Therefore, Li Fei was prepared to use Zijin City as a stronghold and occupy most of the market in Zijin City with the momentum of a prairie fire. At this time, Chang Hao opened his mouth somewhat hesitantly. "Chairman, I'm afraid the timber market in Zijin City is a tough nut to crack." Because Lin Shuer was present, Chang Hao did not call him brother-in-law. "Oh, tell me, It wasn't uncommon for Chang Hao to have connections in Zijin City. Listening to what he just said, it seemed like the timber market in Zijin City was held by one of his friends. I know a big young man in Zijin City. His family is also in the timber business, with a relatively large volume. What Chang Hao was talking about was none other than the Chi family's great young man from the 7 great families of Zijin City. This Chi family's great young man often hung out with the great young man from the other 2 families. Although Chang Hao knew them, he had never melted into their circle. Simply because of the difference in the size of the families, Chang Hao was destined to only be their little brother. Then tell me, how many billions is his entire family worth? Li Fei was rarely interested, wanting to see if this Chi family of Zijin City could fight with himself. $50 billion. When he said this, Chang Hao's face was filled with gravity. $50 billion was already equivalent to the volume of 5 Chang families. It was even more of an existence that the Chang family looked up to. However, at this moment, Li Fei could not help but laugh. Not because Chang Hao's words were funny, but Li Fei thought that he now had $1 trillion in his hands, the so-called Zijin Chi family in their eyes, but also a little bigger ants. Chang Hao saw that Li Fei didn't feel any pressure because the Chi family's volume was 30 billion. Instead, he had a somewhat forced expression that prevented him from laughing. He was a bit puzzled. According to his guess, Li Fei's strength was estimated to be similar to the Chi family. The Tengfei group had already cost Li Fei a lot of financial resources, so Chang Hao didn't feel that Li Fei could achieve his goals as smoothly as before. Lin Shuer didn't know about Li Fei's trip to Zijin City to acquire the company, and she was as stressed as Chang Hao was at the moment. The pressure and nervousness of the 2 of them, Li Fei saw it in his eyes, so he didn't sell himself short. It's only $50 billion. It can't make any waves yet. But Chang Hao, you need to take time to learn about business. Chang Hao and Lin Shuer's eyes widened in shock when they heard Li Fei say $50 billion can't make waves. But Li Fei's face is still cloudy and light. With their understanding of Li Fei, I'm afraid it's true. The 2 of them coincidentally glanced at each other, both seeing unbelief and surprise in the other's eyes. The stronger Li Fei's strength, the more honored they are, especially Chang Hao, who has the identity of brother-in-law. He used to be an obedient, smiling little brother in front of the 3 big boys in Zijin City. Now that he knew that Li Fei was not weak at all, he felt a sense of pride from the bottom of his heart. After that, Li Fei began to start arranging his plan to enter the timber market of Zijin City. In this plan, he didn't use all the personnel of the Zijin City subsidiary. The prevention is to leak the wind. After the preparation is complete, then strike with thunderous means and speed. A few days later, the Chen family villa. In the hall, Chen Ninghao and his daughter Chen Ruyue were sitting and chatting. Now the Chen family's company was not to say that it was on track, but at least it had solved the pressing problem and was not far from recovering its vitality. After Chen Ninghao took a sip of tea, he slowly asked, Yue, when are you going to invite your honored guest to your home? The honorable man in Chen Ninghao's mouth naturally referred to Li Fei. He wanted to thank Li Fei in person. It was because of Li Fei's $5 billion that the Chen family was now gradually stabilizing. In Chen Ninghao's heart, it was this nobleman who gave the Chen family a new life, so he should thank him properly. He did not know how his daughter knew this big brother. Chen Ninghao thought that the mysterious big brother's age is estimated to be more than 40. Therefore, he was puzzled by the fact that his daughter knew this mysterious bigot. Chen Ruyu sniffed, and after thinking for a moment, she took out her cell phone and sent a message to Li Fei. Busy? My dad wants to thank you in person. The Chen family side of things will be arranged in the next 2 days. I'll go to the company then. At this time, Li Fei was in the chairman's office, having a tense and exciting Plants vs. Zombies. Seeing the screen of his cell phone light up, Li Fei glanced at it and realized that it was from Chen Ruyu. So, he paused the game and opened his cell phone to check the message. He still misses his right-hand man, and now that he has no one to use, he has even activated Cheng Hao's Street Sneak. Open the chat box to see. Good guy, Chen Ruyu's father wants to see himself. Li Fei thought in his heart. Chen Ruyu's father in Jiangcheng is a dignified figure. Only, in Li Fei's heart, Chen Ruyu was his woman sooner or later. Then, in this situation now, wouldn't it be a good idea to meet his father-in-law in advance? This was a bit early for Li Fei. Chen Ruyu is not as good as Cheng Shanshan, so Li Fei can still maneuver in front of his future father-in-law. The main thing is that although Li Fei now has more money, but the network has not increased. As a big man in Jiangcheng City, Chen Ruyu's father must have a lot of human resources. After thinking about it, Li Fei decided to meet him. Li Fei typed in the chat box, "Uncle, when do you have time?" Chen Ruyue received the message and told her father that the honorable man he wanted to meet was willing to meet, and asked him when he would be available. Chen Ninghao smiled amiably and said, "It's better to choose a day than to meet it, so ask the honorable man if he's free this afternoon." The location is at the tea house in the north of the city. Beep. Li Fei's cell phone rang again. When he opened the chat box and saw the content, Li Fei had some inexplicable nervousness. Is this the ancestral "see father-in-law will be panicked" guideline? From the beginning of the system to now, Li Fei has matured and calm a lot, can do everything, is not shocked. However, the nervousness in his heart now was not a fake. After reciting "I have $1 trillion" 10 times in his heart, Li Fei's state of mind regained its calmness. So, he picked up his cell phone and replied, "Okay, 3 p.m. Chapter 60, Cheninghao's Chain Guns. Chen Ruyu saw Li Fei's reply. Her beautiful eyes slightly moved. These days did not see him. His heart seems to miss some? Thinking of Li Fei's treatment of herself, Chen Ruyu's pink lips rippled with a sweet smile. Perceived his daughter's different. Cheninghao faced some odd. This girl will not be nobleman heart secretly promised it? Cheninghao was not against his daughter's idea. On the contrary, he doted on his daughter Chen Ruyu. Only in his guess, can take out 5 billion to help their Chen family? This nobleman at least must be 40 or 50 years old. Of course, the nobleman could be a young man about the same age as his daughter. But how would that kind of existence care about the rise and fall of the Chen family? Cheninghao himself has been in the shopping mall for decades, and he can see human feelings more thoroughly than anyone else. To say that in the high and mighty families, there is a young master who has a crush on his daughter. I'm afraid that they have 10,000 ways to snatch their precious daughter without spending $5 billion. So why would they need to use this $5 billion to save the Chen family? In a short moment, Cheninghao thought about it, but he couldn't figure it out. Perhaps, only when he really needs the Chen family's nobleman, he can understand why he did all this. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Wulong Villa 1. Li Fei wearing a light familiar customized suit. In front of the mirror, gently fiddled with a handsome hairstyle. Wearing leather high customized version of leather shoes. Wearing the newly acquired 10 million Patek Philippe. After leaving the house, he picked out his favorite car in the several hundred square meters of garage. Together with Li Fei's subsequent purchases, there were dozens of cars inside. The entire garage was divided into 5 major areas: sports car area, business car area, grocery car area, walking area, and off-road area. After a little thought, Li Fei chose a lengthened Mirage in the business area, just because its license plate number was 58. Sitting in the car, Li Fei realized that something was wrong. Not, how do you drive up the car? Usually drive a sports car to drive used to, and now he is driving a Mirage, like a special car driver. This is also too much of a drop in compulsion. At that moment, he immediately made a call to Wang Li and asked him to come and be a driver for himself. After Wang Li received the call, he immediately arrived at Wulong Villa at the fastest speed. Li Fei sat in the back row, shook the red wine in his glass, crossed his legs, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. This is now the right flavor. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The tea house in the north of the city. Li Fei's car arrived at the entrance of the tea house. Wang Li got out of the car for the back row of Li Fei to open the door. Down Li Fei looked at this century-old tea house and vaguely heard the sound of opera coming from it. After going in alone, he found that the atmosphere in it was very good, and the decoration gave people a cozy, breezy feeling. The tea house is very large, but the entire tea house has only 3 floors, each floor in addition to the 50 tables in the hall. There are 10 private rooms. Li Fei went up to the 3rd floor, came to the door of the No. 5 box, knocked lightly twice, and then pushed the door in. Inside sat none other than Cheninghao and Chen Ruyu, father and daughter. Seeing the door open, Cheninghao immediately got up, ready to shake hands with the honorable man. When he saw Li Fei, he froze. Really is a young man on the way to the road. He was speculating. In his opinion, nobleman is a young man is the least likely. Who knew that the fate of the people? Cheninghao eyes flashed a brief flash of surprise, did not show any difference. He enthusiastically shook Li Fei's hand and pulled him along, saying, come, please sit down. These dishes are all what Ryu guessed you would like to eat. If there is something inappropriate you say. Cheninghao did not forget to advertise for his daughter while inviting Li Fei to take a seat. Nobleman, if it is really this young man in front of him, it means that his origin is remarkable. Young age on more wealth more than 100 million, and see the meaning of the daughter, is also inclined to him. This is a father. Naturally, play a good assist, do a good job of pushing the boat. Li Fei felt Cheninghao this kind of passionate attitude. He somewhat will not face some embarrassment. Future father-in-law, what is this? Seeing Li Fei's embarrassed expression, winking and asking for help, Chen Ruyu covered her small mouth and laughed lightly. After some politeness, Cheninghao began to test the waters wildly. Little Fei, how old are you this year? Xiao Fei, I think you and Ruyu should be the same age, right? Fei, have you ever thought about getting a wife and having a family? Fei, I'm telling you, a man should realize the benefits of a wife and children. Little Fei, what do you think of my Ruyu? Seeing her father getting more and more outrageous, Chen Ruyu hurriedly spoke up to stop her. Dad, what are you doing? Li Fei is now concentrating on his career. How could he have those idle thoughts you're talking about? Li Fei also matched Chen Ruyu and said with a bitter smile, "Uncle, the group is rather busy right now, so I can't spare any time." These words were of course to fob Chen Hao off. Li Fei was playing Plants vs. Zombies in the chairman's office all day. His busyness would only be reflected in too much sunshine to pick up. However, the speaker has no intention. The listener has a heart. Chen Hao looks like a bit of a pedantic old man. In fact, has been in the understanding of Li Fei's details. "Little Fei, which group do you work for? What's the job description? Fei, where do you live? Is it far from the group? Fei, where are you from? Do you want to settle in Zhangcheng?" After a lot of interrogation, Li Fei and Chen Ruyu both wanted to escape from this hell-like place. Chen Hao's almost indiscriminate firing. The two of them were tired of fighting. It was really too scary. 3 people, only Chen Hao happy. He wanted to understand the information. Has inquired almost. The young man in front of him, called Li Fei, is a native of Jiangcheng. The family situation was unclear, but there was no Li family among the upper class in Jiangcheng. At a young age, he single-handedly founded the Tengfei Group, which currently has a market capitalization of over $10 billion. Not long after this Tengfei Group was founded, Chen Hao heard a friend mention it. His friend's words were full of disparaging meaning, only because he learned that the founder of Tengfei Group actually bought that money-losing building in Taibai Lake. That building Chen Hao also understand. He actually had the idea of dismantling it before, because the building's strategic location is very important. And now the quality of education at Jiangcheng University is getting better and better. As the saying goes, the near water tower gets the moon first. Absorbing fresh talent blood is crucial for enterprises. But at that time, the Chen family was investing in a large project. The hand is not generous, the back will not be settled. When he learned that Li Fei was the one who put that building in his pocket, Chen Hao's eyes were full of appreciation. Plus, Li Fei was prepared to live in Jiangcheng for a long time and was living in Wulong Villa. Chen Hao nodded with satisfaction. The more he was looking at Li Fei, the better he was looking at him, as if he was looking at a piece of meat and potatoes. In fact, in Chen Hao's heart, Li Fei had already become a qualified Chen family son-in-law. Chapter 61 Double Dagger Sect? The two of them, Li Fei and Chen Ruyu, accompanied Chen Hao and chatted for a while longer before proposing to go out for a walk. Chen Hao saw that his daughter was already in cahoots with Li Fei at this time, and in his heart, he was somewhat unable to laugh or cry. This bad old man himself is still in the way of your 2 eyes? But this is good. Chen Hao intentionally give the two of them, create some space to promote the relationship. At that moment, he also agreed to go out for a walk. Just as they walked to the first floor hall, a young man with an odor of alcohol on his body blocked the way of the crowd, only to see his eyes staring straight at Chen Ruyu, the greed in his eyes undisguised. This scene caused the 3 of them to look slightly cold, especially Chen Hao, who was already slightly angered between his brows. Who knew that the drunken youth in front of him spoke very arrogantly? "Come on people, leave this chick behind for me." As the words fell, 7 or 8 men with unfavorable faces suddenly appeared around Li Fei's trio. They appeared quickly, and from the way they stood, it looked like they did this kind of thing often. Chen Hao glimpsed the special double dagger tattoo on one of them and snorted, asking contemptuously, "Kid, are you guys from the double dagger sect?" Upon hearing this, the drunken man's eyes narrowed slightly. There were only a handful of characters in the entire Jiangcheng who were so calm upon hearing the name of the Double Dagger sect. The current situation, he was also a bit confused. "I'm not sure who your big brother is. I only know that your sect master, Wan Shuangdao, once owed me a favor." Chen Hao's gaze grew gloomy as he stared at the drunken youth with a deadly glare. If he hadn't come out today to have a cozy little chat with Li Fei, he usually brought a dozen bodyguards with him. At this time, that drunken youth also realized that something was wrong and vaguely had some withdrawal intentions. After some quick thinking, he withdrew first to be on the safe side. "What are you babbling about, old man? You seem to have recognized the wrong person. Let's go." He didn't dare to stay here for long. This guy's aura and eyes were definitely not human. The drunken youth was a bit terrified in his heart. It was hard to believe that this guy could really bring something to bear on him. When he thought of the sect master's methods, he couldn't help but shiver. So much so that his drunkenness woke up a bit. Seeing them retreating, Li Fei had the idea of creating his own bodyguard group. However, compared to this, he was more curious about what was the Double Blade sect that Chen Hao had just mentioned. Chen Ruyu had heard of the name Double Dagger sect, but she wasn't sure what kind of organization it was. Sensing the curious gazes of the two, Chen Hao kindly explained to them, the so-called Dual Blade sect was just a name. Not everyone in it knew how to wield dual blades. The reason for this name was because the name of its founder, the sect master, was Wan Shuangdao. This person has some kung fu. Some years ago to break into the underground world, quite a bit of prestige. He then founded the Double Dagger sect, specializing in underground casinos, such as hitmen, money-lending business. Most of the members of Double Dagger sect are gangsters who can't find a job or are idle after being released from prison. As for what Chen Ninghao said just now, Wan Shuangdao owed himself a favor. This is true. This was 20 years ago. Chen Ninghao and Wan Shuangdao were both very young at that time. It was only that their fates were very different. The Chen family was growing by leaps and bounds under the leadership of Chen Ruyue's grandfather at the time, and Chen Ninghao was the equivalent of a second-generation rich man. At that time, by chance, Chen Ninghao gave Wan Shuangdao help, and Wan Shuangdao had always been a man of sentimentality, promising to give Chen Ninghao a favor that could be honored whenever he wanted. Even at that time, Chen Ninghao did not put it in his heart and regarded it as his own whim. After listening to Chen Ninghao's story, Li Fei thought of Chang Hao. Chang family is a ground entertainment. I think there will not be a lack of fighters, but it is possible to let Chang Hao recommend good candidates for himself. Afterwards, Li Fei said goodbye to Chen Ninghao and Chen Ruyue, and rode back in the stretch Mirage. By the time Li Fei's car had gone away, Chen Ninghao was still standing as if he was reminiscing about something. What he saw was not only the long version of the Phantom and the 58 license plate numbers, he also saw his daughter's bright future. As soon as he got on the car, Li Fei called Chang Hao and asked him to recommend a fighter and bodyguard for him. Li Fei is ready to create a fighter team and a bodyguard team. These two are both offensive and defensive. Although Chang Hao was curious about Li Fei's arrangement, he did not ask much. In his opinion, Li Fei was trying to raise troops, not go out to war. After a while, Chang Hao sent a list of 100 people with brief information about each of them. 1. Yang Kai, 26 years old, the 37th generation of the Yang family's gun, the closest disciple. 2. Wei Haocheng, 25 years old, this year's youth Sanzhou champion of Suzhou, China. 3. Yu Jiahao, 28 years old, 3 years of special forces experience. 4. Lu Yong, 26, practiced in Shaolin Temple for 8 years. Li Fei chose 20 people from the list as members of the fighter team, hesitated for a while, and chose another 20 people as members of the bodyguard team. He chose 20 people on the list as bodyguards because all of them are practicing soldiers. The duty of a bodyguard was not only to protect himself, but also to have the ability to fight. As for the bodyguard's skill training, directly find a security company for customized skill training. Arranged these things, Li Fei Heart of the Stone finally landed. Previously, he had been swiping money, but neglected his personal safety. If safety could not be guaranteed, what was the point of asking for more money? Like this afternoon's encounter, if there is no future father-in-law present, how should he break the situation? Thinking of this, Li Fei once again gave Chang Hao a phone call. Let him arrange for his own fighter and bodyguard team planning. Li Fei is ready to give each of them a monthly salary of 100,000, and divided them into a group of 10 people, usually 2 teams of 2 groups to rotate. It was equivalent to going on one rest, except that their rest was exercise. In order to ensure the ability of the fighters and bodyguards, regular exercise was very necessary. That night, Li Fei went to Zhou Tao Tao's residence. On a big bed with some wrinkles from the fight, Li Fei was holding Zhou Tao Tao in his arms, who was still panting. Li Fei is thinking that tomorrow is the day he will report to Jiangcheng University. Even though he was now sitting on $1 trillion balance, very few things could shake his mind. However, there were still some emotions of anticipation in his heart at the moment. Li Fei was thinking about what kind of attitude to start his life on the university campus. Was it to directly and unabashedly conceal his identity as a godly hero? Or should he hide his identity as a godly hero and experience the university life of an ordinary person? Li Fei was a bit torn. Although he wanted to try both types of college life, time would only give him one chance. Chapter 62, Beginning to Experience College Life, plus X1. Jiangcheng University, as a very famous institution in the whole country, recruited students from all over the world. Jiangcheng University had a long history of founding, about 120 years of history so far. Moreover, the several campuses of Jiangcheng University covered an area of up to 2 million square meters. The next day, Li Fei returned to Wulong Villa and simply packed his luggage. Then he was ready to report to the school. Jiangcheng University was situated near the Taibai Lake, with beautiful scenery both inside and outside the school. In order to fulfill both of his entry experiences, Li Fei decided not to hide his identity as a godly hero. At the same time, he was prepared to live in the school dormitory to experience university life in depth. He had already greeted the vice principal, and he could come and go as he pleased whether he lived in the dormitory or not. Today, he wore the trendy clothes that he had specially bought to match the identity and taste of a college student. On his wrist was still the $10 million Patek Philippe watch. Coming to the garage, Li Fei chose a Bugatti Veyron. He was ready to arrogantly come to an entrance opening. After all, he is now a college student. You have to show off. The next step is to enjoy loading cups. Feel the envy of his peers at the moment. Last night, The warring Li Fei did not know about the strange abstract things in the freshman group. A. Can the school spend American dollars? I just came back from abroad and don't have any soft money. B. School consumption level is high? My father gave me 20,000 per month. I feel not quite enough. C. Does anyone know if there is a Starbucks near the school? I'm not used to drinking anything else. D. Can I bring a pot to the dorm? I can only afford steak in the morning. E. Oops. My hand slipped. Boys don't look. A deliberately posed and carefully pictured picture. Knowing or not, it doesn't matter to Li Fei. You guys play abstract and try hard to pretend cop. Can have me Li Fei pretend? At this time, the entrance of Jiangcheng University is full of cars, many of which are hundreds of thousands of dollars. A group of parents are sending their children. Only for the sake of student safety, parents are not allowed to enter the campus. The school arranged a large number of volunteers, starting from the entrance of the new student registration, check-in, to the senior sister who specializes in explaining to new students and taking luggage. It can be said that the arrangement is very meticulous. Noisy crowd at the entrance. The new students are lining up to enter the campus. From time to time, there are freshmen driving blue sky white clouds or four rings, parked in the parking space in front of the school. Occasionally there were a few freshmen driving 718s and R8s. From the license plates of these rich second-generation cars, it could be seen that some were from Jiangcheng, some from Zijin City, and some from other states. At this time, a Rolls-Royce from the magic city of Shanghu stopped at the entrance of the school, followed by a silver-haired girl coming down from above. She wore a short black leather skirt. Her skin was like gelatin. Her face was delicate and small, with almond eyes and a fine nose, and her cherry lips were delicate. However, her face was like ice and frost, a look that made her unapproachable, with some sense of coolness. Her name was Chu Yi. She was the daughter of the Magic City Chu family, and today she also came to Jiangcheng University for the arrival of the freshmen. Chu Yi's appearance instantly triggered the surrounding crowd's hot discussion, not knowing which this is a golden girl. The most excited people in the crowd naturally belonged to the freshmen. Basically all the people who came to the school today were freshmen checking in. If you can, and this goddess-level beauty hitched. Hey! Chui did not pay attention to the crowd's stunning gaze and hot discussion. Since childhood, this kind of scene she has been accustomed to. Her gaze was fixed above the school gate and she softly whispered, Jiangcheng University. With the energy of the Magic City Chu family, it was more than enough to arrange for Chu Yi to be placed in the top school in the country. Only, Chu Yi did not choose to go to the top school in the capital. Jiangcheng University was Chu Yi's big brother's alma mater, so she also came here to see how her big brother had become so outstanding. The head of the Magic City Chu family, Chu Feng, had 2 sons and a daughter. Chu Yi was the third in line, and there were 2 older brothers in front of her. The elder brother had now taken over the family's industry, and with the assistance of his father, he managed the Chu family in a well-organized manner, and was the role model in her mind. The second brother mixes with entertainment all day long. Chu Yi's attitude is that as long as the second brother doesn't come to bother her, it's fine. Before the second brother, as soon as there is no money to spend to find themselves stalking to ask, Chu Yi is to see is annoying. In addition to the reason for the big brother, Chu Yi heard that the top 20 universities in the country, Jiangcheng University's scenery is the most beautiful. Jiangcheng University's on-campus environment is very beautiful. Everywhere you can see greenery and flowers. The configuration and environment of the dormitory is also the upper middle level. Very comfortable. This was also one of the major reasons why Chu Yi chose this university. As if starting a new life, a shallow smile surfaced on Chu Yi's cool face. Receiving a suitcase from the bodyguard's hands, Chu Yi entered Jiangcheng University with a brisk pace. The volunteer seniors who had been waiting at the entrance of the school for a long time swarmed up, and a dozen of them grabbed the luggage for Chu Yi. Chu Yi simply let go of her suitcase and looked at them with her arms wrapped around her lotus root. She was already numb to this kind of scene. From childhood to adulthood, the people who greeted her were all in this manner. Only before, it was because she was the daughter of the Chu family, but now the volunteer seniors were because of her beauty. After a minute of fair competition, a very strong volunteer won the chance to carry Chu Yi's luggage. His face was full of smiles, as if he was a general who had won a battle, and he was very proud of himself. He introduced himself and then asked Chu Yi for her name and contact information. Chu Yi just treated him as heir. In the past, this kind of person would not even have a chance to see herself. Feeling Chu Yi's cold violence, the senior was a bit embarrassed, so he had to honestly bring Chu Yi to go through the new student check-in procedures. However, in the process of reporting to fill out the form, he peeked at Chu Yi's name, and secretly memorized it in his heart. At this time, outside the campus entrance, the crowd came a commotion. It was Li Fei who drove his Bugatti. Today's Li Fei slightly tidied up his hairstyle. He was originally somewhat handsome, and now after tidying up, he was very handsome as a fluttering gentleman. In order to help himself integrate into campus life, Li Fei also specially picked out some trendy clothes. It could be said that everything was ready, only the enrollment was lacking. Most of the people in front of the school didn't recognize the brand of this sports car, but judging from its shape and body lines, the price was definitely not expensive. Some people have already begun to take out their cell phones and take pictures of the car. After the car was parked, Li Fei opened the door, took off his sunglasses, and cast his eyes to the 4 big words Jiangxin University above the entrance. The corner of Li Fei's mouth hooked out a smile. In fact, he quite want to, as a carefree college students carefully feel the youth. He ignored the crowd's exclamations and sighs, and took out a small suitcase from the car, which contained only toiletries. Then he walked straight to the school gate. Chapter 63, First Encounter with Chui, plus X2. Li Fei was not aware that when he first entered the school gates, a large group of freshmen went to take pictures near his car. Both boys and girls were amazed by the car. It wasn't until one of the boys let out a gasp. I told you how it was so familiar. I read online a while ago that this car is called a Bugatti. For those who don't know anything about cars, this is like talking to a cow. They didn't know the exact value of this Bugatti, but they were sure that the price must be very high. Seeing that the crowd didn't react much to his words, the boy seemed to be pleased with himself for knowing about the Bugatti. I think this car will cost at least $20 million. His words were like a boulder hitting the surface of the water, sending shock waves through the crowd. Looking at the envious and awe-inspiring expressions of the people around him towards this car, he was very satisfied, as if this car was his own. After Li Fei entered the school gates, he was followed by several female freshmen with good looks. These few female students were quick on their feet and had followed Li Fei the moment he entered the door. Driving a sports car to enroll in school, at least it was a rich young man. They were very resourceful and knew that if they didn't have the opportunity to get to know Li Fei, then they would create the opportunity. In that instant, dozens of ways to get acquainted with Li Fei came to their minds. As a result, several people coincidentally lined up behind Li Fei, and they saw the meaning in each other's eyes. The next step was a fierce competition without any smoke, scrambling to be the first. Before Li Fei was captured by the volunteer sister, they had to seize the first opportunity. So, Li Fei saw several scenes of speechlessness in succession. A female student said she had a bad sense of direction, asked him where the girls' dormitory to go. A female classmate couldn't drag her suitcase and asked him for help. A female student accidentally fell in front of him, looking at him pitifully. A female student held a pink dress and asked him if it was something he had dropped. Li Fei at the moment seemed to have fallen into the shura, and there were so many people around watching. Standing on the moral point of view, one still had to go and help them. It just so happened that Li Fei saw a person next to him wearing volunteer clothes. It was the same senior who took Chui for enrollment. Li Fei approached and patted his shoulder, saying, "There are a few female students over there calling for your help." That senior was in an awkward situation because he had failed to strike up a conversation and wanted to run away from Chui. Li Fei's words were like pleasant heavenly music. He cast a grateful gaze at Li Fei and then resolutely went to help those girls. Li Fei felt a bit puzzled. This person was sold by himself and still counting money for himself? At this time, Li Fei felt a strand of gaze, turned his head and saw Chui. Rao Li Fei, in his heart, also had to praise her beauty. Li Fei thought in his heart, looking at this temperament it should be the golden girl of some family. However, Chui's beauty only made his line of sight linger slightly. After all, he was surrounded by beautiful women, so his standards were naturally high. Chui's beauty was outstanding and astonishing, but it could only make Li Fei take one more look. Afterwards, he also started the freshman check-in process. This move made Chui feel a little surprised. In the past, when a man saw his beauty, whether it was a great young man from the capital or an ordinary person, his eyes would show more or less greed. But this man was different. Just now that kind of clear eyes, as if he was just amazed by a flower and did not want to desecrate it. Thus, in Chui's heart, she looked at Li Fei in a higher light. 10 minutes later, after finishing the enrollment procedures, Li Fei went to his dormitory to see how the dormitory environment was. After coming to the dormitory, Li Fei realized that he was actually the first to arrive. The dormitory was a bed-under-table model with 4 beds, which meant that he had 3 other roommates. Li Fei randomly chose a bed, put his things away. Then he went out to look at the rest of the school to familiarize himself with the environment. The facilities in the school were very complete. There was a rather large basketball court, and there were quite a few people who went to play ball. There was a library with a half-circle-shaped building, which looked good from the outside. Li Fei had no intention of going in. Next into the eyes is a swimming pool, the appearance of imitation water cube for the construction. Now in the middle of summer, many students go inside to swim or see the cool beauty. The school also has a large playground, a large area. Although today is very hot and sunny, the playground in the center of the lawn there are still dozens of people playing soccer. In addition, there are 2 3-story cafeterias in the school. Li Fei went in and scanned. There are a lot of flavors. basically can meet all the needs of the students. After skimming around and coming back, Li Fei found that his 3 roommates were all here. After a self-introduction, Li Fei had a brief understanding of the 3. One was short and fat, one was tall and thin wearing glasses, and one was not tall, not short, not fat, not thin wearing glasses. This short fat man was called Lu Chuan, from the South Sea state. He was almost 163 centimeters tall, looked relatively witty, and spoke cheerfully. The tall thin man called Guan Yifan, from Sichuan state. In fact, he is only a few centimeters taller than Li Fei, who is more than 1 meter tall. He has a smell of Chinese medicine, but not very pungent kind, but a kind of heavy mellow fragrance. The third one was called Hao Weiman, from Changnan state. Compared to the first 2, he is some scholarly flavor, speech when Zuzu, and he does not move is the people eat I eat again and so on, is in line with his name. Li Fei to them a few people simply said, they are Jiangchang locals. Other did not say anything. Subsequently, a few people are also very quickly familiar with. The words are very chatty, coupled with Lu Chuan as the living treasure. The atmosphere was very cordial. Li Fei, did you just see that Bugatti in front of the school? Really handsome, Lu Chuan said excitedly. Before Li Fei came back, the 3 of them were wondering who drove this supercar. Well, saw it, Li Fei replied indifferently. I guess it's driven by a freshman of our class. Probably a great young man from one of the big families, Lu Chuan said fervently. However, he quickly changed the topic, as these sports cars had little concept in the eyes of ordinary people, only knowing that they were expensive. It was only because he came from the Lu family in the South Sea state. In his heart, he didn't come to Jiangcheng University to show off his high society life. He didn't want to be in a relationship with his roommate as the young master of the Lu family. That would lose his true heart. Li Fei smiled and did not say anything, and the rest of the 2 also remained silent. However, Li Fei was curious to know how Lu Chuan would react if he knew that the car was his. Chapter 64 This Bugatti is yours? After chatting for a while, Li Fei 4 people are ready to go to a gathering together at noon to improve their relationship. Down the dormitory building, Lu Chuan thought of the Bugatti at the school entrance. His heart itched, and said to the 3 people, first go see if the sports car at the school entrance is still there. A few people arrived at the school entrance and found the Bugatti parked where it was. Lu Chuan was like a hungry man seeing a delicious food. After getting close to the body, he observed it carefully. His mouth kept exclaiming, the curves of this car are just too graceful. Li Fei looked at this scene and felt a little funny. A little fat man was scurrying around the Bugatti that possessed a powerful aura. The remaining 2 could not help but cast appreciative glances at the sports car. After a long time, Lu Chuan secretly made up his mind in his heart. After graduating from college, he must urge the old man at home to give himself a cool sports car. Lu Chuan walked step back to look 3 times. Li Fei looked at his eyes that reluctant to part with the look. Cannot help but want to laugh. If only I could have such a car, Lu Chuan said enviously. Don't dream. This one car isn't cheap. Guan Yifan smiled and joked. Although Guan Yifan had some envy in his heart, but if he had so much money, he wouldn't go buy a car. Instead, he would choose to buy expensive herbs. Humph. We'll see. Lu Chuan hummed defiantly. Just then, Li Fei walked straight towards the Bugatti. A few people were a bit puzzled. Just now Li Fei stood here looking at the car, looking calm, and thought that he didn't like sports cars, but now why is he looking closer? When Li Fei opened the door and started the Bugatti, making a beastly roar, the crowd was so wide-eyed and surprised that they couldn't speak, especially the Lu Chuan trio. Nobody? You just start the car with such a watery start? So you're just pretending to be a pig in a poke. When I think of my own demeanor just now, Lu Chuan some shame, actually in front of Li Fei's car, showing such a look of admiration. How to mix in the future? The surrounding freshmen were taking pictures or videos, and the scene was noisy. At this time, Li Fei came down from the car, smiled and said to Lu Chuan's 3 people, do you want to come and try? This is your car? Lu Chuan asked with some stuttering. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Chuan regretted it. Isn't this nonsense? This car is not Li Fei's. Can it still be his? Lu Chuan's not? Li Fei nodded lightly and said, seeing that you just liked it so much, come up and feel it. You are surprisingly so deep, Lu Chuan exclaimed. Li Fei smiled and didn't say anything. Lu Chuan sat in the car. Excitement and thrill filled his heart. At this moment, he had a feeling of fulfilling his dream, tapping on the gas pedal. That strong feeling of pushing back, the beastly roar, all of them were igniting every cell of Lu Chuan. After driving around, he was so moved that it looked like he was on the verge of tears. Li Fei, no, brother Fei, you'll be my brother from now on. Ignoring Lu Chuan's smooth talk, Li Fei looked towards Guan Yifan and Hao Weiman, signaling them to experience it as well. Guan Yifan and Hao Weiman were also looking forward to it like Lu Chuan. After all, when Lu Chuan drove it just now, both of them were looking at it. This Bugatti is really a dream car. too damn windy. The two also sat in turn to experience some. From the interior to the speed, each and every let them feel the blood spurts. After getting off the car, as Lu Chuan directly addressed Li Fei as Fei brother. For Li Fei he was very grateful. 3 people from the bottom of their hearts buried the seed to buy Bugatti. At this time, a boy who just came down from the 718 is ready to enjoy the crowd's envy and the girls through the olive branch. He was very puzzled when he realized that no one around him actually noticed him. In the past, in this situation, one would have received the contact information left by the girls, and most likely, he can get to eat. Why is today so evil? Approaching the crowd, he found a group of people are surrounding something. He wanted to squeeze in to see what is the situation inside. Actually stole the limelight. He roughly squeezed in, causing the crowd to grumble. What's up, dude? You didn't say anything. Squeeze what? Why are you going down, man? You're hurting my shoulder. You want to squeeze forward so much. Is there your father or your mother in front of you? If it wasn't for the crowd, he would have beaten up all these people who were talking about him. After he managed to squeeze in, he saw the scene in front of him and his face was gloomy. No wonder no one was paying attention to his place. It turned out that there were other people stealing the limelight. In the entire Jiangxing University, he was familiar with the rich young men and the thousands of golds. These people looked unfamiliar. They should be from this freshman class. When he thought of this, a hint of sardonic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Humph, dare to steal my Zhou Cheng's thunder. You guys don't want to mix in Jiangxing University anymore. Afterwards, Zhou Cheng quietly retreated from the crowd. Currently, Li Fei's 4 people were ready to go out for a dinner gathering. Only that although this sports car was good, it was not enough to sit in. So, Lu Chuan was ready to take a car to go. However, he heard Li Fei speak. I'll call a car. Li Fei began to wanly call. This seemed to Lu Chuan 3 people looked frozen, face full of doubt. When did a taxi become a direct call? Wasn't the order placed on the cell phone first? The next words they heard left them a little stunned. The phone was quickly connected. Wang Li, you drive that extended Mirage and come to the east gate of Jiangxing University. Lu Chuan somewhat doubted his ears as he asked hesitantly, Brother Fei, are you talking about that Mirage at the top of the starry sky? As Lu Chuan asked this, Guan Yifan and Hao Weiman also pricked up their ears and listened. Li Fei casually said, yeah, you've sat on it? This gave Lu Chuan a question. Originally wanted to get along with you guys as ordinary people, but now how do you feel to be defeated? But, thinking that Li Fei is so honest, why should he care about this? After some thought struggle, Lu Chuan decided to tell the crowd his true identity. Ahem, Mirage I have naturally sat through. The other 2 showed a strange color in their eyes, not expecting that Lu Chuan, this little fatty, had also sat in the Mirage. Guan Yifan and Hao Weiman glanced at each other. It seemed that Lu Chuan's identity wasn't simple either. The 2 of them pondered in their hearts. Should they also be frank later? Soon, Wang Li drove a stretch Mirage to the entrance of Jiangxing University. This Rolls-Royce with 58 license plate numbers once again attracted the attention of a group of people, who took cell phones to shoot the car. Some people couldn't help but sigh, this year's freshmen are really powerful. A moment sports car, a moment Rolls-Royce, and also is 5'8". Lu Fei 3 people looked at the license plate number. They also realized Li Fei's strength at this time. At this time, Wang Li came down to open the door for Li Fei. Li Fei took the 3 people into the car, feeling the comfort and luxury of the luxury car, and left, leaving the shocked people at the school gate. Chapter 65. Then I'll show my cards too. The 4 of them looked at the nearby restaurants in the car, looking for a suitable place to eat. Lu Chuan suddenly thought of Li Fei being from Jiangxing and excitedly spoke. Brother Fei, you've been in Jiangxing for so many years. Take us to eat some Jiangxing specialties. The other 2 also chimed in. Jiangxing's dishes were also famous throughout the country. Li Fei's mind came up with a good location. Go to Bamboo Forest Villa. Lu Chuan immediately searched the internet after hearing Li Fei's words about this restaurant. Then he saw the information about Bamboo Forest Villa Hotel, and seeing the menu on it, Lu Chuan was already drooling. 10 minutes later, a group of people came to the Bamboo Forest Villa. Lu Chuan 3 people were first by this martial arts style, decoration style deeply attracted, and then captured by the delicious food. Bamboo Forest Villa, this store. The environment is quiet, comfortable, and the food is very local food culture characteristics. After feasting, several people ate happily and their conversation opened up. Lu Chuan, Brother Fei, but also your choice of store is good. This is simply the best meal I, Lu Chuan, have ever had. Listening to Lu Chuan's rainbow farts, Li Fei's heart unexpectedly long time ago, the waves of happiness. Immediately afterward, Lu Chuan's words changed. His expression was suddenly very serious as he said to the crowd, I'm sorry, I actually didn't tell everyone that I'm from the Lu family of the South Sea State. Not many people knew about the Lu family, but the Lu Fei shipping group was very famous and powerful. The main business of the Lu Fei Shipping Group is domestic and international maritime shipping business, which is worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Nearly a quarter of the country's shipping market share, all belong to the Lu Fei Shipping Group. After Lu Chuan showed his cards, the entire box was silent. Not Li Fei. 3 people were shocked, and did not take Lu Chuan little fat man seriously. A few people still should clip food, should drink juice, as if Lu Chuan in the story of a normal small thing. Lu Chuan originally thought that he was going to say that he was going to reveal his identity, and they would definitely be shocked. At best, Li Fei would be a little less shocked because from the Bugatti in Mirage, his identity was not low. However, Guan Yifan and Hao Weiman, what's wrong with you two? Why and Li Fei are all in a cloudy look? Lu Chuan was even a little skeptical of his Lu family's prestige. At this time, Guan Yifan also spoke up. Me too. In fact, I was originally thinking of concealing my identity and getting to be true friends with everyone. He scanned the circle and said with a smile, but it seems like there's no need to hide my identity. I come from the Guan family, a Chinese medicine family in Sichuan Prefecture. The Guan family was a TCM family that had been passed down for hundreds of years in Sichuan Prefecture, and had produced many famous doctors. In recent decades, the Guan family has been modernizing and transforming on one side and developing the pharmaceutical industry on the other. Nowadays, the Guan family's pharmaceutical industry was developing very well, and it could be said to have a big tree with deep roots in Sichuan state. Moreover, in many Chinese hospitals or pharmaceutical companies in Sichuan state, there were figures of the Guan family. After Guan Yifan confessed his true identity, he was followed by Hao Weiman. Then I also confessed. My grandfather is the vice governor of Changnan Prefecture. Lu Chuan and Guan Yifan showed strange colors, not expecting that Hao Weiman, who had always kept a low profile, was actually an official of the 3rd generation, with a grandfather in a high position. It was assumed that his father was also in an important position. Since he did not disclose, Lu Chuan and Guan Yifan, even if they were curious, did not ask more questions. Even Li Fei was a bit surprised. No wonder this kid looks like he is serving the people all day long. Seeing that the 3 of them had reintroduced their true identities, Li Fei also spread his hands and said frankly, I did grow up in Jiangchang. Nothing special, just a little money. The corner of Lu Chuan's mouth twitched. A little bit of money to casually drive a Bugatti? Ghosts believe it. You just make it Versailles. The other 2 cannot help but roll their eyes. Not buddy, you still call this a little money? However, the 3 also take this to figure out a point. Li Fei in Jiangcheng should be more powerful. Now a few people come to Jiangcheng University, usually go out to play, have Li Fei this layer of relations in, think there will be some help. After dinner, a few people went back to school. Today was the first day of enrollment, so they had to set up the dormitory and beds. Li Fei did not have these worries. For him, what is missing to buy is fine. The balance now has $1 trillion, and there are 10 billion groups to earn money for themselves. Every day do not know how to spend. In the dormitory, the 4 people were busily organizing their beds. Li Fei was carefully picking out the computer configuration for playing games. He made a list, and a secretary would send it over to himself when the time came. The 3 of them, Lu Chuan, were also arranging their beds and some daily necessities at this time. After a lot of hard work, they finally replaced the beds with a whole new set. Lu Chuan was so tired and out of breath that he picked up his cell phone and wanted to take a break. By the way, he swiped through the freshman group to see if there was anything interesting happening. However, when he opened the chat box, he was surprised to find that the group was all chatting about Li Fei, the Bugatti Veyron sports car, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom with 5.8 license plates. I'd say those 2 cars belong to the same Jiangcheng young man. There's really a lot of talented people in this class. Where are those guys who studied abroad and drank Starbucks on campus last night? They're looking for Jiangcheng's young master. Do you have any pictures of the Jiangcheng guy? Some people took a picture of his back. No one dared to take a picture of his face. Go look at the confession wall. There's a side photo. I saw it too. I have to say, this great young man is rich and has a face. Lu Chuan was puzzled. How did he know that Li Fei was a handsome man with his back and side face? Although he really is handsome. How come no one complimented me? Lu Chuan frowned and thought hard until bean-sized beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Forget it, don't think about it. Lu Chuan and Li Fei were on one side of the bed. Guan Yifan and Hao Weiman were on the other side. All 4 of them were sitting on the lower bunk at this time. And Lu Chuan said mysteriously with a sideways glance, Brother Fei, the freshman group is talking about you. Without waiting for Li Fei to speak, Guan Yifan sniffed and lamented. Worthy of being Brother Fei? Hey, fatty, pull me into the group, I want to see it too. Lu Chuan was not annoyed at all by Guan Yifan calling him fatty. Instead he was very happy. Previously in the Lu family, although everyone called him young master on the surface, he only felt that everyone was wearing a hypocritical mask. When Guan Yifan called him that, it made him feel like a good friend. Li Fei raised his eyebrows. Freshman group? He recalled that last night, he saw the rich young man and 1,000 gold of the freshman group speak about their lack of suitability for the soil and water. His heart thumped. Could it be that his low-profile way of showing off his wealth had been crickets in the freshman group? Chapter 66, School Flower List? There is no way I, Li Fei, am a scumbag. Li Fei picked up his cell phone and tapped on the freshman group and saw that the group was passionately discussing his Bugatti sports car. But it was mostly compliments and envy, and there were no strange things. This made Li Fei relieved. He noticed that one of them said that there was a side photo of him on the confession wall. Couldn't it be that someone had secretly photographed himself? Li Fei found the confession wall account in the group and added it and passed it in seconds. Clicking in, Li Fei realized that out of the 10 posts, half of them had to be phishing for him. However, the routine was similar to the ones used by those girls when they reported for school. Wall, fish for this handsome guy. Was too nervous to ask for contact information. Comments at the bottom. Just because you are too beautiful, not a sister child. In front of you do not fish. Put on the wall, seabed fishing? Upstairs is black. This picture is also too pasted. Susan, it looks like a freshman. The other half of the posts on the confession wall are about Judy. Basically all the boys are fishing for her. Li Fei's face looked odd. Together with a confession wall, half of it was taken up by him and the girl in the morning together. At this time, Li Fei heard Guan Yifan say, "Holy, Brother Fei, the school forum has been taken over by you too." Lu Chuan was even more active than Li Fei. Like a flexible hamster, whooshed to Guan Yifan's side. Li Fei and Hao Weiman also came over and saw a line of caption written on Guan Yifan's cell phone. The quality of this year's freshman is good. This thread was the hottest one in the forum. A bunch of replies below said that the new students drove what car, and also said that which student brother looks handsome, which student sister looks good. There were also quite a few pictures, including Li Fei's Bugatti Veyron and Rolls-Royce Phantom, as well as some 718s, R8s, Panameras and the like. In addition to the photos of these cars, there are also many photos of beautiful women and handsome men. There were mostly photos of beautiful women among the freshmen, and there was quite an intention to elect a freshman school flower. As for Li Fei's photos, there was only one side photo, and the rest were all back photos. Even if it was a side photo, it could be seen that he was handsome. After Li Fei read this post, there was nothing rippling in his heart. He continued to pick out the things he wanted to buy, while Lu Chuan brought Guan Yifan and Hao Weiman together to look at the list of freshman schoolgirls. The current rankings hadn't been fully finalized yet, and the deadline was tomorrow. The current top of the list was Chu Yi, and there was not only her picture on it, but also her name. Many of the photos that appeared on the list were accompanied by names, and there were also very few low-profile people who didn't have names. Chu Yi's name, on the other hand, was because it was revealed by that senior when she reported at the school gate. However, Chu Yi herself did not know about these so-called school flower lists, until her roommate told her that she was currently number 1 on the school flower list. She also only nodded her head lightly, as if she was listening to an insignificant matter. She was self-aware of her own beauty, and because of that, she wasn't surprised that she was number 1 on the school flower list. After Lu Chuan and the three of them looked at Chu Yi's picture, they also kept praising her beauty. Seeing the three of them in this beggarly appearance, it was hard to conjure up the idea that they were young masters from a large family. Even Hao Weiman. These few people were indulging in women's colors all day long. What kind of behavior was it? At this moment, the three of them were immersed in reviewing the beauties on the freshman school flower list. There were 100 beauties on this list. Each one's posture was noteworthy, especially the top 20, but also the fighter among the school flowers. Li Fei opened his mouth to interrupt the trio's beauty appreciation. Do you guys use computers? I just chose a set of configurations. See, the online reviews are not bad. Hearing about computers, Lu Chuan is more excited than hearing about beautiful women. Looked at Li Fei revealed a you-know expression, directly into fly rubbing hands. Seeing the situation, Guan Yifan and Hao Weiman are also a little moved. Li Fei simply wrote 4 sets, and then sent to the secretarial corps. Let them arrange a beautiful secretary to send. Just after sending it to the secretarial corps, Li Fei thought of his temporary secretary, Jiang Xin. She was also reporting for duty today, so he had forgotten to ask her about her. Li Fei opened the chat box with Jiang Xin and realized that she had sent many messages to her, none of which she had replied to. At this moment, Li Fei felt like a scumbag, typical of the pants up and don't recognize people. But the next second, Li Fei's mind instantly clear. This kind of distraction cannot have in the future. How can he suspect himself to be a scumbag? He thought for a moment and typed in the chat box. I lost my cell phone 2 days ago and just got it back. Have you reported for duty? Li Fei was just about to put down his phone when Jiang Xin replied to him. I thought you didn't want me QAQ. I checked in at noon. Now I'm packing up my bed. What are you doing? Looking at the series of messages sent by Jiang Xin, Li Fei had the feeling of carrying an emotional debt. He replied, I'm also packing up my bed and just bought some things. By the way, do you need to purchase anything? However, without waiting for Jiang Xin to reply, Li Fei sent her a transfer of 888 yuan. Jiang Xin's family was considered middle class, and her living expenses were only a few thousand a month. Seeing Li Fei transfer so much, Jiang Xin asked, "Why did you transfer so much to me at once?" Li Fei guessed that she would say this and replied, "Try to spend as much as you can. Don't save money for me. You can invite your roommate for dinner, just to get to know each other." Seeing Li Fei's arrangement, Jiang Xin felt warmth in her heart. He actually thought about it, helping himself with the relationship with his roommate. It seems that he really did not look at the wrong person. After replying to Jiang Xin, Li Fei thought of one thing. Has Jiang Xin entered the school flower list? Just in time to see the gold content of this school flower list. This is not scummy behavior on his part, but the spirit of seeking truth and practicing for true knowledge. Chuaner, let's see if there's anyone named Jiang Xin in that school flower list. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan and Guan Yifan froze. Just now the two of them were commenting on this fifth place Jiang Xin. Other than the two of them, only Hao Weiman knew about Jiang Xin. Li Fei had been busy selecting computers. How come he knew Jiang Xin too? Could it be that he was actually sneaking a peek at the school flower list just now? Looking at Lu Chuan's face with a lewd smile of "I know it all," Li Fei couldn't help but shiver. "You're sick, huh? Jiang Xin is my best friend. Don't think nonsense." As soon as these words came out, Lu Chuan's eyes instantly glistened and he hurriedly ran to Li Fei and hugged his thighs. "Brother Fei, Master Fei, can you introduce me to him?" Guan Yifan, who was on the side, also came over, with the same look of anticipation on his face as Lu Chuan. It was only Hao Weiman who was a bit decent, and was still in his position up to now, sitting on his hands. Who knew that the moment Hao Weiman opened his mouth, it made Li Fei fall down. "Father Fei, please make sure to push her contact information to the righteous son." Li Fei was speechless in his heart. These three rebellious sons. Chapter 67. Fei is actually a beauty hunter? Plus X1. Looking at the three people's attentiveness, Li Fei suddenly had a bad taste in his heart. Deliberately give them a little chance to get close to Jiang Xin, and then tell them that Jiang Xin is actually his woman. Although it was interesting, it was a bit too disgusting. Li Fei felt that he still belonged to the decent people, at least for now. Ahem, you three. It's not that I'm saying, I'm sorry to tell you all that I can agree to your claims. But, hearing Li Fei say that, all three of their hearts instantly rose to their throats. Li Fei paused for a few seconds, just hesitating to say a second word. Without waiting for Lu Chuan to open his mouth, Hao Weiman was anxious first. "Quickly say Ah Fei, father. If you don't say it again, the righteous son will kowtow." "But," Li Fei said as he approached the faces of the three men, then suddenly gave the three men's heads to squeeze together. Lu Chuan yelled in pain. "Li Fei, what are you doing?" Guan Yifan and the two of them were also in some pain and looked at Li Fei with an indignant face, waiting for him to give an explanation. "You guys picked the wrong person. Jiang Xin has already been booked by me." Lu Chuan and the three of them were confused as they listened to Li Fei's words. What did booked in advance mean? Li Fei continued to explain. "She and I were high school classmates, and we've been together since graduation." Lu Chuan's three faces showed an embarrassed look. Lu Chuan's reaction was the fastest, smiling cheerfully and shaking Li Fei's hand. "Brother Fei, look at this mess. It's not like the water has washed over the Dragon King's temple. Since Jiang Xin is Brother Fei's girlfriend, that's our sister-in-law Xin. The three of us will look at the other school flowers on the school flower list." Guan Yifan and Hao Weiman also nodded their heads like garlic, and in their hearts, they were also speechless. This matter is quite a mess. Hearing what Lu Chuan said, Li Fei waved his hand and said, "I want to correct one point. She is not my girlfriend. She and I are good friends." Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan and the three of them, who were just about to continue looking at the list of school beauties, had a stunned expression on their faces. Lu Chuan stared at Li Fei with an unbelievable expression and asked hesitantly, "Brother Fei, let me rationalize first. Haha, you're saying that you and Jiang Xin are together, but you're good friends. Do I understand correctly?" Li Fei nodded with an expression of a teachable child. Lu Chuan, Guan Yifan, Hao Weiman. For a moment Lu Chuan thought that his language skills had declined. This was clearly Mandarin. How could he not understand it? Until a certain moment, the three of them finally understood the mysteries of life that Li Fei had conveyed to them. Their admiration for Li Fei came from the bottom of their hearts. It overflowed into words. Lu Chuan directly became Li Fei's #1 little fan. Sure enough, in the area of picking up girls, you still have to look at Brother Fei. At this time, Li Fei received a phone call from a beautiful secretary. He opened the speakerphone directly, and a clear and pleasant female voice came out from the other end of the phone. "Chairman, the doorman won't let us in. I had forgotten about this. Today is the first day of new student enrollment. The school, for security reasons, only let the students registered into the campus. The rest of the people, such as the parents of the students, were not allowed to enter. Li Fei's eyes moved slightly as he faintly returned. Wait for me for 2 minutes. Afterwards, he didn't head to the school entrance to get his things, but instead made a call to Vice Principal Lu Chenghua. Li Fei only said, "My secretary delivered something to me but couldn't get into the school." Lu Chenghua on the other end of the phone immediately understood, and repeatedly patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry Li Dong, I'll arrange it right away." The three of them, Lu Chuan, who heard this conversation, could not help but marvel at Li Fei's strength. Lu Chuan was even more impressed. "It's still Brother Fei. Not only do you have a female secretary to run errands, but the vice principal has to look at your face to do things." Li Fei was non-committal about the female secretary. His female secretary, not only was she capable, but her face value and figure were very good. About the vice principal giving himself an errand, Li Fei confessed, "You donate some money to the school, and he treats you like that." Lu Chuan, who heard this, said with a somewhat sarcastic smile, "I donate? It's better to forget about it. My monthly living expenses right now are just a few $100,000. It's not enough for me to stuff my teeth." Soon, the security guard at the entrance of the school received a call from the vice principal. The security guard looked at the beautiful woman at the entrance and asked, "Are you Dong Li's secretary?" The beautiful secretary nodded and said, "I'm here to deliver something to Dong Li." Upon hearing this, the security guard opened the gate and let her drive in. The beautiful secretary drove the company's S-Class, and as a member of Li Fei's board of directors, driving skills were a basic operation. Some of the parents were a bit indignant. Why did that beautiful woman just now get to go in? Even if she was driving in S-Class, she couldn't be like this, right? In response, the security guards ignored it, and should drink tea and blow air conditioning in the security hall. Li Fei also shouted Lu Chuan several people downstairs to the dormitory door to get something. After all, it is the boys' dormitory. Their own beautiful secretary is not good to come in. When they arrived downstairs, Lu Chuan's trio saw a beautiful woman in a wraparound skirt uniform. Not to mention her exquisite makeup, her body was also a masterpiece. The already plump body was perfectly wrapped by the uniform, highlighting the concave and convex body lines. The three of them looked at Li Fei in disbelief. The dismayed eyes seemed to be saying, "Don't tell me that she is your secretary?" Li Fei ignored the doubts of the three and walked straight towards the beautiful secretary. Seeing Li Fei coming, she opened the rear car seat and trunk, full of purchased computer equipment and some of Li Fei's dormitory supplies. Sweeping a glance, Li Fei nodded with satisfaction and praised her. "Good job. Just look for financial reimbursement when you return to the group." However, in the heart of the beautiful secretary, she cared more about working for Li Fei. This time, she procured items for Li Fei, and she thus had one more chance to perform in front of Li Fei. Standing out from the 8 was the goal of each of them. In the current situation, not to mention being able to stand out, at least it was one more chance to show her face in Li Fei's eyes. Lu Chuan's 3 hearts died. How is it that all the beautiful women are Fei's? Even Brother Fei's secretary is of such high quality. I can't imagine how good Brother Fei usually eats. The way they looked at Li Fei was filled with strong admiration and envy. If they were allowed to have Li Fei's financial strength and face value, even if they were allowed to enjoy Li Fei's treatment, they would be willing to do so. This was a case of both wanting and wanting more. Li Fei, a few people take things back to the dormitory. Lu Chuan realized that the computer equipment is all top of the line. A cursory glance, without tens of thousands of simply cannot get down. Lu Chuan asked with some apprehension, "Brother Fei, how much does this set cost?" "Almost 200,000. Li Fei said casually. Once this was said, Lu Chuan and the three of them were all stunned, suddenly feeling how the computer held in their hands was so hot. Unexpectedly, Li Fei added, "It's all for you guys." Chapter 68 Zui Yin and Jiang Sheli, plus X2. Lu Chuan and the three of them looked at Li Fei with tears in their eyes, thinking, worthy of being a righteous father. They were also realizing that with Li Fei's strength, these were nothing more than gross. With this comparison, Lu Chuan felt that his monthly living expenses of hundreds of thousands of dollars were a little shabby. What is this called? He is the young master of the Nanhai State Lu family, and in his lifetime, he actually experienced the feeling of commoners facing the rich and powerful. Li Fei does not know, in the experience of this beautiful secretary to send things after the incident. In the forum of Jiangcheng University, there is a mysterious instruction to enter the school gate. Just need to inform the security guard at the door. You are Li Dong's secretary, is to deliver something. The security guards would then let you through. However, there were also people who cursed on the forum. Dead liar. This won't work at all. What everyone doesn't know is that this secretarial directive has strict requirements. The first point, the gender must be female. The second point, the face must be very high. Li Fei several people in the dormitory air conditioning. Everyone set up the desktop and computer are very cool. Turn off the lights in the dormitory. There are computers, keyboards and host colorful lights, as if into the gaming room. 4 people looked at their masterpiece, very satisfied. Luchuan seems to think of something, suddenly asked, "What games do you all play?" This question, Li Fei is too thoughtful. He was the first to answer, Plants vs. Zombies. Luchuan, Guan Yifan, and Hao Weiman looked like they had heard something unbelievable. After the entire dormitory was quiet for a few seconds, Luchuan weakly asked, "Is there nothing else, brother?" Li Fei said casually, "No, usually have no time to play Luchuan. A few people think about it, associated with just secretary to send something. Heart also believe Li Fei words. After all, Li Fei should be some company executives or directors. Driving a Bugatti Veyron status can be poor? Not to say that the work is busy or not. That secretary general has to be really beautiful. May also be busy dealing with the secretary." Then, all 4 received a message. Opening it up, it was information about the freshman's class placement. For example, Li Fei received the following message. "Dear student Li Fei, first of all, congratulations on becoming a member of Jiangcheng University. Your student number is 240100101 and your class is 2401001. Please join the professional penguin group, 346461926 as soon as possible and contact your counselor." After Li Fei read it, he realized that the Luchuan trio was in the same class as him, and several of them were freshmen in class 1 of the business administration major. A few people searched for a group number and found a penguin group called Jiangcheng University Business School Business Administration Professional Group. After adding the group, they quickly passed. There are more than 300 people in the professional group, and after scanning the avatars, most of them are girls. This can give Luchuan happy. "If I had known that there were so many beautiful women in the business administration major, I wouldn't have had to take a beating." At first, he didn't want to learn anything about business, but he was the only male in the Lu family, although he has a sister, but his father insisted that he become the future head of the Lu family. Jiangcheng University's business school in the country are ranked in the top few. To become the head of the Lu family, at least the basic business knowledge must understand. So, Luchuan, under the beating of his old man, Luchuan conceded, came to Jiangcheng University, read the business school of business administration major. If his father told him that the business school more beautiful, he must come without saying a word. Now and then remorse will not help. As the saying goes, realize that the past is not admonished. Know that the beautiful students can be chased. Luchuan used laser eye to scan the avatars of more than 270 female students in the group. He was ready to pick one to talk about. A variety of pink avatars, European and American female avatars, anime cartoon avatars. Luchuan was so dazzled that he now had the illusion of choosing a concubine. Guan Yifan was next to Luchuan, and when he saw this piggy look, he was disgusted. Since the male-to-female ratio in the business administration program was severely disproportionate, Li Fei and the others entered the program. Therefore, as soon as Li Fei entered the group, he attracted the attention of the girls in the professional group. The reason why there were more girls in this major was because a part of them aspired to the life of an urban female white-collar worker. Only their fantasies were beautiful, but society was cruel. There was also a part of the girls who came to this specialty purely for the purpose of climbing into the rich second generation and flying high from now on. However, there is also a very small part of the girls, is purely to train the business knowledge, go back to inherit the family business. Originally, there were only 24 boys in the group, and this time 4 boys came in, instantly triggering silent waves in the group. Dozens of girls simultaneously clicked on their avatars, checking their profiles, looking at the space in background. One was to see if there was a girlfriend, and the other was to appraise how strong the 4 were. However, to their disappointment, the 4 spaces were all accessible only by friends. In other words, they could only understand the depths of a few people by adding friends, but this would put them in a passive position. Li Fei several people didn't realize that by simply adding a group, they instantly had dozens of young girls paying attention to them. If Luchuan knew, he would definitely fall into narcissism, even if none of their intentions were pure. A sweet voice rang out from one of the girls' dormitories in the business administration program. "Yen Yen, your pair of high heels look good. Where did you buy them?" The girl who spoke was called Jiang Xiaoli, the daughter of the Jiang family in Sichuan province. She was born with a good skin, willow eyebrows, almond eyes, melon face, skin as white as fat, character is a little lively and lovely, dressed in a white princess dress, her breasts bulging out, looking like a beautiful and sexy elf. The girl she called Yen Yen is called Zuoyan, the daughter of the first family in Zijin City, the Zuo family. Zuoyan's looks belonged to a very valiant imperial lady, single eyelid, short hair, wearing silver earrings. Her face looked like a perfect work of art that had been finely carved by an artist. Exquisite features, paired with a rich figure, men would have an instinctive desire to conquer when they saw her. Hearing this, Zuoyan looked down at the Valentino worn on her jade feet. This one. Ha! Bought it at the International Impression Mall in Zijin City. Jiang Xiuli's eyes moved slightly and said with a light smile, so it's a special brand of high heels for Imperial Sisters. No wonder it matches so well with Yen Yen. She was interested in Imperial Sisters' makeup and clothes, but unfortunately, her own looks were of the sweet type. Jiang Xiuli and Zuoyan were both freshmen, and the two had just met today. This dormitory, besides the two of them, there were two roommates. Only their roommates were missing from the time they arrived until the afternoon. Therefore, the two of them also quickly became familiar with each other. After knowing each other's identities, the two family daughters felt a little closer to each other. It was as if they had met people of their own kind, and there were more topics of conversation. Chapter 69 Class Meeting. Jiang Xiuli looked enviously at Zuoyan's face. She inwardly longed for a royal face like Zuoyan's. This kind of look looked at Zuoyan and felt strange. At this time, both of their roommates also came back, but the walking posture was a bit special. When they entered the door, both of them didn't notice the presence of Zuoyan and Jiang Xiuli in the dormitory. Their mouths were still saying something strange. Suddenly seeing Zuoyan and the two of them, they were startled. However, they still greeted each other with smiles on their faces and got acquainted. The two were called Lu Qian and Wang Chunyan, and the two of them were high school classmates. Zuoyan instantly understood. With her insight, the two should have gone out. It had to be said that these two did have a bit of something going for them. Jiang Xiuli also had a guess about the two of them in her heart, but she was not as sure as Zuoyan. Although Jiang Xiuli seemed to be a silly white sweet, she would actually sneakily look at something she shouldn't. Divine hero novels. Both Zuoyan did not show any abnormalities, not understanding but respecting. The business administration program was divided into 10 classes, with about 30 people in each class, although the 4 of them are all classmates of Class 1. At present, the situation in this dormitory is divided in two. Lu Qian and Wang Chunyan were half, and Zuoyan and Jiang Xiuli were half. Both sides were well watered and met and spoke in a peaceful manner. At this time, their professional group suddenly had a message from all of it. Jiang Xiuli opened the group chat to see that it was a message from the counselor. At everyone this evening, in the large conference room 5501 of the No. 5 teaching building, everyone will come to a class meeting, and roll call will be taken at that time, and for those who don't come, I will talk to you individually. After Jiang Xiuli read the message, he turned his head to Zuoyan and said, there's going to be a class meeting, eh? Let's go together. Zuoyan nodded and then looked at Lu Qian and Wang Chunyan thoughtfully. However, Lu Qian opened her mouth and said, let's go together, just to familiarize ourselves with our classmates. Wang Chunyan also chimed in, yeah, let's go together. Zuoyan and Jiang Xiuli glanced at each other, seeing the surprise in each other's eyes, but the two still smiled and said, let's go together then. Li Phase 4 also saw the message and Lu Chuan was very excited. Yahoo, it's great. There will definitely be a lot of beautiful classmates at that time. I'm going to take care of my hair at night. Looking at Lu Chuan's inches, Li Phase 3 fell into silence. Guan Yifun's mouth was more poisonous, so Li Fei and Hao Weiman let him do the output. What's the point of taking care of this inch head of yours? If I were you, why don't you just shave your head? However, Lu Chuan is not affected in the slightest, still admiring his handsome inch in the mirror. Seeing this, Hao Weiman sighed and lamented, if only I was as confident as you. In the evening, Li Fei's 4 men came to the 5501 conference room. In the entire conference room, there were only a dozen or so guys, and the rest were all beautiful women with exquisite makeup, trendy and sexy clothes. Li Fei and his group had just gone in when they heard the crowd start to stir. There was no other reason than Li Fei's height and looks were too outstanding. Li Fei had thick eyebrows and starry eyes, high nose, tea-brown hair with fair skin, bangs broken down, and with a height of over 1 meter 8 plus. Li Fei's dressing style was very trendy and avant-garde. In this kind of occasion, the light shone on his face, which further emphasized his face value and temperament to the extreme. Li Fei's appearance was just like an idol walking into reality, making the girls present all have a fluttering heart and a crush on him. As soon as they saw the 4 of them come in, the girls present at the bottom began to talk a lot. Lu Chuan's heart was delighted. Humph, I knew that fixing my hair at night would be useful. He turned his head to look at Guan Yifan, revealing a smug and provocative look. Guan Yifan felt puzzled and rolled his eyes at Lu Chuan. Guan Yifan thought to himself, the eyes of the beauties underneath are all staring at Brother Fei like wolves and tigers. And you fat bastard are still organizing this dead out? He only hoped that Brother Fei could leave him a beautiful woman. Just one. A few people, led by Li Fei, chose a back seat. This position is just right. Right behind Zuoyan and Jiang Xiuli. The two of them were calculating in their minds how to get Li Fei's contact information. Suddenly, it occurred to them that they would be taking roll call later on. It would be good to keep an eye out for his name then. The two of them exchanged briefly and thought that it was a very good idea. The two, Zuoyan and Jiang Xiuli, also noticed Li Fei when he came in. However, compared to Lu Qian and Wang Chuanyan's disorientation, the two of them were in their hearts, recognizing Li Fei's face value and temperament to a certain extent. Soon, the counselor walked into the large conference room, a young woman wearing glasses. On the stage, she first made some self-introductions, and then she began to conduct the roll call. Since they were all new students and it was the first day of registration, everyone was obedient and no one was absent. After the roll call, she moved on to the topic of the class meeting, the appointment of class members and the course schedule. Next, please ask the students whose names I've called to come up to the stage. Class 1, Li Fei. Class 2, Gu Yunru. Class 3, Xu Qingling. Hearing that the first name was himself, Li Fei was a bit stunned. What kind of constitution was this? The three Lu Fei beside him also froze. Lu Fei patted Guan Yifan and asked in a confused manner, was it just called Fei? Well, it seems like, right? Guan Yifan also suspected that his ears had misheard at the first moment. The three of them looked at Li Fei suspiciously in unison, but even Li Fei himself was confused. The students whose names were called in the other classes got up one after another and went on stage. Li Fei looked at the 10 people standing on the stage, 1 counselor and 9 students. There were only 10 classes in the business administration major, so if one class called one person, it should be himself. At this time, the counselor had just finished counting the number of students on the stage. She realized that there was still one person missing, so she took the list and compared it on the stage. Finally, she realized that Li Fei from class 1 had not yet come up, so she called out again, is Li Fei from class 1 there? This time, several people were sure that it was Li Fei who had just shouted, although they, including Li Fei himself, were puzzled as to why he was shouted up. At this time, Li Fei no longer hesitated and got up and walked towards the stage. Chapter 70 The Center of Attention. Originally, there was one person missing on the stage, plus the counselor shouted the name Li Fei again. All the students present were looking around, wondering which one of them hadn't even gone up yet after the name was called. When Li Fei got up, the eyes of the whole room were focused on him. Originally, when a few people had just entered the large conference room, all the girls in the room had made a mental note of him. Now that he was named in public, all the girls in the room remembered his name. Some of the girls who were not from class 1 were already figuring out how to get Li Fei's contact information. Some girls had a flash of insight and thought of the student number plus name that everyone used as the group nickname in the major group. So, she quickly found Li Fei's contact information. Looking at the stage called Li Fei handsome boy, she really cannot help it, clicked at each other as friends. The same thing is not uncommon in other classes. On the stage, the counselor saw that all the people on the list had arrived. She opened her mouth and announced, the students on the stage have been appointed as the class president of the 10 classes, and everyone can seek help from the class president students if they need it. Hearing this announcement from the counselor, most of the 10 students on stage were excited and thrilled. They felt that they were the class president and it was an honorable thing to serve their classmates. Only Li Fei felt speechless. He was already feeling puzzled, and once he came on the stage, he realized that it was really puzzling. How did he become the class president? Still have to manage this and that. This is not annoying? Tungfei group he was too lazy to manage. Directly when the hands off the cabinet. The result of the school experience life, but also be forced to become the class president. What is this thing? The students under the stage were applauding, and the applause of class 1 was the loudest. After all, the girls in class 1 were practically waking up from their dreams with laughter at the thought that such a handsome boy was going to become their class president. Of course, the loudest and most enthusiastic applause belonged to Lu Chuan, Guan Yifan and Hao Weiman. The three of them, as Li Fei's 3 most loyal little brothers, they felt honored that Li Fei had become the class president. It seemed that Li Fei himself was the only one in the room who was unhappy about being elected class president. Regarding why he became class president, he already had a guess in his mind. It was none other than that Mediterranean vice principal, Lu Changhua. He must have talked to the counselor on the phone and asked him to take special care of himself. The counselor, who was on the stage, looked at the 10 students. 9 of the students were elected by themselves, and only one was arranged by the vice principal to have himself taken special care of. However, this classmate looked very mature and stable. Of the 10 classmates, 9 were all girls and only one, Li Fei, was a boy. The 9 girls who were elected class president were all very happy, their joy overflowing. Only Li Fei's face was calm, as if there were no waves in his heart. At first glance, he had seen the world. The counselor originally thought that Li Fei was a relation, and was a bit prejudiced against him, but at this moment, she actually felt that Li Fei was a moldable talent. All the girls in the audience were looking at the 10 class presidents on the stage, and to be exact, they were looking at Li Fei alone, because there are only 20 or so male students in the business administration major, and all of them are very average looking. Li Fei was the only one who had a handsome look and a superb temperament, so he naturally attracted most people's attention. Even the two of them, Zuoyan and Jiang Xin, couldn't help but look at Li Fei a few more times. It was as if there was a special kind of magic in Li Fei's body that was able to move their attention to him. They also noticed Li Fei's bland expression and sighed in their hearts at Li Fei's unperturbed favor. Then, the counselor introduced to all the students in turn how many classes the class president on the stage was from. After her introduction, she said, "Later on, please ask the students of your respective classes to find the class president of the corresponding class and add their contact information. In the future, if the school has any arrangements, I will inform the class president of each class, and the class president students will then convey it to everyone. There's one more thing, it's about evening self-study. Our freshmen are required to attend evening self-study. The self-study classroom will be sent to the class president later. This will be inspected by students from the student council at that time. Everyone must strictly abide by it." Luchuan. Several people looked at each other. They all saw the despair in each other's eyes. Especially Li Fei. He wanted to curse in his heart. What is this situation? He was very resistant to going to any morning and evening self-study, but he was the class president. Unconsciously, Li Fei had slowly integrated into the identity of a freshman. After that, the counselor told some illegal electrical appliances and safety matters, and then ended the class meeting. The counselor never expected that just as she left, a large group of girls swarmed towards Li Fei like hungry wolves. This scene gave Luchuan, Guan Yifan and Hao Weiman a frozen look, but they reacted in the next second. Luchuan shouted, "Protect me! Protect me!" as they crowded towards Li Fei. Looking at the overwhelming tide of people coming in front of him, Li Fei was speechless to the extreme. Li Fei even saw that some of the girls in front of him were staring at themselves as if they had seen some kind of food. He wanted to ask once again, "Are you all in my class? These close to 200 girls are all running towards me. Don't tell me they're all from class 1, haha. How come there are so many bad things at the beginning of the school year? I'm not going to be able to do that. I'll give the old man destroy it." Zuoyan and Jiang Xin in the back row looked dumbfounded. Jiang Xin smiled and teased, "Wolf more meat less. Not good to grab it. It is a little bit of posture. But look at his expression. It seems to be lifeless," Zuoyan also said with a smile. An hour later, Li Fei's four exhaustedly lay on the bed, not wanting to move a muscle. Thinking back to the grueling escape an hour ago, they still had palpitations at this moment. The three of them had pulled Li Fei, hard, out of a pile of nearly 200 people. However, after a tough battle, Li Fei had also added the contact information of most of the girls in the specialty. This was a great gain for Luchuan and the three of them. For Li Fei, the cost was greater than the gain. He wanted to ask how much the business school lacked men. Although he was handsome, these girls were actually so unreserved. It was outrageous to treat themselves so roughly. And after tonight's class meeting, there was more gossip on the confession wall and the school forum. "Have you guys heard? There's a freshman named Li Fei in the business school who is particularly handsome. I heard about it. It seems like all the goddesses in the business school couldn't hold on at that time. Is this Li Fei really so evil? Hearing is not believing. Seeing is believing. Practice makes perfect." Just as a small wave of gossip about Li Fei, the freshman of the business school was starting on campus, Jiang Xin sent a message to Li Fei. Chapter 71 Club Recruitment. The content of the message was as follows. "Is the business school freshman Li Fei they are discussing you?" Li Fei heard the message beep and picked up his phone to see what Jiang Xin had sent. Feeling puzzled. "What is it?" Jiang Xin then told him about it. The confession wall and the school forum about him. Li Fei couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. The person who invented the confession wall and the school forum was a ing genius. After placating Jiang Xin, Li Fei pushed the girls who added their friends to Luchuan's 3. "Every day when I woke up, I opened my cell phone and there were hundreds of messages. If you don't put important group chats or contacts on top, you won't be able to find them." At this moment, Li Fei realized that time management is a profound study. After receiving the blessing from Li Fei, Luchuan and the three of them could not wait to kowtow to Li Fei on the ground. Li Fei received another message, but it was from Secretary General Dong Lin Shuer, already sent General Secretary Chang away. The General Chang in Lin Shuer's mouth was naturally Chang Hao. In order to be able to make Chang Hao grow up earlier and then work for himself, Li Fei asked Lin Shuer to find a business management training institute and sent Chang Hao in for further studies. At this time, Li Fei received a call from Chen Ruyu. "Are you busy? What's up? There's a reception tomorrow night, and I want to invite you to be my male companion." Chen Ruyue on the other end of the phone was a bit nervous and shy. Sure, this reception was called the Landon Wine Club, which was initiated by the famous French red wine estate Landon, and was quite prestigious in the international red wine circle. The Langton Wine Club was currently organizing exchanges around the world, and it arrived in Zhangcheng this month. The organizer in charge of this wine party in Zhangcheng is Zhao Waopei, one of the 7 sages of the Bamboo Grove, who is an expert in tasting fine wines. This person was extremely gifted in tasting fine wines. and was therefore famous in the Jianghu Lake, with a very high status. This time, it was organized by Zhao Wawu, and the venue was in a hotel under the Chen family. Chen Ruyu called out to Li Fei to attend the reception, mainly because of her father, Chen Yinghao. It was because Chen Yinghao had a wide range of connections and was familiar with Zhao Wuyu, so he asked for 2 more invitations from Zhao Waoxie and let his daughter go with Li Fei. It had to be said that this future father-in-law of Li Fei was very good at playing assistants. On top of that, the characters that showed up at this kind of high-class wine party were either rich people from other places or famous politicians. There weren't many people who actually came to taste the fine wine, and rather than a wine party, this was more of a dating party. Chen Yinghao also wanted to use his own energy to pave the way for Li Fei and get to know more people. It was a way to give back to Li Fei. After hanging up the phone, Li Fei received another message. It was sent by the counselor to the class president group, about the school club recruiting tomorrow morning. School clubs were divided into 2 main categories, school-level clubs and interest clubs. There were 5 school-level clubs, which mainly followed the arrangements of the school leaders and were for the school. The school-level clubs are the Student Union, the Arts Club, the Federation of Associations, the Security Council, and the Student Science Association. The rest are all interest clubs, such as the Animation Club, Chess Club, Basketball Community, Taekwondo Community, Street Dance Community, Esports Community, Fitness Club, etc. In total, there were dozens of interest clubs, all sorts of different things. Li Fei first briefly chatted with Lu Chuan and the 3 of them about this message, and then forwarded it to the Class 1 class group. Regarding the recruitment of clubs, Lu Chuan, Huan Yifan, and Hao Weiman already have ideas in their minds. Lu Chuan is ready to participate in the anime club. He likes cosplay beauties. Huan Yifan is going to join the chess club. He thinks that playing chess can cultivate the sentiment, and the female students inside are gentle and elegant. 2 birds with 1 stone. Hao Weiman, on the other hand, was ready to join the student union, and he thought that only the student union was the right club for his identity. Seeing that all 3 of them had confirmed clubs, but Li Fei was still undecided. He was ready to take a look at the scene when the time came. After Li Fei forwarded the matter of the club recruitment to the group, a group of girls began to chatter and discuss endlessly in the group. However, there were also a few female classmates who chatted privately with Li Fei. Class president, which club are you going to enter? Li Fei, Lord? Don't be so feudalistic. Class president, do you have a club you want to join? Li Fei, I haven't thought about it. Class president, who are you going with tomorrow morning? Li Fei, my roommate. Class president, you. Further back, Li Fei simply threw his cell phone to Lu Chuan to reply. The next morning, the school's basketball gym was packed with people. The school's basketball gym was big, so club recruitment was usually chosen here. When Li Fei and his group went in, it felt like it was just crowded with people. Recruiting at the entrance was the animation club, and the first thing that caught their eyes was a dozen beautiful sisters and a senior. Each of them cosplayed a character, some cute, some sexy. Lu Chuan stared at them and stumbled forward 2 steps, muttering, is this the legendary heaven? Looking at Lu Chuan's beggar-like appearance, Li Fei's 3 people wanted to stay far away from him. Dang man, high stayed Lu family's great young man, you give me this dead out? Then, Huan Yifan and Hao Weiman also went to look for their respective target societies. Li Fei was the only one, skulking around aimlessly. However, due to his outstanding face value and temperament, he seemed to stand out from the crowd. Everywhere he went, there were girls looking at him, and the sister in charge of club recruitment also recommended him with a warm face. However, Li Fei did meet an acquaintance, Qinyu. Both of them could see the surprise in each other's eyes, and Qinyu still had a good feeling about the rich second generation who had helped her before. Li Fei saw the logo on her chest, which was Vice President. I didn't expect that the clerk at that time was actually a student of Jiangxing University, or the Vice President of the Arts Club. Qinyu was the first to smile and ask, want to join the Literary Arts Club? Li Fei looked around and realized that there were no clubs left that he really wanted to join. Thus, he decided to join the Literary Arts Club. Li Fei smiled and responded, sure. The girls in the Literary Arts Club were all pretty girls with good looks, who could sing and dance well and were multi-talented. At the club's recruitment site, there were a lot of well-presented schoolgirls dancing and performing. There are hip-hop, jazz dance, folk dance, ballet and many other kinds of dance. At the moment, they are very excited to see the vice president of the club pulling a handsome student into the club. The arts club, known as the nunnery, naturally couldn't hold on to a handsome student like Li Fei, who had a superb temperament. When Li Fei was filling in the information, the sisters who were performing ended hastily. They gathered around Li Fei, looking at the information and contact information he filled out. When they saw Li Fei written in the name column and business administration written in the major column, everyone's face was wonderful. Chapter 72, surrounded by beautiful women again. Some of the girls knew about the campus gossip about Li Fei of business administration, and their faces were filled with surprise. They didn't realize that this handsome student in front of them was the famous character on the confession wall in the school forum. Once again appreciate the side face of Li Fei. They cannot help but sigh, no wonder those girls are so crazy, just because Li Fei is too perfect. On the other hand, Lu Chuan filled out the registration form for the animation club and found Li Fei. He now wanted to drag Li Fei into the anime club with him, because there were just too many beautiful girls in there. The good stuff should definitely be shared with Fei. When he saw Li Fei filling out a registration form, there was a circle of pretty schoolmates surrounding him. He then compared it to when he just filled out his own registration form. There was only one boy ambiguously looking at him as he filled out the form. Lu Chuan felt like the sky had collapsed. After Li Fei finished filling out the form, he spoke to Qin Yu and was ready to find the three of them. Looking back, Lu Chuan was staring blankly at himself. Li Fei stretched out his hand in front of him and frowned slightly. Heat stroke? Lu Chuan could not cry, but he still did not forget that good things should be shared with brother Fei. He pulled Li Fei and jogged all the way to the anime club, panting as he addressed the beautiful president. Club president, my roommate also wants to join the club. A handful of school-level clubs is the president, while a handful of interest clubs is known as the president. Shan Lioli, who was selling her efforts to recruit new students to join the club, turned around and found a little fat guy who had just joined the club pulling a handsome guy. As soon as she saw Li Fei, she couldn't take her eyes off him anymore. The boy in front of her had bright eyes and white teeth, and his handsome face had clear angles. Li Fei's heart slandered. When did I say I want to join? However, looking at Shin Lioli, who was called president by Lu Chuan in front of her, she had exquisite makeup, charming eyes and cherry lips, and snow-white skin. The point is that her body is too perfect. Shen Lioli was wearing a cosplay outfit, and Li Fei didn't know what character she was cosplaying. He only saw that the cosplay suit perfectly wrapped the two milky white snowflakes in front of her breasts, and the feeling that they were about to explode at any time was visually impactful, just because of this amount of milk. No! For this brotherhood, Li Fei decided to join the anime club. After seeing Li Fei, the next few sisters also came over. Li Fei glanced at them and realized that their cosplay styles were very different. There were cute brat types, hot and sexy types, holy female knight types, maid types, as well as beast ears and cat ears. Li Fei didn't know much about these and didn't realize the characters they were cosplaying, but it was worth recognizing that from the Imperial Sisters to the Lolitas, they were all good looking. The only difference was the difference between the plains and the Tibetan plateau. Surrounded by many beautiful cosplayers, Li Fei filled out the registration form. He had already predicted in his mind that his penguin number would be added tonight. Li Fei got up after filling out the form, and found that outside the group of beautiful sisters, Lu Chuan stood there alone, looking at himself with a grudging face. This can give Li Fei happy. However, the little fat man this time is considered to be a great achievement. Li Fei put his arms around his neck to pacify him. Li Fei told him, this weekend we'll take Lu Chuan a few of them, together to play fun. Lu Chuan heard instantly interested, asked Li Fei what fun. Li Fei did not tell him, leaving him in suspense. Half of the words do not say. This can give Lu Chuan suffocated. With buddies to play with this inch-stop challenge? Out of blind trust in Li Fei, Lu Chuan felt that the weekend will certainly play very high. In fact, Li Fei is going to take the whole class to play on the weekend. After all, he was the class president, and there were only 4 of them boys in the class, and the rest of the 30 or so were girls. The main reason was that the girls in the class were all in good positions and each had their own style. At that time when the class meeting was held, Li Fei scanned the class and felt that basically all of them were beauties with a score of 8 or above. At that time, he could not only enjoy himself recklessly, spending time with his beautiful classmates, but he could also swipe a sum of money. In this way, the money is also swiped. The relationship between classmates is also close. The roommate is also happy, and the pussy is also loaded. The big winner of the whole scene was not him, Li Fei. After a few people signed up, they went back to their dormitories. Li Fei is directly out of the school, back to Wulong Villa, change into a customized high-grade suit, ready to participate in the evening reception with Chen Ruyu. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the sky had just darkened. Li Fei drove an Aston Martin, wore a multi-million-dollar Patek Philippe, and wore a customized Prada suit worth $500,000 to pick up Chen Ruyu. The two had just met and realized that the other was different today. Dressed in formal attire, Li Fei naturally had the gentle elegance of a rich son and the temperament of a domineering general. The idol-like handsome face made people sink into it at a glance. Chen Ruyue was wearing a sexy slimming deep V black split dress today, wearing crystal earrings and exquisite makeup. A diamond necklace fell into a deep snow-white gully, giving people unlimited reverie. Li Fei gentlemanly opened the car door for her, made a please posture. Chen Ruyue smile, sitting in the car, because the black skirt side is open. Li Fei accidentally saw her long and slender legs. How to describe it? The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it. No, lubricated like jade, the so-called jade legs. These legs are long, like a scythe, so don't put them on your shoulders so easily. The car was playing soothing classical music, as if warming up for the reception. Chen Ruyue quietly looked at the side, is concentrating on driving Li Fei. His nose was high and straight, the contours of his face were sharp and angular, and there seemed to be a faint melancholy in his eyebrows. Chen Ruyue just looked mesmerized, as if there was a kind of fascinating haziness about him, wanting people to resist exploring. At this time, Li Fei suddenly asked out loud, "Does it look good?" However, Chen Ruyue did not react. She was still immersed in Li Fei's beauty. Hearing Li Fei's warm voice, she gently hummed out of the blue. Hearing this answer, Li Fei looked at her with a little surprise. Why is this woman enlightened today? Chen Ruyue, who realized that she had lost her temper, was instantly flustered. How did she say such shameful words? At this time, the two have already arrived at the door of the reception venue. Only the ambiguous atmosphere. Let the two want to stay in place for a while. Chen Ruyue's face color scarlet slightly lowered her head. Li Fei saw her this kind of shy appearance, couldn't help but snicker. Looking at it 100 times is not as real as kissing me. Unexpectedly, the high and cold Chen family's eldest miss actually had such a shy side. After hearing Li Fei's words, Chen Ruyue was even more blushing to her ears. Her heart was incomparably shamed, not expecting Li Fei to be so good at teasing people. Her heartstrings, which were once unperturbed, were actually in such a frenzy because of him at the moment. At a certain moment, Chen Ruyue looked as if she knew the way to victory, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Caught off guard by Li Fei, she kissed him with her warm cherry lips. Chapter 73 Jiang Cheng's First Deep Love. Feeling the warm and soft lips on his mouth, Li Fei was indeed a little surprised. It turns out that Chen Ruyue also loved to engage in a little contrast. However, the kissing skill is a bit poor, the small tongue just stirring, no rhythm to speak of. So, Li Fei transformed passive into active. A few minutes later, the two lips parted. At this time, Chen Ruyue's pretty face was scarlet, her breathing was rapid. Obviously the movement just now made her a little lacking in oxygen. Li Fei used his hand to lift up a trace of messy hair for her and asked her with a light smile, "How come someone's kissing skills are slightly rusty? Could it be a first kiss?" Listening to Li Fei's flirting, Chen Ruyue was not willing to be weak and hummed, "What? You're a womanizer who still dislikes me?" There was indeed nothing wrong with this statement. Li Fei himself also admitted that one woman could not satisfy him, both psychologically and physically. Subsequently, Chen Ruyue simply make up a bit of makeup. The two of them get off together, into the reception. With the car's kissing scene padding, Chen Ruyue holding Li Fei's arm feel much more natural. She only wanted time to stay at this moment, as if she and Li Fei were a real couple. The two of them had just entered the venue, and there were quite a few people whose gazes lingered on them. Some were with admiring gazes, though more people were looking at Li Fei with jealousy. Originally, those who could come to this venue were all from the upper class, and to them, face was more important than anything else. Seeing Li Fei, a milquetoast little white boy, accompanied by Miss Chen family, they could not help but feel jealous. Li Fei naturally felt their line of sight. He slightly sidestepped his face and lowered his voice in Chen Ruyue's ear. "You've made me a public enemy of men." Who knew that Chen Ruyue actually blinked her eyes and said playfully, "Don't be afraid, I will be responsible for you." This makes Li Fei laugh and cry. I did not think that usually look at the frigid Chen Ruyue, actually will also be this lively. The two called the waiter. A person took a glass of wine, in a corner sipping. Chen Ruyue originally called Li Fei to participate in the cocktail party, is to want the relationship between the two more intimate. Although she had her father Chen Yinghao's assistance, but her heart also aspired for a man as good as Li Fei. Li Fei, on the other hand, wanted to widen his network at the reception, but it seemed that there was less need for it now, as he had already hunted tonight. While the two were alone and their feelings were heating up fast, a lewd-looking foreign man came next to them. He had a puffy face and heavy dark circles under his eyes, which looked to be the result of overindulgence. He spoke a mouthful of not-so-fluent Mandarin. "This beautiful lady, I can." Hearing his words, without waiting for him to finish, Li Fei turned around and kicked him directly and viciously. Before that foreigner could react, the person had already been kicked several meters away. He sat on his butt on the ground and rolled on the ground, covering his stomach in pain. When Chen Ruyue saw this, she immediately began to shout, "Indecent assault! Help! Quickly come to someone!" Once she shouted this voice, instantly the eyes of the hall were focused on them. Looking at the foreign man lying on the ground rolling around in pain, their first reaction was a sense of disgust. Not only did he look obscene, his face looked like he had overindulged in sex, but he still dared to molest the Chen family's Miss Chen? This was in Jiangchang. The Chen family was the local snake in Jiangchang. Li Fei and the others don't know, but Chen Ruyue and the others are very clear. Back in the day, when Elder Chen was angry, the whole city would tremble, even if he was down and out now. The thin dead camel was bigger than a horse. The Chen family was not in existence that this kind of minion could touch. Some of the people present already have an answer in their hearts. I'm afraid that this foreign man is only used to discuss the two of them. The real pushers behind the scenes certainly will not be afraid of the existence of the Chen family. At this time, the security guards also came in to maintain law and order. After they took the foreign man away, they also brought Li Fei and Chen Ruyu to make a statement. However, after a phone call from Chen Yinghao, Li Fei and the two of them were released back before they even arrived at the place. After getting out of the car, Li Fei and Chen Ruyu walked casually along the street. The white moon was in the sky, and both of them were dressed formally, yet they were taking a walk on the street. The two of them had outstanding temperament, causing pedestrians to stop for the two of them, thinking that there was an actor filming an idol drama. At the reception, Li Fei and Chen Ruyu had a small drink and were slightly drunk at the moment, feeling the hustle and bustle of the streets and the fireworks. Both of them were in a relaxed and cozy mood. At a certain moment, Chen Ruyu walked in front of Li Fei, turned around to gaze into his eyes, and asked earnestly, "What am I in your heart?" Without a trace of hesitation, Li Fei answered her with certainty, "The moon." Chen Ruyu did not expect Li Fei to answer her so quickly, and she was curious as to why it was the moon. "Is it because of my name? Ruyu, like the moon?" Li Fei shook his head and slowly looked towards the moon as he said softly, "I love the dark night. It's so dark it seems like it can swallow everything. Whenever I feel confused or depressed, it takes away my bad mood. But one day I saw the moon. She was so holy and bright, sprinkled on my body, as if it would make me feel like a newborn." Speaking here, Li Fei paused and looked back into her eyes, "Not because of the symbolism of your name, but because you are my moon." Chen Ruyu was indeed impressed by Li Fei. It wasn't his earthy love words that moved her, it was Li Fei's sincere tone and firm gaze. Let her heart involuntarily willing to believe him, believe what he said. Li Fei smoothly took her into his arms, his left hand wrapped around her waist, and his right hand stroked her head. Being hugged like this, Chen Ruyu did not reject it, but instead felt at ease. A moment later, she raised her head to look at Li Fei. "Then how long will you stay with me?" Li Fei smiled and murmured in a warm voice, "If I can live forever, it will be forever." Hearing her satisfactory answer, Chen Ruyu stood on her tiptoes and left her lipstick imprint on Li Fei's lips. Although Li Fei had learned all of these words from godly heroes novels on the internet, but these were just mediums. As the Jiangqing first deep love earthy love words is just a carrier for him to express his deep love. In today's social environment, the only way to win people's hearts, he chose to use his deep love in exchange for sincere, even if it is all over the body. The more Li Fei thought, the more emotionally charged he became, almost moving himself to tears. However, for Chen Ruyu, he truly loved her, so he chose to bring Chen Ruyu back to Wulong Villa. That night, Chen Ruyu did not return home, and her father, Chen Yinghao, did not call her. The only thing was the white moon that hung high in the night sky, as if it had heard something it shouldn't have heard, and made a big red face. Chapter 74 11 trillion. A new journey. Early the next morning, warm sunlight shot in. Chen Ruyu opened her somewhat tired eyes and saw that Li Fei was at her pillow. Her heart was at ease. After a while, Li Fei also woke up. Seeing the beautiful person in his arms, he couldn't help but kiss her forehead. Li Fei warmly asked, "Why did you wake up so early? Don't you know? The early bird gets the worm." Chen Ruyu smiled as she pressed herself against Li Fei's chest and said in a delicate voice. Upon hearing this, the corner of Li Fei's mouth hooked up with a bad smile. Chen Ruyu didn't react at first, and only when she saw Li Fei reveal a bad smile did she realize the meaning of Li Fei's words. "You are so annoying." "Aw, you. What for?" Chen Ruyu was talking when Li Fei suddenly pressed her underneath her, causing her to let out a chirping sound. 999 words omitted here. However, she seemed to have thought of something and pouted as she questioned Li Fei. "Have you been with Shanshan for a long time?" Li Fei was caught off guard by her question, then said frankly, "If you can do it alone, then I don't have to carry a rotten reputation like this." When he said this, Li Fei's eyes seemed to have an additional emotion of sadness. After playing the deep love card, this is the confession game. Sincerity is my motto. Sincerity is my killing technique. Although Chen Ruyu felt that Li Fei's words were strange, but what he said was the truth. Last night, however, sharing Li Fei with other people would be lost in her own heart. After struggling a bit, Chen Ruyu figured it out. A man as outstanding as Li Fei would definitely not lack women around him. Chen Ruyu didn't know that at this moment. Her thoughts were highly consistent with Chang Shanshan. If not, the two of them had been close since childhood. Afterwards, Li Fei chose an ordinary supercar in the garage, a Ferrari Laffa. As for the school side, he had already asked the counselor for a leave of absence. Before this, he had already greeted Vice Principal Lu Chengguo long ago. saying that he might be busy with company matters during the week. Therefore, on the school's side, he hoped to be more flexible in his management. This is for Lu Changhua. Purely smooth things. At the moment, he was driving a Ferrari Lafa, taking Chan Ruyu on a date. To be honest, good men like him who knew how to accompany a woman afterward were rare. The first destination for the two was a famous barbecue restaurant. While Chan Ruyu was grilling meat for Li Fei, he asked Chen Ruyu when she would be done with the Chen family's side of things. Hearing Li Fei ask her this way, Chen Ruyu smiled happily and returned, "The family is basically back on track now. Are you missing me too much?" Saying this, Chen Ruyu blew on the freshly roasted beef, carefully pinching and feeding it to Li Fei. Li Fei ate the beef and said to her, "I've been thinking about you all along." Then, Li Fei pretended to be mysterious and approached her, lowering his voice and said, "I'm going to give you a secret big mission." Chen Ruyuat also brought her head over, following Li Fei's example of lowering her voice, and asked, "May I ask, boss, what big mission is it?" Looking at Chen Ruyu's adorable appearance, Li Fei was a bit in tears and laughter. A big mission of $100 billion. At this time, Chen Ruyu's face began to look serious as she waited for Li Fei's next words. "I will give you $100 billion, and I want you to make the Chen family the #1 timber company in Wasuzu. I also checked the Chen family's problems some time ago, and the one who was behind the scenes had the shadow of the Bai family in southern Zhuzhou." These words made Chen Ruyuat a little surprised and steal. I didn't think that Li Fei had done so much for himself since then. The Bai family in South Zhejiang province. The volume is not more than $100 billion. This is put on the back burner to deal with. You can currently make a big splash. First take care of the market within Huazhou state. The funds can be in place at any time. Li Fei's heart was looking forward to the spending out not just $100 billion, but a return of $10 trillion. Even with Li Fei's state of mind, there were some waves at this moment. Chen Ruyu nodded solemnly. She felt happy at this moment, being trusted so much by her favorite person, not to mention $100 billion. Many times, $1 billion was enough to turn people against each other and become life and death enemies. Her Chen family didn't have that much combined, but Li Fei gave himself so much funds at once. Moreover, he was reading between the lines to let himself go and do it without asking for anything in return in the slightest. This was also the first time Li Fei had been so generous. Even the companies given to Cheng Shanshan before were only worth $10 billion combined. Thinking about this, Chen Ruyu was moved inwardly and looked at Li Fei with even more tender eyes. She was not clear about Li Fei's background in life, but at this moment, she was willing to do everything he wanted to do for him. After eating the barbecue, Li Fei took her to a few shopping malls. Li Fei once again saw that a woman's purchasing power was really not covered. After this trip, Li Fei felt that his back ached and his legs cramped. On the contrary, Chen Ruyu was in good spirits. Li Fei wanted to spit out a sentence, sinning ah. Afterwards, the two of them watched a love movie like an ordinary young couple. The night continued back to Wulong Mountain Villa. After she reacted, she felt ashamed. How could she have such a dirty thought? Thinking of this, Chen Ruyu's pretty face flushed red as she buried her head in the quilt. Li Fei on the side was not clear about what was going on in her heart. If he knew, he would probably be surprised that he was surrounded by contrasts. The next day, Li Fei drove the red Rafa back to school. When he was leaving, he put $100 billion into Chen Ruyu's account. He also received a cashback reminder from the system. Ding, spending 100 billion yuan. Cashback of 10 trillion yuan. Li Fei's balance at this point had reached a staggering 11 trillion yuan. On the drive back to school, Li Fei already had a new plan. Chapter 75, the center of the public opinion vortex. Li Fei gave Chang Hao a call and asked him to buy a luxury cruise ship today. Li Fei wanted to use it as a weekend getaway for the girls in his class. I didn't expect Chang Hao to tell him in a surprised tone that there was a cruise ship auction in Linhai City. It is said that this auction is due to the bankruptcy of a transportation company in Linhai City, and an asset auction will be held. The content of the auction had long been announced on the internet and had been warming up for some time. This week was the time for the auction, and I wonder how many of the 3 luxury cruise ships and 5 cargo ships in it are left now. And Linhai City was a coastal city in Suzhou, China, with an economy dominated by shipping and aquaculture. Linhai City was also not far from Jiangxin City and Zijin City, almost a 2-hour drive. Chang Hao's news was learned from the Zijin 3 young men before. However, under Li Fei's side conversations, Chang Hao was no longer in contact with them. At that moment, Li Fei already had a plan in mind. He was going to take Lin Shuer and Chang Hao and go to this auction to have a look. Li Fei asked Chang Hao to take care of the admission ticket issue, and asked him directly for the amount of money needed. Originally, he wanted to go directly to Tingfei Group, but when he looked at the map, he realized that he was immediately at the school entrance. Come all the way, then put the car in the school. A few days ago when the school opened, the Bugatti Li Fei had already driven back to Wulong Villa. So, now in the school, Li Fei is no car can drive. The arrival of the red lava just perfectly solved this problem. At the same time, Li Fei also thought of the security issue. He himself was no longer 100 billion or trillionaire, a whole 11 trillion. He made a call to Wang Li, arranging for the auction on the one hand, and on the other hand, asking him to interface with the security team. For this auction, Li Fei was prepared to bring 10 fighters and 10 bodyguards along. In the future, Wang Li would be in charge of coordinating the security team and be responsible for his own safety. When the time came for all of them to go together, they would bring Wang Li to see the world in the meantime. So, Li Fei drove his exaggerated red Ferrari Laffa to the entrance of Jiangxin University. The grandpa in the security room at the entrance was holding a teacup and drinking tea leisurely in the air-conditioned room. Suddenly, he saw a red sports car parked at the entrance of the school. In the past, he would have waved his hand and said no entry, letting the car owner contact the school personnel and confirming that there was a guarantee from a teacher or leader in the school. He would only give a release. However, this time, even though he had a lot of experience, his heart was a little scared. After hesitating for a while, he walked out of the security room, came to the car door and asked, "Hello little comrade, which one are you?" Li Fei opened the car window and was about to open his mouth, but he heard the security master surprised. "So it's Mr. Li Fei, come in quickly." With that, the security guard opened the automatic gate at the entrance of the school. Li Fei shook his head and smiled, not expecting Lu Chengwei to be so good at his job. Now that even the grandpa in the security room had arranged it, it seemed like he had to be rewarded for it. Li Fei drove his car into the main campus road, looking for a parking space. Passing students who saw the supercar couldn't help but let out a national treasure. Along the way, Li Fei felt countless lines of envy. Luckily, Li Fei was wearing sunglasses in the car, and not many people recognized him. However, there were still quite a few people who secretly photographed his face. Only a handsome outline could be seen, and the specific features could not be seen. Acquaintances wouldn't easily recognize him if they didn't look closely. At this moment, the freshman group was once again boiling over Li Fei's red Ferrari Laffa. "I didn't realize that we still have such a top-notch rich second generation in Jiang University. There's a Bugatti Veyron in front, and a Ferrari Laffa in the back. I've come to the right place in this university. A divine car that only appears on the internet, but today it appears inside the campus." Some good people even chased Li Fei's car all the way to where he stopped. Li Fei saw through the rearview mirror that they had been tailing him, but there was nothing repulsive in his heart. With $11 trillion in his pocket, his mindset today was, "I am invincible. You are free to do as you please. The wealth that you can peek into is just the tip of my iceberg." Li Fei parked his car, opened the door and got down from the sports car. The person trailing behind the bunker, took the opportunity to Li Fei secretly photographed sent in the group. A few pictures instantly spread throughout the various group chats of Jiangnan University. Regardless of whether it was the freshman group or the veteran group, there were a large number of girls who were blown up at this moment. "What a handsome little brother. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. If you're close to him, ask him what kind of girlfriend he likes. By the way, what kind of position does he like? And ask him if he's stuck on his gender." However, there were people who had seen Li Fei on the day the freshman reported to the group and were even more horrified, saying in the group, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. This is the young master who drove the Bugatti that day." His words, as a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Originally, some people in the group were discussing whether this new rich young master was stronger or weaker than the one who drove the Bugatti on the day the new students arrived. Now what's the comparison? These two are the same person. They simply didn't dare to imagine what this rich young master actually was. However, one thing they knew clearly was that his background and wealth was terrifying. Each of the two sports cars is at the 10 million level. This kind of strength is a dignified figure wherever you are, even in the Magic City and the capital. Originally, there were still people in the group who hated the rich talking about it, thinking that Li Fei rented the car in order to pretend to be 13. Otherwise, how come the Bugatti disappeared? Obviously rented a day or two to the deadline. Now that Li Fei drove the Ferrari Laffa in, they became even more arrogant, saying that it was a deliberate attempt to disturb them. How could an ordinary person own these two top-class sports cars at the same time? Even if he was a big shot who could own these two top sports cars, how could he let go of the more outstanding capital city's prestigious mansions and the Magic City's colleges and universities in favor of coming to Jiangcheng? This kind of talk spread rapidly and widely among the student body with the momentum of a prairie fire. Many students believed it, and they felt that this inference had a certain amount of truth. This made the girls who were still fantasizing about Cinderella meeting Prince Charming as if they were splashed with cold water. They felt as if they were being teased, and almost lost their virginity because of this, and they were extremely ashamed of themselves. So, they picked up the keyboard and started to join the army of attacking the pretend rich young man. Unbeknownst to them, even if they are naked in front of Li Fei will not necessarily look at a glance. Li Fei, who was surrounded by beautiful women, Would not want to fall in love with a woman like them, who feels good about herself. Li Fei's 3 roommates, Lu Chuan, Guan Yifan and Hao Weiman also in the freshman group to understand the cause and effect. Eat Li Fei's melon. Chapter 76, Going to Linhai City Auction. Regarding Li Fei's strength, they were clear. Therefore, when they first saw the group talking about Li Fei's pulling method, they were also very surprised. Lu Chuan 3 people think that Li Fei went out, said to participate in a wine party is clearly a lie. He secretly went to buy a car and didn't call out to them to join him, so he really wasn't righteous enough. However, later they found that the spearhead of public opinion inexplicably pointed to Li Fei as a fake rich young man. This makes them laugh. Immediately gloating to Li Fei report these gossips. Li Fei after seeing the heart without waves, his state of mind, has long been not because of these ants and fluctuations in the discussion. Seeing his 3 little brothers sending messages to him, Li Fei temporarily planned to take the 3 of them to have some fun as well. Thus, he gave a few people a few words about his next trip to Linhai City. Lu Chuan's 3 people were very excited to hear this. It was true that Brother Fei was righteous. He thought of them when there was something fun to do. At this moment, the 3 of them had already put Li Fei's unrighteousness behind them. Afterwards, Chang Hao made a phone call, saying that he had already arrived at the school gate. After hanging up the phone, Li Fei took the 3 people to the school entrance. The security guard room's grandfather had just opened the door for Li Fei and made a new cup of tea. Only when he had just taken a sip, he suddenly sprayed it out. He couldn't believe what he saw. There were 10 S-Class Mercedes and a Rolls-Royce Phantom Plus parked at the school entrance. Although he didn't recognize the brands of these cars, they were clear black vehicles. The key was that there was also a group of people coming down from above. At the head of the group was a yellow-haired young man, a beautiful woman and a man with glasses. Behind the 3 of them stood about 20 powerful men. They were all wearing black suits. Even so, it was hard to hide their strong muscles. They looked like thugs in suits. Immediately, he was on the verge of an attack, and picked up his walkie-talkie and started summoning the college's security personnel. He stared at the dozens of black-suited men at the entrance of the school, and the whole security room was quiet, with only the sound of his short breath echoing. The sweat on his forehead had unconsciously slipped off his face and dripped into the tea he had just brewed. This sound of water dripping, however, scared his body violently. He was thinking nervously in his heart, if those people at the school gate suddenly rushed in at this moment, how should he respond to the enemy? If he were to run away, would he take the left foot or the right foot first? Chang Hao and his team naturally did not know that the security guard's inner drama was actually so rich. I'm afraid that only the audience who have read the novel understand. Soon, Li Fei brought Lu Chuan and the 3 of them, appeared in the main road where the school entrance is located. Chang Hao saw Li Fei from afar and immediately jogged all the way to the school entrance and shouted, "Wipe, big brother!" Chang Hao's sudden run forward, coupled with this voice, scared the security master to the point of diabetes. He also shouted from the security room, "Don't come over here." Li Fei saw that Chang Hao was at the school entrance, waving his hand and shouting for himself, and also quickened his pace. Lu Chuan, Guan Yifan and Hao Weiman followed Li Fei. When the 3 of them saw it, a dozen black commercial vehicles were parked at the school entrance. There were dozens of tall and lanky men in black standing beside them, and the leader, yellow hair, was showing his teeth and claws at them. Their footsteps like lead stopped. Lu Chuan gulped swallowed saliva, asked the other 2, "What do you 2 say? Those dozens of men in black, are they here to beat up Brother Fei?" Guan Yifan replied back stonily, "Or maybe they'll beat up the 3 of us in the process." Of the 3, only Hao Weiman was not speaking, and Lu Chuan and Guan Yifan turned their heads in confusion. What does Bureau Chief have to say? After a few seconds of pause, Hao Weiman still did not speak. Lu Chuan and Guan Yifan were a little impatient and were about to ask again, but unexpectedly, Hao Weiman suddenly started to move. He took a firm step and walked towards Li Fei's direction. Lu Chuan and Guan Yifan were first stunned, and when they turned back, they saw that Li Fei was patting that yellow hair's shoulder, and the 2 of them were talking and laughing. They were instantly relieved. "Good you Hao Weiman, villainous behavior." Lu Chuan and Guan Yifan stared indignantly and angrily at the back of Hao Weiman, who was gradually walking away, not willing to be left behind. They looked at each other and nodded heavily. The 2 of them then took steps that were even firmer than Hao Weiman's just now. The 2 of them held their chests out. Their movements were so neat and tidy that those who didn't know thought that they were elementary school students going to raise the flag. Chang Hao also noticed the 3 people following Li Fei at this time. He approached Li Fei's ear with some doubts and asked in a low voice, "Brother-in-law, are those 3 idiots your friends?" Li Fei turned around and looked at the 3 people whose demeanor was very stupid, and was rarely silenced by the dry. After taking a deep breath, Li Fei faintly returned, "Xiao Hao, you're cursing a bit dirty." Hearing Li Fei's words, Chang Hao could no longer hold back his laughter. Li Fei was about to bungbu live, couldn't hold it in. These 3 goods belonged to the cerebellar hypoplasia, brain completely undeveloped. Li Fei propped up his forehead and helplessly shouted to the three, "Are you guys still going? Run over if you're going." Receiving Li Fei's command, the three of them immediately jogged all the way, smilingly coming together beside Li Fei. At this time, Lin Shuai and Wang Li also came over. Li Fei said in a flat tone, "Let's go." The group, with Li Fei as their leader, got into the car and set off towards Linhai City. The grandpa in the security room was in a mood as exciting as experiencing a roller coaster. He recognized Li Fei. Wasn't that the rich young master who just drove a sports car into the school a while ago? Look at this situation. Is he a triad member? The more he thought about it, the more serious he felt the situation was, so he dialed the vice principal's number to get scolded. Of course, before he himself made the call, he didn't know that he would be greeted with a scolding. This series of images, from Chang Hao's arrival at the school's entrance to Li Fei and his group getting into the car, were all secretly filmed by someone with a heart of gold. Although it was far away and the picture quality was not clear, but the rough outline of the human body could be seen clearly. Li Fei was not aware that he had just left. A new public opinion storm was brewing again. The scope and degree of influence far exceeded the previous sports car incident, and even alarmed the school leadership. At night, the girls' dormitory, Zui Yan took a shower, changed into a loose pajamas, put on a face mask, opened the computer to watch some hot searches and group chats. Next to Jiang Xiaoli wearing a pink cat pajamas, came over to chat. Tonight, the dormitory is again only the two of them. The other two roommates, they have guessed what to do. Kang Xiaoli draped her long hair, shaking her puffy breasts, lying on Zui Yan's back. She asked, "Yan Yan, what are you looking at now?" At this time, Zui Yan had just opened the freshman group chat. Before she even opened her mouth, Jiang Xiaoli poked her head out and stared at the computer, muttering, "How is this person so much like the class president adult?" Chapter 77, stared at by the school flower and school sister again. Zui Yan felt a little surprised when she heard Jiang Xiaoli's words. In the past few days, she had often been peeping at the developments in various groups, whether it was the freshman group or the class group. She liked to read the speeches of the ordinary people inside, like NPCs, adding a bit of fun to her life. However, she also knew clearly that many people in the class group called Li Fei class president. How come even Jiang Xiaoli also? Both of them know that the other is from a big family. The family situation and upbringing is very excellent. Now seeing Jiang Xiaoli with this demeanor, Zui Yan was a little confused, seemingly noticing his own demeanor. Jiang Xiaoli smiled nervously. "Yan Yan, do you see this person is the class president? Ah, I look like him. Oh." Upon hearing this, Zui Yan also started to measure up this photo in the group. After staring for half a minute, she replied with some hesitation, "It seems like him." Zui Yan thought to herself, although the person on this photo is blurry, but she can see the outline of the face. It is a little bit handsome. She was just overlapping the person on the photo, with Li Fei on the day of the class meeting. Just in the process, she remembered, again, Li Fei's handsome face and dusty temperament that was like bathing in spring light. When she reacted with hindsight, her face instantly turned slightly red. Zui Yan felt that Li Fei's body, as if there was a kind of magic. Once she thought of him, her thoughts couldn't help but drift far away. The two continued to look through the group's chat records, ate one after another melon. As for the fake rich young man mentioned in the group, both of them feel that the truth may not be what the group said. With their eyesight, this fake rich young man is not only not fake, but also very likely to be super rich. The truth is just as they thought. After looking at a few more photos, Jiang Xiaoli's mind was becoming more and more certain. She felt that Li Fei was the fake rich young man that had been discussed so much in the group. However, Li Fei's real identity is most likely to be a godly man. Although Zui Yan did not attach as much importance to these gossips as Jiang Xiaoli, she also had some guesses in her heart. Subsequently, the two of them exchanged their respective guesses in their hearts. Originally, they were only guessing, and could not be sure, but after some exchanges, they were both surprised that their thoughts were in agreement with each other. At the same time, Jiang Xiaoli thought of something and smiled wryly and said to Zui Yan, "Why don't we think about how to test him?" Something similar happened on Shen Liuli's side. Shen Liuli was chatting with one of her roommates, who was also the vice president of the anime club, Yudaziin, a big-eyed cute girl. They were discussing about the program of the anime club in the welcome party. They heard their other two roommates discussing the fake rich guy gossip. Out of curiosity, the two also perked up their ears to eavesdrop. At that time, the group happened to be sent by someone to take pictures. The two also came over. Do not know. A look shocked. The more the two looked at the person in this photo, the more it looked like that handsome schoolmate from the club's recruitment. Shen Liuli and Yu Yiyin glanced at each other. Both could see the doubt and surprise in each other's eyes. Could it be that the handsome student is really a fake rich young man? That would be too disappointing. The two finally decided to find a chance to find out. Li Fei on the Rolls-Royce Phantom did not know that he had already been stared at by the school flowers and beautiful sisters. he brought Lu Chuan and the three of them with him, also for this trip to Linhai City, to add some fun. Lu Chuan's admiration for Li Fei was growing from the bottom of their hearts. Li Fei looked at the three of them and suddenly asked, "I'm going to a very dangerous place. As you guys can see, there are quite a few people with me," Li Fei said as he pointed to the back, followed by 10 S-Class Mercedes. He paused slightly and then asked, "Do you guys still want to go with me? There's still a chance to regret now." Only Lu Chuan, Guan Yifan and Hao Weiman waved their hands, which made Li Fei raise his eyebrows. "Don't want to go? I'll have the driver send you guys back." Since the three of them did not want to go, Li Fei did not intend to force them. At most, there was just some small loss in his heart. However, he heard Lu Chuan's trio say firmly, "No, brother Fei, waving your hand is not a refusal, but you don't need to say much." This sentence was something that Li Fei did not expect, although the trio looked a little stupid, but it was good that they were righteous. "Good, then you guys will be responsible for blocking bullets for me when the time comes," Li Fei said casually. These words could scare the three people to the point that they shook their tigers and looked at Li Fei with wide eyes. Unbelief was written all over their eyes. "No brother, just now you didn't say there was this part either." "Brother, that sentence just now, is it too late to withdraw it now?" "Brother, father, leave me behind to renew our family name." Li Fei closed his eyes and ignored these three living treasures. He was going to take a short nap to refresh himself. In the eyes of Lu Chuan, this scene was tantamount to Li Fei not caring about them and leaving them to fend for themselves. Li Fei brought so many people not to mention. Listen to his meaning, when the fire fight up, or the scene of gunfire. The three of them are now very regrettable on Li Fei's ship of thieves, even if the previous second is still for righteousness spill blood and throw their heads. However, their biggest regret is that they have not begged a wife, have not enjoyed the moment of spring, even a kindling are not left. The three of them are so all the way in the frustration, and from time to time, longing for a miracle to appear, to bring them back to school. The Chu family in Magic City. Shui was a little bored at school, so she went back to her home in Magic City. It so happened that she heard from her elder brother that there was an auction in Linhai City. Shui was worried that she had nothing to do, so this auction became a timely reign, which was just the right time to relieve herself of boredom. On the way to Linhai City, Shui received a roommate to share with her gossip. Roommate said she was not in school these 2 days. Can be a big loss. There was a super powerful gossip that had been making waves for a long time, and there were twists and turns in the drama. Some students have even begun to pull banners in the school, asking the school to punish this fake rich young man crooked. So, Shuyi's roommate will be fake rich boy gossip. One by one told her. Shuyi heard, the heart is almost no waves. Almost no one will believe that someone has 2 sports cars, but this kind of in the Magic City, in their own circle is not very rare. How to describe the vastness of the firmament with a mayfly? It's just a futile endeavor. Of course, the truth or falsehood of this matter had nothing to do with her. She was too lazy to pursue it, and took it as a pleasure to listen to. However, when she saw the photo sent by her roommate, it finally aroused some interest in Shuyi. She stared at the blurred face on the photo, looking a little lost in thought. After a long time, she put down her cell phone, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She looked out the window at the receding scenery and muttered, "Fake rich young man? Ha!" Chapter 78. Arriving at Linhai City, the excitement came. Let's go to the bar first. Shuyi clearly remembered the clear eyes of that boy when he looked at her. This was the first time she had ever encountered, looking at herself with a gaze that was not mixed with greed and lust. At that time, she looked at Li Fei's aura and felt that her family should be quite good. However, she did not feel that both of those cars belonged to Li Fei. There was still a difference between Li Fei and the Magic City's great young man he knew. If she had noticed then, the $10 million watch on Li Fei's wrist, I'm afraid that she would have been as convinced of Li Fei's strength as the Lu Chuan trio. After Li Fei and his group arrived in Linhai City, they first went to a 5-star hotel. This was what Lin Shuer had booked on the way. As Li Fei's secretary, all of Li Fei's trips were arranged and planned by her. Li Fei had arranged luxurious suites for several people, each of them a separate set. Because they came a bit late today, they were prepared to participate in tomorrow's auction. As for some of the formalities for attending the auction including the capital verification, they were all done by Chang Hao. Now, Li Fei was ready to take the crowd for a stroll in Linhai City. Linhai City, famous for its rich fisheries and transportation industry, had the highest economic strength among the cities in the country. It was adjacent to the sea, had many islands, and was connected to the inland, and even had a canal dedicated to the capital. As the third most economically powerful city in Suzhou, Linhai City is like a dazzling pearl, emitting a remarkable light. The city is filled with high-rise buildings and traffic, and the streets are lined with stores and stores of all kinds. People are in a hurry but full of energy, as if every step contains infinite possibilities. When night falls, the lights decorate the whole city like a dream. between the neon flashes. It revealed an endless atmosphere of prosperity. Li Fei and his group first went to a high-class restaurant, which was lavishly decorated and emitted a faint aroma. Once inside, the spacious hall played elegant music, and soft lights sprinkled on the polished floor. The waiter greeted them warmly and brought Li Fei several people to an exquisite dining table near the floor-to-ceiling windows. The table was decorated with exquisite tableware and flowers. The atmosphere was romantic and cozy. Outside the window was a bustling cityscape with traffic and lights. The remaining fighters and bodyguards were arranged at other tables. The seating of the crowd was interesting. Li Fei was at the main seat, with Lin Shuer on his left and Cheng Hao on his right. Lu Chuan, Guan Yifan and Hao Weiman were seated opposite him. Wang Li asked Li Fei for instructions to go over to the fighters and bodyguards, and Li Fei nodded. In the future, Wang Li would still need to coordinate the arrangements for these security team members, so now was the chance for Wang Li to familiarize himself with them. After the group sat down, the waiter handed over the menu. Li Fei told the crowd to be casual. No need to be formal. Lu Chuan, Guan Yifan and Hao Weiman ordered whatever they saw, as if they had never eaten. This scene makes Li Fei a little suspicious. The three of them behind the family is not to instill in them the wolf idea? The food soon came up. Li Fei specially instructed the fighters and bodyguards side, if not enough to eat on the increase. After all, they are here to protect themselves. How can they not have enough to eat? In the meantime, Li Fei asked Cheng how to check his cell phone to see if there were any fun bars nearby. Although there was an auction tomorrow, it didn't affect Li Fei's excitement at all. Lin Shuer, who was next to him, naturally heard this and saw Li Fei's intention to go to a bar at night. She had never been to a bar before, and had heard that the men and women inside were very distinctive, and distinctive was distinctive. Another characteristic of the people inside is that they bite when they see someone. However, she was still curious about the bar. Looking at everyone who had almost eaten, Li Fei called the waiter to settle the bill. After that, with a wave of his hand towards the crowd, the next stop, Dynasty Bar, Jiangqing City Center. In the box of a luxury hotel, Chen Hao was drinking and chatting with an old friend. Old Chen, I really envy you, having a well-behaved daughter. What a relief. A middle-aged man with a country face look and in his 40s spoke with a smile. His name was Zhao Huaimin, and he was none other than the current vice mayor of Jiangqing City. Chen Hao waved his hand and smiled from ear to ear before saying back, "AI, where are the words?" However, in his heart, he was already waiting for Zhao Huaimin's following. Alas, that asshole kid in my house, giving me problems all day long, Zhao Huaimin said as he got up and poured wine for Chen Hao, who also got up and politely picked up his glass. Oh, how? Chen Hao knew that he had a request, so he followed his words and continued to ask. For this old friend of his, if it wasn't very troublesome, Chen Hao would be happy to help. However, from Zhao Huaimin's tone and demeanor, at this point, Chen Hao's heart was already half clear. This favor, I'm afraid it's not good to help. The two men clinked glasses and drank it all in one go. Immediately afterward, they began to clip the food and talked while eating. Don't mention it. It's not because he wants to run for the vice president of Huasu Bank. Performance doesn't work. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao stopped the chopsticks in his hands, gazed at him, and slowly asked, how much is still missing? Zhao Huaiman rose again and filled Chen Hao's wine. As he poured the wine, he said, 20 small goals. This time, Chen Hao did not get up to return the favor. He pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, I'll give you an answer this weekend. Hearing this, Zhao Huaimin placed his hand on the back of Chen Hao's hand, and his eyes were no longer calm. Is tomorrow night okay? Chen Hao realized at this moment, no wonder he had approached him. Although $2 billion was a considerable amount, but with his position, given a certain amount of time, he could still get it together. Right now, if he helped him with this favor, it was equal to getting a big favor from him. What's more, he was originally an old friend of his. For a person of Chen Hao's age, having an old friend was precious. Chen Hao placed his other hand on the back of his hand and said in a deep voice, wait for me to go back and think of a way. No matter how much there is, I'll give you an answer tonight. Chen Hao then bid farewell to Zhao Huaimin. The wine had been drunk, and the matter had been talked about. The next step was to do the errand. Chen Hao returned to the Chen family and found that his daughter had already returned from the company. She told her about this headache. Chen Hao wanted to help his old friend, but at the moment, the Chen family could not get so much. Therefore, Chen Hao asked his daughter if she had any ideas. After hearing this, Chen Ruyu smiled and said to Chen Hao, Dad, although the Chen family can't take so much with their current situation, but I do have a good candidate. Regarding this matter, Chen Ruyu would not use the $100 billion that Li Fei had given her. This was because she had already planned the use of every single portion of that $100 billion. Chen Hao looked at his daughter's smile and seemed to understand something as his eyes lit up. Chapter 79, Chen Hao's phone call. Chen Hao instantly understood the candidate his daughter was talking about, Li Fei. Originally, in this world, the only time his daughter would smile at the mention of him. Now there was another Li Fei. After the last meeting with Li Fei, Chen Yinghao had already listed Li Fei as his son-in-law. However, every time his daughter mentioned him, she was all smiles and compliments. Sometimes, even he, the father, became jealous of Li Fei. However, Chen Yinghao also recognized Li Fei's excellence and strength. Time was running out, and he was prepared to give Li Fei a word about this right then and there. He took Chen Ruyue's cell phone and dialed Li Fei's number. Opening the speakerphone, Li Fei, who was far away in Linhai City, was on his way to the bar. Suddenly, his cell phone rang, and when he saw that it was Chen Ruyu calling, he directly answered it. The three of them sitting in this car were Li Fei and Lu Chuan, so Li Fei didn't avoid it and directly flirted. "What's up, baby?" Lu Chuan, Guan Yifan and Hao Weiman beside him heard. "Baby? Brother Fei has a girlfriend?" Shocking gossip. Exciting enough explosive. Originally joking three people immediately perked up their ears to eavesdrop. Chen Yinghao on the other end of the phone was about to open his mouth, suddenly by Li Fei this whole speech blocked. Chen Ruyu also instantly blushed. The father-daughter duo was very embarrassed. Why isn't the baby talking? Li Fei felt a bit strange and asked again. Originally, when Chen Ruyu called him at this time, he thought that there was a problem with the mission arranged for Chen Ruyu, but now that he had called, but there was a delayed sound. What was the situation? After a moment of silence, Chen Yinghao returned quietly. "I'm not your baby, I'm your Uncle Chen." Li Fei. "Sorry, Uncle Chen, Ruyu and I." Li Fei's tone was clearly a little flustered. Chen Yinghao interrupted him and directly told him about Zhao Huaimin and asked him what he thought. Li Fei also came back from the awkward atmosphere. From Chen Yinghao's narration, he was probably clear on a few points. One was that the Chen family had not fully recovered their vitality yet. 2. Chen Ruyue had not touched the $100 billion he had given her. 3. This Zhao Huaimin matter was a good opportunity. However, Chen Yinghao did not tell Li Fei about his relationship with Zhao Huaimin. Li Fei also discovered this and asked, "Uncle Chen, I'm a bit curious. What is the relationship between this Zhao Huaimin and you?" He felt that given Chen Yinghao's status and character, he shouldn't help with such an urgent favor without a certain amount of affection. "He is a friend of mine." Little Fei Uncle didn't say it because he didn't want you to let this affect your judgment. Chen Yinghao was telling the truth. Although he wanted to help his old friend, however, he would not force Li Fei. After all, Li Fei was his daughter's intended lover, and a great benefactor who had saved the Chen family's life. Hearing this, Li Fei smiled and said, "Uncle, you've misunderstood. I'm just curious to see if there's an opportunity to make friends with that vice president. Don't worry about the money. I will call Ruyu's account later." Hearing these words from Li Fei, Chen Yinghao said boldly, Uncle thanked you properly for Zhao Huaimin. When you have time, Uncle will let him bring his son out to skate. Ha ha ha." Hearing Chen Yinghao's bright laughter, Li Fei couldn't help but smile inwardly. Afterwards, Chen Yinghao still had a happy smile on his face after giving his daughter his cell phone. He directly called Zhao Huaimin, but this time, he was going to blackmail him hard. Chen Ruyu picked up her cell phone and started chatting with Li Fei. These days she has no time to spare, and today is the end of the story. Chen Ruyu, who are you calling baby? Chen Ruyu, fury, JPG. Chen Ruyu returned an angry emoticon and turned off her cell phone screen. Fearing that someone around her would see the message Li Fei sent, she gritted her teeth in shame in her mind. Subsequently, Chen Ruyu received a reminder of the arrival of 5 billion, and Li Fei received a reminder of the cashback of 300 billion. She opened Li Fei's chat box and was about to ask about the use of the extra 3 billion. She saw Li Fei send a line. "The extra tip, please hand it over to my baby." "Who is my baby? Write yourself." The corner of Chen Ruyu's mouth floated with a smile. "Humph, I will let you off this time." After Li Fei turned off his cell phone, Lu Chuan and the three of them looked like melon people. Lu Chuan was the first to speak. "Brother Fei, do you have a girlfriend?" "No." Guan Yifan followed closely. "Brother Fei, then what kind of person did you just say Uncle Chen is?" "Uncle, not pro." Hao Weiman came out for the finale. "Brother Fei, when are we going to arrive at the bar?" Just as he asked, the car stopped. Li Fei smiled gently. "Looks like it's already here." Thus, Li Fei opened the car door and got out. The three of them followed behind. Lin Shuier, Chang Hao and the others, on the other hand, came down from the S-Class car behind them. With Li Fei as the leader, the group entered the Dynasty Bar. After Wang Li parked his car nearby, he followed him into the bar. Walking into the bar, a strong smell of alcohol and tobacco came to the nose, making people feel a burst of excitement. The lights in the bar were dim and dazzling, and the music was deafening. In the bar's booths, many people were sitting on the sofas, playing games and drinking. Lin Shuier felt her heart beating faster when she saw all of this. Lu Chuan's trio had been disciplined by their family since they were young, and today was the first time they had come to a bar. At this time, they had a very exciting feeling. Due to the large number of people, Li Fei opened 3 card seats. The beaters and bodyguards each had 1 card seat. He himself was with Lin Shuer, Chang Hao, Lu Chuan and Wang Li. In order to prevent boredom, Li Fei called the liquor sales over and pointed at the 2 card seats for the security team and said, "Those 2 card seats. Each card seat first arrange 10 girls. Pursue quality. Understand?" The male salesman had never seen this scene before, ordering 20 girls at once and demanding quality. At that moment, he nodded repeatedly. It seems that he has to shake people in the group. So, he didn't dare to delay at all, and directly started shaking people. Advanced Card Face Bureau. Immediately after, Li Fei spoke again. "The most expensive wine you have here. These 3 tables, 10 sets each." Chapter 80, My Secretary Lin. The male salesman who was shaking people in the group thought he had heard wrong. "The most expensive product here is the 9-to-5 Supreme, a bottle of which costs $88,000. And you want 30 bottles at once? That's over $2.6 million. This is not $260. The male salesman had begun to doubt in his heart. This person is not looking for his own fun, right? However, next, Li Fei directly handed him the card. The male salesman's doubts were instantly dispelled. He could see that Li Fei's air of calmness and demeanor was most likely a rich young man. Thus, he decided in his mind to serve Li Fei more diligently. He took Li Fei's card, took it and swiped it. Success! The male salesman's respect for Li Fei instantly changed to full of respect. In his mind, Li Fei was a super young man, an existence that could only be pleasing. The music in the bar is very noisy. The same card seat in the Luchuan several people, and did not hear what Li Fei said to the sales. Suddenly, the lights went out instantly. The music came to an abrupt end, and the spotlight of the whole place shone on Li Fei's card seat. Whether it was the ones dancing on the dance floor or the ones sitting in the card seat to pick up girls, all of them looked towards Li Fei's side in unison. "Ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate Mr. Li from card seat 52 for winning 30 sets of 9-to-5. Dynasty wishes Mr. Li to achieve supreme supremacy." After these 2 sentences were finished, various paper salutes were fired all around the bar, spraying white mist made of dry ice. At the same time, the music started again, and the lights dazzled again. At one side of the entrance, there was a row of sexy beauties holding up lighted signs in wine, twisting their bodies towards Li Fei's side of the card seat. Lu Chuan, Guan Yifan and Hao Weiman had already looked dumbfounded at this point. Whether it was the scene of the DJ broadcast just now or the beautiful women delivering the wine now, it had created a great shock in their hearts. The surrounding crowd was also shocked by Li Fei's action. This dynasty bar, many of them knew that a set of 9-to-5 cost $88,888. Unexpectedly, this Mr. Li actually took 30 sets of 9-to-5 Supreme at one time. Someone had already calculated that Li Fei had spent more than $2.6 million on this wave. This kind of God's hero had already far exceeded the limits of their cognizance. Chang Hao and the others naturally noticed the envious gazes of the people around them, and they also felt honored. Chang Hao thought to himself, the piece of loading wave one. It still has to be brother-in-law. Lin Shuer, in addition to the row of beautiful women in revealing clothes who came to deliver the wine, all the other parts made her feel excited and stimulated. In the hearts of the 3 Luchuan, Li Fei was like a god at the moment. They realized that Li Fei's strength in pretending to be a wave one was just too strong. At this time the happiest belongs to the male sales. Tonight this sales, no difference with winning the lottery. To say that let him give Li Fei kowtow. He had to kowtow while the father round shouting. The only remaining 8 quality girls in the bar, he immediately arranged to Li Fei said the card seat. A few minutes later, the young and beautiful girls called by the male salesman also arrived, and there were some more. There were more than 20 in total, and the male salesman was ready to bring them to Li Fei for him to choose. Li Fei let Chang Hao choose a few favorites to stay on his side. The rest go to the security team of the 2 card seats. After all, their side of a total of 7 people. Just Lin Shuer a girl. This made Lu Chuan and the 3 of them very happy. The 3 of them hurriedly came in front of Li Fei, wiped their saliva and said, "Righteous father, children dare to choose one." Seeing the attentive and thirsty eyes of the 3, Li Fei waved his hand, signaling them to make themselves at home. Hearing this, Lu Chuan's trio, with glowing eyes and flies rubbing their hands together, smiled lewdly as they looked towards the more than 20 beauties. Those beauties just came to Li Fei's side and thought that they were going to accompany Li Fei for a drink, thinking that the guests were quite handsome. "I didn't expect it to be these 3. It's really hard to earn money and hard to eat." Seeing this, Chang Hao was not willing to lag behind and hurriedly started to choose someone. Only Wang Li didn't make a move, and Li Fei beckoned to him to lean over. After Wang Li came closer, Li Fei smiled and said to him, "No need to be formal. Go and choose." Upon hearing this, the stone in Wang Li's heart finally dropped. He would not make any moves until Li Fei gave the word. Li Fei was satisfied with this attitude of his. Lin Shuer suddenly came to Li Fei's ear and asked, "Chairman, why don't you go and choose?" Li Fei turned his head and gazed into her bright eyes. At this moment, the two were so close that the tips of their noses were almost touching each other. After a few seconds, Li Fei lightly laughed. "I have Secretary Lin." Then, he filled up the wine glasses in front of the two of them, lifted them up and handed a cup to Lin Shuer. Lin Shuer's heartbeat accelerated after hearing Li Fei's words, coupled with her current excited and thrilling mood. After she received the wine glass, her eyes towards Li Fei already had an additional layer of ambiguity and anticipation. Li Fei picked up his wine glass to touch Lin Shuer's wine glass, then laughed. "Come on Shuer, cheers." Afterwards, Li Fei drank it all in one go. Lin Shuer looked at the wine in her cup and also took a big sip. Only, this was her first time drinking, so she choked. Seeing this, Li Fei handed her tissues and patted her back gently with his hand. The three of them, Chang Hao, Wang Li and Lu Chuan, also chose their girls, and each of them wrapped their arms around one. Having a quick time, after Lin Shuer slowed down, Li Fei shouted for the crowd to start playing drinking games. After playing for a while, newbies like Lin Shuer and Lu Chuan's trio were obviously punished for drinking more often. After a few rounds, each of the four of them had already drank several cups. So, Li Fei told the four of them to lie down and slow down first. Lin Shuer laid on the sofa for a while and wanted to get up to go to the restroom. Just as she wanted to stand up, she didn't expect to stumble and fall on Li Fei. Seeing this, Li Fei first withdrew from the crowd's drinking game and let Cheng Hao's sister assist her to the restroom. A few minutes later, at the restroom door, Chen Ruyu came out. Li Fei let that girl go back first, and Lin Shuer apologized to Li Fei with apologies, to which Li Fei laughed. Lin Shuer said that she was conscious just now, just that her body was a little bit out of control. Li Fei took a step forward and wrapped Lin Shuer in his arms. The corner of his mouth revealed a bad smile and said, "This way you won't fall." Lin Shuer had a trace of resistance originating from shyness inside, but her body was very honest. Li Fei watched as the wine was almost gone, and after sending a message to Chang Hao, he took Lin Shuer back first. When they arrived at the hotel's luxury suite, Li Fei put her on the bed. Lin Shuer sat up from the bed with difficulty and realized that this was not her room, but it looked somewhat familiar. "Where is this?" "The presidential suite you booked for me." After saying that, Li Fei pounced her onto the bed in one go, gazing into her beautiful eyes. Lin Shuer no longer hesitated, wrapped her hands around Li Fei and took the initiative to kiss her.